This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Early morning in late autumn. In the southern part of Whale on Giant Island, the harbor area of Dawn City. Dang! 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 Sail and anchor. Oysters, fresh oysters. Have mercy on me, and give me a small piece of black bread. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Sir, do you want to hack me? As the largest port on the giant island, the harbor area is extremely prosperous, and business, especially the service industry, is extremely developed. Warehouses, banks, hotels, brothels, restaurants, etc., fill the harbor area. But even so, the harbor can hardly fully meet the needs of travelers. Especially those young men who just got off the ship. They can't wait to fill every hole they see on the road. On the seaside avenue, the security captain Sidro said to the man next to him. The man was about 30 years old, with sinister eyes and alert expression. He was dressed in black and held a dark silver cane inlaid with white crystals. He was like a black hound ready to go. He looked at a merchant ship that had just unloaded its cargo not far away, and saw the sailors rushing to the nearest brothel like donkeys in heat. Captain Cedro, I know everything you said. I also know that somewhere in the harbor area, there is a poor and crazy wizard who has completely forgotten the teachings of Mother Nature and is using evil methods to satisfy the desires of the sailors. As the executive wizard of the Moral Inspection Office of the Grand Temple of St. Veron, I need the specific location of this evil brothel. The security captain showed a trace of hesitation on his face, and subconsciously licked his dry lips. Mr. Lucius, I want to say that there is no such evil brothel. Every brothel in the harbor area is legally operated. Humph! Lucius pointed to the mithril emblem on his left chest. Captain Cedro, I think you should know this. I am not only an inspection wizard, but also an intermediate 11-star combat wizard. Don't treat me like a child. Even if you don't tell me, I can find it out in the end. But if I find it out myself, all the relevant personnel will be punished. The black-robed wizard spoke coldly, like a poisonous sea snake about to attack. The security captain trembled slightly, and after a moment of silence, he finally couldn't bear the huge psychological pressure and nodded in frustration. Well, there is indeed a brothel that is unusual. Lucius nodded with satisfaction, and said in a slightly slower tone, Tell me more about it. The girls in their house are all very beautiful, even comparable to Princess Sarai. Oh no, I said the wrong thing, damn it. The captain of the security slapped himself hard, making a crisp sound, and then continued. Young, healthy, beautiful, all top-quality goods. The price is also very cheap. With only 1 krone, you can play with a whole candle. Lucius narrowed his eyes. This is 80% cheaper than the normal price. It is disrupting the market. Don't other brothel owners object? The captain of the security looked at the gloomy black-robed wizard in confusion, and muttered, Why not? Aren't you invited by them? Lucius heard it clearly and frowned. Captain, you are slandering me. I am performing my duties. The security captain hurriedly said, I apologize to you, sir. Lucius did not hold on to it, raised his cane and pointed forward. Let's go, take me to this brothel. Yes, sir. The security captain was very cooperative. Brothers, follow me. The captain led his team of men along the seaside avenue, but at an angle that the black-robed wizard could not see, he quietly nodded to one of his men. The man understood, found an opportunity, and quietly left the team. There was a lot of people on the seaside avenue, and the security captain had more than 10 men, so this move was very covert. But the team member had just taken 2 steps when the black-robed wizard's voice rang out. Captain Cedro, discipline your team members, otherwise your captaincy will end. Cedro was startled, turned around and saw Lucius's eyes as cold as ice, and immediately knew that his intentions had been discovered. With a bitter smile, he quickly called his men back and sighed inwardly. Alas, I can't get a free pretty woman now. Don't dare to play tricks anymore, just lead the way honestly. Soon, the group arrived at the warehouse area of the harbor. The warehouse area is full of square, box-like stone and wood buildings. The buildings here are similar in appearance and arranged neatly, like a huge chessboard. In such a place, even local residents who grew up here can easily get lost, let alone outsiders. After walking for a while, the black-robed wizard Lucius felt a slight movement in his heart. This fallen wizard is quite cunning, opening a brothel in such a place. I have to be careful later to avoid him running away. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the group arrived near an old warehouse. Looking from a distance of dozens of meters, you can see that the warehouse door is closed, with only a small side door open. Standing at the side door is a tall and thin man wearing a hooded gray cloth cloak that covers his head and face tightly. Every 1 or 2 minutes, a man would appear from an unknown corner. Half of them were sailors, and the other half were dock workers. Anyway, they were all ordinary people with little money in their pockets. Lucius could see clearly that the men handed the money to the man at the door, and happily entered the warehouse. After a long quarter of an hour or a short few minutes, they would walk out of the warehouse with satisfaction. The business of this brothel is quite good. In the half hour that Lucius observed, at least 20 men entered, and then continued to come in. Judging from the passenger flow throughput, there are at least 30 girls in the brothel. He initially concluded. The brothel was built deep in the inconspicuous warehouse area, and was dedicated to entertaining lower-class customers. This showed that the boss behind the scenes had a limited background, and was probably a small-time person who took risks. In this way, he could investigate with confidence. After observing for a while, Lucius asked, "Captain, you just said that every girl in there is very beautiful?" "Yes, very beautiful, each one looks like a fairy." "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? It is normal to have 1 or 2 beautiful girls. After all, flowers can grow in a pile of cow dung, but it is unusual for 30 or 40 beautiful girls to appear at once." Cedro nodded very confidently. "I am sure I didn't see it wrong." Lucius initially guessed. It should be a magic illusion. Cedro shook his head repeatedly. "Sir, it is definitely not an illusion. Although I don't know magic, I am also a formally trained warrior who understands the basic knowledge of magic and knows how to distinguish illusions. I not only see with my eyes, but also touch with my body and experience with my soul. It is a real beauty. If you don't believe it, you can ask my team members." Before Lucius asked, the team members nodded in agreement. "The captain is right. Sir, our brains and knowledge are far inferior to yours, but we are not fools. Maybe the owner of this brothel has moral flaws, but he is very generous. He lets us do it for free, cough cough." Lucius was full of doubts. Because magic illusions are indeed easy to see through. Changes in light and changes in the mental state of the recipient may lead to breaking the spell, and physical touch is the shortcoming of magic illusions. So, the girl inside should be a real person. So where did they get so many beautiful girls? Did they use transfiguration on a group of ordinary girls? That's not right. 1 candle costs 1 krone, and the customers are all thirsty sailors and dock workers. No girl would be willing to take such a dirty job unless they were forced. If they were really forced, then I did a great thing today, and will definitely be rewarded by the temple. Thinking of this, Lucius's heartbeat accelerated slightly with excitement. "Captain, send someone to block the back door, remember to move gently, and don't make a big noise. I go to the front door to catch people." As he spoke, Lucius's cane suddenly lit up, and a blue light rose from the bottom of his feet and covered his whole body. A few seconds later, a layer of film similar to blue crystal appeared on the surface of his body. Seeing that the security captain was still standing there, he urged impatiently, "Why don't you go?" Yes, I go right away." The security captain immediately led people to the back door of the brothel. Lucius waited for a while, estimated that the time was almost up, took a deep breath, and whispered, "Feng Xing." The cane lit up again, and his body suddenly hung half a meter high, like a weightless mist, rushing forward more than 50 meters at a very fast speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Lucius stood at the door of the brothel, facing the gray-robed man, who was responsible for collecting money at the door. Without waiting for the other party to react, he immediately raised his cane, and the crystal on the cane head emitted a dazzling blue light. "Sleep." Gudong. The gray-robed man behind the door fell to the ground and fell into a baby-like sleep. This movement scared the customers at the door. "Mother Nature, the wizard is killing people." "Guards, where are the guards?" "Don't be silly, the guards only protect the rich." "Run!" The customers scattered. Lucius ignored the chaos at the door and quickly entered the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was rectangular, with 2 rows of wooden shelves on the left and right, and sheets of original linen hanging on the shelves, separating the warehouse into small separate spaces. A corridor was left in the middle, and on both sides of the corridor, curtain doors dyed dark red were hung. The customers behind the door were still unaware of the incident, and were still immersed in joy. All kinds of unbearable sounds poured into Lucius' ears, like a tide, making the wizard blush and his heart beat faster. Immediately raised his hand, and quickly drew the seal of nature on his chest, silently chanting, "Mother Nature, may you purify my heart and protect me from the taint of evil." After reciting the prayer, he calmed down a little. He used a magician's hand to quietly open the dark red curtain door beside him. Behind the door was a small compartment 4 meters long and 2 meters wide. A simple floor mat was made of hay and coarse cloth, and 2 people were lying on it. One was a sailor, and the other, after just one look, Lucius couldn't help but take a breath. That bastard Cedra was right. She really looks like a fairy. Such a fairy, let alone ordinary civilians, who have never seen the world, even he couldn't control himself. Hula. He immediately lowered the curtain door, raised his hand, and repeatedly drew the natural divine seal on his chest. He drew it more than 20 times in one breath, before he could barely suppress the evil desire in his heart. But desire will not disappear out of thin air. The desire that has nowhere to vent quickly turned into a raging rage. This is simply a hell of desire, an evil abyss that tempts mortals to fall. It must be purified immediately. He walked to the middle of the corridor and raised his cane like a musical baton. With his action, all the burlap was guided by an invisible and powerful force, flew into the sky together, and rolled into a ball. Ah, the selfless customers finally discovered the abnormality, and hurriedly put on their clothes. Lucius shouted loudly. The temple inspector wizard is enforcing the law. Everyone put on your clothes, hold your head against the wall and squat. Disobedience will be shot on the spot. No ordinary person would disobey the order of a powerful wizard. After a while, all the customers squatted in a row. But the strange thing is that the girls seemed to have heard nothing, and still lay on the floor and posed. Lucius shouted angrily, "Are you deaf? Put on your clothes immediately." Still no response. Lucius suppressed his throbbing heart, and carefully observed one of the girls. As he watched, his face showed a deep surprise. He suddenly raised his cane and pointed at the girl. Purification. A fist-sized white light ball flew out, and sank into the girl's body. A few seconds later, the girl's body was actually glowing with white light, which became thicker and thicker, as if it were real. In the white light, the girl's body changed rapidly, and after more than 10 seconds, it turned into a sheep. The sheep looked at Lucius, bleeding, and kept twisting its butt at him. Lucius was shocked. Global transfiguration on non-human aliens. How is this possible? Transfiguration is not uncommon. Standard transfiguration is just an ordinary spell of low-level strength. What is rare is the sophistication of transfiguration, which has reached an extremely amazing level. The difficulty of casting the spell is probably more than 20 stars. Lucius took a deep breath, suppressed his throbbing heart again, walked to the second girl, and carefully examined her body details. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. It's flawless. Transfiguration is like clay sculpture. Most wizards can do it, but it's hard to do it well, and even harder to do it well. Because the energy of the spell is hard to control precisely, and the casting time is only a few tens of seconds. The situation in front of him is like a clay sculptor, holding an unsuitable tool, completing a masterpiece in less than a minute. It's simply a miracle. Lucius didn't believe it. It's fine to transform into one fairy, but to transform into more than 30 in a row, and each has its own characteristics. How is this possible? If you only want to transform into a few, there is a trick called mirror deformation. Just find a real beauty, use the mirror image to obtain her form, and then use the transfiguration to reproduce it. But this requires double-line casting skills, and the difficulty is not much lower than simple transformation. But the question is, where can you find so many beauties with outstanding style and unique charm? Is it a gang crime? The black-robed wizard, full of doubts, checked one after another, and purified one after checking. After the inspection, there were more than 30 sheep in the warehouse. None of the people serving the customers were human. At the same time, Lucius also came to a more shocking conclusion. The exact same casting style, it is likely that it was done by a single wizard. On the other side, the customers were also stunned, and they were speechless. The security captain Cedro also came in, and after seeing this scene, his jaw almost fell off his face. Mother Nature, this. Lucius's face was gloomy. Did you catch the brothel owner? It took a while for Cedro to come back to his senses. I didn't see anyone running out of the back door. Lucius frowned. Not good. I immediately turned around and ran out of the warehouse to check the gray-robed man who collected the money, and found that the gray-robed man was still sleeping on the ground. He used his cane to lift the other's hood, and found that he was an ordinary middle-aged man. He tried the purification technique again, and it turned into a sheep. There was no one in the whole brothel, all sheep. From the beginning to the end, the brothel owner was hidden behind the scenes, and never really appeared. Lucius gritted his teeth and sneered. Really cunning, I want to see how capable you are. Running back to the warehouse quickly, continuously releasing tracking techniques such as wind breath tracing technique, clear water divination technique, ash divination technique, and mind guidance technique. Still nothing. This brothel owner is also proficient in anti-tracking techniques, and destroyed all the magic information that can be used for tracking. Lucius felt a sense of powerlessness, and even a faint sense of awe. This fellow mage is stronger than him, much stronger. Not only is his magic power stronger than his knowledge is also more profound than his, and his spellcasting ability is completely crushing. If he persists in tracking, he may face life-threatening danger. After a moment of silence, when his mood calmed down a little, he turned to look at the captain of the security team. You have seen him. Forget it. It's useless even if you have seen him. The opponent is a master of transformation, also known as the master of thousand faces, and ordinary people will see nothing. The fact is that the clues of tracking are completely broken. Lucius stood silently in the middle of the warehouse, unwillingly analyzing the known information, and finally came to two conclusions. This corrupt wizard is cunning and cautious, has strong action ability, rich knowledge of magic, and strong magic power. He is a true master of transformation. At the same time, he is very short of money, has a very good understanding of women's bodies, and may have good relationships with dozens of beauties. He is probably a playboy who is addicted to sensual pleasures, and squanders all his wealth. These two conclusions are contradictory. The wizard is also a mortal, with limited energy and time. It is impossible to achieve such amazing achievements in magic if you lie on a woman's belly every day for pleasure. Lucius scratched his scalp a little frantically. Mother of Nature, what kind of person is this? Chapter 2. Early morning. Dawn City, Noble District. Mrs. Agnet of Azure Manor is a woman of great reputation. She is not only the biological sister of the Earl of Charles County in the north of Varon, but also a senior wizard at a young age, and has a good reputation for generosity and kindness. As her magic apprentice, life is much better than other senior wizard apprentices, but this is not enough to change Rosen's current situation of lack of money. Learning magic is really too expensive. Rosen is different from other magic apprentices, he is particularly expensive. Fortunately, he has already got a sum of money in a not very glorious way. Although it is far from enough to repay the debts owed for many years, it should be enough to convince the mentor to sign his graduation certificate. At this moment, he was sitting in the corner of the living room of the manor with a purse in his arms, patiently waiting for the mentor to summon him. Time passed by minute, and when the sun spot on the carpet moved about 20 centimeters, the butler Mr. Deva came over. Rosen, Madam wants you to go over. Rosen, who was drowsy under the warm sun, was refreshed and asked modestly, Uncle Deva, is the master in a good mood today? Derva shrugged slightly. He was in a good mood during breakfast, but when he heard that you were here, he was in a bad mood and called you a useless little bastard. Rosen showed a trace of embarrassment. He knew that the master looked down on him. She had reason to look down on him, because the previous owner of this body was her first apprentice, and also the worst one. Since the other party was promoted to senior at the age of 18, he became her apprentice and studied for a full 10 years, from the age of 10 to 20, but he still could not fully master all the knowledge that a formal mage needs to master. Normally, other apprentices only need 4 years, and outstanding ones only need 2.5 years. If he wanted to change a mentor, he would have persuaded him to go home long ago. With a sigh, he asked again, Uncle, is the mentor alone, or is there a guest? There is a guest, the lady's close friend Princess Selena. Don't feel shy, this distinguished lady knows everything about you. Rosen's cheeks were slightly red, and he looked even more shy. Thank you, Uncle. He stood up and walked through the spacious and bright living room, walked along the blue and white stone spiral staircase to the second floor, and then walked about 20 meters along the corridor, past an exquisite malachite sculpture, and finally stood in front of a carved wooden door. He could vaguely hear voices from inside the door, and occasionally mixed with a few crisp laughs. This movement made Rosen feel uneasy. This princess is not a bad person, and her personality is also straightforward, but she has no friendship with me, so don't mess up my plan. Based on his understanding of the mentor's temperament, if they were alone, today's level would be easy to pass. Now that there is a princess, there are more variables. He calmed down, knocked on the door gently, and said respectfully, Teacher, I'm here. The laughter behind the door stopped, and then a gentle female voice came, Come in. Rosen gently pushed open the door. Behind the door is a spacious, exquisite, and bright study. The most eye-catching thing is the large window that occupies half of the outer wall, which is equipped with crystal-carved glass from the kingdom of Aaron. It can spread warm sunlight throughout the room without revealing the privacy of the room. And on the left corner of the wall, there is a circle of dragon lizard-thick leather benches from Jean Chiao County in the north of Whalen Island. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is a seat for distinguished guests, and apprentices are not eligible to use it. On the right is a semicircular, lavender starwood desk, which is not only elegant and noble, but also exudes a lightwood fragrance. It is a specialty of the Kingdom of Cow. There are also murals by famous artists on the wall, and exquisite ornaments from all over the world are placed on the desk, each of which is worth a lot of money. In short, the senior mage Mrs. Agnet has wealth that Rosen can't even dream of, even though Rosen is now the heir of a baron. Rosen saw his mentor, Mrs. Agnet. She sat behind her favorite starwood desk as usual. At the age of 28, she has a pair of extremely bright violet eyes, a pair of bright and intellectual features, a simple but elegant sane hairstyle, and a well-tailored bright purple silk dress. In short, she is a very charming and beautiful woman. And her close friend Princess Selina is much younger than her. At the age of 23 this year, she is even more dazzling and makes people dare not look directly at her. In fact, she is also a high-level wizard, the master of Dawn City, the supreme lord of the giant island of Whalon, and the younger sister of the Duke of Dawn. She is a real princess. Her most striking features are a pair of imperial green emerald eyes, and a head of lustrous dark golden fluffy curly hair, which is said to be the embodiment of natural divine blood. At this moment, the noble princess is leaning against the starwood desk, smiling at Rosen with a teasing look on her face. "Anna, your apprentice looks very shy. Do you need me to avoid him?" Madame Agnet shook her head. "No need, anyway you know everything you should know." As she said, she looked at Rosen, her two willow-leaf thin eyebrows slightly frowned. "Why are you not concentrating on practicing magic so early in the morning and coming to me?" Rosen lowered his head slightly, letting his eyes focus on the thick camel wool carpet on the ground, and at the same time made his expression and voice as respectful as possible. "Teacher, I have successfully touched the first magic ring and obtained low-level magic power. I have also mastered the 3 magic skills of the mage and the 5 travel skills. In addition, I have memorized all the knowledge that a formal mage is required to remember, such as world natural history, alchemy general knowledge, and world noble genealogy. The relevant experimental parts have also been successfully reproduced in the laboratory. I think I have all the abilities of a formal mage." Mrs. Agnet understood and raised her eyebrows. "That's nice, but I have to test you, so that you don't ruin my reputation because of your lack of ability." Rosen immediately said, "Teacher, please ask the questions." Very confident, it seems that the young man is ready. Princess Selina joked. Agnet became very serious and even straightened her back. She said seriously, "You have mastered 7 of the 8 zero-ring spells that a formal mage should master. Now, show me the last food-making spell." Rosen took out a small piece of peeled pine wood, put his left hand flat, pressed his right hand on the pine wood, and then silently chanted in his heart, "Lifu, release food-making spell, pine bread." After a moment, a mechanical and indifferent thought emerged in his mind. The spell has been released. With this thought, a hazy white light appeared in Rosen's right hand, and the white light continued to penetrate into the pine wood. The pine wood suddenly expanded rapidly like fermented dough. After about 10 seconds, a small piece of pine wood turned into a fluffy, milky white bread, and exuded a strange fragrance of pine resin and flour. Selina sniffed lightly, a little surprised. "Hey, it smells good and looks delicious. Is it a unique recipe, Rosen?" Her voice was very pleasant, and Rosen felt that she was looking at him with a strange look. If it were an ordinary boy, he would definitely not understand the meaning of this look at this time, but Rosen was not. Not only did he have extremely keen perception, he also had a previous life, and he had experienced most of his life in his previous life. He immediately felt that the princess had a vague affection for him, and she might not even notice it herself. Tisk, it's a pity that she is a princess, otherwise. But graduation is a serious matter, so he immediately retracted his reverie. First, he bowed to him, and then answered respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness, I slightly modified the basic food-making technique to make the final product as delicious as possible." Madame Agnet also became interested. She used the magician's hand to bring the bread to her eyes for careful inspection, and finally even broke off a small piece and put it in her mouth to taste it. After chewing a few times, her thin eyebrows slightly raised, looking at Rosen in surprise. It has a soft, delicious, delicate texture, with a unique fragrance of pine nuts, and the flour conversion rate is at least 99%. It is a very outstanding food-making technique. I try it too. Selina reached out and grabbed the bread, took a big bite directly, and her eyes lit up. Well, it is indeed very delicious. In terms of the level of this food-making technique alone, it can be called excellent. She looked at Rosen and smiled kindly. "Rosen, You can at least be a good cook. Rosen was tickled by her smile, but the noble status of the other party was very good at dispelling his extra thoughts. He smiled politely. Your Highness, Mentor, I am indeed slow in learning new spells. But because of the slowness, I have enough time to figure out the details of the spells, so I can often learn better. If this was said before, it would be basically unconvincing, but with the evidence of pine bread, Mrs. Agnet's impression of Rosen has changed greatly. She smiled lightly. If this is true, then it is naturally the best. After saying this, she immediately returned to the serious look of a mentor. Then you have finally passed the spellcasting test. As for the knowledge that a formal mage should remember, I believe you have also remembered it. After all, you have studied for 10 years. Even if you are a donkey, you should have memorized it. However, there is one last problem to solve. At this point, Agnet raised his voice slightly. Deva, come here, and bring the account book with you. After a while, the butler Deva came in, with a thick account book in his hand. Agnet said, Deva, check how much tuition Rosen owed in the past 10 years. Yes, ma'am. Butler Deva opened the account book, checked it carefully, and reported the number. Madam, in 10 years, the apprentice Rosen received a total of 1,500 hours of instruction. Based on the price of 10 krones per lesson, the total tuition fee is 15,000 krones. Add to that the equipment damaged by various magic experiments, and the extra materials consumed due to multiple failed experiments, the total is 2,800 gold ogres. Deduct the wages that Rosen has accumulated for helping you collect magic materials, draw magic scrolls, and create basic magic tools for 10 years, as well as the tuition fees that have been paid. Then, he still owes you a total of 1,854 gold ogres. Mrs. Agnet nodded and turned to look at Rosen. The specific details are recorded one by one. My apprentice, do you need a check? Rosen shook his head. No, Mentor, I have roughly calculated it, and it is about this number. Mrs. Agnet continued, Rosen, you are the first apprentice I have accepted. During the teaching process, I asked myself that I was responsible, meticulous and patient, and did my best to help you master the knowledge that a formal magician should master. Do you agree? Rosen nodded. I agree, Mentor. I have also agreed to your delay in paying tuition many times, right? Yes, Mentor. So how do you plan to pay this tuition? When saying this, Mrs. Agnet's expression was very serious. Obviously, if Rosen can't give an explanation today, he won't get his diploma. Rosen took a deep breath and said, Teacher, a month ago, I received a letter from my mother. The letter said that my father was ambushed and killed by the forest spirit while patrolling the border of the territory. To be honest, this news surprised him a little, because the old baron was a high-level warrior with strong abilities, and the letters always said that the situation on the island was very good, and the forest spirits were suppressed by him and dared not show up. As a son, Rosen also sent back some high-level magic tools for self-defense within his reasonable ability. He also thought that the old baron was in his prime and had a stubborn temper, and it would be a nuisance if he went back, so he might as well study for a few more years. Unexpectedly, this happened. As the only male member of the Saxon family, and the eldest son in the family, I have the first right to inherit the baron title. But according to the Duke's decree, I must obtain a decent formal career to be eligible to inherit the title. So, if you can sign my graduation certificate first and let me inherit the baron smoothly, I am willing to pay the tuition in 10 years according to the highest loan interest rate in the market. Mrs. Agnet frowned again. As far as I know, even if you become a baron, you can't save so much money in 10 years, right? Princess Selina on the side added with a smile. Rosen, with your barren and remote island, the largest export project is the guano fertilizer in the forest, and the maximum income per year is 330 og? Rosen's mind moved again. He knows the decimals and the whole numbers, and it's so accurate, he must have learned about me specifically. From this point of view, the other party seems to have a good impression of me. A vague idea suddenly emerged from Rosen's heart, but he immediately dispelled it. The difference in status is too big, unrealistic, so it's better not to cause trouble. So, he responded politely. In fact, the average fiscal surplus in the past 10 years is about 330 og, but this is not only because the island is poor, but also because of my father's short-sightedness. If I can inherit the Baron Lord, I will use the knowledge I have learned to work hard to increase the financial income of the territory. In addition, to show my determination and sincerity, I asked my mother to take out all her savings and sell some valuable property in the house to raise 400 og as the first year's repayment. As he spoke, Rosen took out the purse from his pocket and handed it to the butler Deva. Deva took the purse, carefully checked it, and nodded to confirm. Madam, it is exactly 400 gold ogres. Mrs. Agnet's expression eased slightly, and she sighed softly. Rosen, although I don't think you have high hopes for your ability, you do have the virtues of diligence and trustworthiness. I don't think you can pay off the tuition within 10 years. Let's extend the repayment period to 20 years. There is no need to bother calculating the interest rate. Just spread the 200 ogres over 20 years. Princess Selina heard this and whispered to her best friend, Anna, you are too kind. This will cause you to lose a lot of income. Mrs. Agnet spread her hands with a look of emotion. No matter what, this stupid boy is my first apprentice. He has suffered enough. We can't force him to have no way out, right? Unexpectedly, the princess added, why not be kind? Anyway, the money is not much. Uh-huh. Mrs. Agnet looked at her unexpectedly. That won't work either. It's unfair to my other apprentices. Well, you are right. Mrs. Agnet took out a special gilded paper from the drawer, filled in the name of Rosen Saxon at the top of the page, and filled in the name of Senior Mage Anna Robert, Agnet at the bottom of the page. Finally, she took out her magic seal, and stamped it on the two names. This is your graduation certificate. Take it to the Mage Guild. By the way, you and Deva will sign another contract regarding your repayment. Rosen took the graduation certificate with both hands, and breathed a sigh of relief. The mentor is such a good man. With his current ability and status, if she is a little more demanding, and does a little manipulation, she can get a slave, who can be used for life for free. And with her status, even if she does this, no one will blame her. In fact, there are countless apprentices, who have been enslaved by mentors for years. So he promised seriously, Teacher, thank you very much for your care for me. If you need my strength in the future, just write me a letter, and I will do my best to help. Mrs. Agnet shrugged her shoulders and looked indifferent. Don't talk big here. Live your own life, and don't ask me for help. That's the greatest help to me. After that, she waved her hand at him again. Okay, don't be stupid here, go and do your thing. After Rosen walked out of the room, the dazzling Princess Serena sighed lightly, and showed a trace of sympathy. In my opinion, your apprentice may not be able to marry a girl from a good family. Any decent family would not be willing to marry their daughter to the White Sturgeon Island. Mrs. Agnet looked at her close friend in surprise. That's true, but why is your Honorable Highness worried about my apprentice's marriage? Selina sighed. After all, I saw him grow up from a skinny child to such a mighty and tall man. Now he is so miserable, I just feel a little sympathy. Chapter 3. Everyone says that the headquarters of the Mage Guild in Dawn City is made of gold. Even if this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is not far off. When Rosen left his mentor's Azure Manor, and came to the Mage Guild not far away, what he saw was a majestic and beautiful stone building. It is one of the 3 most magnificent buildings in Dawn City. The other 2 are the Dawn Castle of the Duke of Dawn, and the Great Temple of St. Waelon of the Church of Nature. The building in front of you has a tall arched roof, magnificent exterior wall columns, and a large proportion of windows. The windows are also filled with expensive colorful glass with exquisite epic paintings. The most shocking detail is that the whole building is integrated and shines with a metallic luster. It is said that this is because after the building was completed, the mages spent a huge price to cast a high-level petrification spell on it to ensure that it has a strength comparable to steel. When Rosen crossed the garden square in front of the guild gate and walked up the steps to the gate, he saw 2 guards in silver armor and white robes standing at the door. These were the white-robed combat mages guarding the guild, also known as the Learned Knights. They have been training in magic combat skills since childhood, and are particularly good at fighting. They are the backbone of the Guardian Mage Guild. One of the guards saw Rosen and looked at him indifferently. Young man, tell me why you are here. Rosen took out the graduation scroll. I am the apprentice of the high-level mage Madame Agnet. I have successfully obtained the graduation certificate, and came to the guild to receive the official mage badge. The guard pointed to the corridor on the left. Go along this corridor to the end, there is a small door, and there is a small hall inside the door. Go in and find Mage Angel. After that, he added vaguely, the pockets of the Anglo mage are not shallow, make more preparations. Rosen naturally understood this, and his heart moved slightly. It seems that I have to make some preparations in advance. Walk along the spacious corridor on the left side of the gate. When passing the flower bed, I picked up a few decorative water-patterned stones. Soon arrived at the door of the small hall. The door was open, and voices could be heard inside. To avoid being presumptuous, Rosen knocked on the door first. Can I come in? A rough voice came out, of course. Rosen stepped in, and found that it was an office with an area of more than 100 square meters. There was a long table full of documents inside. A mage sat every 3 or 4 meters, a total of 4. Rosen didn't know anyone, so he asked, "I'm looking for Master Anglo." A white-haired master in the corner said, "Young man, come to me." Rosen walked over quickly, and glanced at the badge on the other person's chest. It was made of pure silver, and had 2 rings on the outer circle. It means that the other person has touched the second magic ring, and established a magic channel with it. He is an intermediate magician. The inner part is 5 stars, which means that the other person can cast spells with a difficulty rating of 5 stars at most. Generally, the spellcasting ability of a slightly accomplished intermediate magician can exceed 10 stars. So, this magic achievement is very ordinary, and he is just messing around. This kind of magician is often the most greedy. Because his ability is limited, it is difficult to make money through magic, so he can only rely on his existing position to make money. At this time, the old magician asked, "Are you here to receive the official magician badge?" "Yes, sir." "Report your graduation certificate, name, family background, and spells you have mastered. Then, pay 1 OG for materials, 1 OG for labor, and 1 OG for registration." There was definitely some room for bargaining, but Rosen didn't want to argue with him, so he did as he was told. The old wizard saw Rosen so happy, and his tense face relaxed a lot. He carefully checked the various materials Rosen handed over, and suddenly laughed. "Oh, you are the apprentice Rosen who didn't graduate in 10 years. Rosen nodded. "Yes, it's me. TSK, I heard that your father is the famous birdship baron." The voice was a little loud, which attracted the attention of everyone in the hall, and everyone showed a teasing smile in their eyes. Rosen had long been accustomed to such slightly sarcastic questions, so he asked with a wooden face, "Mr. Anglo, does this have anything to do with the business I'm handling?" "It doesn't matter, haha. I'm just curious." The old wizard laughed happily, lowered his head, and continued to look at the materials for a few more times, and asked again, "In addition to the 8 zero-ring spells that a formal wizard must learn, do you have other formal spells?" Rosen shook his head. "I haven't learned them yet." In fact, he has learned them, and a lot of them, because he has been in this world for 10 years, and has been studying diligently every day. But this does not affect the qualification to apply for a formal wizard today, so naturally there is no need to say it. The old wizard believed it. That's right. Even if you want to learn, you may not be able to learn it, and you may not have the money to buy spells. The difficulty of casting a 0-ring spell is only 3 stars at most, so I will count you as a 3-star level. After he finished filling out the information slowly, he finally took out a dark yellow brass badge, but did not hand it to Rosen. "I forgot to mention that there is a badge processing fee at the end, 5 OG. This is obviously a deliberate attempt to make things difficult, because Rosen knows that there is no such fee for badge processing. But the old man has a reason to do so. Because Rosen is easy to bully. He doesn't have much backing, and it's impossible for him to ask the mentor for help for such a small matter. Even if he did, it would be useless, because the mentor would definitely look down on him as an apprentice who graduated in 10 years. But then again, this old wizard doesn't have much backing, and if he really makes a big fuss, no one will support his illicit income. So, Rosen reached into his pocket with a painful look on his face, took out 5 golden OGs, and gently placed them on the table. "Okay, here you go." The old wizard smiled triumphantly, and handed the badge to Rosen with a smile. "Young man, this is a 3-star low-level brass badge. You have worked hard for 10 years to get it. You must hold it carefully." Rosen put the badge on his chest carefully, and then asked, "Can I leave, sir?" "Of course." Rosen did not stay for a moment, and turned to leave. As soon as he reached the door, he heard the old wizard's angry shout behind him. "Boy, how dare you lie to me?" Rosen turned around, and saw that the wizard Anglo was red-faced and glaring at him, and he was holding 5 watermarked stones in his hand. The colleagues around him looked at Anglo with a look of ridicule. Rosen looked serious. "Sir, how did I lie to you? I only said to give you, but I didn't say to give you gold coins. I thought you liked watermarked stones." The old wizard was furious. "You are a cunning little wizard. How dare you play tricks on me?" He picked up the water-patterned stone, and was about to hit him. Rosen shouted in shock, "The high-level wizard Madame Agnet is my mentor, sir." The old wizard's hand froze in midair. Extorting some money is a small matter, but hurting people is a big deal. He dared not offend that distinguished lady. Rosen saw that the other party was shocked and knew that the matter was over, so he bowed slightly to the old wizard. "I wish you a happy work, sir." He turned and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a burst of gloating laughter broke out behind him. Someone shouted, "Aha, Anglo, You were fooled by the apprentice's illusion. Anglu, you can't tell the difference between water-patterned stone and gold coins. I think you are really old. Shut up, you bastards. The hall was very lively, but it had nothing to do with Rosen. He didn't stop for a moment, and immediately rushed to the Dawn Castle of the Duke of Dawn. If you want to truly inherit the title of Baron, a decent formal career is a prerequisite, but in the end, you need to get the Duke's approval. The Duke is the Supreme Lord of Whalon, so it is naturally not so easy to see him. Rosen did not expect to see him when he went there, but made an appointment first. The Dawn Castle was built at the highest point of the noble area. The castle was as beautiful as the Palace of Heaven, but a circle of tall walls was built around the heaven to completely isolate it from the mortal world. Rosen introduced his identity, paid money, and spent a full 5 ogres before he successfully passed through the gate of the city wall, and handed his visiting card to the chief administrative officer. All that should be done has been done, and the next step is to wait. I hope to receive an interview soon, so that I can go back to fiddle with my island earlier. The island left by the old Baron is called the White Sturgeon Island. Its area is naturally far less than that of the giant Whalon Island, but this island is actually not small, with a radius of more than 80 kilometers. The reason for such poverty is that it is located in a remote area and the resources on the island are scarce. The second reason is that the old Baron does not know how to manage. As a modern person who traveled from Earth, Rosen has been looking forward to it since he knew that he had the right to inherit a large island. He has all kinds of island development plans in his mind. He could have graduated early, but he delayed for many years. One of the purposes was to prepare for the development of the island. Why must he go to the island? Because he saw it since the second year of his travel that the world is about to enter a huge turbulent period, and the troubled times are just around the corner. In troubled times, human life is cheaper than weeds. But the Sturgeon Island is located on the edge of civilization, and has a bad reputation for being poor. Even if the world is in chaos, it has nothing to do with the Sturgeon Island. However, although the island is poor, the bird droppings produced are the best fertilizer of this era, which can greatly increase grain production. What is the most valuable in troubled times? That must be food. Therefore, he plans to return to the island without worrying about money, and can concentrate on development. If there is no opportunity, he will be a local emperor on the island. If there is a chance, he will definitely not be polite, and will take advantage of the opportunity to do something big. The time waiting for the summons is very long, so naturally it cannot be wasted. Rosen stayed in the most ordinary guest room and focused on practicing magic. After 10 years of focused practice, his magic power has become very strong. Although strong magic power alone is far from enough to become a powerful wizard, no one would complain about too much magic power. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. 3 days later, he was finally summoned in the morning. Led by the chief administrative officer, he came to the Duke's study. The study was simply furnished with a large desk and a huge semicircular wall of books, on which at least 5,000 books were placed. Books were luxury goods, costing at least 5 ogres each. This wall of books alone was a huge amount of wealth that Rosen could never hope to reach. Duke Dawn, who was sitting behind the desk, looked to be in his early 30s, in the prime of his life, with the Adrian family's iconic emerald green eyes and dark golden curly hair. When Rosen arrived, he was chatting with someone. The person he was chatting with was none other than Princess Selena, whom he had seen in the tutor's study a few days ago. Selena seemed a little angry. She ignored Rosen and glared at the Duke coldly. "Brother, you regretted what we agreed to do, which makes me very disappointed." The Duke glanced at Rosen and waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, let's talk about this later." Unexpectedly, Selena became more and more angry and pointed at Rosen and said, "Brother, I would rather marry this little lord who digs bird shit than that piece of stinky rotten meat. At least he is 100 times cleaner and tidier than that piece of rotten meat." Rosen was stunned. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He instinctively knew that staying any longer would cause trouble. He immediately bowed to the Duke and quickly left the study. But at the moment of leaving, he flicked his fingers lightly towards the corner of the wall. No one noticed his little action. The Duke was also angry and also ignored Rosen's existence. He roared loudly, "Sister, it seems that father has really spoiled you. If you really have the courage to go to the White Sturgeon Island, then I am willing to fulfill your wish." "Don't think I don't dare." Selena responded tit for tat. "Go ahead. Go ahead. I just pretend you're not my sister. If you regret it in the future, don't even think of asking me for help." After saying this, he picked up a pen and quickly wrote the Book of Enthronement of Rosen as the successor Baron. He looked at his sister with a look of sarcasm. "Here is the enthronement book of Lord Birdshit. The tax paid by that damn place is less than 200 OGS a year, not even enough for you to buy a new magic weapon. If you still insist on your previous idea, I will fill in your name as Baroness now, and let you go back with him and deal with a group of sea fish people every day. Selina stared at the Duke with her eyes. Ryder, my brother, I ask you one last time, do you insist on me marrying Danger? After she finished speaking, her tone softened a little, and even concealed a hint of begging. Even if you want me to marry the old king of Cow, or the child of Lavender, or a duke, as long as he is a normal person, I can agree for the sake of family responsibility. Only the madman Danger, no. The Duke also breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, I know this is very difficult, but this is the best way. Because I need to ensure the stability of trade between Whalon and the Kingdom of Erin, especially the stability of grain trade. After a pause, the Duke also slowly explained. The current situation in the Wick continent is very tense. The relationship between the Natural Alliance and the Glorious Empire is rapidly deteriorating, and war may break out at any time. The price of grain on the continent is soaring, and we must ensure that Whalon Island has sufficient food supply. Selina asked back, Brother, we have a lot of land on Whalon Island. Why do we have to rely on others? Can't we grow it ourselves? The Duke smiled bitterly. Sister, I do want to, but those earls don't listen to me at all. There are 25 counties in Whalon, and 15 of them are from the mainland. Those short-sighted earls just want to make money and enjoy themselves. After all, no matter how scarce the food is, they will not be in need. Selina was silent for a full minute, and gritted her teeth and said, What if I insist on not agreeing? Then I will find another way, and this is your way out. The Duke patted the canonization book on the table. Selina stared at the canonization book for a long time, and whispered softly. Erin's envoy has not handed over the marriage certificate yet. There are obviously other ways to ease the crisis. Why do you have to choose this one? Because this is the safest way. The Duke patted the canonization book on the table again. Under the morning light, every flower will try to bloom, unless she voluntarily gives up the warmth of the sun. After a pause, he added, Although the marriage certificate has not been officially handed out, the relevant news has spread everywhere. So I must give an explanation to King Danger. Selina's face turned cold, and she exuded an icy breath like polar frost. The kind of people I hate the most are shameless oath breakers. Brother, are you really going to break the oath you made to our father? The Duke held his forehead and sighed. Alas, our father really spoiled you. Princess Selina was unmoved and said word by word, Brother, even if I die, I will never marry Danger. After saying this, she smiled bitterly. Brother, if I die, will you be satisfied? The Duke was startled and his tone softened slightly. My sister, why do you do this? I admit that King Danger has some bad habits, but he is one of the most powerful kings in the Natural Alliance. The wealth he controls is enough to buy 10 barren islands. If you can become his new queen. Before he finished speaking, Selina waved her hand and interrupted him. That fanatical naturalist is a complete lunatic. He has only taken a bath once since he was born. The dirt on his body is bigger than cow dung. He is also a cruel tyrant. He has all kinds of torture methods for women. The former queen was tortured to death by him in all likelihood. Rather than being tortured to death after marrying, I would rather die cleanly in Dawn City. The Duke retorted, Those are all unfounded rumors. Danger is an ambitious king. Unexpectedly, Selina turned around and left without saying a word. The Duke was shocked. He knew his sister's character very well. She kept her word. She might not die if she left, but she would definitely do many unexpected things, such as running away. In short, it would be very troublesome. Although he didn't care much about his sister's life or death, he didn't want to cause trouble, lest he couldn't explain to King Danger. Sister, wait a minute. What? Do you want to marry the Baron of Sturgeon Island? No, I just said it out of anger. Hee, you can't fool me, you just like that boy. I admit that he is not bad looking. Why don't we make a bet? The Duke quickly wrote the letter of enthronement and filled in his sister's name in the name column, and added some fiefdoms. Later, I will give this letter of enthronement to the little Baron. If he dares to accept it, you will go to Sturgeon Island with him. If he doesn't dare, then you agree to marry His Majesty Danger. Selina was shocked. Brother, you will kill him. He has nothing to do with this. I will never make this bet with you. But I have to bet with you. If you don't agree, I guarantee that he can't walk out of the Dawn Castle alive. The Duke showed a mischievous smile on his face. Sister, the iron facts will tell you that since you are favored by Danger, then there is no other way for you in the entire Natural Alliance. Chapter 4. The Duke's Study. A quarter of an hour later, Rosen was summoned again. He entered the study, looking calm and humble, just like an ordinary heir of a small noble family. In the study, Princess Selina's face was still radiant, but there was a hint of apology hidden in her flawless emerald eyes. The Duke's face showed a hint of expectation, as if he was waiting to see a good show. Rosen bowed respectfully, and called him Your Excellency the Duke. The moment he bowed his head, he laughed in his heart. Grand Duke, you gave me the princess yourself, so I will accept it without hesitation, Through some secret methods, he had already known the Duke's prank in advance, and he planned to make the best of a bad situation and marry the princess. Accepting the princess would of course bring huge risks, and even his life would be in danger from the moment he nodded in agreement, but it also meant huge gains. Because according to Whalon tradition, if the princess gave him a big fat boy in the future, he would be qualified to compete for the Duke's throne. Of course, the ordinary little baron did not dare to nod, but he traveled through time for 10 years, and stayed in Dawn City for 10 years, so he was 99% sure that he could bring the princess back to the White Sturgeon Island safely. At this time, the Duke spoke. His voice was very calm. Rosen Saxon, I will appoint you as the Lord of the 3 islands of White Sturgeon Island, Hank Island, and Saint Anne Island, as well as the Central Sea area of the 3 islands. Rosen was startled. Duke, why so much? Don't interrupt me. The Duke angrily slapped the table, making a loud bang, and shook Rosen's next words back into his stomach. Rosen secretly pouted. For the sake of the princess, I will play with you. You must protect the northeastern sea area of Whalon, especially to curb the power of the sea fish people, prevent them from growing and becoming a security threat to Whalon's maritime trade. Do you understand? Rosen looked confused, but still nodded humbly. Yes, Lord Duke. The Duke's voice sounded again. Don't be happy in a hurry, I have additional conditions. He pointed to Princess Selina beside the desk. My sister, Lady Selina Iridian, will become your wife, and the 2 uninhabited islands and the additional sea area are the dowry given to her by my brother. Rosen was stunned, as if he had never expected such a change. Lord Duke, I don't understand. Why will Princess Selina become my wife? Why are you unhappy? The Duke narrowed his eyes and stared at Rosen, like a beast ready to pounce. Rosen swallowed his saliva, looked nervous, and turned to look at Princess Selina. Princess Selina was looking at him with a very strange look. The sensitivity brought by the strong magic power and the experience of the previous life told Rosen that the princess must be in a very contradictory mood now. She fell in love with him and wanted to go with him, but she didn't dare to go with him because of various worldly ties. This was also very normal, because his body in this life was really good, and sometimes he felt quite satisfied when he looked in the mirror. The individual facial features may not be very outstanding, but they are very symmetrical when combined together. It is the kind of face that is not amazing at first glance, but the more you look at it, the more attractive it is. The princess is young, so it is understandable that she likes him, but this is a romantic trait that only young girls have. When they are older and more experienced, they will not have these unrealistic dreams. Time passed by minute, and Rosen remained silent. The Duke gradually showed a look of victory on his face, and the princess, while secretly relieved, also showed a trace of disappointment that she herself did not even notice. The lover she secretly loved could not withstand the test of worldly power after all, and in similar disappointments again and again, the romantic girl gradually grew into a realistic woman. At this moment, Rosen spoke, his voice clear and steady. I am honored to be favored by Princess Chinsi, and I am very willing to be Princess Chinsi's husband, and I feel very honored for it. At this moment, the Duke's upturned mouth corners solidified into astonishment, and the princess showed surprise, but there was deep joy in the depths of her eyes. Rosen watched the astonishment on the Duke's face gradually turn into anger, but he sneered in his heart. In this world, individuals have no great power. This is common sense. The real power only exists in large groups such as the kingship and the country. This is also common sense. The most powerful 6-ring master in the world cannot withstand the siege of 20 well-equipped and well-trained high-level warriors. As far as he knows, there are at least 500 high-level warriors in the Dawn Castle, and there are even at least 5 combat masters with 4-ring power. On the other hand, he himself is alone and can hardly take out a decent magic weapon, and he didn't even have time to buy a magic staff. According to common sense, he should have no room for resistance. However, the lack of magic power does not mean that there is no enemy of 100 people. The lack of magic power does not mean that the strong will be humiliated by the weak. In the face of the weak jumping, he often doesn't care just because he is too lazy to care, but when it comes to core interests, he will never give in. Marrying the princess back to the island, Farming and grabbing the Duke are now his core interests. The Duke is just a 3-ring high-level warrior, and he, after 10 years of focused practice, has mastered the power that 10 dukes can't reach. Before the Duke's anger appeared, Rosen bowed again. My lord, thank you very much for your canonization. If there is nothing else, please give me the canonization book, and I will take my wife back to the island. In this world, the king marries the princess, which is called a match made in heaven. The baron marries the princess, which is called a chicken marrying a golden phoenix. Not only is it not a good thing, it will also cause fatal disasters. So, he has to take the princess away quickly, and then arrange a response plan. The matter was far beyond the Duke's expectations. He held the canonization book in his hand, and hesitated to give it to Rosen. He was unwilling to hand it over, because it was not in his plan at all. So, he was thinking about how to change his words. He really thought of it. He looked at his sister, his eyes showing threats. The meaning is very clear. If you don't refuse, the Baron will die. Selina could understand. Although she was very reluctant, she still said, Baron, I. Rosen knew this, and immediately said, Your Highness, I know clearly the consequences of doing this, but I want to say that even if I know, I will still choose this way. And even if you die because of this, Your Highness does not need to blame yourself at all, because this is the path I took the initiative to choose, and I have no regrets about it. The Duke secretly cried out in his heart when he heard this, because he knew his sister's character best. And this Baron was her sweetheart, so how could this nice girl bear it after hearing these words? Sure enough, Serena's eyes were filled with tears, and her radiant face showed joy and extreme emotion. Oh, Baron, I am very grateful for your love, but I can't watch you die. Rosen refused righteously. I ask you to do it, Your Highness. Selina was completely defeated, and she burst into tears. I will do it for you, Baron, I will do it for you. If you die, I will die with you. The Duke was furious. These two dogs and bitches actually performed a love drama in front of him. What do they think of him as a duke? As a priest of marriage? He stared at Rosen. Baron, you have to think about it. Rosen nodded solemnly and said in a strange tone, My Lord Duke, I believe that with your kindness, you will let me take the princess away. The Duke was startled and nodded subconsciously. I will let you take the princess away, but I will not let you take her away easily. He turned to look at his sister. Miss Selina Adrian, from now on, I will deprive you of all the honors bestowed by the family. Your magic items, clothes, carriages, and even all the property under your name will all remain in Dawn City. Except for a coarse linen skirt to cover your body, you can't take a single copper to Bird Shit Island. Remember, not a single copper. Selina's head had been bewitched by her lover, and she pushed back without hesitation. As you wish, Your Excellency the Duke. As she said that, she slammed the gemstone staff in her hand on the Duke's desk, making a loud bang, and then tore off the jewelry on her head, and threw it on the ground, and then began to take off her clothes in the study. Rosen was also startled, and only one thought came to his mind. Oh, love really makes people blind. The canonization book clearly stated that she was his wife, so he had to take on the basic responsibility of maintaining his wife's face. Immediately took off his spacious cloak, and put it on Selina. Soon, Selina took off the last silk underpants, grabbed the canonization document in the Duke's hand, and said proudly, Goodbye, Duke. After that, she walked out of the study first, and Rosen quickly followed. When he reached the door, the Duke's voice came from behind. Little Baron, you will pay the price for this soon. How could Rosen not know this? A baron from a poor place marrying a princess is equivalent to the mayor of a small town in the northwest marrying the daughter of a Middle Eastern king in his previous life. This overwhelming wealth is life-threatening. At this time, what is the most important thing? Of course, information is the most important. So, after walking out of the Duke's study, Rosen's magic power shook, and his left hand flicked lightly towards the corner of the study, and then quickly followed the princess. In this world, the more explosive the news is, the faster it spreads. The news that the princess refused to marry and ran away was as explosive as a nuclear bomb. On the way to follow the princess, Rosen saw all kinds of strange eyes, some confused, some surprised, some gloating, and some angry. Especially the angry guy, a middle-aged man wearing a dark red tulle leather jacket and an Aaron-style side-back hair. Rosen glanced at him, and the other party's eyes did not dodge, but glared at him fiercely, as if saying, Boy, you will see what will happen to you. Rosen's heart moved. It seems that he is an envoy of the Aaron kingdom, and it is very likely that he is seeking marriage for King Danger, but now the princess has become my wife. I am a little bit impulsive. Although we haven't heard that the Duke has accepted the marriage certificate, The news of the marriage proposal has been vaguely spread. So this matter is simply a slap in the face of King Danger. If it was the kingdom of Lavender or Cow, their envoys would at most protest a few words, and the Duke would apologize, and the matter would be over, and there would be no terrible follow-up. But Aaron is different. Aaron's national strength is at its peak. King Danger is very face-conscious, so he naturally acts very domineeringly, and Waylon has always succumbed to Aaron's authority, and almost became his subordinate. Therefore, the kingdom of Aaron will definitely wash away the shame with blood. Whose blood? The Duke can't, and the princess can't either, so it must be him, the little baron. Obviously, the Duke and the princess know this. The Duke played too much, and didn't expect to meet him. This anomaly. The princess is full of passion, but she will probably regret it after the passion subsides. If it's not unexpected, he will have to face the assassins of the kingdom of Aaron soon after he walks out of the Dawn Castle with Selena. At the same time, the princess would be afraid, regretful, and would surrender to the Duke in order to save the life of her lover. Therefore, it is really difficult to take the princess back to the island without leaving too much trouble. Send the princess back now? That is even more impossible. How can you pick up a nugget and then hand it over to the Public Security Bureau? What to do then? Of course, you have to deal with it as it happens. At present, there is too little information at hand, so let's take it one step at a time. So, he secretly flicked his finger at the guy who seemed to be Aaron's messenger. Afterwards, under the escort of various eyes, the two finally walked out of the Dawn Castle. Rosen, where is your carriage? I don't have a carriage, I walk here. Serena patted her forehead gently, looked down at her bare feet, and sighed. Oh, I was so angry just now that I forgot that you didn't have a carriage. I should have kept at least a pair of boots. Rosen immediately said, Your Highness, how about I carry you? Carry me? Serena looked at Rosen shyly. I only have a long cloak on my body. As she spoke, light surged on her body, but she used illusion to disguise a layer of dress. But this did not change the real situation. Rosen glanced at the princess. Although her hair was disheveled, she was still dazzling. He thought to himself, I really want to take advantage of her, but the time is not yet ripe. A romantic girl is like a shy deer. If you use too much force, you will shatter her fantasy of love, and then scare her away. It has to be simmered slowly. So he spread his hands. Madam, this is just a temporary solution. Or, can you cast a flying spell? Flying spell? That's fine. After all, the distance is not far. Lend me your staff. Flying spell consumes a lot of mana. With her high-level peak mana, she can only fly 4 or 5 kilometers at full power. It is also difficult to control, so she needs the assistance of a staff. After all, flying is not a joke. Either nothing goes wrong, or it's a fatal incident. Rosen spread his hands. I don't have a staff. There are still mages without a staff? Selena was a little unconvinced. She looked Rosen up and down, and sure enough, she didn't find any long magical tool that could be called a staff. Rosen spread his hands again. Your Highness, you should know my financial situation very well. Selena patted her forehead. Yes, I do know. Oh, forget it. Just carry me. Fortunately, this cloak is wide and long enough. Finally, the dazzling, noble and elegant Princess Waylon Chintzy climbed onto Rosen's back. Rosen, take me to see Anna first. I want to borrow a set of clothes from her. Who is Anna? Of course, it is Rosen's mentor, Mrs. Agnet. Chapter 5. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Mrs. Agnet's blue manor. Oh, Selena, what's going on? Mrs. Agnet screamed, and immediately led Selena into the study, and quickly ordered the maid to bring her a new dress. As for Rosen, he could only wait in the living room on the first floor. Selena, what happened? Why are you staying with Rosen? In Agnet's eyes, Selena should look down on Rosen, often thinking that his talent is too mediocre, and his mighty and strong body is wasted. But now, the two of them actually appeared in front of her in such an absurd way, giving people the feeling that a lady from a noble family was riding on a black-haired wild boar. She once thought she was dreaming. In front of her close friend, Selena no longer hid the grievances in her heart. Her eyes were hot, and she almost cried. Anna, my brother lied to me. He swore to my father that he would not interfere with my marriage as long as I could become a high-level wizard. You know, I tried my best to keep this oath, but less than 3 years after my father passed away, he broke it. Lady Agnet understood. Who does the Duke want you to marry? The old King of Cow, or the stinky King of Aaron? The latter. Oh, Mother Nature, you will be suffocated to death by him. Agnet exclaimed exaggeratedly, and her bright face showed a look of shared hatred for the enemy. The Duke is really too much. Wait, I will go to the Duke to plead for you. She strode towards the door. But she was pulled back by Selina after taking only 2 steps. Anna, don't bother me. I have already refused. The price is to marry Rosen and follow him back to the White Sturgeon Island. Mrs. Agnet's eyes widened in shock, as if she had heard the most bizarre thing in the world. You, Princess Dawn, the Golden Rose of Varan, marry my stupid apprentice and go to a desolate place like the White Sturgeon Island to be a baroness? Selina, tell me, you are not kidding. Selina sighed softly. Anna, what I said is true. My brother has written the canonization book. Although the wedding has not been officially held in the Temple of Nature, I am now the wife of the Lord of the White Sturgeon Island. Of course I know this is ridiculous, but I have thought about it carefully. Although this choice is not very good, it is much better than marrying the Stinky King. Rosen is diligent enough, has a good personality, and looks good too, so he is not bad after all. In addition, I know his situation very well. When he becomes the Lord of the White Sturgeon Island, he will definitely find ways to improve the economic conditions of the island. My life on the island should not be too difficult. Mrs. Agnet listened carefully. Her face was very complicated. There was sympathy and worry. After Selina finished speaking, she whispered, Selina, don't deceive yourself. You and I both know that Rosen can't take you back to the island. He will die because of you. Selina's face turned pale. I think so too, and Rosen knows it too. I wanted to refuse, but Rosen insisted on taking me away. I liked him anyway, and I couldn't help it. Mrs. Agnet frowned. This is really beyond my expectation. Selina, it's not that I don't believe you, but I have to ask clearly. Selina showed a trace of guilt. Well, ask. If he has changed his mind now, I will return to the Dawn Castle. Mrs. Agnet nodded. That's good enough. I ask Rosen to come over now. After a pause, she explained softly. Selina, you know, Rosen's father used to be my brother's guard and saved my brother's life. Our Robert family will repay the favor, so... Selina nodded gently. Anna, you don't need to explain, I understand. Mrs. Agnet turned to the door and shouted, Deva, go and call Rosen over. Soon, Rosen pushed the door and walked in, with a determined look on his face. Mrs. Agnet frowned even more when she saw his expression. Rosen, I hope you understand that this is a fatal matter. Rosen nodded firmly. Teacher, I fully understand the seriousness of the matter, but I am fully prepared, even if I die because of it. You? Mrs. Agnet frowned and scolded. You are really worrying, and you, Selina, you are also fooling around. At this time, Rosen whispered, Teacher, can I talk to you alone for a few words? Just a few words. As Rosen said, he walked out of the study door. After a while, Mrs. Agnet followed him out and whispered in her heart, Speak. Rosen whispered immediately. Teacher, I am not stupid or stubborn. I just saw that Princess Selina was determined to refuse to marry His Majesty Danger, and even had the idea of dying because of this. I am not determined to take her back to the White Sturgeon Island. I just want to take her out, and take her to the city to see the hard life of ordinary people. Perhaps, she will realize her luck, and give up negative thoughts. As for the trouble, there are indeed some, but as long as your Highness returns to the Dawn Castle before dark, there should be no big problem. Mrs. Agnet was stunned and immediately believed Rosen's words, because she knew Serena, and knew that she might do so. Well, your idea is indeed feasible, then do as you say, but don't take the princess too far. Don't be out of the public eye, especially don't tarnish her innocence, otherwise no one can save you. I understand, Mentor. But I laughed in my heart. Once you leave the noble area, you will be in trouble. Back to the study again, Mrs. Agnet said, Well, since both of you are willing and clearly know the consequences, then I have nothing to say. I can only express my blessing to you. Serena breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Rosen again and found him more handsome. Well, Anna, this apprentice is really good-looking. His eyes are bright and energetic, his facial features are slightly ordinary but with a faint sense of majesty, he is tall and strong, and although his clothes are simple, they are clean and tidy, and even his teeth, which are often neglected, are cleaned very cleanly. Oh, what are you thinking about, Selina? She felt her cheeks slightly hot, and besides, the business was not done yet. She looked at her friend. Anna, I don't have a single copper on me. I need you to help me in an emergency. Agnite nodded. Of course, but coins are useless on the White Sturgeon Island. Just exchange them for supplies. Selina sighed gratefully. Anna, you are so good to me, much better than my brother. Before she finished speaking, the door was knocked again, and the voice of the housekeeper Deva came in. Madam, the Duke's herald has delivered an expedited document. Bring it in. Deva walked in, holding a wax-sealed letter in both hands. Mrs. Agnet took the letter, opened it, and frowned immediately. She looked up at Selina, and a trace of guilt appeared on her face. "What's wrong, Anna? Read it yourself." Selina took the letter and read it. After reading a few lines, her eyebrows were raised and her eyes were full of anger, but she immediately took a few deep breaths and suppressed her anger. "Anna, this is not your fault. You are good enough to me. If you want to blame someone, blame my ruthless brother." Rosen was a little curious. What happened? Selina handed the letter to him directly. Rosen took a quick look and saw that it was written on it. Except for the husband chosen by Selina herself, no one in the noble district of Dawn City can give Selina any help. They cannot provide her with food, clothes, or take her in overnight. They cannot help Selina in the name of helping her husband. The Duke's black guards will strictly supervise her. If found, she will be fined 100 times. Selina is required to leave Dawn City within 3 days. As long as King Danger is alive, Selina cannot leave the White Sturgeon Island. Rosen commented, "Your Highness, the Duke has exiled you to the island." But he secretly laughed in his heart. Read, this guy is obviously the Duke, but he does all the work of a villain. Mrs. Agnet said, "Selina, consider this dress as a gift to you." Even if it was a fine 100 times, she would accept it. Selina shook her head. "No, I can't let you bear such a huge loss." She started to take off her clothes again. Rosen hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute." Looking at Mrs. Agnet again, "Teacher, I will pay for you to buy a set of tights and leggings that are easy to move, plus a pair of waterproof thick leather boots, and a thick cloak to block the cold wind, okay?" Agnet was embarrassed. "Rosen, I know what you mean, but my figure is different from Selina. She is much taller than me. Skirts and boots can barely be used, but tights can't. If you do it temporarily, there will be no time." Rosen nodded to show that he understood. "Then buy the skirt you are wearing now, and change it to a pair of waterproof high-heeled leather boots and a windproof cloak." "How much is it?" "About 7 ogres." Rosen immediately took out his purse. "Teacher, I buy it." He handed the few remaining gold coins to the butler Deva, so that he only had 5 ogres in his pocket. Serena looked at her lover with a softer look in her eyes, and immediately said, "Anna, I can't cause you any more trouble." She turned to Rosen again. "Let's go, my husband, take me back to the White Sturgeon Island." After that, she added seriously, "If you die because of me, I will definitely not live." The mentor was right beside him, so Rosen politely said, "As you wish, princess." Mrs. Agnet looked at Rosen with a warning look and reminded him solemnly, "Be good to Serena, don't let me hear the news of her suffering, otherwise I will come here to teach you a lesson." The subtext is, "Don't go too far." Selina didn't hear it. She was so moved that tears were about to fall, and she walked up to give Mrs. Agnet a big hug. "Anna, you are so kind." Mrs. Agnet gently patted Serena's back and said emotionally, "You must be well." Seeing the two women bidding farewell to each other, Rosen secretly pouted. The princess has her own romance, and the mentor has his own innocence. The mentor's innocence is that he thinks too highly of the Duke of Dawn. The reality is that from the moment he left the Dawn Castle, things were completely irreversible. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with the mentor, so there is no need to explain it clearly. Chapter 6. There are 5 major districts in Dawn City. Whether it is Dawn Castle, the Mage Guild residence, or the Mentor's Azure Manor, they all belong to the Noble District, located at the highest point of the city, and are also the most beautiful, clean, and most closed districts. Below are the 4 major civilian districts. They are the Old City in the west of the city, the Market area in the east of the city, the Harbor area in the south of the city, and the Temple area in the north of the city. Selina, who disguised herself as an ordinary citizen with ordinary transformation, followed Rosen all the way, starting from the Azure Manor, walking along the clean and tidy cobblestone road. When they reached the triumphal gate leading from the noble district to the civilian district, Selina couldn't help asking, "Rosen, where are we going now? The harbor area?" Rosen did not answer with his mouth, but whispered in his mind, "Yes." He then reminded, "From now on, all our conversations must be whispered in the mind." While speaking, he leaned against the heavy stone wall of the gate, with his right hand behind his back, and the tips of his thumb, index finger, and middle finger clasped together, and flicked lightly at the hidden corner. A seal suddenly appeared on the wall, which was extremely secretive. Not to mention ordinary people, even the high-level wizard Selina was unaware of it. This is Rosen's original spell detection guard. It seems inconspicuous, but it is very powerful, and is one of his biggest reliances in walking around the world. As the name suggests, it is inspired by the MOBA game on Earth, and its function is exactly the same, that is, to open the map. Because of the assistance of Lifu in the mind, there can be 50 detection guards at the same time, and the transmission distance of the spell signal is 30 kilometers, which just covers the entire Dawn City. The effective time lasts for 5 days, and it can continuously detect all situations within 50 meters around it for 24 hours. The storm is coming, and intelligence comes first. He quietly printed a seal in all necessary areas. On the other side, Saracen didn't understand why Rosen asked so much, but he still obeyed. Oh, okay, but it feels weird to do this. Your Highness, it will be fine after a while. The two continued to move forward, and when they walked less than 100 meters, Serena's whisper came. Rosen, why don't we hire a carriage? Rosen turned his head and looked at her, and saw that she frowned and looked at him with a negotiating expression. Just at this moment, a strong wind blew, making the soft silk skirt stick tightly to her body. The outline of the body was clearly revealed, and for a moment, the shape of the belly button could even be clearly seen, as if she was not wearing anything. Rosen glanced at it, and his blood couldn't help but surge, and he sighed in his heart. It is indeed the most beautiful rose under the morning light. Of course, although the rose is beautiful, the thorns on it are not something that ordinary people can bear. If it were somewhere else, Rosen would not dare to have any extra thoughts, but it was different in Dawn City. He had lived here for 10 years, and was familiar with everything in the city. In this city, he had the ability to pick flowers and to get out of it unscathed. Of course, even if he tried his best to avoid it, the sequelae would still be great. He would try his best to control the sequelae to a level that would not erupt in the short term. As long as he was given a year's rest, and let him concentrate on the island for a year, he would not be afraid of anyone. In order to prevent the delicate princess from being scared away by the hard life of ordinary people, he immediately said, Your Highness, why don't I carry you? In order to avoid rejection, he immediately added, In the folk, it is very natural for a husband to carry his wife on his back. Selena bit her lower lip lightly. Okay, then I trouble you. Rosen continued to travel with the princess on his back. When they arrived at the harbor area, they encountered a new problem. Selena looked at the dark muddy puddle in front of her, which was filled with a lot of excrement and colorful oil. Rosen, how should you usually go in this situation? Wade through it directly. Rosen smiled. Usually wade through it. At the same time, he whispered, Remember to whisper with your heart. Will this be too dirty? Although she didn't walk by herself, it was hard for her to accept watching Rosen walk. Rosen smiled slightly. Madam, we are mages, of course there is no need to wade across. We can just use the levitation spell to float over. Before he finished speaking, Rosen kicked his feet slightly, and his body naturally floated 2 centimeters above the water, just like a goose feather floating on the water. Then, the goose feather seemed to be blown by the breeze, floating along the water surface, without causing any waves on the way, and people could not even feel that he used the levitation spell. Naturally jumped over the muddy puddle more than 5 meters wide, and stepped on the muddy ground on the opposite side. Selena was immediately surprised. You used the levitation spell very well. Because even if she had a staff, she couldn't do it to Rosen's level, not to mention that the other party was carrying a person on his back. It's just practiced. Rosen continued to carry it on his back, and walked forward. Selena asked curiously again, What about your staff? I remember you had one before. Your Highness, if you know more, you will know that my staff was rented to me by my mentor. Now that I have graduated and have no money to buy it out, of course I returned it. Oh, I remember, that's exactly what happened. It was much easier to walk with someone on her back than to walk on her own, which made her feel like observing the street scene. The streets in the harbor area were dirty, but they were much more lively than the noble area, and they were full of people at a glance. They were of different appearances, some were pretentious, some were poor, some were rude and barbaric, and so on, all of whom she had never had close contact with before. When Rosen carried her around a corner, she suddenly saw a young girl wrapped in a cloak smiling at her in the corner. Just when she felt puzzled, she saw the girl open her cloak with a bang, revealing a dry and pale body. Selena was startled and subconsciously shrank back. Then, she saw a middle-aged man with the same dry look passing them, and walking towards the girl. After a few words, the two began to have sex in the corner. What a shameless beast! Serena, who was frightened, commented angrily. Rosen said lightly, Your Highness, the girls traded on the street are the most pitiful. Most of them come from poor villages in the interior of Whalon. With the dream of changing their fate, they were deceived by human traffickers to Dawn City, but eventually became money-making tools for the gangs in the harbor area. If you observe carefully, You will find that there must be a few men with fierce faces standing near each group of girls. Serena was stunned when she heard it, turned her head, and observed carefully, and found that Rosen was right. This surprised her. The trade union law was promulgated 10 years ago. Even if they are prostitutes, the Nightingale Union protects their rights. If the members of the Nightingale Union are also members of the gang, then the so-called trade union law is just a pile of gorgeous waste paper, isn't it? But everyone says that Dawn City is a paradise on earth. Seeing her shocked look with shattered beliefs, Rosen had a hunch that the bird of wealth would probably fly back to the tree of heaven. This is absolutely not possible. This is the Duke's election declaration he had planned. He finally got it, and couldn't let her fly away. Madam, how can there be a paradise on earth? Under the morning light, only half of the city is bathed in light. Isn't there darkness in Dawn Castle? Selina sighed softly. You are absolutely right. The wings that had just spread out were folded again. Speaking of this, Rosen came to the dock. In the weather of late autumn and near winter, the cool breeze blew. The dock workers were all naked, gnashing their teeth, bending over, carrying the heavy cargo with all their strength. The princess looked at them in silence for a long time, and asked, Rosen, they look very hard-working. How much money do they make a day? Rosen looked at them, and narrated the facts in a calm tone. The dock workers responsible for unloading the ship can earn 3 copper coins for unloading 1 ton of cargo from the cargo ship. A strong dock worker can unload about 50 tons of cargo a day and earn 1.5 krones. The union takes 1/5, the dock management takes 1/5, and usually donates 1/10 to the church, and finally there is less than 1 krone left. At this point, Rosen put Selina down on the ground so that she could see the situation on the dock better. Seeing the other person's expression gradually change from shock to silence, Rosen felt that the other person's passion for so-called love should have cooled down, and it was almost time to add fuel to the fire again. Selina was still silent. She stood motionless on the dock, letting the sea breeze blow her thick hair, like a solidified sculpture. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. After 3 minutes, she turned her head and stared at Rosen with her royal green eyes. Rosen, I am very conflicted now. There are 2 paths in front of me, neither of which is a good path. One is that we both die, and then the fate of countless barons will change because of us. The other is that I return to Dawn Castle and marry Danger. At this point, the princess' eyes were full of tears, but these tears were dried by the sea breeze, and did not roll down her face. You should know that I have a strong demand for cleanliness and tidiness. I hate to see a person who is sloppy. If a person hasn't taken a shower for more than 30 years, he is simply a demon crawling out of hell in my eyes. Rosen did know this. Selina was a person with mild misophobia, so marrying Danger was indeed difficult for her. Selina's voice continued to calm. I am in great pain now. At this point, she turned her head and looked at Rosen, sniffing gently. But I can't really kill you, so I give you a kiss and let this crazy journey end. Rosen looked at the beautiful Princess Chinsi standing in the sea breeze, and couldn't help but think of his past 10 years. After traveling through time and gaining the blessing of the system, he was ambitious and wanted to do a great cause to change the world. For this goal, he practiced and accumulated mana day after day for 10 years, and studied magic day after day. But as his magic skills became higher and higher, his understanding of this world became clearer and clearer. The world is too big, there are too many wise and powerful people, and magic is not as powerful as he imagined. Even if his mana almost reached the limit of the known field, his magic is still far away. And as far as he knows, even if the magic power and magic are both at their peak, it is only the peak of personal practice, far from the power to change the world. Because this is a world above the kingship, the flame in his heart was extinguished by the cold water of reality, and turned into ashes, and the original plan was shelved. So he had the mentality of taking advantage of opportunities, and lying down when there is no opportunity. But now, the opportunity has really come. Looking at Princess Chinsi standing in the wind, the ashes that were once thought to be extinguished once again burst into flames. An idea jumped out of the flames. The noble phoenix has already jumped into my arms. How can I let it fly away again? In this world, if you only have magic skills, but no noble status, you can't achieve anything great. At most, you can be a senior worker for a big shot. But if you have a noble status and magic skills, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. You may not be able to fly in the sky in the future. As soon as this thought came out, Rosen's mind, which had become calm due to long-term practice, actually gave rise to uncontrollable waves. So, the princess must be married. Rosen grabbed Selina's hand. Madam, what if I can successfully bring you back to the White Sturgeon Island? In fact, if you use magic, you can easily let the princess go back to the island with him. When the princess is also a senior magician, the best way to minimize the trouble is to let her go back with him willingly and cooperate with his escape plan. So, he has to spend some effort to train the princess. Selena was startled. How is it possible? And even if it succeeds, the storm fleet of Dawn City and Aaron's lion fleet are not just for show. Rosen smiled. Madam, what if I can get rid of these hidden dangers and let King Danger recognize our marriage? I don't believe it. Selena shook her head repeatedly, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Rosen stood straight, staring at the princess with dark eyes, like a knight who was about to sacrifice his life to protect the princess. He said sullenly, Princess, please give me a chance to prove it. If I die because of this, I am just an arrogant little baron who doesn't know his own limitations, and you will not be affected in any way. If we succeed, then I will have a happy future, and I will do my best to make you have a happy future too. He thought to himself, this Dawn princess, I will fight with King Danger for her. Selena's blood, which had just been extinguished, was ignited again, and many tears appeared in her eyes, and slid down along the corners of her eyes. Oh, Rosen, you are so stupid. I am stupid too, but I just like big fools like you. Okay, I give you a chance, but don't worry, unless I die, I will never let you die. Chapter 7. Noon. Harbor District. Rosen still carried Selena on his back, and walked on the muddy road. He didn't say anything because Lifu was playing the video, which was the news sent back by detection guard. The first key video came from the Duke's study. One party in the conversation was the Duke of Dawn, and the other party was Sir Yalek, the ambassador of the Kingdom of Aaron. My Lord Duke, you knew that I brought His Majesty's marriage certificate, but you let Princess Dawn marry Baron Bird shit. What does that mean? I'm sorry, but that was my sister's decision. I know my sister. If she is forced too much, she would rather die than agree. This is a huge shame. Only blood can wash away the shame. I agree with some of your views. As compensation, Aaron Night Guard can move freely in Dawn City for the next 3 days. During this time, you can find Baron Bird shit and hang him on the street lamp in Glory Square. Of course, no matter what, you have to ensure my sister's safety. Thank you for the Duke's suggestion, we will do that. The second picture shows Sir Yalek and a mysterious man wrapped in a black cloak. Before the sun sets, find the birdshit Baron, cut off his toys in front of the princess, strip him naked, drag him all the way to the Glory Square with a horse, and hang him on a street lamp. Ambassador, do you want him to be hung alive or dead? Reinforce the street lamp, hang him alive, give him a bottle of first aid potion, and let him howl all night. Understood. In addition to these two key images, there is a lot of information afterwards, which comes from the detection guard seal that Rosen set up at the main traffic routes in the city. This information is rather trivial, and it would take up a lot of time to search it manually. Rosen didn't look at it carefully, but only read the summary of information that Lifu had summarized for him. He quickly browsed through it, and smiled in his heart. Duke, you are the first today, don't blame me for being the 15th tomorrow. In silence, he carried Princess Selena on his back into a deserted alley. Selena was a little alert. Rosen, where are you going to take me? Rosen's thoughts urged, and the mana in his body flowed, and a twisted glimmer like a flame heat wave appeared on the surface of his body. This light enveloped the bodies of the two people, twisted a few times quickly, and then dissipated like water waves, and at the same time, his and Selena's bodies also dissipated. Invisibility among the 6 skills of the mage's travel is the first skill for the mage to avoid danger in the wild. Rosen's invisibility has been modified by him with great effort. It is a very powerful extraordinary version, which can not only be invisible, but also immune to most tracking spells. After becoming invisible, he explained, Madam, Ambassador Aaron must have known about this, and he must have regarded this as a humiliation to the king. What do you think, with the narrow-minded Aaron people, will do to us? Selena was stunned. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Even if Ambassador Aaron is dissatisfied, my brother has not accepted Danger's marriage certificate after all. Besides, this is Dawn City after all. Since my brother has promised me, he will definitely stop him. Well, it seems that the princess still has fantasies about her brother. This is normal, after all, they are siblings, with a family filter. He carefully controlled the invisibility technique, allowing himself and the princess to float 10 centimeters above the ground, floating in the alley at a fairly fast speed. He couldn't produce any evidence, so since the princess didn't believe him, he continued, the Duke will indeed stop it, but the Aarons are treacherous and cunning, so we still have to take precautions. Selena agreed, that's true. She carefully felt Rosen's spells again and was surprised. Rosen, you have both invisibility and levitation. Your spellcasting ability is very good. Madam, if you focus on training for 10 years, you will be very good. That's true. Selena thought this was very reasonable, and she sighed with emotion. Although you have mastered fewer spells, you have practiced a single spell for much longer than I have. Unlike me, I just learned a spell and immediately learned the next one, but I didn't master each one well. In the end, the only thing I can show off is probably my relatively strong magic power. She is 23 years old this year, and her magic power is already at the peak of the advanced level. She is just one step away from touching the 4th ring and becoming a magic master. Not to mention the spellcasting skills. Just talking about the magic power, he is indeed a genius. After a pause, he said, Rosen, how much money do you have left? 5 og and 6 kren left. It should be 405 og, right? Almost, but you know, I have to return the money to my mentor to prove my sincerity in repayment. Oh yes, I almost forgot. You still owe Anna more than 1,600 og, and you have to pay it back in 20 years. She sighed softly. A few days ago, I was still lamenting to Anna that you couldn't get a good wife, but I didn't expect that the person who would eventually become your wife would be me. This is probably the arrangement of Mother Nature. Madam, you are not regretting what you said, right? Of course, I am just sighing. At this point, her pair of imperial green emerald eyes stared at Rosen's face from the side. Rosen, I am very grateful that you can accept me, and I don't want to be hypocritical and deceive you, so I will tell you my thoughts truthfully. The fact is, I should not have any special feelings for you at the moment. I just think of you as a familiar friend. Of course, since we are already husband and wife, I will try to adapt to this change of identity, but this may take some time. I mean, regarding the basic obligations of a wife, I may have to wait for a while to fulfill them, at least not tonight. At this point, Selena's cheeks were already red, and Rosen's back could clearly feel the other's heartbeat accelerating, obviously mustering up the courage to talk about this topic. Rosen laughed secretly. Hey, it turns out that the princess is shy too. She had obviously taken a fancy to him a long time ago, but her mouth was very hard. His main purpose was to use the princess's noble status to get promoted, but he also didn't want to make the future family atmosphere cold. So he planned to train her slowly. So, he nodded gently, as you wish, ma'am. Selena breathed a sigh of relief and continued, Besides, I don't want to live like a beggar for the rest of my life. After returning to the island, we have to find a way to develop the island, at least to increase income and make life as easy as possible. What do you think? Rosen nodded in agreement. This is exactly what I think. I don't want to be like my father and do nothing. Selena was very satisfied. Very good. Although I, like your mentor, think that you don't have enough talent, don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Don't be stressed, just take your time. At this point, she suddenly changed the subject. I'm a little hungry, let's find a cleaner restaurant. If possible, forget it, anyway, it's as clean as possible. Rosen completely understood Selena's thoughts and smiled. Madam, don't worry about the lack of money. Once you fill your stomach, I will take you to make a fortune. As a noble lord, it is absolutely impossible to be without money. In the original plan, Rosen was going to make a lot of money in Dawn City before leaving. Now that he unexpectedly got a princess wife, the situation has changed completely, and the money-making plan naturally has to be adjusted. You have to make as much as possible. Selena was stunned. How to make money? Rosen kept it a secret. Let's talk while eating. He had a very detailed and in-depth understanding of the situation in the harbor area. After a brief recollection, he thought of a good restaurant. Soon, the two sat in a separate room on the top floor of a restaurant called Seagull House, enjoying expensive food at 12 krones per meal. If converted according to the purchasing power of food, 1 krone silver coin is equivalent to 100 yuan on Earth, and about 15 krones can be exchanged for 1 gold OG. So, this meal for two cost 1,200 yuan. It can be seen that Selena also thinks this place is okay, because her brows are relaxed. Rosen took the silver knife and cut the tender lamb chops on the table while whispering in his heart. Your Highness, first of all, I want to state that my way of making money may be somewhat unconventional and even illegal. I thought Selena would frown, but her eyes suddenly lit up. How illegal is it? Is it to kill people? She said with great interest, without any condemnation. Rosen was very happy, because if Selena was a rigid moralist, she would not be able to make this money. He smiled and said, Of course not. How dare I do such a thing? After a pause, he explained his thoughts. In fact, I have mastered some first-level spells. One of them is transfiguration. You know, Although I learn slowly, the upper limit of my ability is much higher than that of ordinary mages. That's the case with transfiguration. I can proudly say that I am very good at transfiguration, and I can even become flawless. Selena raised her eyebrows and became more interested. Go on. My idea is to use the remaining money on hand to buy a sheep in the market, and then use transfiguration to turn it into a beauty, and then sell it at a high price to those rich businessmen who like beauty. Selena's eyes sparkled. So it's a scam. I like this. But I have two questions. First, turning a sheep into a human is a global transformation of the alien species, and we don't have a staff on hand. I highly doubt your ability. Second, the effect of a ring of transfiguration can only last for 1 day, and can be easily dispelled. This scam is easy to expose, right? Rosen nodded. Madam is right. In order to ensure success, we have to cooperate. I am responsible for the transformation. If you think my transformation effect is perfect enough, you will be responsible for the constancy of the spell effect. Do you know the constancy spell? Although Selena was full of doubts, she still nodded. I know the 3 levels of constancy spells: weak, medium, and strong. Among them, the effect of the strong constancy spell can last for 5 years, and has a strong anti-dispersal effect. Very good, then we start after we've filled our stomachs. Selena immediately asked, how to act? I mean, tell me about your plan. Rosen immediately said, I've already picked a client named Darlet, the captain of a giant cargo ship, and also a knight of the Kingdom of Cow. This guy is very rich and energetic, and he especially likes young ladies of 13 or 14 years old. Don't look at me like that. I know this is a very evil quirk, and I despise him very much, but we're only selling deformed sheep. To some extent, it's a punishment for his evil hobby. Selena squinted and smiled. No need to explain, I'm far more knowledgeable in this area than you are. I know that many prestigious temple priests have this habit, even the temple masters. Anyway, this world is very dirty. After saying that, as if she was worried that Rosen would doubt her character, she gave an additional explanation. I heard those ladies say that at the tea party. Those ladies never have a moment to spare. But it has nothing to do with me. I put all my energy into learning magic, and I don't have time to mess around. Rosen squinted and smiled. Madam, no need to explain. We may not understand each other's personality, but through the connection of Madame Agnet, we actually know each other's past very well, right? Selena snapped her fingers. Exactly. She looked at Rosen again, and felt more intimate than before. Rosen got back to the point again. I know the inn where this Sir Darlet is staying, and I also know his personality and living habits. As long as we bring the transformed sheep to him, we should be able to get a lot of money. Selena tapped the plate with her knife and fork, and began to discuss the specific details of the action. Finally, there is another question. Even if you make the sheep perfect, how can you solve the problem that the transformed sheep cannot speak and likes to eat grass? Rosen smiled slightly. I have developed a powerful, extraordinary version of the Whispering Mind in the 3 skills of the mage, called Mind Brand. Through this mind spell, I can change the living habits of the transformed sheep, making its behavior like that of a human, and changing its eating habits from eating grass to eating vegetarian. By the way, he happens to be a mute. Believe me, those wealthy people with quirks prefer a mute, because they don't talk nonsense everywhere. Selena nodded in agreement. She couldn't wait to see Rosen's ability. I understand. Let's act now. Chapter 8. Harbor District, Tuna Hotel, ordinary guest room on the 2nd floor. In the middle of the bedroom, a skinny male sheep weighing more than 40 kilograms was sleeping on the dirty cashmere carpet. Rosen squatted beside the sheep, one hand on the sheep's head and the other on the sheep's, but closed his eyes, and silently chanted in his heart. Lifu, open the transfiguration modeling space. Lifu was the activation code of the system in his mind. The system is called General GPT Artificial Intelligence, which exists in the depths of the soul, communicates in natural language, and can train auxiliary capabilities in all fields. Its computing power is extremely high, and its algorithm is extremely outstanding. When it is running, it can automatically draw power from the magic ring without Rosen's additional energy supply. The only flaw is probably the slow learning speed. It's not that Lifu learns slowly, but that training new abilities requires a lot of data. Rosen doesn't have the assistance of the internet, so the speed of providing data is naturally not fast. Therefore, although he has trained a lot of abilities in the past 10 years, most of them are only enough. There are only 4 abilities that can be called top-notch. It takes nearly 2.5 years to train one on average, which is not very efficient. But Rosen is very optimistic. Because as his magic power continues to grow, he has mastered more and more spells, and his ability to obtain data is getting stronger and stronger. It took him almost 4 years to successfully train the first top-notch ability, but it took less than a year to train the latest one. And one of the top-notch abilities is Transfiguration. Or to be more precise, it is Transfiguration spells. And the reason why he spent a lot of effort to train it is because Transfiguration spells are profound and have great development potential. Back to the topic. Following Rosen's order, a cold and mechanical thought came into his mind. Opening the intelligent modeling space. Rosen felt his eyes light up, and a 3D modeling interface appeared in front of him. The interface was very clear, and both the resolution and light distribution were the same as the real environment. At this moment, there was nothing in the interface, only a pure white background. Please describe the modeling requirements in natural language. Rosen had already thought about it. Male human race, Whale race, age 9 years old, weight 30 kilograms, delicate facial features, feminine temperament, thin, but not skinny, white skin, smooth and delicate, except for the male sexual characteristics, the rest looks like a woman. The modeling interface lit up, and a universal male human model appeared, and the model quickly deformed according to Rosen's requirements. About 20 seconds later, a beautiful little boy who basically met the requirements appeared. If it was like opening a civilian brothel as before, this would be very good. But this time it was to be sold to a savvy noble businessman, so naturally it had to be refined. But Rosen had no artistic cells at all, and in his previous life, he couldn't even pinch the face in the game well. What to do? Of course there is a way. Lifu, according to my initial request, conduct 20 consecutive modelings. Lifu's biggest advantage is not his high ability limit. In fact, it is difficult for Lifu to surpass the top level of human beings. At best, he can only be on par. His advantage is that he can crush the work efficiency of ordinary people while ensuring a very high average level. In less than 5 minutes, 20 beautiful little boy models appeared in the interface. These little boys have unified characteristics, but each of them has his own unique temperament. This unique temperament comes from the random surge of the algorithm. It is something that can be encountered but not sought. If you are lucky, you may get the best. Rosen looked at them one by one, and when he saw the 9th model, his eyes suddenly lit up. Feminine and delicate, with a hint of stubbornness and masculinity, it's just like an angel fallen into the mortal world. It's you? Lifu, use this as a model specimen to assist me in casting the transfiguration on the target. Assisting in casting. With this thought, Rosen also cooperated to cast the transfiguration on the sheep on the ground. When enough transfiguration energy was condensed, he gave Lifu the authority to guide the spell energy. The white mist-like light shone on the sheep on the floor, and the sheep also changed its shape at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about a minute, it became the preset appearance in the modeling interface. Every detail is exactly the same, absolutely impeccable. Selena on the side was a little indifferent at first, but when the boy appeared, her eyes condensed, and the careless expression on her face disappeared in an instant. It looks quite fine. She squatted beside the little boy, checking it over and over again. The more she checked, the more surprised she was. In the end, she was already in disbelief. Mother Nature, I didn't find any flaws. If I hadn't seen you complete the transformation with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a real person. But this is a global transformation of the alien species. How did you do it? Rosen naturally wouldn't tell the truth. A trace of fatigue appeared on his face. Madam, didn't you see it? I used transfiguration. Of course I know transfiguration, I'm asking how you did it. Just imagine the final appearance in your mind, and then transform accordingly. Just change it. Selena looked at Rosen with her emerald eyes in a daze, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Rosen, the difficulty of your transfiguration is at least 40 stars. Even a 5-ring magic sage may not be able to achieve this level. Rosen shook his head repeatedly. No, madam. The evaluation system of spell difficulty is not completely objective, and there may be great individual differences. After all, every magician has his own unique talent, and I am particularly good at performing transfiguration. Selena was stunned and looked at Rosen half doubtfully. Is it really a personal talent? It is. Rosen looked determined, and then added, of course, it is also the result of my unremitting efforts over the years. Selena seemed to be convinced. Okay, what's next? Next, it's to release the mental imprint. Rosen walked to the sheep and put his hand on its forehead. Madam, I have compiled a set of complex behavior patterns. As long as you imprint them one by one on the sheep's soul, it will be enough to make it act like a real person. This ability is not top-notch. It can only be regarded as outstanding. It cannot deceive a real wise man, but it is enough for today's occasion. Selina stared at Rosen without blinking. I will wait and see. Rosen suddenly concentrated and began to cast the spell again. Like the transfiguration, the spell of mind brand itself is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in the writing of the action strategy. It must make him look like a human, and it must conform to the physiological habits of sheep. It is to deceive people by looking like humans, and conform to the habits of sheep because it is a long-term transformation. If the sheep does not eat or drink, it will die soon. Rosen spent half a year to write this strategy, which is more than 1,000 items, and has been tested many times. The final product is called Heart of Sheep. The strategy is too complicated, and it is beyond the ability of mortals to quickly imprint it in a sheep's mind, but Rosen has Lai Fu's assistance. The spell was quickly cast. Okay, ma'am, now it's your turn to release the powerful constant spell. Selina shook her head. No, I have to confirm it first. She had seen the transformation spell, which was really powerful, but if this thing had a human body and a sheep's heart, it would be a waste of time, so she had to verify it carefully. Rosen patted the sheep's head gently. Adam, wake up. At the same time, he explained, Adam is the name I gave it. Sure enough, the little boy Adam slowly opened his eyes, showing a pair of black and white eyes that were as bright as stars. He blinked, then raised his hand to rub his eyes, and finally slowly propped up his upper body, just like a little boy who just woke up. Rosen said again, Adam, don't sit on the ground, stand up. The little boy Adam immediately stood up from the ground, but then found that he was not wearing any clothes. He immediately reached out to cover the little loach, and shrank his body, with a clear shyness on his face, and his cheeks turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Selina stared at him without blinking, subconsciously reminding him, well, Adam is shy, put on his clothes. Rosen immediately handed over the clothes. Adam, put on the clothes. Adam immediately did as he was told. The action was a little clumsy, but the whole process was very smooth, and the clothes were put on quickly. The overall performance was very natural, and people didn't feel the slightest sense of disobedience. Selina became very interested and poured a glass of water from the table and handed it over. Adam, drink water. The little boy immediately took the cup and drank it. After drinking it, he suddenly reached out to cover his stomach, clamped his legs together, and showed anxiety on his face. Selina asked curiously, what's wrong with him? Rosen smiled. He wants to pee. Then he ordered, Adam, the urine bucket is in the corner, go and solve it yourself. Adam immediately trotted over, and started to solve the physiological problem. After solving it, he pulled his clothes, walked back with a comfortable look, and still stood there. Except for not being able to speak, the overall performance was no different from that of a real little boy. Rosen looked at Selina. Madam, is it okay? Selina did not answer. She stared at Rosen straight, as if she wanted to see through his body, and directly see through his soul. Rosen was frightened by her look and spread his hands. What's wrong, madam? Selina snorted. Rosen, tell me honestly, have you been playing dumb with Anna? Rosen shook his head. Why do you say that? Selina approached Rosen step by step. The two spells you just cast were incredibly difficult, and I dare not even imagine the difficulty. And such a person actually graduated from apprenticeship after 10 years. Don't you think it's outrageous? Rosen stepped back. Madam, I said, every mage has his own unique talent. For me, mana training is my biggest weakness. I only broke through the low-level threshold 2 years ago. But the ability to cast spells is my strength. Of course, I am not very fast at learning new knowledge, which makes me study much longer than ordinary people. To some extent, this is true. Selina looked unconvinced. Do you think I am a fool? You must have secretly learned a lot of skills from Anna. Yes, I learned some. I knew it. Selina looked proud of seeing through you. Now, I am your wife. I think you don't need to hide the truth from me. You can tell me the secret of transfiguration. From the moment Rosen decided to cheat, he had anticipated all possible situations, so he was not surprised by Selina's reaction. After traveling through time for 10 years, and studying hard for 10 years, he did learn a lot of skills. But he would never easily reveal it to a princess he was not familiar with. Of course, as time goes by, they are completely familiar with each other, and the other party is reliable. Then in addition to Lai Fu's existence, he will tell the other party about his abilities bit by bit. As for now, the time is not ripe yet. A light bang. Rosen was forced to retreat to the wall, his back against the wooden wall, but his face was always helpless. Madam, there are people in this world who are born to be sculptors. Some people can create beautiful paintings with just a few strokes, and some people are born to practice martial arts. Others learn for a year, but he can learn in 3 days. Is there a secret to all these? If there is a secret, it should be talent plus diligence. For example, this transfiguration, I actually studied it a year ago, and I was deeply fascinated by it. I practiced it whenever I had time, so I achieved what I have today. Selina was half believing and half doubting. Really? Madam, why would I lie to you? Besides, if I deliberately concealed it from you, why would I release them in front of you? Selina nodded slowly. You are right. Then tell me how you practiced. Rosen smiled slightly. Madam, are you begging me, or are you exchanging with me? What do you mean by begging? What about exchanging? If you beg me, since you are my wife, I will of course share with you for free. But if it is an exchange, then we will follow the customary rules of the mages and exchange laws for laws. Selina was stunned, thought seriously for a while, and said, Forget it, I won't ask, I don't have this talent. Even if I know it, I can't practice it. Rosen smiled. It's a very wise idea. Since we are husband and wife, what I can do is naturally what the lady can do. There is no need for the lady to waste this time. Selina looked at Rosen in surprise. I always thought you were dull, but I didn't expect you to be so slick. But you are right, so let's continue to act. As you wish, madam. Chapter 9. Adam the sheep lay flat on the floor. Selina stood beside him, with her hands spread out in front of her, and her palms gradually emitted a faint yellow light that was as condensed as water. This light fell on Adam like spring rain, and then quickly penetrated into his body, little by little, constantizing the deformation effect on the sheep. About 10 minutes later, Selina slowly withdrew her hand, exhaled a long breath, and her face showed obvious fatigue. Her body was a little unstable. Rosen immediately stepped forward to support her. Madam, you have worked hard. He knew that the difficulty of casting high-level constant spells was quite high. Not only did it require great concentration, but it also consumed a lot of mana. In the state of casting with bare hands, the average high-level wizard can release it at most 3 times a day. Because of this, whether it is going to the Wizard's Guild to buy a scroll of constant spells, or asking a wizard to help release constant spells, the price is very expensive. So, he promised again, once we get the money, we will buy the staff immediately. Selina nodded slightly. Okay. After a few minutes of resting in Rosen's arms, her eyes regained their spirit. I wonder how much this beautiful sheep can be sold for. Rosen smiled slightly. It depends on how to sell it. You seem to have an idea, tell me? Madam, there is a saying in the business world that it is better for buyers to come to your door than for merchants to come to your door. So, we have to let Darlet beg us to sell. Selina is also a very smart person. Her eyes lit up. So we have to act out a play? Yes, a tragic play. If Selina hadn't joined, Rosen would certainly have deceived Darlet, and the possibility of success would have been higher. But now that Selina is here, he feels a little uneasy. Because Selina's acting skills are not professional, if she makes a mistake, then all the work will be in vain. In order to minimize the possibility of failure, Rosen made up a sex scene for Selina that did not require much acting skills. Selina became more and more interested. It sounds very interesting. How to do it specifically? Rosen had already thought about it, and immediately began to introduce it. Madam, you are tired. Lie down on the bed and pretend to be sick. The more realistic the better, as if you have a terminal illness. I like this, hee. She immediately ran to the bed and lay down. Rosen walked over and carefully checked. The outer skirt is of too good quality, it must be taken off, leaving only the inner skirt. Yes, that's it. He took the expensive outer skirt into the closet and hid it carefully, then returned to the bed and carefully tucked in the corners of the quilt for Selina. Now, I have to cast another transfiguration on your face, disguising you as a pale, weak and dying middle-aged woman, okay? Selina nodded. Of course, but will Darlet see through it? Rosen smiled slightly. Madam, don't you believe in my transfiguration skills? Selina shrugged. Well, I actually forgot that my little husband is a transfiguration master. Rosen used the same trick again, asking Lai Fu to create 20 faces in a row, selected the most typical one, and carefully transformed it for Selina. Soon, Selina became a middle-aged beautiful woman of about 34 or 35 years old, who was tortured by illness and dying, and seemed to be dying in the next moment. The key point is that this face is 80% similar to Adam, and people can tell at a glance that the two are mother and son. Then, Rosen transformed himself into a young man in his 20s, who looked simple and miserable. Another key point is that this face is completely different from Adam. Selina blinked. Rosen, how come you are still younger than me after the transformation? Rosen also blinked at her. Madam, because that's what the script says. After saying that, without much explanation, He took out the herbs he had prepared before and boiled them on the stove in the room, while instructing. Madam, this is the herbal juice for treating pulmonary edema, so you have to cough a few times from time to time, which is both a disguise and can be used to interrupt the questioning that may lead to exposure. As he said that, he handed over a white handkerchief stained with some red berries. Hide it carefully. If you cough too hard, let them see the blood on the handkerchief. Selina did as she was told, but she didn't take it seriously. Rosen, are you sure that Darlet will really observe so carefully? Rosen's eyes condensed, and his expression quickly became serious. Madam, the first principle of deception is to do everything possible to get close to the truth. Because only the truth can withstand all round and no dead-angle scrutiny. That is why any effort to get close to the truth will not be in vain. It is very likely to save the situation quietly at some inadvertent angle or moment. While speaking, he arranged various details in the room again, and it took half an hour to declare it finished. Selina commented, I thought I was really sick. But Rosen was still not satisfied. Now you perform. Let me see if there is anything unreasonable. Okay. Selina began to perform, coughing hard. Rosen shook his head after listening to a few coughs, and gave detailed instructions. Too hard, you're almost dead. Where do you get so much strength? Go a little easier. No, you act too relaxed. It's not that the strength is simply reduced, it's that you want to use force, but because of your weak body, you can't use it, and finally appear to have less strength. Oh, now the strength is almost right. But this is not the way to cough with pulmonary edema. You can't just cough in your throat, you have to cough in your lungs. Every time you cough, your whole body is shaking, as if you are coughing with all your strength, and even want to cough out your lungs. Oh, right. Rosen snapped his fingers and praised generously. Madam, you learned it in a short time. You are so smart. Selina was very happy, but after being happy, she felt strange. Why am I like a little girl who got candy? So she glared at Rosen and said dissatisfiedly, Rosen, don't praise me as a little girl. Rosen laughed and continued, Now, I will tell you the relationship between the three of us in detail. You should remember it carefully. You say. Rosen told the story he had made up carefully again, and asked Selina to repeat it again. After confirming that it was correct, he took out his pocket watch from his pocket and looked at it. Well, it's almost time. At this time every day, Darlet goes to the lobby on the first floor for afternoon tea. I will take our child to touch him now. Selina felt that this statement was not right, but after thinking carefully, it seemed to be okay. While she was struggling, Rosen had already taken Adam's hand and left the room worriedly, walking towards the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. Soon we arrived at the end of the field. It was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were not many people in the hall. People were sitting in groups of 3 or 2, and everyone was talking politely in a low voice. Rosen looked around quickly, and sure enough, he saw the wealthy merchant Sir Darlet in the corner. He took a quick glance, and quickly retracted his gaze. With a sad face, he led the cute and silent little boy to sit down at the table 5 or 6 meters away from Darlet. Before he sat down, he felt many eyes sweeping over him, and these eyes would eventually fall on Adam. There was no way. This child was so beautiful, and he had a natural eye-concentrating effect. Normal people would retract their gazes after taking a look, but one of them stayed for a long time and followed Adam's figure. It was Darlet. Rosen was slightly happy. The fish noticed the bait. As Adam's father, Rosen naturally noticed Darlet's unusual attention to his child. He turned his head and nodded politely. Then, like a father, he instinctively pulled the child behind him and blocked Darlet's sight with his body. After waiting for a while, the hotel attendant came over to ask, Sir, what do you want? Rosen shook his head. Nothing, we just came out to get some fresh air. Okay, sir, just tell me if you need anything. The attendant left with a little contempt. He could see at a glance that the guest was in financial distress. Rosen shrank his body, showing a humble look of self-esteem being damaged but having to restrain his anger. He sat in silence, frowning and pursing his lips, as if he had encountered some insurmountable difficulties. He sat in silence for about 3 minutes, and after sighing for the 3rd time with a sad face, footsteps came from behind him. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Sir, have you encountered any difficulties? It was Darlet. It can be heard that he tried to make his voice gentle, but it still revealed a sense of frivolity. Rosen was secretly happy. Hey, I came here after 3 nests, so can't I hold back? He turned his head and looked at him, with a vigilant look in his eyes. Sir, what do you want? Nothing. Darlet smiled gently, sat down in the empty seat next to Rosen. His eyes swept across Rosen's face, and then fixed firmly on Adam's face as if attracted by a magnet. "Is this your son?" "Yes. But he doesn't look like you at all." "He's my stepson." "Why doesn't he talk?" "He's a mute." "Oh, what a shame. You just said he's a stepson, but what about his mother? What does this have to do with you?" "I'm just curious, can you tell me?" Rosen sighed, his face as dark as gathering clouds. "Her mother is sick, seriously ill. I've spent almost all my money on her medical treatment, but her condition hasn't improved at all. I love her, I can't watch her die in front of me, I can't." At this point, Rosen raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from his eyes. Dowlett also sighed, his face full of sympathy, but his eyes were still fixed on Adam's face. "Oh, it's so tragic. Can you take me to see your wife?" "What do you want to do?" Rosen looked alert. "I am a sympathetic gentleman. I want to see the poor woman. Maybe I can help her." Rosen was even happier. "You are so quick to bite the hook." He hesitated for a while, but finally nodded. "Sir, you look like a good person. I will take you to see her." Chapter 10. Tuna Hotel, ordinary guest room on the second floor. As soon as Rosen opened the door, a strong herbal scent hit him. Dowlett frowned and raised his hand to gently fan his nose. "Mr. Robin, I can't get used to the smell of herbs. Let's talk at the door." Rosen was happy. "I'm afraid I'd be exposed. It's just right not to go in." But he showed a trace of displeasure on his face, as if he felt that Dowlett didn't respect his wife enough. After a few seconds of silence, he finally nodded. "As you wish, sir." The two stopped at the door, 5 or 6 meters away from Serena's bed. Dowlett glanced at the bed and saw a middle-aged woman with a pale face, deep eye sockets, and lifeless eyes. With just one glance, he felt that the vitality was draining away from this woman at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if the other party died the next moment, it would not be surprising. He subconsciously took a half-step back to keep himself further away from the other person. "Mr. Robin, your wife's condition looks terrible." Robin is of course Rosen's pseudonym. He nodded miserably. "I tried my best, but it was useless. No, it was me who harmed her. I shouldn't have let her get wet in that damn rain." Dowlett could tell there was a story behind this, but he had no interest in it. He only cared about the little boy Rosen was holding, and how to get the boy. He glanced at the poor woman on the bed again, and suddenly found that the woman looked very similar to Adam. If she was healthy, she must be a very beautiful woman. He suddenly realized, no wonder she could give birth to such a beautiful child like Adam, and no wonder Robin was willing to marry her, and love her so much even though he knew she had a child. There is no way, women with beautiful faces are favored by fate. Dowlett thought he had figured out the situation, and a vague plan gradually emerged in his mind. Out of the shrewd instinct of a successful businessman, he carefully observed the guest room in front of him again. Not because he found any flaws, but to find more bargaining cards. Seeing this, Rosen didn't understand what Dowlett was thinking, and immediately whispered to Selina, "Cough quickly." Cough, 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 cough. Selina coughed heartbreakingly, coughing, and suddenly took out a handkerchief to cover her mouth. When the handkerchief was taken away, there were obviously more bright red bloodstains on the white handkerchief. Rosen was shocked and apologized to Dowlett. "Sir, please wait for me outside, I have to take care of my wife." He walked over quickly and left Dowlett by the door. Dowlett had no time to observe, and immediately retreated to the corridor, even wanting to turn around and leave, because he was worried that the other person's disease would be contagious. But the moment he turned around, he saw the little boy again. This cute little thing was leaning against the door, with his hands behind his back, looking down at his little leather shoes, with a sad face. Just one look, Dowlett couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Oh, Mother Nature, how could there be such a perfect little man in the world? It's like he grew on my heart and liver." He clearly felt that if he didn't get this cute little thing, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So he stopped, took out the greatest patience in his life, and waited quietly. About half a minute later, the miserable young man appeared at the door again, looking at Dowlett with an apologetic look. "Sir, I'm sorry to have you see this scene. Now you know our situation. If there's nothing else, see you later." He took Adam's hand, and was about to return to the room. Dowlett stepped forward and held the door with his hand. "Don't worry, man. I think we should have a good talk. Just the two of us. Don't let the children hear." Rosen nodded and patted Adam's head gently. "Be good, go to the room for a while." Adam nodded, and went into the room obediently. Only Rosen and Dowlett were left outside the door. Dowlett took out his pipe, lit it, took a deep breath, and hid his face behind the swirling green smoke. He liked it this way because it could prevent his negotiating opponent from observing his expression. Mr. Robin, are you short of money? Rosen was silent for a while, seemed a little embarrassed, but finally nodded dejectedly. Yes, I'm short of money. I've spent almost all my savings to save my wife. This is exactly what Darlet observed. He showed a confident smile on his face. I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Rosen nodded slightly. Bah-zee. Darlet took another deep puff of his pipe and blew out another thick smoke ring. At the same time, he quietly placed the sapphire gold ring on his right thumb in the most conspicuous place. I'm a businessman. My business is quite successful. I don't lack money, but I lack respect. In my hometown, the kingdom of Cow thousands of miles away, those respectable people like to find a few beautiful servants to decorate their facades. Coincidentally, your stepson Adam is very beautiful. Rosen looked surprised, and then angry, but he tried to suppress his anger and just slammed his fist against the wall, making a muffled bang. Sir, I respect you, but you want me to sell Adam? No. Absolutely impossible. Adam is my wife's beloved child. Without him, my wife can't live for a day. I will never sell it. You don't have to say anything. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Just before he turned around and took a step, his shoulder was grabbed by Darlet, and a low voice, like the devil's temptation, came from behind. Mr. Robin, I can see that you are an upright person, and I respect you very much. Rosen suppressed his anger and roared like a wounded lion. In that case, you shouldn't have made such an outrageous request. It's my fault. I made a mistake in not explaining the situation clearly. What? Rosen's anger dissipated a little, and he turned around again, looking inquiring. Darlet smiled and said, Mr. Robin, I am not going to buy your stepson, but to hire him. After hiring him, I will treat him well, educate him, and let him grow up well. At the same time, I will give Adam a good salary, and let you save your wife. When your wife recovers from her illness, you can bring her to me. She can see her child at any time, and she will find that her child has been living well. At this point, Darlet took a deep puff of his pipe again and smiled gently. Mr. Robin, everyone needs to work. You need it, I need it, and Adam needs it too. We all rely on work to support ourselves. Isn't it a comforting thing that Adam can save his mother's life with his salary at such a young age? As for me, I may lose a little in business, but I have made a lot of money in conscience. Perhaps Mother Nature will let me live the rest of my life in peace and happiness for the sake of this matter. This statement is simply impeccable. If Rosen hadn't investigated carefully, an ordinary person would definitely think that Darlet was a kind-hearted and noble gentleman. So Rosen hesitated. This is not a small matter, I have to discuss it with my wife. Darlet nodded. No problem, just tell your wife. You said, I will pay Adam 10 years' salary in advance, about, 300 gold ogres, to help him treat his mother's illness. Rosen's eyes lit up, and his face showed gratitude. Okay, sir, you are really a good man. Darlet laughed. I am not a good man, I just have some sympathy. Okay, you go and discuss it. If your wife agrees, come to the VIP room on the 4th floor to find me. Just find a servant, and say you are looking for Mr. Darlet. He will take you to me. After that, Darlet turned and left. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, making his steps look clean and neat, and he didn't let out a long breath until he walked out of Mr. Robin's sight. I hope it will succeed. He thought so, and walked all the way back to the guest room. But as he walked, he became a little worried. This little boy is too pretty. I always feel something is wrong. Could it be that he was transformed by transfiguration? Using transfiguration to disguise oneself is the most normal thing. In order to get a glamorous image, nobles would use transfiguration to cover up flaws when attending important gatherings. He himself has done it many times. Although all signs show that the little boy is original, it is always right to act cautiously in a foreign country. If the little boy is really delivered, let Belkin help me check the goods carefully. He thought so. Belkin was the magician he trained since childhood, and also his magic consultant. He was loyal and capable, and was one of his right-hand men when he went abroad for business. Many scams and traps were exposed by Belkin. Chapter 11. 300 gold ogs. The salary for 10 years of employment. That sounds really good. In her heart whisper, Selena looked sarcastic. But she added later. However, if we only talk about the price, it is still fair. In Dawn City, those servants from good families only need 200 ogs to buy out for 20 years. On Earth, it is 300,000 to buy 20 years of service, which is slightly better than slavery. Rosen has some different ideas. He spent so much effort to set up such a game, but he didn't want to get only 300 ogs. For such a small amount of money, he might as well find a place to open another civilian brothel. Madam, what do you think is the highest he can offer? Well, I estimate it to be 500. After all, he wants not only a servant, but also an evil habit that cannot be shown to others. Rosen grinned. I think it is 1,000. In other words, I plan to take at least 1,000 ogs out of his pocket. Selina was slightly surprised and shook her head repeatedly. Too high, impossible. Let's make a bet? Let's bet. What's the bet? Whoever wins can ask the loser to do a harmless little thing, such as a dance, a song, or a kiss. Selina understood Rosen's intention as soon as she heard it. Hee, Rosen, don't treat me as an ignorant girl. I have seen many of these common teasing tricks used by romantic young masters. Rosen certainly knew this. Princess Chensi is the dream lover of countless powerful and noble men, and those powerful and noble men use every possible means to seduce women. There is nothing they cannot do, unless you can think of it. He slightly provoked, Don't you dare, ma'am? Selina smiled gently. You don't need to provoke me, because it won't work for me. But I will still accept your bet. I will definitely win this bet, hee. Next, Rosen did not rush to take Adam to find Darlet, but waited patiently. An hour later, Selina couldn't wait any longer. When do we act? After dinner. Ah, is there anything special about it? After dinner, when night falls, it is the time when Darlet's evil desires are the strongest. At this point, Rosen turned to look at Selina. Madam, desire is the greatest source of power that drives the world forward. Selina immediately added the next sentence. But too strong desire is the dark cloud that obscures the light of wisdom. After that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The Meditations of the Ancient Saint Emperor Hegli is a book that teaches people to reflect on themselves, but it doesn't ask you to use it as an introduction to cheating. Rosen also laughed. Swindlers also need to reflect on themselves, and even need to reflect on themselves the most, because once the scam is exposed, the end is often very tragic, isn't it? What you said makes sense. As they talked and laughed, the sun quietly crossed the sky and sank into the horizon, and with the sound of the magnificent clock in the temple, the decadent nightlife in the harbor area officially began. Almost. Rosen took Adam's hand and turned to leave the room. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door of a VIP room on the 4th floor of the Tuna Hotel. The door opened immediately, and Darlet stood behind it, smiling at the man standing at the door. Mr. Robin, it's nice to see you again. Please come in. He stepped aside and extended his hand as an invitation. Rosen's face was full of tension, his lips were tightly pursed, and he held Adam's hand tightly with his right hand and walked silently into the spacious and bright VIP guest room. After passing the entrance, there was a reception room of about 50 square meters. The outer wall of the living room was equipped with a row of long square windows. A man in a gray cloth short robe stood by the window. He looked to be in his early 30s, but his hair was already completely white. The man had a sapphire mithril staff hanging on his belt, and a crystal goblet in his right hand, shaking it up and down, and the crystal clear wine in the cup also swayed up and down, like flowing amber. Rosen had investigated this guy. The white-haired wizard Belcan, with the mana of the peak of the intermediate level, the ability to cast spells of 15 stars, and a set of excellent combat magic tools. This was cultivated by the Ford family where Dalet was, and he was also the magic consultant that Dalet relied on the most. He is loyal, shrewd, and good at fighting. Any conspiracy against Darlet must pass through him. When Rosen walked into the reception room, the white-haired wizard narrowed his eyes, and stared at Rosen with his gray-brown eyes without blinking. After looking at him for a few seconds, he turned his head to look at the little boy he was holding, and then kept staring at him. Being looked at by such a guy, Rosen really felt a little guilty. But he had done a full investigation before, and mastered a lot of relevant information. At the level of magic, he was not worried about being seen through by the other party. He quickly calmed down, but still pursed his lips, letting his face show a trace of vigilance and embarrassment of entering a strange place. Sit down, Mr. Robin, let's talk. Dalet extended a warm invitation. Rosen nodded and sat down on the leather chair, looking uneasy, holding Adam tightly with his right hand from beginning to end. Dalet sat opposite Rosen, and the white-haired wizard came over and sat next to Dalet, still staring at Adam. Rosen was a little scared. Mr. Dalet, who is this gentleman? Oh, this is my assistant, Master Belcan. He heard about you, and is also very interested. He turned around and asked, Belcan, what do you think? Belcan did not comment, reached out from his pocket, and took out a lavender diamond-shaped magic weapon, stood up and walked to Adam, and placed the magic weapon around Adam's body, and shook it a few times. The magic weapon suddenly changed, and the gem inlaid on the tip of the diamond glowed slightly, and when it was far away from Adam, the brightness decreased, and when it was close, the brightness increased. Belkin smiled coldly. Sir, this is the latest transformation detection magic weapon of the Blue Rose Tower, the Eye of Kalen. It is extremely sensitive, and can sense the subtle transformation energy that is carefully hidden. It is obvious that this little boy has transformation energy. He is a transformation creature. Dowlett was surprised and his face immediately turned cold. Mr. Robin, tell me, what's going on? Rosen secretly exclaimed in his heart. The Eye of Kalen of the Blue Rose Tower. This Kalen wizard is really talented. He launched a new generation of products so quickly. He has never been to Cow, and naturally has never seen Kalen, but he has disassembled many magic weapons she made, and he has been in spiritual contact for a long time. According to him, Kalen is a high-level refiner who is very obsessed with detection spells. In some aspects, she can even represent the highest level in this field. What's more terrifying is that this person is not only talented himself, but also has a bunch of equally talented apprentices. There are also a lot of talented refiner colleagues in the Blue Rose Tower. A large group of geniuses are working closely together and communicating, and the progress of magic can be said to be rapid. Therefore, in terms of professionalism in the field of detection, Rosen is ashamed of himself. But only half of the power of magic comes from magic skills, and the other half comes from the magic power itself. Low-level magic can't break the trap set by high-level magic. So, the real scam has just begun. On the other side, Darlet saw Rosen surprised and silent for a long time, thinking that he was shocked after the scam was exposed, and his eyes also turned cold. He leaned hard on the back of the chair and snorted contemptuously. So, should I continue to call you Mr. Robin or Mr. Liar? Chapter 12. Night. The luxurious room of the Tuna Hotel. Rosen was shocked and puzzled. I don't know either. Humph, you're still quibbling. Belkin laughed coldly and pointed his staff at Adam. Dispel. A little water light rushed into Adam's body, and then nothing happened. Adam's body did not change at all. The big black eyes of this beautiful little boy blinked like stars shining in the night sky, and his innocent expression made him look more like a docile deer in the forest. Dowlett's heart almost melted when he saw it, and he felt that there seemed to be weeds growing in his chest, forcing him to lean towards Rosen involuntarily. Belkin, there is no change, which means there is no transfiguration. Are you mistaken? After all, he also knows some common sense of magic. Belkin was also a little confused, but still insisted. The Eye of Kalen has never made a mistake. There must be a deformation force nearby. He didn't believe it, and raised his staff to Rosen again. Dispel. Rosen was still a young man, with a simple face. Dispel. He turned around and did it again to Adam. Naturally, there was still no change. After continuous failures, the white-haired wizard's eyes were obviously not firm. Sir, no matter what, there must be a problem. For the sake of caution, I think we should terminate this transaction. This is of course correct. Although Darlet was reluctant, he decided to listen to Belkin's opinion. But before he said it, Rosen suddenly raised his hand and patted his head, with a look of sudden realization. I probably know the reason. He explained. Adam once learned magic from a wandering wizard for half a year. The wandering wizard said that Adam sensed the existence of the magic ring in a week, and had an outstanding talent for magic. We originally planned to let him continue to learn. But Olivia, Adam's mother, suddenly fell ill, and the plan had to be terminated. As he said that, he looked at Adam. Child, show your learning results, such as making a hand sign or something. Adam nodded, raised his hand, and quickly made a hand sign to assist in casting a common transfiguration spell. As this hand sign was released, Belkin's detection crystal was obviously brighter again. Rosen sighed. The wandering wizard said that Adam has successfully obtained quite good magic power. As long as he masters the correct method, he can successfully cast a spell. What a pity. So, the wizard's things glowed just now, perhaps because the child was naughty, and fiddled with a few failed spells. This explanation is very reasonable, and the transformation hand sign Adam showed is both standard and fast, and it is obvious that it is the result of long-term practice. Belkin was mostly convinced, but out of caution, he raised the staff again, gently placed it on Adam's shoulder, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the magic power in his body. Rosen smiled secretly. Look, look, everything you see is specially made for you to see. These details were added by him secretly, even Selena didn't know, but they are the key to success or failure. After a long time, Belkin shrugged. The little guy's magic power has indeed been sufficient, and the strength is close to the first ring. How old is he this year? He will be 10 years old after the Wintervale Festival. Belkin sighed. Not even 10 years old. This is much stronger than he was back then. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Dalit and whispered in his heart, "This little thing is a magic genius. If he can get a good education, he has great potential for growth." Dalit was more and more excited. Before, he treated Adam as a beautiful pet, but now, he had a new idea, that is, to train him into a family magician. So he got to the point. "Mr. Robin, did your wife agree?" Rosen also became serious. He straightened his back, and showed a nervous expression on his face. "My wife agreed, but she said that Adam is her treasure. 300 og is too little. At least 2,000 og. Dalit's face sank, and his fingers flicked the table lightly. "Mr. Robin, this price is too high. This is simply blackmail. If it weren't for the little thing's talent for magic, he would definitely turn his face." Rosen rubbed his hands nervously, not daring to look at Dalit, but looking down at his feet. "Sir, I also think it's too high. But Olivia said she's not stupid. She knows the dirty thoughts of you rich people. She wants a high price so that you can cherish Adam. If you hate him one day in the future, at least you won't easily abandon him because of today's high price." After saying that, Rosen quickly added, "I don't think this is reliable, but Olivia insisted that I say so. I don't know what to do, He bowed his head deeply, holding his head tightly with both hands, just a helpless, indecisive failed man. On the other hand, Belkin was touched because he was also a child sold by his parents. So, he looked at Darlet and whispered in his heart, "Sir, 2,000 ogs to buy a little boy with excellent magic talent is not too bad. This little boy is very smart. If I teach him, I think his future achievements will be much greater than mine." This immediately moved Darlet. 2,000 og is a huge sum of money, but it can be taken out with a little effort. If this money can really bring a loyal and excellent talent to the family, it is indeed worth it. But the other party is a civilian, and it is easy to bully at first glance, so he looked at Darlet and signaled with his eyes, meaning, "Can you use some tricks? For example, use magic to stun the boy's parents and let the other party take the initiative to say a low price, or simply don't pay and give the child to him directly." Belkin whispered back, "Sir, if you plan to train this little boy and reuse him in the future, it's best not to play with his parents. Pay and goods are settled, which is the most trouble-free method." "That's right." Dalit nodded and turned to look at Rosen. "Okay, then 2,000 og. Sign the contract." Rosen looked up in shock. "Sir, you are so generous." Dalit shrugged. "Yes, I am generous." He was not very happy, because he couldn't play with the little boy as much as he wanted, because it would destroy his loyalty. But then again, he could get closer to him on weekdays. Thinking of this, he felt much better, so he got up and walked into the bedroom. After a while, he took out a deposit slip and a contract from the bedroom. This is a deposit slip from the Dawn Bank, with an inimitable magic mark on it. One is 500 og, and there are 4 in total, which is exactly 2,000 og. Look carefully. Rosen took the deposit slip with trembling hands, and after checking it carefully, he nodded with gratitude. "I recognize the deposit slip of Chincy Bank, it is indeed real." "Very good, now sign the contract." Rosen immediately picked up the pen and wrote his and his wife's names on the contract. One is Robin and the other is Olivia. "Now leave your child and take the money to treat your wife's illness." Rosen put the deposit slip on his chest with great care, and bowed deeply to Darlet. "Thank you very much for your kindness, sir." Turning to look at Adam. "Child, follow this uncle in the future and listen to him well, understand?" Adam nodded obediently, and bowed deeply to Darlet. Darlet's heart melted, and he hurried forward to support him, and greedily looked at Adam's beautiful face, praising him endlessly. "Good, good, really good." Suddenly, he felt strange again. "Robin, why doesn't Adam speak?" Rosen explained with an embarrassed look, pointing to his throat. "Adam has not been able to speak since he was a child, but don't worry, he is very smart, smarter than most children, I promise." Dowlett believed this, because as soon as he saw Adam's bright and black eyes, he knew that this child would definitely not be stupid. "Can't speak, hee, that's even better." "That's it." Rosen bowed to Dowlett again, then turned and left the VIP guest room. In the living room, he walked slowly, but as soon as he left the room and closed the door, he immediately quickened his pace and ran away in the blink of an eye. In the VIP guest room, Dowlett looked at the well-behaved and cute little boy, and his heart was itchy, as if a kitten was scratching his heart with its soft little claws. He tried to hold it back, but couldn't hold it back in the end. "No, I have to play with it." So he turned to look at his magic advisor. "Belkin, I want to be intimate with the little guy." Belkin shrugged. Sir, although I don't agree with you doing this, you are the one who spends the money, so I can only advise you to grasp the scale. Ha ha, I will. Dowlett waved to Adam. Come, follow Uncle into the room. Adam followed him obediently. The two entered the bedroom. About 5 minutes later, Dowlett walked out of the bedroom refreshed. Belkin smiled and said, Sir, you seem very satisfied. Dowlett smiled slightly. Yes, I am very satisfied. The money is well spent. After a pause, he showed a hint of hesitation on his face, but for some reason, I think this little boy is a little strange. It's not that he is bad, but he is just a little different from the little boys I met before. Belkin was startled. What is the difference? Well, it's not good. It seems to smell a little different. It was okay at first, but after sweating, it seems a little smelly, like sheep. Belkin was startled. Maybe the parents neglected to take care of him, etc. That's not right. I need to check it carefully. The white-haired wizard seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly became very solemn. Chapter 13. A quarter of an hour later, in the bedroom of the VIP guest room, Dowlett and Belkin stood opposite each other, and on the floor between them, there lay a docile ram. This was the result of Belkin releasing 12 medium effect to spell spells in a row. Is it a sheep? Dowlett looked at the sheep and swallowed hard. Intermediate wizard Belkin sighed deeply. Sir, we must have been deceived by a very mysterious and cunning shapeshifter. This shapeshifter is very good at turning sheep into living people. He has transformed more than 30 flawless women. Dowlett felt something was wrong and interrupted repeatedly. Wait, you seem to know this shapeshifter? Belkin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know him, I just heard about his deeds. After a pause, the white-haired wizard sighed. Sir, I'm afraid this money can't be recovered. Seeing that Sir Dowlett was not relieved, but showed resentment on his face, he hurriedly persuaded him. Sir, this is not our hometown, and we don't have many acquaintances here. If you insist on revenge, you might get into even bigger trouble. The most important thing is that this may reveal your personal habits, and once this matter is known to the temple, it will be very troublesome. Belkin has figured it out. This scammer must have seen this point, and set Dowlett as his target. Because as long as the scam is successful, the sequelae can be almost ignored. Sir Dowlett listened to it, but he had different ideas. Belkin, the other party is at most 2 people. Using such a despicable means to cheat my money means that they are very short of money, and most likely they don't carry any powerful magic weapons. And you, Belkin, your staff and amulet are good things tailor-made for you, and most of the spells you master are prepared for battle. This liar is definitely not your opponent, and he certainly doesn't want to make a big deal. As long as you find him and scare him hard, you can definitely get the money back. That's 2,000 gold ogs. If it was used to buy talents, it would be an investment, and it would be spent. Now it is used to buy a sheep with a market price of less than 2 ogs, 2,000 ogs for a sheep. The price difference is 1,000 times. Even if the sheep was raised by Princess Chinsi herself, it is not worth the price. Dowlett was bleeding with heartache, and what he said was not without reason. Strictly speaking, Belkin, the magic consultant, also bears a lot of responsibility for being deceived so much. Although I know very well that the money will definitely not be recovered, I must take action to at least show that I have tried my best. So he immediately said, okay, I go and track him down. Taking a full set of magic tools and emergency potions, Belkin quickly walked out of the room and chased all the way to the guest room on the 2nd floor. The door was closed. The magician opened the door with his hand, and the inside was empty. There was nothing except the smell of herbs in the room. Immediately used the tracking spell, and the result was as expected, nothing was found. The spell did not yield any results, so he could only look for ordinary clues in the room. After searching for a while, Belkin stopped on the windowsill. There were several footprints on the windowsill, with the toes pointing outward, indicating that the other party did not go through the main door at all, but jumped out of the window directly. It is likely that he used the levitation spell. Looking out the window again, it was the alley in the backyard of the hotel, and it was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. The other party was a shapeshifter, and had left for half an hour. The hotel was located in the harbor area with a huge flow of people. Hiding in the hotel with 1 or 2 people was like swimming into the sea. Not to mention that he was alone. Even if he reported to the harbor police station and mobilized thousands of patrol guards to search together, it would be useless. Belkin simply gave up the pursuit. Sir, the person ran away and disappeared, and the clues were carefully erased. My tracking spell had no effect. Dowlett fell silent. A few minutes later, he exhaled a long breath and whispered, Don't let a third person know about this. Belkane nodded quickly. Of course. Dalet said again. 2,000 og is not a small amount. When we return to the kingdom of Cow, if my father asks about it, just say that we were robbed. I understand, sir. Damn liar. I curse you to hell. Dalet finally couldn't hold back his anger, and swept the bottles and jars on the table to the ground, splashing the soup all over the room. But happiness is a conserved quantity. Although the total amount does not change, it will transfer. The reason why Dalet was furious was that his happiness, that lasted for 5 minutes, was transferred to other people. The lights of the harbor area were brilliant at night. On the bustling and noisy seaside avenue, Rosen and Selina were sitting in a high-end rental carriage. This car was just rented from a high-end car dealership next to the Tuna Hotel, and the rent is 20 og per day. In the car, Selina was beaming with joy, looking over and over at the shining bank deposit slip. Rosen, I never thought there would be such a big ass in the world, ha ha ha. Spending 2,000 og to buy a servant, ha ha ha, this guy's brain must have been kicked by a sheep, ha ha ha. She wanted to dance happily. Things went smoothly, and the gains were much more than expected. Rosen was also a little happy, and a faint smile appeared on his young face. Selina suddenly became strange again. There is something I don't understand. What? Selina put away the bank deposit slip, and once again carefully looked at the unexpected young husband beside her. I don't understand. Since you have such a good ability to make money, how can you not pay honest tuition? Rosen spread his hands. Madam, I do want to, but I have to have time. Seeing that Selina was puzzled, he further explained. In the past 10 years, I have spent all my time and energy on learning magic. If it weren't for my father's accidental death, I would have liked to study with my mentor for a few more years. This is the truth. He has been wandering in the world of magic, and is deeply fascinated by it. It was only in the half-month, since he received the letter from his mother, that he put some of his thoughts back to the secular world. Selina understood, and couldn't help laughing again. If Anna heard you say this, she would definitely be even more annoyed with you. Tell me the truth. What else have you learned besides transfiguration? Rosen counted on his fingers. That's a lot. Making magic tools, drawing scrolls, drawing magic circles, refining potions, creating puppets, etc. I basically know some of them, and I have some original research in some areas. Of course, the above are just some of the superficial learning, and there are very few that are truly proficient. Selina blinked. I have learned a lot, but I still want to ask, what about your magic power? Is it really only 1 ring of strength? Rosen nodded confidently. Madam, I am indeed a low-level mage. To be more precise, I am in the early and middle stages of the low level. Selina half believed and half doubted. Her eyes rolled, and suddenly raised her hand to pat Rosen's shoulder, and a faint water light flashed in the palm of her hand. At the moment, when the water light touched Rosen's shoulder suddenly lit up, and a white mist-like glimmer emerged. This is the mage's instinct for self-protection. The condensed water light and the white mist light touched lightly, stimulating a large number of tiny arcs. Immediately, the white mist light was forced to retreat by the condensed water light, and it was obviously not an opponent. Rosen lowered his shoulders, and a trace of pain appeared on his face. He frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. Madam, even if you are a senior wizard, you can't bully people like this, right? Selina immediately retracted her palm and apologized softly. Okay, I was wrong. Rosen's expression eased a little. Okay, this matter is over. But he smiled in his heart. A pampered princess, who was raised in a golden nest and lived a life of luxury, still wants to test my bottom line. It's really wishful thinking. Selina certainly didn't know Rosen's thoughts, but she thought she had figured out Rosen's true strength, and her mind was immediately settled. It seems that he is just a clever little liar. When we get to the White Sturgeon Island, we don't have to worry about being bullied by him. She stretched her waist, and showed Rosen her slender and round waist. My little husband, now we have money, let's buy some self-defense magic tools. Others can be compromised, but the magic staff must be as easy to use as possible. She is used to the sense of security with the magic staff and various magic tools. In this state, it is like a hunter walking in a forest full of wild beasts with nothing in his hands, feeling panic. Rosen smiled faintly. Don't worry, madam. Did you forget something? Ah? Rosen reminded. In the Tuna Hotel, we made a bet before. Selina remembered, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. Of course, I didn't forget. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Dance or sing? Rosen didn't say anything, just stared at Selina's face. Selina felt something, her heartbeat accelerated, her cheeks slightly hot, and she quickly patched it up. You can kiss, but you can't kiss my lips, I'm not ready yet. Rosen didn't kiss, slowly raised his hand, and gently touched Selina's eyebrows in the other's alert eyes. Madam, since leaving the morning castle in the morning, your brows have never really relaxed. The unexpected move made Selina a little confused about Rosen's intentions. Really? So what? So my request is that, madam, don't take today's events too seriously, because there is still a long life ahead and anything can happen. Those who are high up now may become prisoners, or even be sent to the guillotine in the future. Those who have fallen from the clouds now may rise again, and shine in the world in the future. After saying that, without waiting for a response, he turned to the coachman and said, "Turn around and go to the dock warehouse area." Almost at the same time, Lai Fu also sent an alarm. Errant night guards were found in the harbor area, with a number of at least 150, and the closest distance of 600 meters. 150 is the summary of the findings of detection guards in various places, and 150 is the lower limit. 600 is the distance of the nearest detection guard to him, which is the dangerous distance preset by Rosen. In other words, these death gods from Aaron are less than 1 kilometer away from him, and he doesn't even have a battle staff in his hand. Rosen sighed in his heart. Oh, this is really a group of difficult hounds. At this time, Selina finally came to her senses. Is that it? Rosen smiled. It's a small matter to bet. But this is not a small matter, which makes me feel much better. After a pause, Selina suddenly leaned over and pecked Rosen on the cheek. Give you a kiss as a thank you for enlightening me. Rosen smiled slightly. Then I will accept it without hesitation. When the carriage passed the dock, he took out a glass bottle filled with yellow liquid with a little foam from somewhere. In front of Selina, he chanted a few spells on the bottle, then opened the car window, and threw it into the storm bay on the side of the road. Selina asked curiously, what was thrown into the sea? Beer? Rosen nodded. Yes, it was the beer that was not drunk up. Selina was even more puzzled. When did you buy the beer? You actually pretended to be a swindler, you were mentally ill. She finally knew the truth about the liquid in the bottle. Rosen laughed, looked at the 3 knights running past the window, looked at the matte black armor hidden under the ordinary clothes, and the faint lion emblem on it, and explained as if nothing had happened. Madam, have you read Master Franco's anti-tracking? Selina was startled. No, what's wrong? The book says that if you are not sure that you can completely get rid of the opponent's pursuit, then just muddy the water. After saying that, he pointed to the bay on the side of the road. Now, the entire storm bay, and all the rivers connecting to the bay have become substitutes for you and me. Selina understood Rosen's intention, but it was still a little hard to accept, and her cheeks were burning with embarrassment. It took a while before she remembered her doubts just now. Why go to the dock warehouse? Shouldn't we go to buy a staff? Madam, 2,000 ogs can't buy a really good staff. We can only buy materials, and make it ourselves. My plan is to go to the warehouse to buy some high-quality magic materials at a low price, and then make a staff and some commonly used magic tools by myself. He quietly added in his heart, after I have magic tools, I have to make a lot of money again. If it weren't for Selina's accident, 2,000 ogs would barely be enough, and I could make another 1,000 or 2 at most. But with the princess, the territory must develop quickly, and 2,000 ogs are far from enough to be the start-up capital for the island. The more money the better, even if it means dancing with the god of death. You can't delay making money. Selina didn't know what Rosen was planning, and she became more and more confused. Warehouse area. The best magic materials? Shouldn't we go to the material store to buy them? My lady, I know you are very curious, but don't worry, I will tell you the answer step by step. Chapter 14. 8 o'clock in the evening. Harbor, or warehouse district. A high-end black-topped rental carriage travels between the grid-like warehouses. Every time it arrives at a warehouse, the carriage will stop, and a tall middle-aged man in a black short robe will get off the carriage and chat with the warehouse manager for a while. As they chat, the middle-aged man will buy some inconspicuous raw materials from the warehouse, not much each time, at most 10 kilograms. The middle-aged man is naturally the transformed Rosen. While buying, he also carefully explained the mystery to the princess, who didn't know the world. Every warehouse allows some normal losses, and what we buy is this part of the losses. Their quality is no different from the genuine ones, but the price is at least half cheaper than the market price. Of course, there is another most important reason. These warehouse managers are his natural allies, and they will instinctively conceal these gray transactions, making it difficult to trace. When the goddess of night completely took over the world and even the noisy harbor area fell into silence, the carriage finally stopped at the door of an empty warehouse. Rosen packed all the raw materials he collected along the way into a large wooden box, which weighed about 100 kilograms in total and cost less than 50 gold ogres. Now, he threw the wooden box casually on the side of the road. After getting off the car, Rosen took advantage of Selina's inattention and turned around to look at the coachman. Go to the police station in the North Temple area immediately, and say that you were kidnapped by a young man and woman. If the director asks you about the specific process, you can say that the young man and woman forced you to send them to the city wall and flew over the city wall to the northern suburbs. In a glance, the mind branding technique had quietly imprinted the information in the coachman's mind. The coachman waved his whip and drove away. Then, Rosen walked to the side door of the warehouse and knocked gently. "Hey, what are you doing?" A gray-haired old man came out of the warehouse. From his clothes, it was clear that he was the warehouse manager. Rosen smiled slightly and released the telepathic suggestion in front of Selina. "Old man, I am your distant nephew. Don't you recognize me?" The old manager nodded in a daze. "Ah, distant nephew. Oh, you really are. It's cold outside. Come in and warm up." Rosen carried the big wooden box and took Selina into the warehouse. When the side door of the warehouse was locked from the inside, he raised his hand and pointed at the old man. "Have a good sleep." The old man immediately fell down, and Rosen used the magician's hand to move him to the blanket by the wall. Then, he took the materials and walked to the deepest part of the warehouse. Selina followed all the way, becoming more and more puzzled. "Rosen, are you going to use these things to make magic tools?" "These are not considered magic materials. There are more than 20 kinds of these materials. Some are stones that painters grind to make paint, some are stones that builders grind to paint walls, some are doctors' preservatives, and some are various unnamed oils. There are many uses, but they have nothing to do with magic." She couldn't figure out how these things could become powerful magic tools. Rosen smiled and nodded. "Yes, use them." "Okay, even if these things are useful. But this warehouse is empty. There are no alchemical tools. How can we make them?" Rosen took out the materials from the wooden box and placed them on the floor of the warehouse one by one, while asking back, "Madam, have you read Master Crate's Transfiguration and Alchemy?" "I've heard of it. It's said to be a brand new alchemy field, but I haven't had time to read it. This book is too new, and the content is quite controversial." Rosen smiled. "I have read it, and I have studied it carefully, and I have achieved some results." This is a modest statement. In fact, the reason why he dared to say that he trained live food to have the ultimate transformation ability was not because of the trick of sheep turning into humans, but because he developed the transformation alchemy based on the transformation. He dared not say that this was his own original alchemy. After all, there are countless wise men in the world. But he dared to say that he must have gone the furthest in the field of transformation alchemy. And this is also a major source of confidence for Rosen to take over the barren island. Selina became curious. What magical idea did Master Crates come up with? Rosen asked again, "Madam, let me ask you, what is the material world made of?" "Of course it's elements." Rosen shook his head. "This statement is very rough, but it's not wrong." Then I continue to ask, what are elements made of? Elements are precipitated from the creation ring. When saying this, Selina's tone was very unconfident. Obviously, she was just following the crowd. Rosen smiled. "That's what the creation myth says. We mortals can't verify this for the time being, so there's no right or wrong. But Master Crate said that there are two elements in the world. One is the basic element. The other is the composite element produced by the combination of basic elements." At this point, he opened his arms in an embrace. The Master believes that almost everything we see is composed of composite elements, and only a small part is composed of pure basic elements. As long as you understand the rules of how basic elements construct composite elements, you can obtain a part of the power of creation that originally belonged to the Creator. Selina frowned slightly. The power of creation is really arrogant. No wonder many people say that Crates is a lunatic. Rosen did not argue. Master Crates is indeed a little arrogant, but his research is indeed very inspiring. And I, based on the Master's creation, have achieved some good results. In fact, not some, but many, he has done verification research on the elements of the entire periodic table. But that is too shocking. If it is exposed without sufficient strength, it will only bring bad luck. While speaking, Rosen took out a dark gray, opaque gray stone with fish scales on the surface from the pile of stones, about the size of a goose egg. "Madam, please look. This was originally a very common grayscale stone. Because of its soft texture and delicate color, it is usually used by painters to mix pigments. It is worth 10 crowns. Selina nodded. "What next?" Rosen covered the stone with both hands and rubbed it gently. Sizzle. A faint white light kept flashing in his palm, accompanied by a sound that Selina had never heard of, and a lot of powder fell from the gap between his palms. After about 5 minutes, Rosen let go. The ugly grayscale stone disappeared, but a pigeon egg-sized, warm, light yellow crystal appeared. Look, I transformed it into a yellow crystal jade of fairly good quality. Selina was shocked and immediately picked it up to check. The moment the yellow crystal jade touched her hand, it felt slightly hot, as if it had just been boiled in boiling water. The surface texture was as warm as water, exactly the same as the yellow crystal jade in her memory. After checking its magic properties, it actually had the effect of weak mental concentration, which was enough to create low-level magic tools. The market price also rose from 10 krones to more than 50 orge. She was very surprised. How did you do this? Rosen patted the stone powder on his hands. I can't explain the specific principle right now. Anyway, this is a transformation alchemy formula I accidentally discovered. Selina was a little absent-minded. Oh, your achievement is enough to make the magic world crazy. Madam, it's not that exaggerated. This kind of transformation alchemy is difficult to master. The difficulty of casting is estimated to be more than 20 stars, and it also consumes a lot of mana. I also tried and trained for a long time before I succeeded. In addition, due to the limitation of my own ability, most of the formulas I currently master are low-level formulas, and the value is not high. Rosen said half-truthfully, and then picked up a milky white stone, a red stone, and a brown stone from the ground. Madam, do you want to experience transformation alchemy? Selina was already very curious. How to experience it? Rosen handed over 3 stones of different colors. We use the whispering of the mind to build a bridge of souls, and Madam will condense the high-level transformation power, and I will control this power. Well, I've heard of the soul bridge technique, but I've never used it. I've used it, and I'm pretty skilled at it. Let me guide you. While speaking, Rosen walked behind Selina, opened his arms, went around Selina's body from behind, grabbed her hands, and let her hold the stone in her hands. Madam, do you feel the touch in your heart? These words were whispered in the heart. I feel it, a bit like taking a hot spring bath. Selina shrank her neck, her cheeks a little hot. She had never been so close to a man. But she didn't resist in her heart, and even felt a little happy. After all, he was the lover she had chosen. Very good, sink into the hot spring now. Right, that's it. Now, the soul bridge has been built successfully, and you start to condense the spell energy of the transformation. Yes, that's it. After the energy appears, give me the right to guide it. Yes, very good. Oh, ma'am, your advanced transformation energy is strong and pure. I have derived several advanced alchemical formulas, and now is the right time to verify them. While Rosen said, he wrapped his hand around Selina's hand and gently guided her to continuously inject advanced transformation energy into the stone in her hand. Similar strange movements as before appeared again. After several minutes, Rosen let go of Selina's hand. The latter immediately opened her hands, and the 3 stones disappeared, but a piece of shiny silver metal appeared in her hand. The soft stone turned into silver mithril, and it was not ordinary mithril, but hardened mithril. Selina recognized the alchemical product in her hand. Hardened mithril, a rare alchemical product, is rust-proof, light, and strong. It also has very good magical properties, and is generally used to create mid to high-level magical instruments. But this is what this world says. In Rosen's eyes, this thing is just an aluminum alloy. In many years of magic experiments, he has long discovered that the basic elements of this world are basically the same as those on Earth. The biggest difference is that there are more magic properties. He also found that not only can various materials be synthesized using alchemy, but also using physical and chemical methods similar to those on Earth. If we go one step further and integrate the 2 techniques into one, taking advantage of their strengths and making up for their weaknesses, it will be a magical skill that can reach incredible heights. Back to the topic. Rosen responded to Selina's shock with a look of relief. I didn't expect it to be successful. It's really the blessing of Mother Nature. He said excitedly, Madam, I have derived 4 intermediate and advanced formulas in total. Let's try them one by one. If they all succeed, we can continue to create powerful magic tools. Derive? You can derive it? Being able to derive new knowledge from known knowledge, and the new knowledge is also verified to be correct, means that Rosen has created and fully mastered the transformation alchemy. Creating new knowledge is the eternal pursuit of mages. Even if they don't have the ability to create, it doesn't prevent mages from respecting such behavior from the bottom of their hearts. Selina is also a mage, so she was naturally shocked. She couldn't help but turn around to look at Rosen behind her. She looked up, and Rosen was looking down, and their lips gently touched. Selina cried out softly, subconsciously took 2 steps back, and took several seconds to come back to her senses. Rosen, your knowledge is so valuable. Rosen nodded excitedly. Madam, I was worried that you would have a hard life. Now that I have these alchemy formulas, I can finally feel relieved. Selina shook her head repeatedly, looking serious. No, you can't be so careless. The alchemy formula you have mastered, and the method you use to derive new formulas are enough to drive all alchemists crazy. Once it is spread, it will surely attract the covetousness of countless powerful people. At present, we must keep it strictly secret until one day we have enough power to protect it, and can truly benefit from it. Rosen nodded repeatedly. Madam, you are absolutely right. Again asked, continue alchemy, madam? Same as before? Of course. No problem, I think this is quite interesting. Selina looked eager to try, like a child who found a new toy. Her cheeks were a little red, and I didn't know if it was because of the excitement of discovering new knowledge or because of shyness. Chapter 15. 2 o'clock in the morning. Dawn Castle. Mrs. Agnet, in a dark purple dress, sat upright on a bench in the living room, waiting for the summons of the Duke of Dawn. It was time to sleep, but many people came to the living room. All of them were respectable people, and the reasons for their appearance were roughly the same. People whispered to each other, and exchanged their own information in a low voice. Errant warriors galloped in the downtown area and killed many people. What's this? My bathhouse is open, but they still rushed in to search for people? My men raised their hands to stop them, and their arms fell to the ground. The barbaric Errant people are trampling on the Pearl of Varen. Why doesn't the Duke intervene? Come on, this matter was caused by the Adrian family, and the Duke should first intervene in the willful princess. Amid the discussions, Mrs. Agnet remained sitting still, like a sculpture. Time passed by minute, and finally a servant came to her side and whispered, Madam, the Duke invites you. Mrs. Agnet stood up silently, followed the servant, walked up the spiral stairs, and passed through a corridor full of armored guards, and then entered the Duke's study. The Duke was alone in the study. He sat lazily on a high-backed chair, one hand supporting his forehead, and his drooping face showed great fatigue. After hearing the footsteps, the Duke, who was just in his early 30s and in the prime of life, did not raise his head. Anna, I knew you would come. Mrs. Agnet bowed slightly to the Duke. My Lord Duke, I salute you, but I want to ask, what is the situation now? Why are Aaron's night guards going wild on the land of Varen? The Duke chuckled, changed his hand from supporting his forehead to supporting his chin, and looked at Mrs. Agnet with his emerald eyes. Anna, you know it, why ask? Mrs. Agnet took a deep breath, as if suppressing her anger. So, you treated my apprentice as a sacrifice? And your sister as a commodity? In fact, when Rosen disappeared in the harbor area, she knew that this would happen, but she didn't expect that Reed would indulge Aaron Night Guard so much. She expected the Duke to catch Rosen, and then she would find a way to intercede and save him, but now there is no room for turning back. As a mentor, she can never ignore the killing of her apprentice. The Duke's face showed a little surprise. Your apprentice, do you care about him? I thought that in your eyes, the little Baron was just an insignificant waste. Mrs. Agnet's face was even colder. In terms of talent, he is indeed mediocre, but this is not a reason to sacrifice him casually. Just like you, Duke, your talent may not be that outstanding, but your father did not give up on you, and still insisted on bringing you back from Aaron to succeed the Duke, instead of sacrificing you in Aaron. This remark hit the Duke's lungs, and his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. My father has only one son, and the position of Duke should be mine. The founder of the Principality of Varen is Saint Varen, and there are more than one female duchesses in Varen's history. Mrs. Agnet pushed back mercilessly. The Duke leaned back hard on the high back of the chair and snorted coldly. Anyway, I am the Duke now, and the situation is irreversible. As for your apprentice Rosen, although he brought this upon himself, I still apologize to you, and will find a time to compensate you for your loss of reputation. Also, I want to congratulate you. Your apprentice is not as mediocre as you and I imagined. He is very clever, and has played Aaron's hounds around. Mrs. Agnet sneered. You sacrificed Rosen, but you come to compensate me? Ridiculous. After saying that, she waved her hand vigorously to stop the Duke's rebuttal. Duke, I don't want to waste time on verbal arguments. I need your authorization to allow me to recruit 4 teams of Black Iron Guards to save Rosen's life. The Duke spread his hands very simply. I can't give you authorization. This will cause a war between Whalon and Aaron. Mrs. Agnet was of course aware of this, and she immediately took a step back. If you don't support it, then I will go to the Mage Guild to mobilize the learned knights. The Duke smiled lazily, as if facing a snarling rabbit. Anna, you can't do anything unless I nod. Mrs. Agnet gritted her teeth. Because of the honor bestowed upon me by the Robert family, I became one of the guardian mages of the Mage Guild. As a guardian mage, I have the right to forcibly recruit 2 teams of 20 learned knights. So, I'm here to inform you, not to ask for your consent. The Duke felt Mrs. Agnet's firm will, and finally knew that she was going to do it for real, not just to vent her dissatisfaction with him. The casual look on his face completely disappeared, and he stood up in a flash, supporting himself on the desk with both hands, leaning forward with his upper body, staring at the other person without blinking. Anna, Aaron sent out 300 knight guards, led by 2 4-ring combat masters. You are simply going to die. If you die, no one will shed a tear for you except your brother, Earl Robert, and my silly sister. People will only laugh at you. You lost your life for the son of a bird-ship baron. You are even more stupid than a donkey pulling a mill. Mrs. Agnet stared at the Duke, but her eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. Writer, note, the Duke's name. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you have become a cold-blooded and ruthless big man. The Duke felt the other party's softening will, and knew that his words had an effect. I want to be merciful, but the top of the mountain is too cold, and the cold wind cools my blood. Mrs. Agnet turned and left, but her voice kept coming back from the corridor. Don't worry, I won't recruit the learned knights, because I won't force them to die for me. But I will never give up rescuing my apprentice, even if I have to sacrifice my life for it. The Duke responded loudly, You are crazy, just like Selena, you are crazy. As a Duke, you have no persistence, you are incompetent. All the capable ones are dead, you don't know how powerful Aaron is. There was no response, and Lady Agnet had gone far away. The Duke sat back in his chair dejectedly, and after sitting for a while, he suddenly raised his hand and scratched his hair hard, cursing, It's unreasonable. At the beginning, he just wanted to make a joke to let his sister face the reality. He couldn't understand why things turned out like this. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly shouted, Ander, Ander. After shouting a few times, a black-clad battle mage walked into the study quickly and replied expressionlessly, Master, I'm here. Ander, Adrian Family Guard, commander of the Black Iron Guard, senior 20-star battle mage, and the Duke's most trusted confidant. The Duke took a deep breath and asked, What's the situation in the city? Ander immediately reported, I just got a wave of new intelligence 10 minutes ago, saying that the clue found in the North Temple area was a false clue, and the coachman was actually hit by a mental suggestion. Master Schmidt was furious and made a sacred oath on the spot, saying that he must pull the man out of the harbor area and skin him alive. The Duke felt a little strange. How can that old man be sure that the person must be in the harbor area? Master, this is the divination result of the wide area water divination. The divination result shows that the entire harbor area is full of the breath of the Baron and Princess of the White Sturgeon Island, which is enough to explain the approximate location of the target. The Duke asked again, Approximate location? Then I would like to ask you, where did the Baron of Birdshit take my sister? The indifferent face of Master Andy, like a wood carving, twitched slightly, and in the cold night of late autumn, beads of sweat quickly oozed from his forehead. Master, no one knows the exact location of the Baron of the White Sturgeon. He hides very well. The Duke frowned when he heard it. In other words, my sister is now in a completely out-of-control state, and it is even impossible to determine whether she is dead or alive. Cold sweat dripped from Master N's forehead. Master, His Highness must be still alive. Because His Highness's family bloodline is not broken. Waste. Thump. Mage Ander fell to his knees under the pressure of these 2 words. Master, the warriors have tried their best. Aaron's night guards also failed to find anyone. The Duke also knew that Ander was not to blame for this. He pinched his sore forehead, took a long breath, and issued a new order. Send more people to the harbor area to ensure the safety of His Highness. In addition, let Aaron's hounds restrain themselves and stop stepping on people with their hooves or cutting people's arms. Yes, Master. Finally, send someone to control Lady Agnet. The harbor area is already chaotic enough. Don't control it. Let her go. Maybe she can lead us to find the missing apprentice. But be careful not to let her die. After all, she is Earl Robert's sister. Earl Robert is the Supreme Lord of the Northern Shire County, and the leader of the Island Independence faction. His status in Whalon is extraordinary. Yes, Master. Mage Ander responded again. After a pause, he asked cautiously, Master, what if His Highness and Lady Agnet insist on protecting Baron Whitebait Island? The Duke was startled, and after thinking carefully, he found that this could really happen. Because both her sister and Lady Agnet are very stubborn, the more they are forced, the more they resist. It is precisely because of this that the two of them will become good sisters. However, Aaron must use the life of Baron Birdshit to avenge his shame, so this situation will lead to a confrontation between the Black Iron Guard and Aaron Night Guard. If it goes wrong, the two sides will fight, and the matter will be completely out of control. The matter is very tricky. The Duke pinched his scalp hard, gritted his teeth, and finally gave an order, knock him out and bring him back by force. But Master Andy gritted his teeth and asked to the end, Master, what if they can't be knocked out? After all, they are all outstanding high-level mages. This matter must be clarified. Even if it offends the Duke, he must ask clearly, otherwise he may be directly blamed for the crime. The Duke glared at his confidant with hatred and said the answer he wanted. Then make the matter completely out of proportion. Let everyone see the scene. Let everyone know that they took the initiative to give up their responsibilities to the family and the principality. Then. The Duke repeated it twice in a row before finally speaking. Then, the principality and the family will no longer have the obligation to protect their lives. After saying the last sentence, the Duke exhaled as if he had unloaded a huge burden, and waved his hand weakly to Master Ander. You bastard, do as I say. Master Ander once again returned to his expressionless state. Yes, Master. Chapter 16. Night. An unnamed warehouse in the harbor area. Selena is quite tall, more than 1.7 meters, but she is still easily embraced by Rosen behind her. She is continuing to use her strong high-level magic power to condense the energy of transformation. Rosen, you are really big, your whole body is hard, more like a warrior than a wizard. Rosen is using live food to guide the materials in his hand to transform, and he replied with a smile. This is passed down to me by my father. In my memory, my father is a big guy. Of course, this is also related to the careful care of my mentor, Mrs. Agnet. Although I failed to pay the tuition, my mentor has never treated me harshly in terms of diet. There is another thing he didn't say, that is, he developed a life-type spell to strengthen the body, and fixed it on the body. Selena felt her cheeks a little hot when she mentioned Mrs. Agnet, because she actually became the wife of the other party's apprentice, and she was held in such an intimate posture by the other party after only one day of contact. Although the reason was legitimate, and she did not object, she could not change the facts. In order to ease the embarrassment in her heart, she had to change the subject. Anna is indeed a good person, but it's a pity that she found a short-lived husband. Anna's original name was Anna Robert. After marrying Sir Agnet, a senior wizard in Dawn City, she became Lady Agnet. Unfortunately, 7 years ago, when Sir Agnet visited the kingdom of Erin as an envoy, he was accidentally involved in a noble duel. As a result, the duel failed, and the opponent stabbed her in the stomach and she died on the spot. So, Rosen's mentor became a widow. Rosen was also quite emotional about this. He remembered that during that period, the teacher cried every day, and it took a full month for him to recover. Fortunately, the teacher survived. No, she didn't, she just tried not to recall it. Is the staff almost ready? Selena saw that the staff in her hand had basically taken shape. It's just a little bit short, it won't attract attention. This staff has a very ordinary appearance, but its performance is definitely worthy of the evaluation of excellent. Not long after these words fell, the staff was completely formed. The main materials of the staff are 3 kinds, namely hardened mithril, azure corundum and tough magic steel, which correspond to the 3 advanced alchemical formulas derived by Rosen. The 3 advanced materials, plus some auxiliary materials, are perfectly integrated into one through Rosen's transformation alchemy, and finally form a 60-centimeter long inverted cone-shaped staff with a large head and a small tail. At first glance, the appearance of the staff is a bit mediocre, just like the ordinary staff sold in the magic weapon store. But if you look closely, you will find that the staff is extremely finely made, feels extremely soft to hold, has a moderate weight, and exudes a flawless pure beauty. When the magic power is injected into it, the extremely complex blue corundum in the staff will show a layer of fine, hazy, and cold light, showing the unique atmosphere of a powerful staff. Selena checked it over and over again, and the more she looked, the more surprised she was. Rosen, your refining skills are really amazing. Rosen looked humble. I have made some achievements in refining, but the reason why I can create this staff is mainly due to the strong magic power provided by His Highness. If I rely on myself, I can only create some low-level magic tools with ordinary performance. Having said that, the performance of this staff is indeed quite outstanding. The most important thing is that it is tailored to Selina's situation. Because each mage is different. A handy staff can multiply the power of the mage. If it is not handy, it is about the same as a fire stick. For example, Selina's mana strength is at the peak of the advanced level. Because there is a law of refining that focus does not break the number of rings, the focus attribute that increases mana strength is basically of no help to her. And because her mana is extremely strong, the total amount of mana is nearly 50% more than that of ordinary advanced peak mages, so there is no urgent need for the resonance and energy conduction attributes that increase endurance. And her weakness is the control of spells. Therefore, the attributes of focus, mana purification, stabilizing energy and other attributes that enhance control will greatly improve her. Finally, it is not possible to attach any attribute you want, and the material properties and the limitations of the refining law must also be considered. There are a lot of details about refining equipment, such as resonance enhancement, ring number constraint, turbulence suppression, back pressure control, etc., which are so complicated that it makes people scratch their heads. In short, tailoring a staff that satisfies the mage is like dancing a dance that amazes the audience with countless shackles, which is quite difficult. At this moment, Selina suddenly screamed again. Oh, there is actually a high-level arcane lattice. The surprise on her face turned into shock. Rosen, this is confidential refining knowledge. Where did you learn it from? Lattice, the full name is Spell Energy Storage Crystal Grid. This means that mana is converted into specific spell energy in advance and stored in the staff, and released directly when needed to achieve a near-instantaneous casting speed. Low-level and intermediate crystal lattices are not rare, nor are they very important. Because after hard training, the mage can cast most low-level and intermediate spells almost instantly with some casting skills. But advanced ones are not possible. No matter how you train or what skills you use, you need at least 1 second of casting time. Similarly, the difficulty of creating advanced crystal lattices is also very high, and it is one of the most cutting-edge refining knowledge in the current magic world. Because of its great power, it is also the most valued knowledge by all noble lords and magic schools. Any results will be kept tightly hidden and never leaked. Currently in the Principality of Whalon, only the Adrian family has some advanced crystal lattice knowledge, which cannot be learned anywhere else. Rosen looked calm at the princess's words. Of course, I researched it myself, but there is only one kind. Selina was still shocked. There is only one kind. The entire Whalon magic world only knows 3 kinds. She once again improved her evaluation of Rosen in her heart. I didn't expect that this guy was actually an outstanding weapon refiner. Rosen's face did not show any satisfaction. Madam, advanced crystal lattices are already backward weapon refinement knowledge. As far as I know, the 3 major magic kingdoms of Aran, Kao, and Lavender have already researched 4-ring crystal lattices, which are the real good stuff. This made Selina a little depressed. Well, Whalon is indeed far behind. But no matter what, this is a very powerful staff. With this staff, the anxiety that had always existed in her heart suddenly dissipated, and she greatly restored the confidence of a senior wizard. She finally commented, "If it is sold, it can be sold for at least 2,000 ogs, and its cost is less than 30 ogs, which is incredible." Rosen smiled and said, "Madam, give it a name." Selina thought for a while, and shook her head. "You are the real creator of the staff, you come up with it. Then call it Sleeping Beauty." Selina was very satisfied. "Good name, let's call it Sleeping Beauty." Then he said, "You also need a staff, let's continue." "As you wish, madam." The two continued to work together to create a new staff. With the assistance of the Sleeping Beauty staff, Selina's spellcasting became more handy, and the deformation energy stimulated became more pure and calm. Rosen had already thought of the performance and appearance of the staff. As a result, the progress of the creation was greatly accelerated. About an hour later, the second staff was completed. It was in the form of a sword. Its materials were exactly the same as those of the sleeper, but because the user was a low-level mage, its magic performance was much simpler. There was only one low-level focus, which could focus Rosen's mana from the early and middle stages of the low level to the middle and late stages of the low level. In addition, the main body of the sword used a large amount of high-strength tough magic steel, and the blade was opened. Therefore, it was very heavy, very strong, and very sharp. Selina commented, "This is more like a knight sword than a magic sword." Rosen smiled and said, "I am big and strong, and the strength of tough magic steel is high enough. If the mana is exhausted, I can still wield it as a sword." Selina shrugged, I hope there is no such opportunity. Then asked, what is the name of your sword? Rosen had already thought of it. It's called the Sword of the Guardian Knight. Selina was stunned. Sleeping Beauty and the Guardian Knight? Her cheeks began to heat up again. Immediately changed the subject. My mana is about to run out, and the day is about to dawn. What should we do next? Rosen turned his head and looked at the ventilation window above the warehouse. The sky was already slightly white, probably around 4 o'clock in the morning. In other words, they were busy in this warehouse all night. Unexpectedly, in the face of such high-intensity refining work, although Selina was exhausted, she persisted and never complained of being tired from beginning to end. This surprised Rosen a little. Originally, he thought she was a rich lady who was delicate and could not endure hardships. Now it seems that he underestimated her. He thought to himself, I heard from my mentor that this princess has been studying magic desperately, and I thought it was just a mutual flattery between friends. Now it seems that she is really working hard. Because he has seen that although the princess's magic talent is excellent, she is still a long way from the top genius. To be promoted to the advanced peak at such a young age, she must have worked hard. And the reason why she did this was probably for the Duke's oath, which can fully explain why she was so angry when the Duke broke his oath. For a moment, Rosen felt a little sympathetic and felt that Selina, the Princess of Varen, had a hard life and was not as happy as him. So he asked gently, Madam, you must be tired of studying magic all these years? Serena was startled, and after staring at Rosen for a few seconds, she frowned slightly. Are you pitying me? That's not necessary. Rosen shook his head. No, I understand you, because we are all people whose destinies are arranged by others. I am my father's only son. I am destined to go to that desolate island, and I study hard for this. And you, the Princess of Whalen Island, are destined to marry someone you don't like for the sake of your family. Serena listened silently, and her face gradually softened. She sighed softly. Anna told me that she actually wanted to persuade you to give up many times, but every time she found you, you were either reading a book, in a magic laboratory, or practicing magic, so she couldn't say it out loud every time. Originally, I just listened to all this as a joke, but now that I hear you say this, I realize that your life is much more difficult than mine. After all, I am a princess, and others respect and fear me, but you are always alone and have to endure countless ridicules. Speaking of this, the eyes of this woman, who may be the most noble in all of Whalen, turned red, and she asked softly, Do you think we can really control our own destiny? Rosen smiled slightly and answered calmly, I don't know. But since your highness has chosen to sleep beside me, I will guard you with a sword. Selina's cheeks, which had just returned to normal, turned red again. After a long silence, she finally said, Rosen, I believe in your determination, but I am worried that I will implicate you. After a pause, she asked, When do you plan to take me away from Dawn City? Rosen had already thought about it. The Duke said that we will leave within 3 days. Today is the second day, so we will leave tomorrow morning. Is it too slow? I believe in your ability to hide now, but I don't know why. I feel a little flustered and worried that unexpected troubles will arise. If she followed Rosen and left the Dawn Castle because of an impulse at the beginning, then now, she really wants to go back to the White Sturgeon Island with this person she loves. Because with his ability, he will never live in poverty, and he is so handsome, he is simply the most perfect husband in the world. Rosen can naturally feel the changes in Selina, and this is exactly the purpose of his ability. Seeing her worry at this time, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Madam, you are too late to realize it. With someone like you, you can't survive half an episode of the palace drama on Earth. Last night, there were hundreds of errant night guards outside looking for them like crazy, as if they were going to dig 3 feet into the ground of Dawn City. Of course, these are all trivial matters, and there is no need to tell Selina for the time being. He comforted her, Madam, no matter how much trouble there is, it can't be blamed on the Master of Transformation, right? Selina felt relieved. That's true, but I still suggest leaving as soon as possible. Rosen smiled. I will do it as soon as possible, but I still have to do something in Dawn City. According to his original plan, he not only had to make money, but also recruit some talents. A commander alone can't be a good lord. In addition, I was busy all night last night, and I have to find a place to rest. Why not go to the Blue Whale Mansion to rest? Blue Whale Mansion, this is the best hotel in the harbor area, and the price is expensive. That's why you deserve the status of a lady. Chapter 17. In the harbor area, the Blue Whale Mansion is a landmark building and the most luxurious hotel. Rich people from all over the world stay there to show off their wealth. The mansion is indeed expensive. Even the most ordinary guest room costs 30 odd a day, which is more than the income of an ordinary dock worker in a year. When an ordinary rented carriage carrying 2 people drove to the main gate of the Blue Whale Mansion, even the coachman became unconfident. "Sir, madam, are you sure you want to stop at the door of the mansion? His car is just the most ordinary rented carriage. If it stops at the door of the mansion, it will be driven away." Rosen smiled. "No, just pull over here." After getting off the carriage, Rosen took Serena through a rose bush on the side of the road. When they came out, they became 2 middle-aged gentlemen and ladies with exquisite clothes and elegant temperament. They did not take a carriage, but walked towards the gate of the Blue Whale Mansion in a strolling manner. Selina looked at the magnificent palace-like building in front of her and whispered in her heart, "Rosen, we don't need to live here. It's not only expensive, but also very conspicuous." Rosen whispered and explained, "It's indeed expensive, but I have sufficient reasons to choose here." Seeing Selina's questioning look, he explained in detail. "First, safety. This is Master Sharam's property. No one will easily cause trouble here. Master Sharam has many other identities. He is the rotating president of the Mage Guild, and one of the 3 magic consultants of the Duke of Dawn. At the same time, the Sharam family is one of the 3 ancient families of Dawn, and the master is the first magician in the family. In short, no one would easily cause trouble in his property, including the errands. Besides, everyone knows that we don't have money in our pockets, so naturally no one would expect us to stay in such an expensive hotel." Selina nodded in agreement. "Well, that makes sense." Rosen pointed a finger again. "The second reason is that I also plan to make some money here." Selina raised her eyebrows slightly. "I understand safety, but how do you make money?" At this time, the two had already walked to the revolving glass door of the mansion, and Rosen casually handed a gold coin to the servant at the door. The servant quickly glanced at the boots of the 2 people, only to see that the boots and trouser legs were spotless, and immediately respectfully opened the door for the 2 people. After entering the lobby of the mansion, Rosen pointed to the notice posted on the wall on the right side of the hall. "Here, I make money from this." On the notice, it was written, "Victory Chess Championship, become the chess champion of the day, and win a huge bonus." Selina was surprised. "Why, are you sure you can become the chess king?" Of course she knew about this championship. In fact, it was the most famous international event in Dawn City, and a major feature of the Blue Whale Mansion. But she knew very well the difficulty of the Chess King Championship. Anna had a strong interest in Victory Chess for a while, and even signed up for the competition, but she gave up completely after playing only 3 games. I tell you, the players who come to participate are all top chess players in the Natural Alliance. They do nothing but study Victory Chess, and their chess skills are ridiculously high. Rosen smiled slightly. "I have studied Victory Chess carefully, and I don't think it's difficult. Victory Chess is an alien version of chess with increased difficulty. Victory depends entirely on skills. This kind of chess game that relies entirely on skills is Lai Fu's strong point. Another reason is that his mentor, Mrs. Agnet, has purchased a large number of chess records to improve her chess skills, including the replays of previous Victory Chess tournaments. All these chess records have become Lai Fu's training data, which has brought Lai Fu's chess skills to a very high level. The most important thing is that this Victory Chess tournament is a fast game, with only 20 seconds of hand change time, which happens to be a human weakness and Lai Fu's strength. Therefore, this Chess King bonus is equivalent to giving it away for free." Selina's already big eyes widened even more. "Victory Chess is not difficult. Oh, you and Anna are really a master and apprentice, and you say exactly the same thing." Rosen certainly understood what Serena meant, and smiled. "The mentor's chess skills are indeed very ordinary, far inferior to hers, but I am different." He nodded his head. "Madam, I have said it before, although I learn slowly, I can always master it. I have studied many chess records, and it was indeed difficult at the beginning, but now, I think it is very simple." Serena felt that this was more and more unreliable. Study chess records? In other words, you haven't played with anyone? Not yet. Oh, then I think you are wasting your time and the registration fee. Give it a try. Okay, but if you lose, I will definitely laugh at you mercilessly, just like I laughed at Anna at the beginning. As they talked, the two walked to the mansion. Rosen first spent 100 augur to book a high-class room at the counter. After getting the room key, he walked to the challenge registration office next to it. He handed over the room key and the registration fee of 100 aug, and reported his identity at the same time. "I am Sir Helic, a senior wizard from Lavender, and I plan to participate in today's Chess King competition." He had already found out that being a tenant of a mansion, and having a respectable identity were the prerequisites for participating in the competition. And his identity was not made up. He had asked someone to find out before. It was a real identity, but Sir Helic was not in Dawn City at the moment. The attendant at the registration office listened, first looked up and looked at Rosen, his eyes moved around him, and finally looked at Princess Serena behind him. Serena was naturally changed by Rosen, and looked exactly like Sir Helic's wife. The attendant asked again, "Who is this lady?" "Oh, this is my wife, the senior mage Ms. Anwina. She is accompanying me to the competition." "Why not?" The attendant nodded repeatedly. Of course, the two distinguished mages are very welcome to participate in today's Chess King competition. He quickly registered Rosen's pseudonym, and then explained the rules carefully. The Chess King competition will start at 7 o'clock after dinner, and last until 11 o'clock in the evening. If you are interested in competing for the Chess King, please be sure to arrive on time. Rosen nodded. "Thank you for reminding me, I will be there on time. It's only 7 o'clock in the morning now." He and Selena have just worked all night to make magic tools. Now they will go back to their rooms to rest. The mansion is very large and has many rooms, but fortunately there are attendants to lead the way, so there is no need to worry about getting lost. It was very quiet at first, but when I walked to the stairs, I passed by a pair of gentlemen, and the sound of their chat also floated over. I never thought that His Highness would choose Baron Birdshit as her husband. This is so interesting. I heard that Sir Jarek had a big fight with the Duke early in the morning, calling him a liar and a cheat. Why did he say that? Because the Duke promised not to interfere early in the morning, but he secretly hid both the princess and the Baron, causing the errands to work in vain for a whole night, but they didn't even find a shadow of a person, haha. The two gentlemen had just walked away for a while, and whispers floated in the corridor again. The Golden Rose of Dawn is so willful. Who says it's not? The Adrian family has lost face this time. The most shameful one should be King Danger. Before, it was just his body that was smelly, but now his reputation is also smelly. That's true. Do you think Aaron will declare war on Whalon? Who knows? Maybe. I don't think so. If the alliance goes into a civil war, the giant fortress will belong to Queen Zoya. The situation is obvious. After a day of fermentation, Selena's affairs have spread throughout Dawn City, and the Duke and the Aaron royal family, as the parties involved, have lost face because of this. Selena listened quietly, but her hands tightly grasped Rosen's arm, and the grip became tighter and tighter. Finally, she couldn't help whispering, "Rosen, something seems wrong." She seemed to have greatly underestimated the tyranny of the Aaron people. If the Aarons really reacted so strongly, Rosen would die, his brother would get into endless trouble, and even a war might break out, which was something she didn't want to see. Rosen could fully understand her feelings, but there was no regret medicine anymore. Because he had already spent a night outside with the princess, and the whole world knew about it. So, there was no way back. Seeing Selena's face full of shame, and even frustration, he immediately encouraged her. "Don't worry, madam. Since the Duke agreed to let you leave, he must have thought of the follow-up countermeasures long ago. As for us, madam, don't worry even more. No one knows where we are at all. Didn't you hear that the Aarons looked for us all night, but we are still fine?" Selena's mood eased a little. "I feel guilty now." Rosen continued to encourage, and he whispered softly, "Madam, you don't have to feel the slightest guilt. What the Whalon people should do most is not to sacrifice the princess's happiness to please Aaron, but to get rid of Aaron's control and gain true independence." Selena was slightly shocked and looked up at Rosen. Rosen also looked at her with a firm gaze. "I admit that this will cause some trouble, and Whalon will lose some benefits because of it. But our Sturgeon Island is actually not small, with a radius of 60 to 70 kilometers. In addition to the islands and sea areas given by the Duke, there is great potential for development. Once we develop it, we can completely make up for today's losses." Selena was half believing and half doubting. "But I heard that Sturgeon Island is very barren, with steep mountains and forests everywhere. In the forest, there are only bird droppings and wild forest spirits, and there are few places where people can live. Most of the sea areas are also occupied by sea fish people. How can it develop?" Rosen certainly knew that the island was barren, but he had already thought of an excuse. At this time, he immediately began to paint a picture of the island's future. Or start to paint a pie in the sky. What the lady said is indeed correct, but if you think about it the other way around, it may be a great thing. There are many mountains and forests on the island, and most of them are occupied by forest spirits. This is true, but it also means that the mountains and forests have not been explored at all. Who knows where there will be precious mineral deposits hidden? Most of the sea areas around the island are indeed occupied by fishmen, but this also shows that the sea areas are rich with my transformation alchemy, or can be transformed into powerful magic tools, and as long as we find a way to drive away the sea fishmen, we will have a huge fishing ground. Powerful magic tools can earn a lot of gold coins and build a strong army. Rich fishing grounds can provide a lot of food and harvest pearls, cold water corals, seabed minerals, and other resources. Once developed, it will not only be a huge amount of wealth, but also a powerful fleet. By then, we will travel across the oceans and rob Aaron's merchant ships to pay back all the anger we suffered today. Selena's heartbeat accelerated slightly when she heard it, and she was half believing and half doubting. Really, is it that good? If it was before, she would never believe in this fairy tale-like vision of the future, but the outstanding ability shown by Rosen last night gave her strong confidence. Rosen continued to work hard. Madam, why do you think I must inherit the title? Just for a few hundred ogres of fiscal surplus a year? I can't make 10 or 100 times more money by selling a few magic tools? It is because I see this deep development potential that I am willing to gamble my future. This makes sense, which makes Selena more and more excited, but she still feels guilty, and can't let go of her responsibility to the Adrian family. Rosen saw this, and said the last sentence in a concentrated voice. For a long time, we, the people of Whalon, have lived under the shadow of the kingdom of Aaron. Aaron's bastards have treated Whalon as their backyard where they can run wild at will. But madam, not every Whalon likes to be ridden on by Aaron. The Duke doesn't want to, Earl Robert of Shire County doesn't want to, and I don't want to either. So, even if you don't want to really marry me, I will never hand you over to that stinky king. The golden rose of Whalon is worth my life to protect. Selena's body trembled slightly when she heard this. Her eyes turned red uncontrollably, and she felt a surge of passionate blood in her chest like volcanic lava. She didn't calm down until she reached the door of the guest room. Rosen, can Varen really get rid of the control of the kingdom of Aaron? I don't know. But I know that if we don't do it, it will never be possible. But if we start with us, maybe our generation won't be able to do it, but our descendants will continue to do it. And as long as we do it, even if we fail 99 times, as long as we succeed the 100th time, our Varen will no longer be controlled by Aaron. Selena lacks many qualities that a leader should have, but she is definitely not lacking in courage. Rosen's words made her blood boil, and she deeply agreed. Okay, let's start with US. Chapter 18. 8 o'clock in the morning. Blue Whale Mansion, high-end guest room on the 3rd floor. Splash, splash. The sound of running water continued to come from the bathroom. It was Selena taking a bath. Rosen sat lazily on the thick leather chair in the living room. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but he was actually whispering to Selena in his heart. Rosen, the people of the Aaron Kingdom must be looking for us everywhere. We must be careful of this. Selena said. Madam is right, so we have to set up a fog array in the room. The fog array is indeed effective, but it is not enough, because the Kingdom of Aaron developed a tracking magic tool 3 years ago, called the Inside Water Mirror, which is very powerful, and is said to be uninterrupted. Rosen took a sip of the tea on the small table beside him, and smiled. Madam, there is no tracking spell in the world that cannot be interfered with. The reason why the Aaron people say this is just to scare people. Okay, but if you want to interfere with the spell, you must at least know the principle of the spell, right? I don't know anyway, do you know? Rosen nodded. I know the general principle, but I haven't figured out the details yet. This is a military secret of the Kingdom of Aaron. How did you know it? Because it is a secret, I only know some of it. Otherwise, I know everything, but this is enough. After a pause, he still explained the source of the information a little. The Mentor is a member of the Duke's Magic Advisory Group. She often gets confidential magic confrontation cases, including the secret battle between Aaron's Night Guard and the Black Guard. So I read some of it. Mrs. Agnet's status is quite high. She is actually the middleman between Earl Robert and Duke Willen. Naturally, she can get a lot of information that ordinary people can't get. Selena understood, but still a little puzzled. This information should be confidential, right? How could Anna let you see it? I peeked. You're fine, it's not surprising at all. Selena already knew Rosen's character a little bit. He was a lawless guy. However, she now thought it was a good thing, because they were about to face many difficulties. If they were honest and dull, it would be a big trouble. Rosen continued, Madam, you can rest assured. I promise you that even if Aaron sends all the night guards to Dawn City, he will not be able to find us. After saying this, he secretly added in his heart, Anyway, you will definitely not be able to find us by magic. You have to use stupid methods to find us. Rosen, You are a little arrogant in your confidence, but the strange thing is that I am willing to believe you. Splash. Another sound of water. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened, and Selena, who was only wearing a bathrobe, walked out barefoot, rubbing her golden curly hair as bright as the sun with a cotton towel as she walked. I'm very tired now. I need to go to sleep. Sleep well in the bedroom. I be watching in the living room. I'm worried that you suddenly break in. I'm not saying you can't come in. No, I just want to have a good rest. I understand, ma'am. There's no need to explain. Just cast a high-level defensive barrier in the bedroom. You said it, did I really? Please feel free. As he said that, Rosen also yawned and laid down on the thick camel hair carpet in the room with his clothes on. Have a good rest. There's a chess king competition tonight. Selena was very satisfied with Rosen's attitude. Although she liked Rosen in her heart, she felt that everything was too hasty. He is my husband. Of course, I will accept him. But certainly not now that everything is happening too fast. I am not ready yet. With this thought, Selena turned and went into the bedroom. Rosen lay calmly on the carpet, mumbling in his heart. Lifu, adjust the warning intensity of Heart of the God of War to the highest level. It has been adjusted to the highest level. Once an abnormal situation is found within 300 meters around, the best response strategy will be automatically adopted. Heart of the God of War is Rosen's last successful training of the ultimate ability, dedicated to fighting. Relying on the full-time warning ability attached to this ability, Rosen can rest assured no matter what environment he is in. Immediately afterwards, Rosen muttered in his heart again. Activate the practice skill linking ring, Rosen meditation records, and switch to background operation mode for 4 hours. This is also a top ability, and it is his first top ability. The training process took a full 4 years. It was precisely because of this ability that Rosen had a magical power far beyond his peers. Because the operation of connecting the magic ring is very complicated and requires great skills. Different mages have different talents and opportunities, so their practice efficiency is naturally very different. Rosen's talent is average, and his practice efficiency is very ordinary if he relies on himself. But he has Lifu. Since connecting the magic ring is a difficult technical job, it is naturally very energy-consuming. Ordinary mages can practice for a maximum of half an hour a day, and have to rest directly after practicing. But Rosen first trained Lifu's practice ability little by little, and optimized his practice efficiency little by little, and finally produced the Rosen meditations with quite good efficiency. Then, he turned on the background operation mode and let Lifu practice for him. The result is that he can practice efficiently while sleeping. Others can only practice for half an hour a day, but he can practice for up to 8 hours a day, almost reaching the limit of his soul's tolerance. Back to the topic. As Lifu started to run, power continued to flow into Rosen's soul from the mysterious magic ring that enveloped the world and was everywhere. Rosen felt warm all over, just like soaking in a hot spring, very comfortable. Within a minute, he fell into a dark dream, and it seemed that it was only a blink of an eye, and Lifu's voice sounded in his mind again. The 4-hour practice time is over. In this practice, the soul strength increased by 1.1%, the soul pool increased by 1.2%, and the magic ring connection channel widened by 1.5%. The single power increase is not small, but in a world without personal power, such a rapid increase is difficult to sustain. Soon, he will touch the ring wall. If he can't break through to a higher ring, he will be stuck. At the same time, the thickness of the magic ring is very thin. On average, each ring can only increase the magic strength by 20%. Even if it is increased to the top ring, the magic strength is only 6 or 7 times that of the first ring. In a single fight, it can naturally crush the lower rings, and on the battlefield it is just a super soldier. Back to the topic again. After practicing, Rosen felt indescribably comfortable all over, his mind was extremely clear, and all the fatigue was swept away. He stretched his waist and sighed with satisfaction in his heart. This sleep quality is better than going to the hospital for anesthesia in my previous life. He opened his eyes and looked at the window. The velvet curtains were tightly drawn, but the sunlight coming through the gap told Rosen that it was less than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I stood up and walked to the window, looking at the big clock tower of the Storm Temple in the harbor area. It was only 12:30. I turned around and came to the bedroom door. I raised my hand and felt it on the door panel. I could feel a faint numbness, which was a bit like the effect of leakage in the wall. High-level defensive barrier arcane field. Selena was still worried about me after all. This was normal. Normal women would not completely let down their guard against a man who had only been in contact for less than 2 days, not to mention the Princess of Dawn, who had been coveted by countless people since childhood. Rosen took a step back, picked up the Night Guardian sword, and drew a circular seal in the air towards the door. After the seal was completed, the sword paused slightly, and the magic power vibrated gently. A circular transparent area with a diameter of 1 meter suddenly appeared on the door. Through the area, you can see a dimly lit room. In the middle of the room is a spacious and exquisite cage-style wooden bed. The light blue duck-down quilt covered Selina's body, showing the fluctuating outline of her body. Selina was still sleeping, but her brows were slightly furrowed, her breathing was slightly disordered, and she would occasionally talk in her sleep. She was not sleeping peacefully. Rosen tapped the magic sword lightly, dragon sleep. A ray of broken starlight shone through the tip of the sword, silently passed through the defensive barrier, and sprinkled on Selina, who immediately fell into a dreamless sleep. This was a super powerful sleeping spell. Even a dragon would lie down on the spot if it was hit, let alone Selina. She would never wake up before dusk. Rosen immediately removed the protective seal and arranged several detection guards around the room, and his body gradually faded in the room. Click. The window opened gently, a breeze blew, and the window closed gently again. A few minutes later, Rosen reappeared in a remote alley in the harbor area, but he had changed into a respectable old gentleman. In fact, with his magic power, one tube of magic power can fly about 80 kilometers. For short distances within 10 kilometers, flying can be used instead. But Dawn City is a no-fly zone, and there are many sensitive detection towers. It is very troublesome to hide here and there. If you are discovered, it will be a lot of trouble. It is better to walk directly on the ground. As he walked, he pinched the communication seal with his hand. When he reached the middle of the alley, a tall old man wearing a simple hemp cloak, a rainproof hat, and holding a wooden stick appeared from the air. He looked at Rosen silently, and stretched out his rough palm to Rosen. Rosen stretched out his hand, and held his palm. A faint but substantial needle-like light suddenly appeared in the palms of both parties. After about 3 minutes, Rosen withdrew his hand, stared into the old man's eyes, and whispered in his heart, "The stage is set at the Blue Whale Mansion." What stage? Of course, it is the stage for him to escape with the princess. Understood. Secretly protect Lady Agnet, and ensure her safety. This matter is set as the highest priority. Understood. Go ahead. The old man took a step back, and disappeared into the air. Rosen looked at the direction where the old man disappeared and smiled in his heart. Tonight, the princess's troubles will be completely solved. If you want to marry the princess back, you can't just run away, you must really show your strength to fight against King Danger. Of course, recruiting talents for the territory cannot be delayed, because it is related to future development. He continued to move forward. When he reached the entrance of the alley, a young woman came towards him, and looked at Rosen with a slightly puzzled look. "Master?" The young woman was probably in her early 20s, with brown short hair and a cute face, but she was very tall and strong, half a head taller than Rosen, and her arms and waist were thicker than Rosen's. She was simply a Barbie from another world. At this moment, she was wearing steel-studded leather armor, carrying a small round shield and a one-handed sword, like a mercenary. Rosen nodded. "It's me, but you have to call me master now." This woman was one of the servants who grew up with him. She was Rosen's absolute confidant. Her name was Alia, and the old baron took a lot of effort to pick her for him. Although she was young, she was a talented warrior. At the age of 22, she was already a powerful high-level warrior. With her talent, it was only a matter of time for her to break through the fourth ring of fighting spirit and become a battle master. "Okay, young man, sir." The woman's voice was very clear and her attitude was very gentle, which was completely different from her tough appearance. Rosen walked over first and asked, "How is the search going?" "We have found 3 targets in total, and the sir may be interested." Just then, a rented carriage passed by, and Rosen waved to stop it and waved to Alia. "I'm in a hurry. Let's go all the way and talk in the car." Chapter 19. Afternoon. In the carriage, Rosen was eating the goat cheese that Alia had just bought. "Tell me the details." Alia was also eating cheese. Although she was tall and strong, she ate very delicately, taking small bites. At this moment, a thick cloud of sorrow covered her cute face. She did not answer but asked instead, "Master, I have heard a lot of strange rumors about you in the past 2 days. Some people said that you were killed by the Aran people. Others said that you kidnapped the Princess of Dawn. Is it true?" Rosen grinned. "The princess is indeed with me, but I did not kidnap her. The princess chose to follow me herself." Alia was shocked and forgot to eat her favorite foaming cheese. "Master, This matter is not a joke. In the past 2 days, there are more errand night guards in the harbor district than flies on cow dung. Rosen naturally knew the movements of errand night guards clearly. But seeing that Arya seemed to know a lot, she thought it would be a good idea to listen more. After all, the detection guards also have blind spots. What do you know? Tell me. Arya immediately said, I heard that Ambassador Aaron Sir Jarek had a big quarrel with the Duke this morning, and the noise was so loud that it almost shattered the window glass. It is said that Sir Jarek threatened that the Baron who humiliated the king would die tragically on the street, and the princess would definitely marry King Danger. The Duke was also furious, but no specific words were heard. But Shirtu told me that this morning, the search efforts of Aaron's night guards increased several times. Not only did they have more people, but they were also spending money crazily. All the gangs in various districts were mobilized, and helped them find you like crazy. By the way, they also listed the harbor area as a key search area. Rosen smacked his lips. TSK, they mobilized the local gangs to find me. These night guards are very passionate. Aaron Night Guard is a strong dragon, and the local gangs are local snakes. If the two sides cooperate to find someone, even if he is reincarnated and hidden in a woman's belly, he will be pulled out. So, it is only a matter of time for him and Selena to be exposed. As for the stone mentioned by Alia, it is another confidant of Rosen. His real name is Stannard, and he also grew up with Rosen. He is 21 years old this year, and is a low-level wizard. Naturally, his spells were taught by Rosen, and he didn't learn them very well. His greatest ability is to inquire about information. He is one of Rosen's most relied eyes in Dawn City. Arya pouted and complained, Master, please be serious, this is all for you. Rosen shrugged, Okay, we must be serious. So, is there any other news? Of course. Arya looked solemn. Shirtu said that the reason why Sir Yalek's attitude became so tough was because Aaron urgently sent a special action team. And the leader of this action team should be Shadow Master Lysant. That is to say, Aaron's night guard in Dawn City is currently led by 2 magic masters. Rosen raised his eyebrows. Shadow Master? This old guy didn't fly over the sea overnight? He must have flown here, otherwise he couldn't have come so quickly. Rosen ate all the cheese and filled his stomach. He took the handkerchief handed by Arya, wiped the crumbs from the corners of his mouth, and chuckled. This old man is already over 60, and he's not afraid of falling into the sea because he's exhausted from flying. Flying magic consumes a lot of energy. If you fly with your hands, a high-level magician can only fly 5 to 10 kilometers, and a 4th ring master can fly about 15 to 25 kilometers. The kingdom of Aaron is located in the Wick continent south of the giant island of Whalon, and the narrowest part of the strait between the two sides is more than 200 kilometers. As a master of magic in the early stage of the 4th ring, if Lysant wants to fly across the sea overnight, he must rely on various lattice magic tools and potions. It is estimated that he will also let other magicians take him to fly, so that he can quickly cross the strait. Of course, a master is a master, and he should not be underestimated. The general perception of this world is that basically everyone can reach the 3rd ring with hard work, but above the 3rd ring, you must rely on talent. This talent is quite rare. It is possible that one of the 500 3rd ring high-level magicians will break through to the 4th ring, and the strength of the 4th ring's magic power is 30% higher than that of the 3rd ring, which is much greater than the maximum of 15% of the first 3 rings. The great difficulty of promotion and the small step increase in strength make the strong with 4 rings of strength be called masters. Because of this, although Alia respects Rosen very much, she still thinks he is too arrogant. Master, although you have profound knowledge, you are just a low-level wizard after all. Seeing his servant so worried, Rosen felt it necessary to comfort him, so he nodded, You are right. But I am not unprepared. As he spoke, he reached into his pocket, fumbled for a while, and took out a crystal bead the size of a thumb tip. In the dark, the crystal is very inconspicuous, just like an ordinary glass bead. But when the crystal is brought to a bright place, it becomes very dazzling, and its refractive index of light is frighteningly high. With a slight rotation in the air, it can easily scatter the sunlight into fine colorful halos, which are more gorgeous than diamonds. Do you remember this? Alia's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course I remember, it is the communication orb that Master Levin left for you. Master, did you ask the Master for help? Of course. So soon, our old friend will come to help. Alia's worry on her face instantly dissipated most of it. Because as far as she knows, Master Levin is a master of combat magic with 4-ring peak magic power, who is very good at fighting, and is also the Master's close friend regardless of age. But there is one last worry. Master, will that old friend be able to come in time? Don't worry, he will be able to come in time. In fact, I have received his reply. In this case, Alia is completely relieved. Rosen continued the original topic. Now let's get down to business. I introduced the 3 targets you've chosen. Okay, sir. Alia began to focus on the introduction. The first one is a mercenary named Kruber, who is in the middle of the advanced level, 35 years old, and was once the deputy leader of the fiery mercenary group. In the 10 years since he served as deputy leader, the scale of the fiery mercenary group has expanded tenfold. Rosen was quite satisfied. He has good skills and a sharp mind, and is a rare management talent. So what are his shortcomings? Alia spread her hands, speechless. He fell in love with a man, and this man was the leader of the fiery mercenary group. He loved him madly, and took advantage of the opportunity of being drunk to give the leader to that person, and then he was kicked out of the mercenary group by the leader. Even so, his love is still there. Rosen didn't think it was strange, because his previous life was a bizarre world. In some places, there are even dozens of genders. After thinking for a while, he asked, "The Church of Nature strictly prohibits this kind of abnormal love. Once discovered, it will be castrated by magic." How did he escape punishment? The leader owed him a life, so he didn't expose him. The matter didn't get out of hand, and the temple didn't bother to intervene. I understand. Rosen asked again. I am very satisfied with his ability. What conditions do you want him to work for me? Alia said with a strange look on her face. He said that unless he can make the leader accept his love. Rosen felt a little toothache. No kidding. I thought it was a joke at first, but after asking carefully, I confirmed that he was serious. Rosen felt a little headache. What about the second target? The second one is a senior wizard named Alonso, who was expelled from the Mage Guild and strictly prohibited from continuing to contact the field of magic. He is only 33 years old this year, proficient in refining equipment, and was once a very outstanding and pioneering refiner. Well, not bad. He will mainly rely on refining equipment to develop the White Sturgeon Island in the future, so this is the talent he needs most. Then why was he expelled from the Mage Guild? The failure of the magic experiment caused a huge explosion, killing 10 innocent people, including a noble, causing extremely bad effects. For this, he lost all his property and stayed in the Jialai mine prison for 3 years. After he came out, his left leg was lame, and his wife and daughter married a wealthy businessman from Kaolai. He was hit hard, became taciturn, and had no intention of making money. His life was very miserable, like a beggar. Well, a high-ranking wizard who was once full of vigor and vitality, but now has lost his spirit, his fate is really rough. Will he serve me? Alia hesitated, but still said it. He is willing to serve big shots, but the price is very high. Not only does he require an annual salary of 500 OG, but he also needs to be provided with a fully functional refining workshop and a magic laboratory. And he only works half of the time, and the other half is spent in the laboratory. Finally, the materials consumed by the laboratory must also be borne by the employer. Rosen understood. It's quite expensive. Well, it's really expensive, even a little arrogant. Rosen smiled slightly. Very good, I appreciate such arrogant people, I agree. Master, just your agreement is useless. This Alonso also said that not only must the money be enough, but he must also be pleasing to the eye, otherwise it will be useless. Ha, interesting. How about this? You arrange him in the Wildcat Inn in the northern suburbs of the city, and I will meet him tomorrow. Yes, master. What about the third one? The third one is a wanted criminal of the Lavender royal family, named Wei Gu, 27 years old, with intermediate mana peak, not strong, but she is the chief apprentice of Odanlo, the former court potion master of Lavender, and in some aspects, her achievements even surpass her mentor. Master Odanlo was involved in a palace coup, and was imprisoned by King Sheila. Wei Gu escaped by chance. At present, she hides in the old town like a mouse, making a living by selling some ordinary potions. Rosen understood. If I hire her, I have to bear the political pressure from Lavender, right? Yes, I may even face the Scarlet Assassin sent by the royal family of Lavender. She also said that as long as the master is willing to protect her, and let her live a stable life, she is willing to serve the master. But she also said that she doesn't believe me, and must see you in person, and have a good talk with you before making a final decision. Also let her wait for me at the Wildcat Inn. After listening to the 3, they are all rare talents and very useful to Rosen, but none of them are easy to deal with. By the way, Alia, you didn't let them know my identity, did you? No, I just said I was a noble lord. Very good. If he had told them, Then given Rosen's current situation, not only would he be in danger, but his two trusted servants would also be in great danger. It's okay now. He thought about it carefully again, and found that the best person to deal with was the mercenary Kruber. And his plan tonight also happened to require the help of Kruber's ability. Looking up at the sky, it was only 1:30 in the afternoon, and he said, "Take me to see Kruber first." "No, let's go see the leader of the fiery mercenary group first." Chapter 20. The Fiery Mercenary Group is a famous mercenary group on the giant island of Whalon. Its business is spread all over Whalon, and it is also involved in a lot of maritime escort business. Its headquarters is located in the harbor warehouse area. Probably to save costs, they directly enclose 4 large warehouses with solid brick walls. Although the mercenary group is built as solid as a military camp, no mercenary group will easily reject a visitor who is well dressed and has a good attitude, because the other party may become a future sponsor. Soon, Rosen met the leader of the fiery mercenary group in a small conference room on the 2nd floor of a converted warehouse. The first time he saw the leader, Rosen understood Kruber a little, because this leader is very beautiful. Obviously he is a man, but he is not masculine, but feminine. He is probably in his early 30s, about 1.85 meters tall, slender and strong, with ear-length blonde hair like bright sunshine, a delicate and soft face, and smooth and healthy wheat-colored skin, which makes people feel good at first sight. "Old man, what do you want to talk to me about?" The leader was very polite, his voice was a little hoarse, and he didn't have a beard, so it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. Rosen had limited time, so he didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his needs. "I want to hire Kruber to work for me, but I'm not sure about his character, so I want to ask the leader." Before he finished speaking, the handsome leader's face changed slightly, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his delicate face. After a full half-minute of silence, he finally spoke. "Kruber is a very capable person. He has made a lot of efforts to make the mercenary group develop to this point today. He also saved my life twice. I am very grateful to him and respect him very much. But I had to drive him away because his view of love was very problematic, which caused me great trouble and had a bad impact on the reputation of the mercenary group. This is consistent with Alia's report." Rosen then asked, in addition to his distorted view of love, what other evil deeds did he do? The beautiful captain shook his head. "No, Kruber is very sentimental and generous to his brothers. Once his brothers encounter any difficulties, he will help them." After a pause, he fell into silence again, as if thinking about something. After more than 10 seconds, he said, "The old man must have looked for Kruber, right?" "Yes." "Did he tell you that as long as I accept his love, he is willing to serve you?" "Yes." "Oh, Mother Nature." The beautiful captain covered his face with both hands, obviously feeling very troubled. "Old sir, to be honest, this incident has made me a laughing stock of the entire mercenary group, greatly affecting me and the future of the mercenary group. If this matter is not resolved, I am afraid the mercenary group will be disbanded." Rosen nodded in agreement, because the mercenary group is only a civilian organization after all. Once the abnormal love affair becomes a big deal and is noticed by the temple, a big shot can cause a devastating blow to the mercenary group. After thinking for a while, he whispered in his mind, "I have a way to solve this problem, but it requires the leader to make some small sacrifices." "What? You want me to accept Kruber's courtship?" "No, that's impossible." "Of course not. I'm a wizard. I like to solve problems with magic. I plan to use illusion to untie Kruber's knot, but illusion needs to be based on reality to be effective. So, I want to deeply understand the captain's physical details." After a pause, Rosen added, "All physical details." The beautiful captain was embarrassed, but compared to being entangled by Kruber, this embarrassment was obviously nothing. After a while, he made a decision and turned to the guard outside the conference hall and shouted, "Tom, don't let anyone in without my order." "Yes, Captain." Tom's voice came from outside the door. Then, the beautiful captain took off his belt very simply. About half an hour later, Rosen left the fiery mercenary corps with satisfaction. "Alia, go tell Kruber that the captain is willing to accept his love, but there is a condition." Alia looked surprised. "Master, how did you convince the captain? This is not glorious." "Don't worry about how I convinced him. Just tell him that unless he can accept this condition, he should stop bothering the captain." "What is the condition?" Rosen whispered in Alia's ear, and the latter's eyes suddenly widened. "Master, is this okay?" "You will know after trying it. Oh, by the way, give me half an hour to prepare, and then you take the people to the Seagull Inn in the warehouse area." "Okay, Master, I do it now." Alia opened the door of the carriage and jumped directly into the car to find someone. Rosen also started to prepare immediately. About 20 minutes later, he came to the living room on the first floor of the Seagull Inn and waited patiently. A quarter of an hour later, Alia came to the inn with a strange man. Rosen observed the man, who was less than 1.8 meters tall, strong, and had an ordinary face, but his eyes were sharp and he exuded a spirit of being capable and tough. This should be Kruber. Rosen was very satisfied with him. The White Sturgeon Island is a place with tough folk customs, and it needs such a tough character to calm the situation. This way. Rosen waved his hand and gestured to the inn attendant. 3 glasses of wine, 1 glass of dark rum, and 2 glasses of Sharon honey wine. Women drink honey wine. Kruber sat down opposite Rosen and took the rum brought by the attendant and drank it all. Good wine, another glass. Then he looked at Rosen with a provocative look. Did you really convince the captain? Really, he is waiting for you in the room upstairs. A hint of excitement flashed in Kruber's eyes, and his expression was much more relaxed. Hey Alia, your master is really capable. Alia didn't answer. She shrugged her shoulders and sipped the mead in small sips. She liked to drink sweet drinks. Rosen naturally drank mead. Alia has told you the captain's conditions, right? Yes, I can totally accept it. Kruber took the second glass of dark rum and drank half of it in one gulp. His eyes were still clear, but he was a little more excited than before. He rubbed his hands a little excitedly. Can I go up to see the captain now? Of course, but I want to remind you that some things are not as good as you think. If you get hurt by this, don't blame me. Why should I blame you? I can't thank you enough. Then go ahead, the room at the end of the corridor. Okay. Kruber drank the wine in one gulp and reached the stairs in one step, and disappeared at the corner of the stairs in another step. In the hall downstairs, Rosen and Alia sipped honey wine and waited patiently. But they didn't wait. Rosen took out a purse with 200 odd cash and quietly handed it to Alia. Take this money, as the operating expenses for you and Sure too. Alia was slightly surprised. Master, did you rob a bank? How come you suddenly have so much money? Some time ago, they were still worried about money. Rosen smiled and continued to whisper in his heart. This is the princess's dowry. Oh! Alia was half believing and half doubting. Rosen didn't explain much, and continued to remind, by the way, my identity is very sensitive during this period. You and Sure too must be very careful, and never reveal your identity. He only has 2 trusted servants who grew up together. It would be a pity if they were killed. Alia smiled. I know, master, Sure too and I are very careful. And not many people know our relationship with you. Just then, footsteps came from the direction of the stairs. The 2 turned their heads and saw the handsome captain dressed neatly at the stairs. He walked down the stairs in high spirits and walked out of the hotel quickly. After waiting for a while, Kruber still didn't appear. Rosen got up and walked to the second floor. Alia, you go to do your business first. I go upstairs to take a look. Yes, sir. Rosen went up to the second floor and walked all the way to the room at the end of the corridor. He saw that the door was half open, and a low, painful groan came from inside. The magician's hand pushed open the door. In the dimly lit room, Kruber was lying on the wooden bed without clothes, and a pool of dazzling blood was slowly spreading under him. After hearing the movement, Kruber turned around weakly. When he saw that it was Rosen, he turned his head again and continued to hum on the bed. Rosen drew out the Guardian Knight's magic sword and released a weak healing spell on Kruber's wound to help him stop bleeding. He gloated and joked. It seems that the captain's love for you is very intense. Intensive? No, it's cruel. He almost killed me just now. I think he is taking revenge on me. Kruber's voice was weak, but full of anger. If it weren't for the severe pain of the wound, he would definitely jump up and curse. Rosen cast a healing spell on him again, slightly alleviating his pain. Do you still love him? Love? No, he doesn't deserve my love at all. I was so confused before that I thought he was kind and cute. Kruber supported his body with both hands and tried to sit up, but as soon as he put pressure on his butt, he immediately gasped in pain. Sir, can you use another healing spell on me? Please. Rosen did as he wished and cast 3 healing spells on him in a row, allowing him to regain the ability to move freely. Huh, I feel much better. Kruber sat up carefully, his face looked a little pale due to excessive blood loss. Rosen made his request at the right time. My territory needs a political steward, with an annual salary of 200 og, and food, accommodation and clothing are not included. If you want to marry and have children, I will give you an additional generous settlement allowance. How generous? 1,000 ogs, and a piece of land for building a house. Of course, you have to marry a real wife, not just perfunctorily. Well, I am indeed old enough to start a family. Okay, I will do it with you. When will it start? Start now. I need you to help me with something. Also, this is your salary for this year. Rosen directly threw a purse with 200 gold ogs in it. Kruber took the purse, and the heavy touch and golden light made him very satisfied. He is short of money recently. Sir, you are so generous in giving me money. I will call you Master now. Master, what are your instructions? Rosen smiled faintly. Tonight, around 11 o'clock, a big event will happen near the Blue Whale Mansion. I need a group of people to gather nearby to watch the excitement. The more people, the better. It's best to gather quietly without arousing anyone's suspicion. Is there a way to do it? Kruber's expression moved slightly. Master, can I know what big event is? Rosen's smile was still faint, and his dark eyes emitted a deep and cold light. Kruber, I believe you must have guessed something, but I won't help you confirm your guess. Don't take the initiative to explore, because the water here is very deep and can easily drown a small mercenary. Kruber has experienced many storms, witnessed many big scenes, and met many big figures. But when facing the man in front of him, he still felt an indescribable palpitation, as if he was stared at by a dragon. He knew immediately that this was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. So he immediately promised. I understand, sir. I will keep my mouth shut. He knew that he was just a nobody, and if he knew too much, he would definitely die in obscurity. Rosen was very satisfied with his tact. You don't have to worry about your safety. My people will protect you secretly. Kruber smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew that when the other party told him the content of the mission, he would have no chance of getting off the ship. And the so-called secret protection is actually surveillance. So, he had to bite the bullet and do it. The good news is that for him, the mission itself is not difficult. He chuckled. Sir, there is a shortage of people these days, but there is no shortage of people who watch the fun. Just wait and see, I will send at least 5,000 people to you. Chapter 21. 4:30 in the afternoon. Blue Whale Mansion. Selina slowly opened her eyes, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. In the past, she would stay up late, and would be very tired even if she slept more the next day, but today was completely different. She felt energetic and comfortable all over. Well, maybe I slept too deeply. Ding, ding, ding. A deep bell sounded outside the window, ringing 17 times in a row. It was the alarm clock of the temple. Selina still remembered the Chess King competition in the evening, so she immediately got up, put on her clothes in a few seconds, and then removed the defensive barrier on the door. Rosen, Luo Helik, are you there? Yes. Rosen's voice came from outside the door, as gentle as ever, which made Selina's heart, which had just risen to her throat, return to her stomach. Patting her chest gently, she said, Fortunately, Aaron Night Guard didn't come to our house. Aaron Night Guard's methods were secretive and cruel. If he really came to our house, the two of them might not be opponents. She might be able to save her life, but Rosen would definitely be finished. Now everything was safe and sound, which was naturally the best. After getting dressed, she opened the bedroom door and immediately smelled a strong aroma of food. Turning her head, she saw that the small dining table in the living room was filled with exquisite food, and there were 2 glasses of fine wine next to the food. Rosen stood by the dining table with a smile on his face, and extended his hand to invite, Madam, please have a meal. Selina was in a happier mood, my dear. It seems that you have rested well too. It's really good. This is the first time in my life that I have lived in such a good place. After sitting down on both sides of the dining table and eating half full, Rosen held the wine glass and shook it gently. Madam, I have to report a piece of news to you. Somehow, Selina found that Rosen's movements seemed a little strange, but after careful observation, she couldn't tell what was strange, so she didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because he just woke up. Picking up the wine glass and taking a sip, she asked with a relaxed look, Good news or bad news? Not good or bad for now. Tell me about it. It's like this. The Chess King competition also set up a handicap to predict the Chess King of the day. Then, I bet 1,000 og on myself. Selina felt that Rosen was a bit reckless. You have to discuss this with me. After all, it's the money we made together. But then again, she didn't take it too seriously, first because she was used to big money, and second because this money came too easily. Rosen looked apologetic. I thought so too, but the betting ended at 4 o'clock, and you are still sleeping, and there is a defensive barrier on the wall, so I really can't notify you. This is true. The bet has been made and cannot be withdrawn, so Selina is a little concerned. Okay, what are the odds now? 1 to 19, I bet in your name, you can go and collect the money when the time comes. This is a lot of money. Selina wanted to laugh when she heard it. You sound like the chess king today. Rosen spread his hands. What if it's true? I wait and see. Selina just said this and didn't take it to heart. Most of her attention was on the food in front of her. Especially the stewed lamprey, which tasted very delicious and was her favorite. After the meal, the two disguised themselves as Sir Helic and Lady Anwina of the Kingdom of Lavender again, and walked towards the chess room on the first floor hand in hand. The chess championship in Blue Whale Mansion is very famous, and quite a few people live in the mansion just for this event. As the championship is about to start, the guests all go out to the chess room, and the staircase corridor is much busier than other times. With more people, there are naturally more topics. If it were usual, most people would be talking about victory chess at this time, but today is a special situation, and most of the topics are still about the runaway princess. Rosen and Serena walked along, listening all the way. Hey, has the unfortunate Baron Bird ship been caught? Probably not. How do you know? I think he might have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Hey, then you don't understand the style of the Aran people. If they really catch someone, they will never deal with him quietly, but hang the body in the most lively glorious square for everyone to see. Yes, that's the truth. Couldn't the Baron Bird shit have left Dawn City? Probably not. I heard that the night guards have been looking for him in the harbor district. I guess he is hiding in the harbor district. Isn't the harbor district right here? Amid the chaotic discussions, Selina began to worry again and whispered to Rosen, how about we take a boat tonight? Rosen did not refute, but smiled and nodded. No problem, we leave after the chess game is over. At this time, another message came from the side. Have you heard? Someone saw the wandering Master Levin on the street. How did the two words wandering and master come together? Someone didn't understand. Immediately, someone with a good heart explained it to him. Levin, born a commoner, was promoted to a magic master 3 years ago. He refused all the recruitments of the great nobles, and wandered around Varan like a lone wolf. Ha, this master's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. He is not a noble but a beggar. Be careful what you say, this wandering master has a strange temper, and is particularly good at fighting. It is said that Master Shariam may not be able to do it. Anyway, it is best not to provoke him. Listening to these discussions, Selina whispered to Rosen in an envious tone. Oh, I wish I could become a master of magic, but unfortunately I can't do it. Rosen smiled. Madam, if you can't do it yourself, you can still find a master husband. Selina immediately shook her head. No. Masters are all old men with gray hair. Then she glanced at Rosen again. Besides, I already have a husband, don't I? Yes, madam. At this time, another conversation came over. Is it a good day today? It seems that the area around the mansion is very lively, and there are people everywhere. They are looking for cats. Looking for cats? A noble lady lost her beloved pet cat, and went to the mercenary union to put up a bounty of 3,000 ogs. TSK, 3,000 ogs. The noble ladies of Dawn City are really rich. Who said it wasn't? Selina was surprised. What kind of cat is worth so much money? Is it the blood of Ortland? Rosen smiled in his heart. Kruber's idea is quite good. The 3,000 ogs played a huge role in attraction. More than 10,000 cat seekers, who dreamed of getting rich overnight, gathered near the mansion. On the surface, he smiled and responded, I don't remember Queen Zoya's baby cat being bred, so it is likely that it has not been bred. Ortland is the name of a famous pet cat. The cat owner is Queen Zoya, the supreme ruler of the glorious empire of the Wick continent. Serena then commented, if I see this lady, I will definitely give her some advice to save some money. As they were talking, the two followed the crowd to the lobby on the first floor of the mansion. Unlike in the morning, there were many more guys wearing gray leather armor, and with tough temperament on the first floor of the mansion. These guys acted in groups, 3 people in a group, consisting of a battle mage and 2 warriors, guarding each entrance of the hall. Each person had a dark red 3-headed bird pattern embroidered on his chest, which was the family emblem of the Shariam family, the prophet bird. Obviously, this was Sharam's family guard. There were 2 groups guarding the door of the chess room, one on each side, and the explanation given was to confirm the identity of the contestants and ensure the safety of the mansion. Facing each guest entering the chess room, the battle mage in the team would take out the dark blue crystal of truth, carefully check the spell effects on the body, and confiscate the weapons carried by the user. Several guests were caught by the battle mages because they used transfiguration to fake their identities, but their real identities were wanted criminals. Selina's heart tightened. Rosen, the situation is a bit bad. Rosen gently pinched her palm. Madam, don't worry, the effect of the crystals of truth used by those battle mages is very ordinary, and they can't see through the transfiguration on us. After that, he added, I forgot to say that I have always used original transfiguration, which ordinary crystals of truth can't see through. Really? Guaranteed. Was the previous Chess King competition so strict? No, it was so strict today, probably because of our situation. It should be Master Sharam, who is worried that Aaron's night guard will make trouble. It is said that even Master Sharam came in person to prevent accidents. Rosen knew that Sharam was really in the mansion, and in a corner not far from them. The reason why no one noticed was that the old man used transfiguration to disguise his identity. In the secret communication room, the two had already arrived at the door of the chess room. The two battle mages at the door came over, one on the left and one on the right, and took the true knowledge crystal to check their identities. The dark blue crystal turned around the two people, without showing any abnormal light, that is, no trace of transfiguration was sensed. The battle mage looked at the magic sword on Rosen's waist again. Please hand over your weapon, Sir Helic. Rosen cooperated to take off the magic sword, but before handing it over, he raised his hand and wiped the scabbard lightly, and suddenly a large number of light golden runes wrapped the sword tightly. Please allow me to use the noble seal, because I don't like others touching my belongings. I understand your feelings. We will keep your magic sword with extreme caution. On the other side, Selena saw it and immediately followed suit, doing the same operation on her own sleeping beauty staff. Then the two entered the chess room of the mansion. This is a fairly spacious hall, round, surrounded by audience seats, and in the middle is the competition field. There are more than 40 chess tables on the field, of which more than 30 are equipped with independent victory chess referees. At this time, the chess tables are full of people, a total of 64 contestants. Basically all of them are well-known victory chess masters. Half of them are from all over Whalon, and the other half are from other member states of the Natural Alliance. Of course, there are also a small number of new faces, such as Sir Helic played by Rosen. But whether they are familiar faces or unfamiliar faces, they are all successful people in society, including successful businessmen, nobles, and celebrities in certain fields. In short, they are all upper-class people with money, leisure, and financial freedom. They mainly earn face rather than gold coins by participating in the chess game. Most of the audience seats have been filled, about 700 to 800 people. Only a small number of the audience are customers of the mansion, and the vast majority are civilians who buy tickets specifically to watch the chess game. The audience ticket price is not cheap. It is said that one ticket costs 5 orge, and half of the income goes to the mansion, and the other half goes to the chess king of the day. In other words, if Rosen wins the chess king, he can get a chess king bonus of about 2,000 orge. Finally, although Selena did not participate in the competition, she was a family member of the chess player, so she was allowed to sit in the accompanying seat next to the chess table. Of course, she can only accompany and cannot interfere with the contestants in any way, including whispering in her mind. After Rosen sat down, Selena looked around the contestants in the chess field and found many familiar faces, several of whom were famous chess masters. She immediately chuckled with gloating. Dear Rosen, I saw 3 real victorious chess masters. If you can defeat them and become the chess king today, I will dance for you. Rosen raised his eyebrows. Dancing? Can I choose any dance? In the Natural Alliance, I can dance the popular waltz, rumba, swan dance, tango, or Whalon Swift. Rosen smiled slightly. Then I have to work hard. Just as the game was about to start, Aaron's night guards gradually turned their eyes to this luxurious hotel like a palace. The reason is simple. Other areas of the harbor area have been turned upside down by them, and even the seabed of the storm bay has been carefully searched. Only the Blue Whale Mansion is left. Chapter 22. Dang 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 dang. The Chess King competition officially began with the crisp sound of metal knocking. Perhaps to make every contestant feel involved, Rosen's opponent was also an unknown new chess player. Of course, although the chess player was new, he was not young, with gray hair on his temples. He smiled gently at Rosen, who also had gray hair. Aha, old guys against old guys, interesting. Rosen also laughed and said in a low tone, It's really interesting. At this time, the chess referee took out a dice. Gentlemen, please guess first. I guess an odd number. Then I guess an even number. Ta la la. The dice was thrown, and it was an odd number. Rosen chuckled, glanced at the other party's ID card, and said with a smile, Sir Zeno of Aaron, then I won't be polite. Sir Zeno raised his eyebrows. Sir Helic of Lavender, you look very confident. But I have to say that I have been studying victory chess for more than 30 years. Although my chess skills are not as good as those of the masters, I am not a mediocre player. Rosen made a move and started the game. Please. The referee on the side immediately said, 20 seconds to return the hand. If it is exceeded, it will be regarded as active surrender, and 3 times a surrender will be regarded as active surrender. After speaking, he took out the hourglass and started counting. Sir Zeno looked serious and returned a hand. Rosen returned the second hand without hesitation, which took only 2 seconds, a real instant return. Perhaps stimulated by him, Sir Zeno also began to return in seconds. The two of them took turns, and 50 hands passed in a blink of an eye, and the total time did not exceed 10 minutes. Rosen was always calm and composed, and the 20-second hand-changing time never took more than 2 seconds. Like a ruthless magical puppet. Sir Zeno was sweating profusely, and began to think according to the time. So Rosen got some free time. He looked around the chess room, and found that the number of gray guards in the chess room had increased a lot, and there were also some guys with cold eyes. There were about 3 or 4 of these guys, like poisonous snakes, sweeping their eyes around the people on the field, as if looking for something. Obviously, the gray guards also found them, and were staring at them closely, as if they were guarding against thieves. Selina followed Rosen's gaze, and was immediately shocked. She had recognized that it was Aaron's night guard. She signaled Rosen with her eyes. Why don't we stop playing? This is too dangerous. Rosen shook his head slightly, insisted on playing chess, and comforted Selina with his eyes. He saw clearly that even if these night guards found them, they would not take action. Because they had no weapons, they had to consider Master Charm's face. The total amount of the Chess King prize, and the gambling bonus was more than 20,000 ogs, which was the startup capital he prepared for the development of the island. If he returned to the barren island without this money, he would have to spend a long time to accumulate the original capital, and that life would be too difficult. He stopped looking around and sat leisurely, focusing on the chess game. After a while, Sir Zeno took the initiative to resign, and Rosen advanced to the next round of chess. Rosen's new opponent was a businessman in his 30s, also from Lavender, named Marathi, who was very good at chess and had entered the semifinals many times. As soon as he sat down, he asked, Sir Helic, didn't you go back to Lavender? Why are you here? Rosen was startled, and immediately understood the reason. He met an acquaintance of Sir Helic. But his expression remained unchanged. I had a small accident, and I'm back again. Oh, why haven't I seen you play victory chess before? Just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I can't. I'm bored anyway. Okay. Marathi nodded, but there was a strange look in his brown eyes. Rosen immediately knew that the other party already knew that he was a fake, and the reason why he didn't expose himself immediately was probably due to the unique caution of a businessman. In order to avoid accidents, he narrowed his eyes at the other party, revealing a hint of coldness. Mr. Marathi, I am a pure person, and I like pure people. Playing chess is just playing chess. Marathi felt it and smiled lightly. Yes, just playing chess. Since the other party took a step back, Rosen said, I'm a newcomer, to show respect you go first. Marathi raised his eyebrows and became competitive. Sir Helic, since 5 years ago, no one has let me go first. I am honored to break this tradition. After saying that, he signaled to the referee, let's start. Marathi chuckled, Sir, you are so confident. I will also use my full strength. He made the first move, and Rosen immediately responded with a move in the same style as before. Click, click, click. The sound of chess pieces hitting the chessboard continued to ring, and Marathi's brows gradually frowned, while Rosen was as calm as ever, and even his eyes did not change. I give up. At the 140th move, Marathi made a big mistake because he made a move too quickly, and his mentality collapsed directly. Rosen smiled slightly. Mr. Marathi, my style of doing other things is exactly the same as playing victory chess. I hope you remember this. The businessman from Lavender understood the hint, his body trembled slightly, and immediately replied, I have already admitted defeat, sir. Subconsciously, he had no intention of disrupting the situation. Very good. Marathi immediately stood up and left the chess room without any reluctance. Rosen turned his head and glanced at Selina, winking at her. Selina already believed in Rosen's ability, but her focus was not on the chessboard now. After feeling Rosen's eyes, she whispered in her mind, Aaron Night Guard seems to have begun to pay attention to us. Rosen smiled. He looked at us a few more times, but he didn't pay much attention to us, simply because we are more eye-catching. A victory chess novice, who defeated a victory chess veteran, would certainly receive extra attention. Of course, as the observation time increases, The time for them to be finally exposed will get closer and closer. Soon, Rosen entered the semifinals. Except for Rosen, the remaining three were all famous chess masters. Even if they were not masters, they were not far from being masters. Rosen, as a new face, suddenly stood out. Rosen felt that he was being watched by many people, and there might not be any acquaintances of Sir Helic among them. But it didn't matter. Master Shahram was a man with a lot of face. For his own face, he would definitely find a way to ensure that the chess game ended smoothly. On the chessboard, he still cut the Gordian knot quickly and defeated his semifinal opponent in 110 moves, winning a burst of suppressed exclamations in the arena. He received more and more attention. Not only were most of the audience watching him, but the guards of the Shahram family were also watching him, and Aaron's night guards were also observing him at a higher frequency. But Rosen was like a ruthless robot. No matter how others looked at him, his expression was as calm as the surface of an ancient well. After waiting for a while, the last Chess King final began. Rosen's opponent was the famous Victory chess master, a senior peak wizard from the Alpine County in the central part of Whalon Island, Sir Humphrey. At the same time, he was also the younger brother of the Earl of Alpine County, and a member of the Magic Advisory Group of Duke Whalon. He was about 42 or 43 years old, with thick flaxen hair, and a pair of blue eyes with a bright light. After sitting down, he glanced at Selina, who was sitting with him, then glanced at Rosen, and whispered, "Sir Helic, it seems that you have enough confidence in your chess skills." There was something hidden in these words. As soon as Rosen heard it, he knew that the knight had seen through his and Selina's true identities. And the flaw was definitely not in him, but in Selina. The reason was also very simple. As the magic consultant of Duke Whalon, the other party must be an extremely shrewd person. His position also allowed him to see Selina frequently, and Selina was not good at disguise. After a long time, she would naturally be exposed. But after being exposed, the other party did not directly expose it, which was interesting. But Rosen completely understood the other party's performance, and this was within his expectations. Because Alpine County, like Shire County, also belongs to the Island Independence faction. As the younger brother of the Earl of Alpine County, Sir Humphrey would most likely not support Princess Selina marrying King Danger. At least emotionally, I won't support him. However, I will never stand up for him, a little baron, and I will not easily agree with the princess marrying the little baron. Weighing the two, neutrality is a natural attitude. Rosen smiled faintly. "Sir, just say whatever you want to say, I'm listening." Sir Humphrey smiled faintly, tapped his fingers on the chess table lightly, and whispered in his heart instead, "It's not just me who discovered your secret. Many people present have discovered it. The Black Iron Guard and Aaron Knight Guard naturally discovered it as well. Master Shahram doesn't want his business to be affected, so the Chess King final will proceed normally. But to be honest, neither I nor the Master look down on you, but since it is the choice of Her Royal Highness the Princess, and the Duke has not explicitly expressed his opposition, then we will not object. The Master means that as long as you beat me, the Chess King prize, and gambling money will be given to you as a dowry for Her Royal Highness the Princess. But whether you can bring this dowry back to the White Sturgeon Island depends on whether Mother Nature is willing to favor you." Rosen understood, and had expected this result early on. The biggest reason why he dared to come here to earn this huge sum of money today was not his ability, but the noble status of the princess. No matter in which world, as long as it is a society composed of people, the upper limit of wealth a person can have depends directly on status, not ability. Baron Bird had dared to place a heavy bet, and even if he won the game, the other party would find ways to deny the debt, but the princess' husband won 20,000 gold augurs by his own ability, so there would be no future trouble. He smiled faintly. "Please, Sir Humphrey, I let you go first." Chapter 23. Late at night. A temporarily requisitioned apartment near the Blue Whale Mansion in the harbor area. "Are you sure it's in the Blue Whale Mansion?" The speaker was a short and fat old man with an ordinary face, but with a pair of amber green eyes that shone with a faint glow. This is the unique eye color of the upper-class nobles in Erin. "Sure." The one who responded was a young man under 30 years old, his body hidden in the darkness, and the only thing that could be seen was a pair of strange eyes jumping with blood-red flames. "Master, we have informed Shahram of the situation. We respect him, and he also made a promise tactfully that he would expel the Baron from the mansion as soon as the chess game was over." The old man snorted coldly, with a complicated look on his face. Knowing that we were chasing him, he not only did not run away, but also dared to participate in the victory chess game, and was about to win the championship. He is really capable. If this Baron was an Aaron, he would definitely find a way to take him in as an apprentice and train him well. What a pity! The young man sneered. In my opinion, he is capable, but he is also a conceited man. He will soon pay a heavy price for his arrogance. The old man shrugged. Has the mansion been surrounded? It has been surrounded tightly. Not to mention people, even rats in the sewer can't escape, but what? The young man's tone was a little hesitant. A large number of Whale civilians gathered near the Blue Whale mansion, many times more than normal. We investigated the cause, and found that a noble lady of unknown origin posted a notice to find a cat. I feel something is wrong. It seems to be directed at us. The old man raised his eyebrows slightly. Come for us? With a group of civilians? Well, too many civilians may interfere with our capture. After all, the slippery Duke asked us to keep a low profile. The young man also thought this was unreliable. The old man showed a disdainful smile on his face. We support him. He is the Duke. If we don't support him, he will also be hung on the street lamp within half a year. As for those Whale civilians, they came at the right time. After we catch the Baron, we will hang him in the garden square outside the mansion and let him wail to death in front of those mobs. Yes, master. The young man's voice was a little excited. He seemed to like this bloody scene very much. Remember, you must capture the Baron alive. It is best not to hurt him too badly, and make sure he can experience the last journey of his life. As you wish. The young man became more excited, like a cat trying to tease a mouse. At the same time, Blue Whale Mansion. Click, click. Rosen was still concentrating on playing chess with Sir Humphrey. Under the operation of the two chess players, the chess pieces moved on the chessboard. When the 50th move was played, the two sides were still in a balance, and it was not clear who would win. But Rosen suddenly smiled and turned to Selina and said, Dear, go to the gambling table to prepare to redeem the prize. Selina had already sensed the unusual atmosphere in the chess room and was fidgeting. After hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. Are you going now? Yes, I'm going now. While speaking, Rosen returned to move. Selina was a little panicked in her heart. Seeing that Rosen was as calm as ever, she subconsciously did what he said. Sir Humphrey was angry and snorted. Sir, you underestimate me too much, don't you? Rosen returned another move and smiled. Sir, what about now? Humphrey frowned, feeling great pressure, and immediately put his attention back on the chessboard. On the other side, Selina turned and walked towards the prize redemption table, and the black iron guards hidden in the crowd followed immediately, faintly surrounding Princess Selina in the middle. At the chess table, Sir Humphrey no longer had the energy to speak, and focused on the chessboard. Rosen, however, was strolling in the garden, dealing with Humphrey while paying attention to the changes in the chess room. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 minutes passed, and the two of them played more than 20 moves each. Sir Humphrey's forehead was already oozing with fine beads of sweat, and the balance on the chessboard had been broken, and the balance of victory was obviously tilted towards Rosen. The chess game came to an end. At this time, another errand knight guard quietly left the chess room. At the same time, the black guards did the same thing. Rosen saw all this, and knew what both sides were thinking. The night guards naturally planned to block him outside the mansion, and the black guards, of course, wanted to control the situation to prevent it from getting out of control. As for him, a little baron, no one would care about his life or death. Rosen put the last piece on the chessboard with a smile on his face. Sir Humphrey, it's over. There are actually 5 moves to the real end, but if it really comes to that, it would be like a slap in the face, which is not decent. Sir Humphrey could naturally see the dead end on the chessboard, and he let out a long breath. Everyone says that the world is like chess. If you can play a good victory chess, you can also be an excellent lord. If the Sir can return to the territory alive, his future prospects should be much better than your father's. What a pity. Obviously, he thought Rosen would die. Rosen smiled calmly. Things in the world are not that simple. Whether a thing can be successful in the end depends on hard work and the favor of Mother Nature. After that, he stood up and took off his hat to Sir Humphrey. Sir, there are too many flies disturbing you today. If we are lucky enough to meet again, I hope we can talk about the situation on the continent. Sir Humphrey resigned and stood up to return the greeting. May Mother Nature favor you. The referee of the chessboard immediately announced loudly. This chess king competition is over, and Sir Helic from the Kingdom of Lavender is the victorious chess king today. The audience began to applaud, and at the same time, a servant came to lead Rosen to the podium. Surprisingly, Master Shahram was there in person. He personally placed a Dawn Bank deposit note of 2,100 AUG in Rosen's hand. At the same time, Rosen heard the master's whisper in his heart. Baron, you shouldn't have come. Rosen looked up at Master Shahram. The master was just over 50 years old, and his magic power reached the middle and late stages of the fourth ring. Although his hair was a little gray, it was still thick, and his dark green eyes were as bright as torches. In the garden square outside the mansion, at least 50 night guards are waiting for you. Have you figured out how to get rid of those hounds? Rosen smiled slightly. It's a bit difficult, master. Are you going to help me? Shahryam shook his head. I remain neutral in this matter, so I won't take action. But I heard that your marriage with the princess is only a title from the duke, and it is not favored by Mother Nature. So, if you want to save your life, you can reveal your true identity here and then publicly announce your refusal of the duke's order. This is probably the only way. If Rosen is really just a newly graduated magic apprentice, this is indeed the only way to save his life. The price of giving up the princess and publicly refusing the duke's face is that he will lose the qualification to succeed the Baron of the White Sturgeon Island, and even lose his foothold in the Varen Island. Unfortunately, he is not a junior apprentice. He endured for 10 years to accumulate strength and knowledge, not just to save his life. He also wants to use these skills to do something big. So, he turned his head and looked at Princess Selena not far away, who was looking at him with an extremely worried and even desperate look. Obviously, she was fully aware of the current situation. A thought flashed through Rosen's mind quickly. The plan has reached the most critical step, and everything that should come has come. Then let's start the performance. As his thoughts surged, he bowed slightly to Master Shahryam. Master, thank you very much for your advice, but it's too late. Shahryam was stunned. Late? What does that mean? Rosen grinned and whispered in his heart. I have won the favor of His Highness. Shahryam's eyes suddenly widened. He took a breath, and his face was full of disbelief. Rosen shrugged slightly. I can't turn back, Master. Master Shahryam sighed lightly. Hey, young man. After saying this, he turned away from Rosen without looking at him, and left the podium. Obviously, Rosen was dead in his eyes. Rosen also turned around, crossed the crowd, and walked quickly to Selena. Halfway through, the black-clad iron guards who were hiding their identities seemed to want to stop him from getting close to Selena, but for some reason, these people did not take action in the end. They just watched Rosen walk to the princess again. Did you get the money? Rosen asked. Selena was full of anxiety, and did not notice the hidden abnormalities around her at all. She nodded. I got the full amount, 19,000 og, 19 deposit slips, 1 for 1,000 og, all in the bag. Rosen handed over the deposit slip for 2,100 og. Put this in the bag too. Selena wanted to say that all this was meaningless, but she couldn't bear it in her heart, so she could only put the deposit slip away silently. Rosen came forward and hugged her gently in the way a husband hugs his wife, whispering in his heart at the same time. Madam, you understand the current situation, right? Selena looked anxious. Let's go to Master Shahryam for help. Obviously she knew. Rosen shook his head. It's useless. The master just told me not to care about it. Madam, listen to me. If you don't want to marry danger, when chaos occurs, go out of the back door of the chess room immediately. Someone will pick you up and take you away quietly. Ah, what are you going to do? Don't worry, I've already prepared to escape. After saying this, Rosen suddenly let go of Selena, took a few big steps back to the center of the chess room, and before he stood still, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted. Sword! Clang! A golden light appeared from the equipment rack in the corner of the hall, and a dazzling golden light rushed into Rosen's hand. It was his Night Guardian sword. With the sword in hand, Rosen pointed the sword to the sky. Dark sky curtain. A black light spread in all directions at a very fast speed with the tip of the sword as the center, and almost swallowed up all the light in the chess room in the blink of an eye. Although it was only a low-level spell, the momentum was very terrifying. The entire chess room instantly became completely dark, and the audience, who were leaving the venue, suddenly became very panicked. There were a lot of screams in the crowd, and they ran around like headless flies. The chess room became a mess. At the moment the darkness appeared, Selena remembered Rosen's words. Although she was full of anxiety, she subconsciously walked towards the back door of the chess room. Just after walking a few steps, she suddenly heard an old roar coming from somewhere in the darkness. Darkness retreat. Swish. The dark sky that had just covered the whole place faded away at lightning speed, and the chess room regained light again. It was the Magic Master Shahryam who took action personally. Selena suddenly became very worried about Rosen's safety, because his action just now was a blatant challenge to the majesty of the Magic Master, and even Aaron Night Guard was afraid to do so. She immediately turned her head to look at the center of the chess room, but only saw Rosen's back quickly going away. He used the Wind Walk spell, and was rushing towards the main exit of the chess room at a very fast speed. At the same time, Master Sharam was raising his staff in his hand at him, roaring, "Little Baron, you shouldn't be running wild in my territory." Selina was shocked, and many thoughts popped up in her mind in an instant. He either lied to me, or overestimated his own strength. He must have lied to me. He is just a low-level wizard. How could he possibly escape the pursuit of Aaron's night guards? He will definitely be tortured to death by Aaron's night guards. It's my fault. I am powerless to stop this, but I can die with him. As soon as this thought came out, Selina immediately began to summon her sleeping beauty staff. Chapter 24. Chess Room. Master Sharam was very dissatisfied with Rosen's actions. Although he only released a dark sky, it was a serious provocation to his authority. If he was not severely punished immediately, the deterrent power he had worked so hard to build would be greatly reduced, and it would take a lot of effort to rebuild it. Seeing the other party riding the wind and passing through the crowd like a snake, he narrowed his eyes slightly. This kid is good at wind magic. But admiring it, the spellcasting action did not stop for a moment. The staff pointed at the other party's back, and a deep purple light whip condensed in the blink of an eye. The light whip quickly extended, making a sharp air whistle, catching up with the wind-walking Baron like lightning, and hitting his back. Intermediate spell Arcane Whip. With superb casting skills, intermediate-level spells are almost released instantly. Almost at the same time, a layer of dark blue arc-shaped light suddenly appeared half a meter away from Rosen's back, and countless rune lights and shadows flowed in the light. It was a low-level spell Rune Light Shield. Snap! With a crisp sound, the energy of the Rune Light Shield and the Arcane Whip collided, and the tip of the Arcane Light Whip splashed some purple light spots, but the main body did not disperse. The dark blue light shield was immediately defeated and shattered into countless light spots. But Rosen's reaction speed was extremely fast. He actually took advantage of the instant delay of the Rune Light Shield and turned around quickly, successfully avoiding the aftermath of the Arcane Whip with a gap of less than 10 centimeters. Sharam's eyes condensed. Good boy, the reaction is really fast. Seeing that the other party had floated to the door of the chess room, he was about to leave the mansion in the next moment. Sharam snorted coldly. Want to run? With a push of his magic power, his mind locked onto the position firmly, he silently chanted a spell, and began to release a powerful high-level mind spell Sharam's Gaze. This spell was created by Sharam himself. It uses the mind as a guide for the spell, ignores physical obstacles in a straight line, and can directly hit the target behind the wall. Theoretically, this spell can crush low-level mages. The moment the spell is released is the moment when the opponent fails. Sharam did not have any psychological pressure on this, because in his eyes, Rosen was already a dead man, and his actions might make him die more painfully. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a spell energy coming out of the chess room, and his heart moved slightly. Without using his eyes to see, he already knew the means that the opponent was about to use through his keen sense of magic. The low-level arcane shock is not powerful, but very condensed, and its greatest function is to interrupt the casting of spells. With this thought, he felt a fierce arcane energy coming at him. Sharam snorted, childish. He lived up to his title as the first magician of Waylon. He was able to do two things at once. He raised his left hand and instantly condensed a dark purple arcane light shield. The light shield successfully blocked the energy of the arcane shock. Following that, he clenched his 5 fingers, and the same arcane shock was reflected back at the opponent. While he was defending and counterattacking, the light on the staff was still bright, and the advanced spell Sharam's Gaze was not affected at all. The dark purple arcane crystal the size of an egg on the pure white staff suddenly lit up, releasing a large amount of rune light and shadow in a spherical shape into the void in all directions. Sharam shouted, "Lie down, little Baron." "No!" It was Selina's scream. But then, Rosen's laughter came from outside the chess room. "Master is so enthusiastic, but there is really no need to send you so far." Sharam was stunned for a moment, and then he understood the other party's means. Even though he saw that the other party was very unhappy, he couldn't help but cheer. What a good Eggle substitution spell. Interesting. Since we are both Master Waylon, I will not attack you again, but the Blue Whale Mansion will never be open to you again. Thank you, Master. The voice came back from afar, more than 20 meters away, and at the same time, there was a heart-wrenching scream. Obviously, a fight had already started outside the chess room, and at least one unlucky guy was killed. Then the problem came. Rosen was only one person, and outside the door was the garden square. The square was already densely populated with Aaron Knight guards, at least more than 20 in number, and their cultivation had reached at least the intermediate level. This was an overwhelming advantage. Why would someone be killed? Master Shariam was very curious. The victory chess audience was both afraid and curious. Selena was both worried and curious. For a moment, the curious people quickened their pace and rushed out of the chess room. Selena mixed in the crowd and quickly followed them out. The garden square was very spacious, but there were also many decorative statues, flower beds, and landscape trees. It can be seen that a figure emitting green light had rushed out 50 or 60 meters, and was still rushing towards an alley opposite the garden at a very high speed. That was obviously the Baron of the White Sturgeon Island. But the other party's journey was not smooth. There were figures wearing black clothes distributed in the east and west of the square. They all jumped out of their hiding places and rushed to intercept. Just as Selena rushed to the door of the chess room, she saw two figures attacking Rosen from the left and right. The figure on the left was as fast as a ghost, and it was almost impossible to see his appearance. It was obviously a specially trained assassin. The figure on the right stood behind a warhorse sculpture, and the staff in his hand emitted a faint blue light. It was obviously a battle mage, and he was casting interference spells. Selena's heart rose to her throat. Be careful. At this moment, Rosen's figure suddenly turned, and the Night Guardian sword in his hand suddenly flew out of his hand at a very high speed. The sword shot at the battle mage like lightning. Buzz! A layer of dark blue light film suddenly exploded on the black-clothed battle mage's body. It was the effect of the induced crystal lattice magic weapon. The intermediate defense spell Crystal Barrier stored in the crystal lattice was induced. But strangely, the Guardian Knight's sword actually forcibly penetrated the magic defense, followed the narrow gap in the opponent's armor, and pierced into his neck with a puff, and penetrated more than 20 centimeters. Ah! Another dying scream was heard, and the magic sword had already flown back to Rosen's hand. After he made a gorgeous sword flower, it just happened to block the dagger stabbed by the assassin. There were only two sharp ding, ding sounds, and two sparks splashed in all directions in the darkness, gorgeous and strange. The low-level magician actually used the magic sword to block the assassin's weapon head-on. And judging from the assassin's skills, his battle spirit cultivation was at least intermediate, and the strength was 30% higher than the low level. All the people who saw the scene had no time to exclaim, and saw Rosen suddenly raised his foot, and took the lead, and kicked the assassin's abdomen heavily. Bang! With a muffled sound, the assassin was kicked back by a magician, and lost his balance for a short time. Clang! The sound of swords reappeared. The Knight's Guardian sword turned into a flash of lightning and chased after him, piercing deeply into the assassin's neck, and returned to Rosen's palm a moment later. At this moment, everyone with vision saw Rosen's attack method clearly. This unknown and always ridiculed bird-shit Baron actually integrated the throwing technique, the magician's hand, and the magic sword into a strange flying sword combat technique. At the same time, his strong body is not just for show, it contains very amazing physical strength. In addition, he even honed his close combat skills to a very high level, even high enough to easily defeat the professional assassins in Aaron's Night Guard. The strong body, strange spells, and amazing combat skills finally exerted a powerful combat power that crushed the intermediate practitioners. Thinking about the fact that this man not only fought with Aaron Night Guard for 2 days and 1 night, but also just won the championship of the Victory Chess Tournament easily, and even successfully escaped from Master Shariam, and he was only 20 years old, many people couldn't help but have an idea in their minds. This White Sturgeon Island Baron is not a mediocre person at all, he is clearly a rare talent, with such extraordinary ability and good looks. Which young girl would not be confused? No wonder the princess is willing to marry him. At this moment, the situation in the square suddenly changed again. Lie down. The roar came again in the darkness, and at the same time, mysterious magic energy burst out in succession from many places. When Shariam felt the movement, he sighed in his heart. Fivefold order connection, mind lock, soul strike of at least intermediate strength, the Baron is finished. It can be seen that the opponent wants to capture the Baron alive. So this move will not directly take the Baron's life, but it will definitely make him fall into a coma. Although the Baron is a hero, his opponent is the army, and the essence of the army is to beat people up. No matter how heroic he is, he will not escape the fate of dying in battle if he faces the army head-on. What's more, the opponent is just a low-level magician. Shariam put himself in the opponent's shoes and thought about it, but he really couldn't think of a way to crack it with low-level spells. But in the next moment, he saw that Rosen suddenly rushed forward a distance quickly, and at this distance, he actually pulled out a series of real and virtual afterimages. After the afterimages existed for a moment, they were destroyed one after another in chronological order, but they were not destroyed naturally, but were destroyed one by one in order by the opponent's soul strike. When the soul strike ended, the Baron's body turned from virtual to real again, and he successfully rushed to the entrance of the alley. Shahram was slightly shocked. 1 technique 5 substitutes? He actually improved Adler's substitute technique to this extent. Even if Adler himself came, he might not be able to compare with him, right? After being surprised, he was full of emotion. In terms of spellcasting skills alone, he is already a top genius, but it's a pity that he is still young and can't let go of women. It was really irrational to defile the princess' body after going out for one night. He knew that no matter how Rosen struggled, he could not escape. His fighting power was indeed amazing, and it was estimated that the leader of the Night Guard was also very surprised. But everything ended here. Once Aaron's Night Guards really took it seriously, the matter would be over. Sure enough, when Rosen came to the entrance of the alley, he did not rush in, but stopped and retreated step by step. It was as if there was a big devil hidden in the alley. After a while, Rosen actually retreated to the center of the garden square and stood next to a statue of a beauty with a vigilant face. Aaron's Night Guards at the entrance of the alley also appeared. There were a full 100 of them, well-dressed, solemn, and complete in arms, arranged in a neat battle formation. The leader was a young senior battle mage, wearing a wide blood-colored vertical collar cloak, with an evil and handsome face and a pair of strange eyes with jumping blood-colored flames. Looking at the 3 Night Guards killed in the square, the flames in his eyes jumped more and more rapidly. He clapped his hands lightly and praised coldly. "Little Baron, you are worthy of being the apprentice of the senior mage Madame Agnet. It seems that the past 10 years have not been in vain." With the appearance of this person, Master Shahram sighed in his heart. It's over. Blood Flame Saruth, deputy leader of the 6th Regiment of Aaron Night Guard, senior 24-star combat mage, holding the staff Blood Drinker, which contains 3 high-level crystals, and has very strong combat power. In a single head-on duel, even he has to be very alert. Saruth's voice sounded again. "Little Baron, I really want to have a head-on duel with you, but unfortunately this is a boring political task, so—" Before he finished speaking, a young woman's voice suddenly sounded. "Wait!" Following this voice, a female mage ran towards Rosen quickly. The light and shadow on her body flowed, and the disguise transformation effect quickly faded, revealing a dazzling face. It was the Princess of Dawn, Selena. Chapter 25. Night. Garden Square. The princess's appearance and figure are so outstanding. Just like a bonfire lit in the dark night, it is hard not to recognize her. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd around the square. "I see, it's Princess Chintzy. The princess who ran away, and the baron who dug bird shit? Oh, there's going to be a good show now. Go and have a look." People were originally just watching the excitement around the square, but after discovering Princess Chintzy, they ignored the possible danger and moved forward as much as possible. The night in the harbor area is already very lively, and passers-by are also attracted by the word Princess Chintzy, stop, and even rush over to watch. For a moment, no one knows where the people came from, and the audience around the square suddenly increased, to the point where they were almost countless. And they are still gathering more and more. In the darkness, in the corner of the square, the commander of the Black Iron Guard, Mage Andy, uttered a low curse. "Where's Todd? Did Todd have a brain cramp?" He had issued an order early in the morning to take the princess away by force in the chaos. But there were plenty of good opportunities just now, but his orders were never executed, so that the situation has evolved to such a bad point now. He wanted to skin all the members of the 5th Battalion who were responsible for executing the order. The captain of the 5th Battalion, Todd, came over with a dusty face. "Sir, something is wrong." Ander cursed. "What's wrong? Did someone pull your rubber ball or poke your asshole?" While speaking, he ordered another group of men, "Hurry over, stop the princess, protect her in the middle, and don't let her get close to the baron." There were more than 100 men in this group, and they immediately rushed out from their hiding place to block Serena's way. On the other side, Todd hurriedly explained, "Sir, we just locked the princess, successfully completed the sneak attack, and quietly brought her back to the mansion. But it looked like the princess outside, but when we got to the mansion, she turned into a piece of wood. In addition, we encountered the same situation when we attacked Mrs. Agnet. I suspect that there is a strong man, who should be a master of transformation and puppetry, who is secretly disrupting the situation." Ander was shocked, and his anger was instantly restrained. The situation was out of control, and an unknown powerful force appeared. At this moment, new changes appeared in front. The princess saw the Black Iron Guards, who came to intercept her, and she used the magic without hesitation. The magic is an advanced version of the wind, and the absolute speed is more than twice that of the latter. A flash of green light passed by, and the princess dodged the interception and successfully rushed to the side of the bird ship Baron. Not only did she stand side by side with him, but she also firmly grasped his hand. The situation slid in the direction that Master Ender least wanted to see. He felt the blood vessels in his forehead throbbing, and a thought came to his mind. Something big is going to happen tonight. After a little hesitation, he immediately issued a new order. Everyone press forward, protect the princess firmly, and protect the princess's safety at all costs. This time he brought a full 500 people, including 1/3 of the Black Iron Guards, and Master Sharam was sitting next to him. It should be certain that the princess's safety can be protected. When he led people to protect the princess, the number of spectators in the garden square also reached an incredible level. There was a sea of people, and the number was too numerous to count. In the center of the square, the Black Guards and Aaron's Night Guards were in a confrontation, while the princess and Baron Bird Shit were firmly protected by the Black Guards. Obviously, Blood Flame Sarath did not expect that things would evolve into the current situation so quickly. He released a mental whisper to Ander opposite him. "I say, what are you doing? Are you really going to go to war with Aaron?" Ander felt bitter. How could he want to do this? He had no choice. The princess showed her true face, and was determined to protect her husband. There were so many people watching around. He couldn't just watch Princess Waylon die in the hands of Aaron's Night Guards, right? Although the Duke gave an ultimate solution, this solution was very bad, and could not be used until the last moment. At this moment, facing Sarath's secret questioning, he could only try to smooth things over. The princess is a little excited. Wait a moment, I will persuade her. Sarath was very annoyed. He didn't understand. It was just to capture a low-level wizard. How could it turn into this? This was Waylon's territory after all. He really didn't want to fight the Black Guards until the last moment. So he could only suppress his irritation. Our patience is limited. You'd better deal with the princess quickly. On the other side, Ander quietly gestured to his trusted subordinate Todd, meaning, find a way to knock the princess unconscious. After the other party confirmed the order, he came to Selena's side, with a wooden face, and said in a businesslike tone, "Your Highness, the Duke has ordered you to return to Dawn Castle with us immediately." Selena took a deep breath, as if suppressing the anger in her heart. "Ander, I can go back with you, but not alone. I will go back with my husband." Ander smiled bitterly in his heart. "My noble prince, if I could take her back, I would have taken her back a long time ago. Do you still need to tell me? The problem is that I can't take her back." He could only keep a wooden face. "I'm very sorry, Your Highness. You haven't received the blessing of Mother Nature yet, and you are not a real couple, so we have no obligation to protect the Baron." When he said this, he subconsciously glanced at Todd, who had quietly moved behind the princess, and his heart became more and more anxious. You should do it quickly. He knew the princess's character very well, and knew that since she had stood up, it would be impossible for her to go back alone with them, and she could only use force. Todd seemed to have heard his voice, and used his hand instead of a knife to quietly cut towards the princess's neck. He was a high-level assassin, with extremely fast movements and accurate strength, and there was basically no possibility of mistakes. However, just when his knife was halfway through, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and grabbed his wrist accurately. It was Rosen. He asked sternly, "What do you want to do to His Highness?" Todd wanted to struggle, but he was afraid that the struggle would hurt the princess next to him, so he had to give in and looked at Master Ender for help with an embarrassed face. Selena was startled by this change and subconsciously thought it was an assassination, but she quickly came to her senses and thought about it carefully and understood Ander's plan. She was furious and raised her hand to slap Ander in the face, making a crisp sound. "You bastard!" Ander silently endured the blow, and finally couldn't hold back his expression. His face showed deep bitterness, and he begged in a low voice, "Your Highness, please go back with us, please?" Of course, Serena couldn't go back. She stared at the commander of the Black Iron Guard in front of her, recalled his actions, and suddenly thought of a terrible possibility. This possibility made her body extremely cold, 10 times colder than falling into the polar ocean. She took a deep breath and asked softly, "Ander, from the beginning, my brother planned to sacrifice the Baron. The reason why he agreed to my choice was just to let me know that I had no choice, right?" Ander sighed softly, "Your Highness, we all have no choice. What is the Baron? Should he die? To be precise, it was Your Highness's choice that killed him. Of course, if you beg King Aaron for forgiveness now, maybe they can spare his life." "No! The Baron must die." The one who said this was Blood Flame Sarath. He licked his lower lip with his tongue, like a shark smelling blood. Selena felt a deep disappointment in her heart, a great disappointment in her brother. The brother she once thought was warm and reliable no longer existed. She still had a little hope, and finally asked Ander, "What if I don't go back with you?" Ander sighed, "Your Highness, I can only say that I am very sorry, but I hope you can think carefully." Selena understood her subconscious. She held the Sleeping Beauty wand tightly, so hard that her knuckles made a light cracking sound. "It's my brother's order, right?" Ander didn't say anything, he acquiesced. The warm dream was completely shattered, revealing the coldest reality, and Selena closed her eyes painfully. After a long time, she opened her eyes, and turned to look at Rosen, and found that Rosen was also looking at her, full of worry. He whispered, "Your Highness, don't be silly, the Guardian Knight never wants the princess to die for him." His voice was as gentle as ever, as if she was not going to die, but to take a walk. Selena's eyes were hot, and her vision quickly blurred. Touched, sad, disappointed, guilty, all kinds of emotions kept brewing in her chest, and finally condensed into a burning flame of anger. Why is it like this? I have 25 counties in Whalon, tens of millions of people, and a strait between us and Aaron. Why are we oppressed to this extent by the other party? Should I surrender? Never. Suddenly, she raised the Sleeping Beauty wand in her hand high and shouted with all her strength. "I swear in the name of Mother Nature Siglerna, from now on, I, Selena Adrian, will stand with my husband, Baron Rosen Saxon, and fight against the foreigners who invaded Varen together until the last drop of blood is shed." The oath was shouted out with all my strength, and it was a flame that burst out from the deepest part of the soul, amplified by magic, and spread far away in the dark night, shaking the hearts of every Varen person around the square like thunder. The crowd around the square, who were originally talking and watching the excitement, suddenly became quiet. The huge garden square became silent in an instant, leaving only the whistling sound of the sea breeze. But this is definitely not silence, but a brief calm before the storm. Ander was shaken by the oath, his legs were weak, and he wanted to kneel down. After coming to his senses, he sighed secretly. The situation is completely out of control. The golden rose is going to be stained with blood. Blood Flame Sarath's face was solemn. He slowly raised the blood drinker staff in his hand, and shouted to the warriors behind him, "Prepare for battle." At the same time, behind the garden square, on the dark blue roof of the Blue Whale Mansion, a man wearing a dark blue hooded cloak was looking down at the square below. He stared at the princess and the baron who were guarded by the black iron guards in the middle, and smiled gently. This game of victory has finally come to the winner. Chapter 26. Go away, Reed's lackey. Go back to Dawn Castle, and report to your master. After the princess swore the sacred oath, she no longer had any hesitation or fear in her heart. Mage Ander's body trembled slightly, and his heart was full of helplessness. After a few seconds of silence, he sighed, "Your Highness, I am very sorry." He gestured to his subordinates. "Let's go." Things have come to this point. Even the sacred oath has been shouted out, and he can only implement the Duke's ultimate plan. It's impossible to really go to war with the Kingdom of Aaron, right? However, just as he was about to turn around, his arm was grabbed by the adjutant beside him, and the adjutant's whisper came into his mind. "Sir, don't let us live with shame for the rest of our lives." Ander's heart was shaken violently, and he turned to look at his adjutant, but he saw a firm look. Turning his head to look at the other black guards, he found that they all looked at the princess with reverence, and each warrior clenched his weapon, obviously ready to fight with the Aaron Knight guards. Ander understood instantly. This is the echo of the sacred oath. After all, Whalon's warriors could not watch Whalon's princess die at the hands of foreigners. But Ander also knew that 500 black guards were no match for 300 Aaron Knight guards. In the past secret battles, the combat effectiveness of a single Aaron Knight guard was about 2 to 3 times that of the black guards, and the more people there were, the higher the ratio was, even up to 5 times. Once the fight really started, the Iron Guards would be defeated miserably, Master Shariam would be killed, and countless civilians around would be slaughtered by the spillover aftermath of the battle. So, the two sides really couldn't fight. However, his thoughts were no longer important, and reason could not completely control people's hearts. The Black Guards were determined to fight for the princess, and even the Duke's presence would be useless. On the other side, Blood Flame Sarath also felt the tense atmosphere. He had no fear in his heart, only excitement, and could not help but lick the blood drinker staff with his tongue, laughing. "Aha, it looks like a lot of blood will be shed tonight." The superiors ordered to control the intensity of the conflict, but that was the consideration of the politicians, and he was a pure warrior. His first task was to wash away the shame for the king, and the other details were left to the domestic politicians to worry about. After all, They were professional quibbling. He also had the confidence to kill the black guards on the opposite side, including the princess and the baron, all of them. Seeing that the situation was about to get completely out of control, suddenly, a person in a black cloak walked out of the crowd. He took off his cloak, but it was a female mage wearing tight leather armor and elegant temperament. The female mage had long black hair, purple eyes, soft features, and a slightly plump and graceful figure. She was Rosen's mentor, Lady Agnet. She raised her staff high and shouted loudly, "Willen's mages, the alien race wants to slaughter our princess, are we just going to watch?" As soon as this was said, Sir Ross was slightly startled. "Is there any help?" Sure enough, there was help. Before Lady Agnet's shouting fell, people kept coming out of the crowd around the square. After a while, more than 1,000 mages came out. They were all well-known mages in Dawn City. Not only did they come by themselves, but they also brought their apprentices. Among them was even Sir Humphrey, who was defeated by Rosen in the victory chess. Master Sharam hesitated for a moment, and finally came out. Madame Agnet walked to Serena first, and the more than 1,000 mages also stood beside the Black Iron Guards, confronting the Errand Knight Guards on the opposite side. With the appearance of this group of people, the momentum of the Varan people gained an absolute upper hand. The Varan civilians who had been just watching the excitement also began to shout loudly. "The Errand people, get out of Varan. Drive out the Errand bastards. Kill them all." At first, it was sporadic shouting, but the shouts became more and more, and soon it burned like a prairie fire. "Errand bastards, get out of Varan." Countless civilians began to shout in unison, and the momentum was as terrifying as a landslide and tsunami. The princess's sacred oath finally ushered in the wildest and most violent spiritual echo. This change was very sudden and very terrible, and the face of blood-flame Sir Ross became very solemn. The Night Guards, which were originally in neat formation, could not help but commotion. But Sarath did not retreat, because there was a stronger person behind him. A passage appeared in the middle of the square formation of Aaron's Night Guards, and two people walked out of it. One of them was short and fat, and the other was short and strong. One held a short staff, and the other held a long staff. They were the two magic masters who participated in the revenge operation. The short and fat one was the supreme commander, the famous King Aaron's hound, the magic master Schmidt. He first used a four-ring voice of the high sky to make his voice resound through the night sky. Aaron and Waelon are both members of the Natural Alliance and are comrades, who once fought side by side. We will never cut our comrades with swords. But the Baron of the White Sturgeon Island humiliated our king, and we must wash away the shame with his blood. As long as this is done, we will leave. At the same time, the short and strong man next to Master Schmidt suddenly stopped the staff in his hand, and a black light appeared on his figure. The black light expanded and grew into a shadow giant nearly 30 meters tall. This shadow giant has a pair of blood-red eyes and roars like thunder. I am Lascent. Others call me Shadow Master, but I prefer to call myself Butcher. Schmidt likes to reason, but I hate verbal arguments the most. I just say one thing, the Baron must die. While speaking, the huge shadow giant roared to the sky, and the huge sound waves spread out, which actually suppressed the sound waves in the square. Including the Black Iron Guards, the faces of the Netherlands changed color, and they couldn't help but look at the magic Master Sharam of Waelon. As a result, Master Sharam didn't say a word. The master was short of breath, and the momentum of the crowd also stagnated. The ordinary people watching had never seen such a terrible scene, and most of them showed signs of retreat. Many people couldn't help but think that since the other party had stated that they only wanted the Baron's life, there was no need to make such a big deal for a Baron. Schmidt keenly sensed the timidity in people's hearts and grinned. A very wise choice. This is an unequal battle. Retreating is not a shame, but a rational thing. Before the voice fell, another voice suddenly came from the crowd. I would like to see the skills of the Aaron people. The voice also spread throughout the night sky, and it was also the fourth ring master spell voice of the high sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge colorful ball of light rushed out from the crowd, rising all the way to the sky, shining like the sun. The entire garden square was illuminated by this ball of light as bright as day. The terrifying shadow giant manifested by the Shadow Master was instantly illuminated by the light, becoming looming, and the deterrent effect on ordinary people was dissipated by 90%. Just as everyone was surprised, a tall figure walked out of the crowd. This person was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and had an extremely strong figure. The heavy cloak on his body was woven from linen, feathers, and hemp. He wore a shabby rainproof hat on his head, and held a long wooden stick in his hand. He looked like a poor adventurer wandering around. When the two masters Aaron saw this tall old man, their faces became very solemn, and their previous arrogance was restrained by most of the time. Hound Schmidt said coldly, Master Levin, are you going to get involved in this too? Originally, the two masters on their side had an advantage over Whalon. If they threatened him fiercely and calmed down those civilians who were making a fuss, the matter would be settled. But now another master has emerged from the other side, and he is also a master of magic who is said to be particularly good at fighting, which has immediately pulled the tilted balance back to balance. The people watching Whalon whispered one by one, with excitement on their faces. It's the Wandering Master Levin. That's great, we have a tough master in Whalon. But the Wandering Master doesn't seem to have any decent magic tools. Will it work? You know shit. Whether it will work or not, you can see from the reaction of the Aaron people. It must work. Under the attention of the crowd, the old man in simple clothes slowly walked to the center of the garden square and confronted the Aaron Night Guard head-on. He smiled faintly. Schmidt, I want to correct you a little. As he spoke, a crystal ball emitting colorful rays slowly emerged from the staff in the old man's hand. I am no longer a wandering master, but a wandering sage. This was not a heavy word, but after being amplified by the voice of the high sky, it reached the ears of everyone in the garden square. No matter who the listener was, when the word sage appeared, their faces showed shock at the first time. The fifth magic ring, the magic power condensed into crystals and manifested in 5 colors, is the magic sage. Only 1 out of 500 senior mages can be promoted to a master, and only 1 sage will emerge among dozens of masters. There are currently only 9 sages in the entire Natural Alliance, known as the 9 Natural Sages. No, it should be called the 10 Sages now. The King's Hound squinted at the colorful pure magic power, and was silent for a full 5 minutes. He finally spoke, whispering in his heart, although the sage is strong, he is still immortal. With the combined efforts of Leeson and I, plus 300 night guards, we can send you to hell with just 1 wave of combined attacks. We are all warriors, and dying in battle is our destiny. Even if all the night guards die in Dawn City tonight, it is worth it if it can save the sage's life. Levin smiled slightly. Schmidt, you are not naive to think that the person standing opposite you is me, right? Schmidt was shocked. Isn't it? Levin shook his head slowly. The power of the 5 rings has some wonderful applications that the 4 rings do not have. Of course you can destroy my substitute, and you can ignore my killing of the Baron and the Princess, but my revenge will definitely make your king regret it for the rest of his life. Schmidt was silent again, because Levin's threat was really terrible. If he coveted material enjoyment, the warmth of human affection, and was bound by the world, then even if he was a 6-ring magic saint, he would be just a stronger magician. Send an army, and he could be crushed into powder easily. But he was just a completely free wandering ascetic. When a mortal puts down all worldly ties, it is also the moment when he is closest to God. If this mortal also possesses the power of a 5-ring sage, then he is simply a walking god in the world. Even the king and the emperor dare not easily provoke him. But Schmidt was unwilling to fail. He sneered, Sage, you can hide forever. But you are not the only one who possesses the power of the 5 rings. I, Aaron, also have 2 sages. So you cannot pose a real threat to my king. Levin responded, Sage magic is the most cutting-edge power in magic, and there is almost no relevant research. I am not sure I can stop the spells of other sages, and other sages are not sure I can stop mine. If I want, I can definitely bring a group of people to be buried with me. Schmidt was completely silent, because he knew what Levin said was right. After a few minutes, he was forced to take a step back. We can't retreat like this. I have to give an explanation to the king. If the sage leaves us with no explanation, we would rather die in battle. Levin also took a step back. Let's have a holy duel. Let the Baron and Blood Flame Saros duel, and let Mother Nature decide the final fate. When these words came out, Schmidt was stunned. Sage, you are sending the Baron to his death. He won't agree. Levin smiled faintly. So you agree? Schmidt did not answer immediately, but turned around to discuss with the people around him. Saruth laughed out loud when he heard it. This is really interesting. I don't mind executing the execution myself. In this case, Schmidt nodded. I agree. In such a duel with such a huge difference in strength, if the Baron can still get through, then he has nothing to say. Levin turned around and explained the situation to the violent people. Lady Agnes shook her head when she heard it. Sage, I respect you, but your proposal is too much. It is basically asking Rosen to die. Aaron, the battle mage, is famous for his ability to fight, and Saruth is well known as a famous battle maniac. Not to mention the low-level mages, None of the high-level mages present dared to say that they could win, including Ander, the commander of the Black Iron Guard. Selena said, "This is good enough. I am willing to fight for my husband." She has completely recognized the reality, and knows that this is the best way out at the moment. Before she finished her words, a figure flashed by her side, and Rosen had already walked out of the crowd. "Madam, leave this matter to me." Without waiting for Selena to respond, he announced loudly, "I, Lord of White Sturgeon Island, Baron Rosen Saxon, am willing to accept Sareth's challenge to a duel. I will fight with all my strength for myself, for the Princess of Varen, and for the dignity of all of us Varen people." Before she finished her words, thunderous cheers rang out in the garden square. The nobles and upper-class people present basically thought that Rosen would die. But most of the civilians thought that this bird-ship Baron Rosen was a tough guy and a real warrior. This is much better than those greedy and hypocritical nobles of Dawn City. Chapter 27. Night. The garden square was empty. A circular open space with a diameter of more than 40 meters was cleared in the center of the square, and dozens of high-level spell sunlight balls were shot into the sky, illuminating the entire square as bright as day. On both sides of the temporary duel field, Rosen and Saras stood facing each other more than 20 meters apart. Sage Levin, Master Sharam, Master Schmidt, and Master Les had temporarily formed a dual notary group. Because Sharam had the most neutral attitude, and was also the owner of the Blue Whale Mansion, he stood in the middle of the open space, and read out the traditional rules of the sacred duel loudly. After reading the somewhat lengthy rules, he looked at the two people on the sidelines. "So, are both duelists ready?" Rosen stood with a sword in hand. "I am ready to fight at any time." Salas narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Baron, I will not kill you in the duel, because it is too easy for you." Master Sharam frowned slightly and urged, "Master Sareth, are you ready? Give me a definite answer." Salas played with the blood-drinking staff in his hand, with a leisurely look on his face. "Master, I am the deputy leader of the 6th Regiment of Aaron Lion Night Guard, a senior 24-star professional combat mage. My opponent is just a low-level mage who just graduated. Do I really need to use all my energy to deal with it?" Master Sharam could clearly feel Sareth's ready-to-go magic power, and knew that he was far from as relaxed as he showed. His contemptuous look was probably for deterrence, of course. It could also be just for showing off. "In this case, I now declare that the duel begins." The moment the last word fell, Master Sharam retreated to the sidelines with the divine movement technique, and the two mages on the field attacked at almost the same time. Sareth's blood drinker staff suddenly pointed at Rosen, and a bright lightning as thick as an arm was instantly triggered and hit Rosen's body. The advanced spell Lightning Chain was released with the assistance of the Crystal Lattice, which was almost instantaneous. Although mages more or less mastered some instantaneous skills, the Crystal Lattice casting speed of Aaron Battle Mage was almost the fastest. Because the energy storage lattice created by Aaron Refiner is not only strong, but also has a large storage capacity of spell energy, and the maximum flow of energy is also extremely high, and the quality is almost perfect. Therefore, Sareth's Lightning Chain gave people a sense of cold and crispness, without any drag. All the Whale-on mages present were shocked, and subconsciously worried about Rosen. Boom! With a loud bang, the lightning struck Rosen's body and passed through it, hitting the ground hard, emitting a large amount of hot gravel. At the same time, Rosen's body turned into a bubble and disappeared, and appeared 3 meters to the right in a moment. It was Adler's substitute again. Although it was a low-level spell, Rosen used it to perfection and produced amazing results. Salas was prepared. He drew his left hand in front of him, and the force field ring on his hand showed a dim light, and a circle of high-intensity force field expanding outward suddenly appeared around his body. It was an intermediate spell resistance field, which had an excellent defensive effect against physical attacks. This move was to prevent Rosen from using flying swordsmanship to sneak attack. At the same time, he was doing two things at the same time. The second advanced crystal lattice on the blood dringer staff was activated, and the second bright lightning tore through the air, and whipped Rosen like a waving whip. Snap! The lightning flashed across Rosen's body again, and hit the ground behind him. No, it not only hit the ground, but also hit Sareth's body. Tear! A sharp sound of tearing cloth. Sareth's blood-red cloak was torn into pieces by the burst of lightning energy, revealing the inner matte black tight leather armor. The surface of the leather armor was wrapped with a layer of crystal red light, which was the high-level defensive spell Agna Ruby Shield commonly used by Aaron nobles. At this moment, the crystal red light layer was wrapped with a layer of fine white electric net. The two energies kept fighting and colliding, and finally the electric net disappeared, and only a thin layer of the ruby shield remained. Before everyone could understand what was going on, Levin, who was watching the battle, immediately cheered loudly, "Good spell! Good magic weapon!" Sharam also praised sincerely, "What a good exchange spell!" At that moment just now, Rosen used two spells. One was the Adler substitution spell. Another Saga exchange. The latter is a strange low-level spell of the mystical department. The so-called mystical department is a general term for a class of strange spells whose principles are completely unclear and only practical techniques are available. For example, the Saga exchange, no one knows why this thing works. It is only known that if you do it this way, you can temporarily exchange some attributes of yourself and the target, thereby achieving the wonderful effect of transferring some spell energy. But although the spell is low level, it is very difficult to cast, and the timing of casting is also extremely difficult to grasp. Very few mages dare to use it in a life and death battle, but then again, mages who dare to use it and successfully achieve the exchange effect are either crazy or geniuses. Now, Rosen not only used it, but also used it with the equally difficult substitute, and successfully broke the induced defensive lattice magic weapon worn by Saruth, greatly eliminating the opponent's magic weapon advantage, which can be called a legendary operation in the history of magic confrontation. Without the lifeline constructed by the induced defense magic weapon, Saruth clearly felt the breath of death. Unconsciously, the evil smile on his face disappeared. Schmidt and Lesent, the two magic masters, also put away their casual mentality and began to watch the battle seriously. Mrs. Agnet was surprised. She never thought that the apprentice she looked down on would have such amazing spell-casting ability. Most of the audience watching Waylon did not know the details of the spell. They only knew that Waylon's Baron had the upper hand, so they cheered loudly. The cheers were like thunder and tsunamis. But Saruth is worthy of being the deputy leader of the Night Guard, and has undergone strict combat training. The small defeat in the battle did not make him feel flustered. Even the resistance field of his left hand was maintained, leaving no opportunity for the opponent to take advantage of. Of course, he was not in a hurry to launch an attack to regain his ground. Instead, he held the staff tightly, faced Rosen in a defensive posture, took a deep breath, and carefully calmed the slight waves in his heart. Rosen was not in a hurry to attack either. He stood 30 meters away from Saruth, slowly pacing around Saruth, and his posture was like a tiger pacing around its prey. "Mage Saruth, there should be 3 high-level crystals on your staff. Now you have used 2, and there is only 1 left. I advise you to use it quickly, otherwise you will have no chance to use it when I fight back." In a few breaths, Saruth had basically calmed down. He smiled coldly. "Your spellcasting skills are indeed amazing, and I did underestimate you, but next, I will let you know the insurmountable gap between high-level and low-level spells." Before he finished speaking, Saruth suddenly pointed the Blood Drinker staff in his hand toward the sky. Although the spell had not been released yet, a huge fluctuation of mana had already appeared. Ordinary people could not feel it, but the mages realized at the first moment that Saruth would use a high-level spell with no target lock and range attack in the next moment. No target lock means that it cannot be affected by the Sage Exchange spell. Range attack is also the best way to deal with Adler's substitution spell. The almost instantaneous casting with the assistance of the Crystal Lattice means that it is basically impossible to be interrupted. Therefore, Saruth relies on powerful spells and advanced magic tools to crush. Although this move is stupid, it is unbreakable. All the mages present who have some knowledge sighed in their hearts. Rosen is just a low-level mage after all. Selena also tightly grasped the Sleeping Beauty staff. She has figured it out. As long as Rosen loses, she will end his life to save him from torture, and then she will immediately commit suicide and follow him. But in the next moment, Rosen suddenly pointed the magic sword in his hand at Saruth, and used the most common interference spell, Arcane Shock. Arcane Shock is a low-level spell that almost every mage knows. If used well, this spell can turn the tide of the battle. If used poorly, it is equivalent to setting off a small lavender firework. The problem is that Arcane Shock requires casting time. No matter how you practice it, no matter what skills you use, even if you practice it to near instantaneous, it still requires casting time. This casting time is longer than the lattice-assisted casting time anyway. Therefore, it is almost impossible to use Arcane Shock to interrupt the lattice casting. But such an impossible thing actually happened. After an inconspicuous Arcane Shock, the power fluctuations condensed on the Blood Drinker staff turned into chaos. After a moment, the spell energy was completely out of control. If it was a normal spell casting, it would stop casting at this moment, but when the lattice is casting, the spell energy is pre-stored. Once it is out of control, the out-of-control energy will explode directly. Saras was shocked and threw the staff decisively. The staff flew into the air, and there was a loud snap, and it exploded directly into two pieces. The energy stored in the lattice was violently released, turning into a violent and raging lightning. If Saras hadn't thrown it fast enough, the lightning would have raged directly on him. You shocked to interrupt my lattice spellcasting? Saras stared at the staff fragments with absent-minded eyes. The lattice casting time is less than 0.2 seconds, and it is completed in one thought. How could it be interrupted in a targeted manner? In fact, this is probably the first time that the lattice casting method has been interrupted in a targeted manner since its birth. It directly challenges Sarat's common sense of magic. All the mages present, including the magic master, were also shocked, and couldn't understand why Rosen did it. Rosen still walked around Saras slowly like a tiger, smiling faintly. Saras, I have seen through you and predicted your every move. The mages suddenly realized and thought that this Baron was really crazy, daring to gamble his life like this. Saras also recovered. He gritted his teeth and sneered. See through me? Predict interruption? Arrogant! Without the assistance of the staff, he still has a strong fighting ability. Casting spells with bare hands is a compulsory course for every errant battle mage. Sarath pointed at Rosen and silently cast an arcane shock. Snap! Casting failed. His silently cast arcane shock was interrupted by Rosen's faster arcane shock. The opponent not only had better spellcasting skills than him, but also had a significantly faster thinking reaction speed than him. This is the crushing of hard power. You know where the gap is, but you can never cross it. Sarath's mind was shaken again. Impossible, it must be a coincidence. Ice Wind spell snap. Wind Walk snap. Arcane Missile snap. Tried 3 times in a row, and all 3 were interrupted. Every time he was interrupted, Sarath felt like he was slapped in the face, and his cheeks were burning. Gulp. Sarath swallowed his saliva secretly, and the blood flames in his eyes flickered and jumped, as if they would go out in the next moment. Panic could not be suppressed from the bottom of his heart. Could it be that he really saw through me? How is that possible? I am the ace graduate of the King's Military Academy. On the other side, Rosen was still pacing slowly, his face as calm as at the beginning. I have interrupted your spellcasting 5 times, and each time I interrupted it, I could get a counterattack time of half a second. While speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and interrupted Sarath's secret attempt to cast a spell again, and the action was as easy as drinking water. But I didn't choose to fight back, because I was waiting for you to realize that you have actually stood on the edge of hell. And I just need to raise my foot and kick you lightly on your butt, and you will fall into hell. Go to hell. Saras collapsed at once, roared hysterically, gave up all defense, and used 2 attacks at the same time to exchange his opponent's life. We admit defeat. Master Schmidt's voice suddenly came from the side. Snap! Rosen did not take the opportunity to kill Sarath. He used an arcane shock again to interrupt Sarath's left-hand casting, and used Adler's substitution to avoid another spell. He did not make up for it afterwards, but slowly retreated to the side of the Black Iron Guard. Master Sharam's magic phantom appeared in the middle of the duel again, and announced loudly. In this duel, the Baron Rosen Saxon of the White Sturgeon Island won the final victory. No, I didn't lose, I didn't admit defeat, I will continue to fight. Saras looked crazy. Enough. Shadow Master Leeson flashed over with a divine movement, knocked Sarath unconscious with a punch, and then carried the will-broken deputy leader away. It was obviously a duel that was sure to be won, but he lost, and lost so undignifiedly. All the Errant Knight guards present were ashamed, lowered their heads, and kept silent. On the contrary, the people of Varen cheered, and were extremely excited. The Varen nobles were much more reserved, but they also looked up to Rosen and thought that this young man was really amazing. The civilians did not have so many thoughts, they just felt very encouraged and revered the Baron of White Sturgeon Island as a hero. Amid the clamor, Master Schmidt took 2 steps forward with a gloomy face, bowed to Levin, and said in a serious voice, Sage, the Baron won, we abide by the agreement and will give up this revenge action. These words were said openly, but 2 secret words were whispered in the heart afterwards. But I hope you remember that tonight is not the end, but the beginning. Aaron will remember this humiliation, and in the future, he will use various other methods to return it tenfold to Varen. Facing this threat, Sage Levin laughed. He did not refute, but sang with voice of the sky. Ard said that the aliens are numerous, and we are weak. Wellen said that for the land under our feet, I will take the lead in fighting. The shining Arcanite sword will be stained with blood, and no matter how many aliens come, they will destroy themselves. Ah, Saint, she is the darling of Mother Nature, and the supreme glory of the giant island. It is Song of St. Welen. The lyrics and melody are well known to everyone, telling the ancient epic of St. Welen fighting against the invading aliens and protecting her homeland. At first, only Sage Levin was singing, but after a few sentences, the Black Iron Guards followed, and then the Welen Mage. Finally, all the Welen people present sang along. While singing, they followed the footsteps of Sage Levin and gradually pressed towards Aaron Night Guard. At this moment, no matter the noble elites or the most ordinary dock workers, their souls and wills merged with the singing, thus gathering a breathtaking and majestic momentum. This momentum was like a mountain collapsing, like a huge wave hitting the table. With every step forward, the army formation composed of Aaron's Night Guards could not help but take a step back. At this moment, even masters like Schmidt and Lesset could not help but feel trembling in their hearts. Finally, they could not bear it anymore. "Retreat!" Master Schmidt shouted, and quickly left the garden square with 300 Aaron's Night Guards. Chapter 28. Night. Under the dazzling magic light, the crowd rushed to the Aaron Night Guard like a torrent. The song of St. Walen was the roar of the torrent, and the passionate blood in the chests of the Walen people turned into the inherent power of the torrent. Another thunderous voice exploded in the sky. "Go away, Aaron's hounds. The Princess of Walen can marry whoever she wants. Go back and tell your stinking king that I, the Sage Levin, will prove this with my magic." The voice rolled across the entire garden square, and was clearly heard by everyone present. The Walen people shouted loudly, while the Aaron people remained silent, greatly speeding up the retreat. However, neither the passionate Walen people nor the hastily fleeing Aaron people noticed that on the top floor of the Blue Whale Mansion, on the dark blue arched roof, there was a young man in a dark blue cloak sitting quietly. The young man was wearing a wide hood, so his appearance was unclear. He was holding a crystal goblet in his hand, which contained the famous wine Heart of the Ocean. The dark blue liquor swayed gently in the flawless crystal goblet, and the mellow aroma of the liquor drifted with the wind. Suddenly, the young man pulled his hood back slightly and drank a big sip. As a result, a young but ordinary face was revealed, which turned out to be Rosen. He looked down at the garden square below and smiled slightly. "I won the last game of victory tonight. The ancestors of the earth said that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. Therefore, he never participated in high-risk things such as fighting, and those who played were all combat puppets he carefully built. Puppetry is his third top skill after training. With the fourth and most recently trained Heart of the God of War, the combat puppets are very lifelike and very capable. Our ancestors also said that those who do not consider the overall situation are not qualified to consider a region. The world is an organic whole. A small decision made by the king thousands of miles away may bring disaster to this little lord. He wants to marry the princess and develop the island, so of course he has to consider the overall situation. Now, he has finally found a space for his island to develop safely. After this night, the name of the hero Baron will spread throughout the Natural Alliance, and Aaron is afraid of the deterrence of the ascetic sage. Even if he wants to retaliate later, he dare not do it as loudly as this time. Although the sequelae of the princess's marriage will still exist for a long time, it is already within an acceptable range, and will not kill him in an instant. The benefits of marrying the princess will gradually appear, and help him develop the island in big strides. Turning his head to look in the direction of the Dawn Castle, Rosen smiled faintly. "Madam, I will definitely help you return to heaven." He lowered his head to look at Princess Selena, who was escorted into the Blue Whale Mansion by the Black Iron Guards. After his eyes quickly turned around the curve of her graceful figure, he drank the mellow wine in the glass in one gulp. Alas, the people in the mortal world are too beautiful, and the wine is too fragrant. I just can't let it go. Everyone admires ascetics, but no one is willing to practice asceticism, just because the mortal world is too exciting. The battle between men is over, the danger has been lifted, and it's time for me to return. The hand holding the cup gently exerted force, and the crystal wine glass turned into a ball of crystal sand, and his figure disappeared into the night. The view returned to the first floor of the Blue Whale Mansion. Selena, Lady Agnet, and Baron Rosen all returned to the lobby of the Blue Whale Mansion. The commander of the Black Guard, Mage Ander, immediately requested, "Your Highness, I beg you and the Baron to return to Dawn Castle with us." Selena immediately looked at Rosen and whispered in her heart, "What do you think?" Rosen whispered back, "I can do either, whatever Madam wants." Selena had already made up her mind, and turned to Mage Ander and said, "I don't want to see Ryder, Adrian again in my life. So, I won't go back to Dawn Castle with you." "But your Highness, your safety cannot be guaranteed here," Selena said sarcastically. "Then it's okay in Dawn Castle?" What if the Duke knocks me out in the middle of the night and sends me to Aaron? Without waiting for Ander to answer, she looked at Master Sharam again. Master, we have paid for the room, and we are your guests. You should guarantee our safety, right? Master Sharam originally wanted to stay away from this trouble, but after experiencing what happened tonight, his mentality has subtly changed. He found that Princess Selena, who also had the blood of the god of nature, had a much higher reputation among the people than the current Duke. The current Duke might be a qualified politician, but he was far from being a qualified Lord of Aaron. Because this guy was too slick and had little ambition to make progress. Princess Selena was at the other extreme. So no one could tell what the future would be like. So Master Sharam nodded and said, Your Highness, Blue Whale Mansion will do its best to protect the safety of all guests. He looked at Ander again. If the captain is worried, you can also leave some of the iron guards to help. In this case, Ander had nothing to say. I will leave half of the people, but now, I must report to the Duke. He turned around and led his people away. As soon as he left, another person walked in at the door. It was none other than the sage Levin. Although he was dressed as a wandering beggar, after the previous incident, no one dared to look down on him. Selena, Mrs. Agnet, Rosen, and everyone else saluted him. Master Sharam showed a trace of reluctance on his face, but he had to nod his head. The legendary old wizard showed a smile like an old farmer on his wrinkled face. Andy, I want to ask you for a bowl of water, okay? Master Sharam immediately said to the servant, Go and get a bottle of light wine, the best. The servant ran to do it. Sage Levin chuckled, Andy, I can't take advantage of you. This is a spellcasting technique I thought of, which can be regarded as the money for buying wine. He took out a dirty sheepskin scroll from his arms, and threw it to Sharam, who immediately took it away with great care. Levin looked at Selena again, his expression slightly more serious. Your Highness, let me ask you one more question. Are you still willing to choose Baron of White Sturgeon Island as your husband? After that, he quickly added, This is your business. You can marry whoever you want. I have no reason to interfere. But if you continue to insist, considering that Rosen is my close friend regardless of age, I will give you a wedding gift. Selena had already made her mind clear, and answered very seriously, Yes, I still choose Rosen as my husband. If she had said this before, others would have thought that the two sides were very outrageous, but Rosen's performance tonight has convinced everyone. Although some people still think that they are not a match, there is nothing to say, who can blame this birdship baron for being so capable. Levin smiled, reached into his arms again, and took out another dirty scroll, and handed it over. I just carefully observed your magic power and felt that you were just a little bit away from touching the fourth ring. So I wrote down some practice experience that might be helpful to you, and maybe it could help you advance to the master level. Selena was surprised and happy, and immediately bowed to thank him, and stretched out both hands to take it. Thank you for your guidance, master. Levin waved his hand. It's nothing. I also encountered difficulties when I was practicing, and I happened to meet Rosen in the harbor area. This guy used all his money to treat me to a good drink, and also found a hotel for me, so I had a good sleep. Guess what happened? After everyone's attention was drawn to it, Levin slapped his thigh and laughed. After waking up, I touched the fourth ring, haha. Speaking of this, Levin showed emotion. I will always remember this favor, so I will take care of your business. If the Aaron people dare to come to you for trouble, they must first pass me. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked up to Rosen more and more. He actually has such a good relationship with the sage. Now no one dares to take advantage of him easily. Just then, the servant brought the wine over. Levin took it, pulled out the cork, drank it first, and sighed with satisfaction. Good wine, thank you, Andy. After saying that, he picked up the bottle and left without waiting for everyone to respond. Sharam hurriedly tried to persuade him to stay. Sage, why don't you stay in my mansion for a night? A response came from outside the door. No, your place is too comfortable. I'm afraid I won't want to leave after a good sleep. But I still want to see the scenery of the Six Rings Holy Land. Let's go, let's go! The voice was getting farther and farther away, and by the time the last word was spoken, it was already hundreds of meters away. Mrs. Agnet sighed lightly, with a look of admiration. I didn't expect that Waylon actually had such an ascetic mage. He is simply a saint walking in the world. Everyone nodded in agreement, all with a look of admiration. At this time, Selena saw that Rosen had been silent, and there was a trace of fatigue on his face, and she suddenly felt guilty. Dear, are you tired? Not bad. Find a place to sit for a while, and you will recover. Selena immediately said, Let's go back to the room to rest. Just after taking 2 steps, Mrs. Agnet followed. Selena, come together. I have a lot to talk to you. Yes. Selina also happened to have a lot to say to this close friend. The three of them returned to the guest room on the third floor under the escort of a team of black iron guards. When entering the door of the guest room on the third floor, Baron Rosen naturally entered the room first. There was no light in the room, it was pitch black. After waiting for 2 seconds, Rosen lit the magic lamp. For some reason, Selina suddenly felt that the fatigue on Rosen's face disappeared again, and the whole person seemed to become more flexible. She wondered, "Dear, have you recovered?" Rosen nodded and replied, "Yes, I wasn't that tired to begin with, so I recovered in no time." He reminded himself secretly, "It seems that my puppetry still has shortcomings and needs to be further optimized." Chapter 29. Night. In the luxury guest room on the third floor of the Blue Whale Mansion, Selina and Mrs. Agnet sat face to face on the chairs in the living room, while Rosen insisted on standing behind Selina. It was both out of respect, and because his butt was numb from sitting on the roof all night. With the protection of Sage Levin, the errand people will not bother you for the time being. Mrs. Agnet said so. She was still a little dazed, and her thoughts were still immersed in the previous passionate power of unity. Selina nodded gently, but she was also a little worried. "Anna, do you think Danger will deal with Sage Levin?" Mrs. Agnet shook her head. "He definitely has this idea, but I doubt if he has the courage. After all, the sage is not interested in money, women, or even power. He is a pure mage. Such a sage is the most terrifying because he has no constraints. Once he is angry, he can do anything." Selina felt relieved and full of emotion. Sage Levin is a hero. I respect him, thank him, and am very glad that such a hero exists in Whalon. Mrs. Agnet agreed. "Well said." The two high-level female mages sighed for a long time, before finally turning their attention to Rosen. "Selina, now that you are free, why do you insist on marrying my apprentice?" Selina looked shy, and she held Rosen's hand. "Because we agreed to develop the White Sturgeon Island together." Mrs. Agnet was surprised. "Well, it seems that you really like Rosen, which is normal. After all, my apprentice is really good-looking." "But Rosen, did you hide something from me?" Rosen knew that his mentor was in the harbor area, and he knew that they would meet again, so he had prepared a story. At this time, he looked embarrassed. "Teacher, I actually mastered all the knowledge that a formal wizard should master 2 years ago. The reason for the 2-year delay is that your magic laboratory is well equipped, your library has a large collection of books, and you have a 40% discount for apprentices. I was very short of money, and I wanted to master more knowledge, so I concealed my progress. I apologize to you, and am willing to compensate you for your losses." Mrs. Agnet blinked, but she didn't feel very angry. After all, she was not short of money, and she was very satisfied with Rosen's performance tonight. But as a mentor, you must pick out the shortcomings of the apprentice to prevent the apprentice from being proud and complacent, even if the apprentice has graduated. So, she pointed out seriously, "Since you are willing to risk your life to protect Selina, I won't mind the concealment. But even so, it still took you 8 years to graduate, which is still a very mediocre result." As soon as the voice fell, Selina suddenly heard a low laugh that she couldn't suppress. "What are you laughing at?" Selina coughed lightly to stop laughing. "Maybe mediocre in other aspects, but in victory chess, you are definitely a top genius." Mrs. Agnet's cheeks immediately turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, but she quickly adjusted her mentality. "Although I am not good at victory chess, I am the mentor of the victory chess king, right?" "Well, Anna, you are absolutely right." After saying this, Selina's face suddenly became solemn. "Anna, I am completely disappointed with Reed. He has completely turned into a cold-blooded duke, with only calculations in his mind, and others, including me, are all pawns at his disposal. I hate this kind of person the most. Even if he is my blood relative, I must stay away from him. So, I have to go to the White Sturgeon Island." Mrs. Agnet understood, stood up and sat beside Selina, gently grasping her other hand. "I will write a letter to my brother and ask him to find a way to support you." Hearing this, Rosen sighed in his heart. The mentor is still kind-hearted. Always underestimate the darkness of the world. Just thinking about this, I heard Selina smile bitterly. "Anna, I can't cause you trouble, because I have completely seen through Reed. He doesn't have much ability, but his desire for control is terrible, and Rosen and I have greatly challenged his authority. He must hate us now, and even hate the sage Levin. Just wait and see. He will soon issue a decree to prevent the 25 counties of Whalon from trading with the White Sturgeon Island to completely isolate us." This surprised Mrs. Agnet, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that this was not impossible. She was speechless. Rosen on the side looked at Selina with admiration. "Hey, Although my princess wife is slow to react and easily gets excited, she is still very clear and has not made a mistake about the Duke. He is now very satisfied with Selina's performance. Selina didn't know Rosen's thoughts, but she comforted Mrs. Agnet instead. Anna, don't worry about me. The area of the White Sturgeon Island is not small, and there are many troubles. It is enough for Rosen and I to deal with it for a long time. You know, I've always been a person who can't sit still and loves to toss around. Mrs. Agnet's mood improved a little. No matter what, you must write to me often. I will come to visit you whenever I am free. I will never forget, Anna. After all, you are my only good friend. If I don't write to you, I don't know who to tell my worries to. Seeing the two women chattering endlessly, Rosen still had some things to deal with. He suggested, Madam Minter, it's getting late. Why don't you go to the bedroom to spend a girlfriend's night, just like before? The two women were really tempted. Mrs. Agnet smiled and asked, Rosen, what about you? I can sleep next door, or sleep directly in the living room, just like the past 2 days. Selina's cheeks were slightly red. Although she became Rosen's wife in a daze, and decided to spend the rest of her life with him, she was not ready to live together. I was a little nervous about what was about to happen. My good friend had experienced it, so I wanted to ask quietly. Now Rosen's idea was very good. She said, Rosen, you should go to the next room to rest, so as not to spread gossip and affect Anna's reputation. After all, we are not short of money now. As you wish, ma'am. Selina took Madame Agnet to the bedroom again. Come on, Anna, I have a lot of secrets to tell you. After the two women entered the bedroom, Rosen also turned and went out. With the help of several black-clad iron guards guarding the door, he quickly slept in the bedroom next door. After closing his eyes, he whispered in his heart without practicing, Lifu, has number 1 arrived at the designated location? The response came quickly. Number 1 is in place. Very good, always ready to execute orders at any time. The so-called number 1 is actually the wandering sage Levin. His true identity is a combat puppet created by Rosen with great effort. In the past 10 years, he has trained the 4 top abilities of Lifu in turn. The first Rosen meditations gave him strong magic power. The following transfiguration gave him a nearly perfect camouflage ability and unique alchemy. The third puppetry gave him an external substitute, which greatly improved his ability to collect training data. The last heart of the god of war gave him the force to protect his own life, and most of his combat data was obtained through puppetry. These 4 top abilities complement each other, and the highest masterpiece formed after condensing together is the Sage Levin. Of course, there is no perfect spell in the world. Although Levin's ability is extremely strong, there are also many limitations in use. For example, the maximum remote control distance cannot exceed 50 kilometers, and when running at full power, it will occupy nearly a quarter of Lifu's computing power, and it needs to be charged and maintained regularly. In short, it is very troublesome to use. Back to the topic. Seeing number 1 in place, Rosen issued another order to Lifu, open number 1 detection guard. A huge screen appeared in front of his eyes, showing the current situation in the Duke's study. In the study, the Duke sat behind the desk as he did last time, and in front of him stood a black-clothed wizard, who was the leader of the Black Iron Guard, Wizard Andy. The black-clothed wizard described what happened in the garden square in detail and objectively. At first glance, he looked like an emotionless robot, but his subconsciously clenched fists revealed his nervous heart. The Duke listened carefully. A storm was gathering on his face. When Master Ander finished telling all the details of the incident, he confirmed in a deep voice, So Selina would rather die than give up the little Baron? Judging from the princess's performance, that's right. Crack! The Duke crushed the enamel water cup in his hand, and sharp powder mixed with scarlet blood flowed down from his fingers. Ander wanted to step forward to stop the bleeding, but was stopped by him. He let the blood flow, and his face was flashing with lightning and thunder. I was wondering why she was suddenly willing to marry the Baron. It turns out that she had already set her eyes on him. The sinister wandering sage, the poor and ugly birdship Baron, and my well-behaved sister are actually teaming up to oppose me. These people have no idea how powerful Aaron is. They have no idea how difficult it is for me to maintain the current situation. Selina, since you like to mix in the mud, then you should stay in it forever. Then the Duke shouted to Ander, help me draft the announcement. Yes, Duke. After Ander got the paper and pen, the Duke read it in a deep voice. Selina Adrian, disregarding the interests of her family and the principality, is willful and reckless. She is no longer worthy of being the Dawn Princess of Varen, nor is she worthy of being the wife of Baron Rosen Saxon. Selina is still exiled to the White Sturgeon Island, and is not allowed to step out of the White Sturgeon Island for the rest of her life. Her engagement with the Baron is cancelled. This will be supervised and implemented by the Baron himself. In addition, the Baron can choose any woman he likes to marry, except Selena. If she disobeys, Selena will be imprisoned and the Baron will be deprived of his title. Finally, the 25 counties of Whalon are strictly prohibited from engaging in any trade with the White Sturgeon Island, not even the trade of bird droppings. At this point, the Duke showed a cold smile on his face. Okay, you will now hand over this notice to the Cabinet Council, and let them pass it overnight. Before the sun rises tomorrow, it must be posted on every notice board in Dawn City. Yes, Your Excellency the Duke. Anders' face remained calm, because he was used to it. Seeing this, Rosen secretly commented, Your Excellency the Duke is really furious. What to do? Of course, do it now. Rosen had an idea. Lai Fu, let number 1 execute the backup plan and give our Grand Duke a surprise. The backup plan is being executed. Rosen immediately checked the video of the Duke's study. In the video, the Duke grinned and sneered, seeming to be very proud of his bad idea, and Master Ender was about to turn around to issue the notice. Suddenly, a strong light flashed outside the study window. It was the sound of the castle's defense array being forcibly broken. Almost at the same time, the exquisite carved glass shattered with a bang, and a black shadow rushed towards the Duke behind the desk at a very fast speed. The incident happened too quickly, and the Duke had no time to respond, and was hit by the black shadow. Buzz! A large number of rune lights and shadows appeared on his body's surface, which induced the crystal lattice magic weapon doom blocking barrier, and the strength reached the peak of the 4th ring. Whalon Magic Realm can't make such a good thing. It must have been bought from the Wick continent at a high price. Puff! The black shadow was blocked, bounced out, and landed on the carpet. It was actually a dark silver metal sphere. Until then, the Duke realized it, jumped up like a rabbit, hid in the corner, and roared in fear. What's going on? Why didn't the castle's defense barrier work? Who did it? Like a frightened little girl. Mage Ender also immediately squatted behind the wall, waited for a while, and after seeing no follow-up movement, he carefully picked up the metal ball on the ground with his mage's hand. After taking a look, he immediately said, Duke, there are words on the ball. What words? It says that family unity is strength. Your Excellency the Duke, the Wanderer Levin. The Duke was stunned and asked, Levin did it. Why didn't the warning tower react? Ender turned around and carefully examined the cracks in the window, and quickly came to a conclusion. Duke, Levin should have been standing far away, using the 5th ring of mana to cast a throwing spell to forcefully throw this thing over. How far is far? Maybe 1 kilometer, or even farther. After a pause, Ender said softly, Master, the sage once said that he would protect a princess, so what he said just now should be a warning. The Duke's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Starting tomorrow, there will be additional sentries within 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers around the castle, and multiple layers of defense arrays will be added outside the study, with the strength doubled, no, tripled compared to the current level. Also, I want to change the study, and all the guards in the study will be replaced. Yes, Duke. Also, please modify the previous announcement. After a few seconds of silence, the Duke said in a very unwilling tone, Selena is still the Princess of Dawn. I agree that she will marry the Baron, but she is strictly prohibited from leaving the White Sturgeon Island, and the White Sturgeon Island is also strictly prohibited from conducting commercial trade with the counties. She can be willful, but I must give an explanation to King Danger. Yes, Duke. The Duke was silent for a few seconds and then asked, Is there a way to kill this Levin? This time, Master Ender was silent for 10 seconds before answering. Unless Levin is stupid and insists on confronting the army head-on, there is no way to guarantee that he will be killed. And if you do it, but fail to kill him then? The second half of the sentence was not said, but the Duke certainly understood it. Then he must always be on guard against a sage's assassination in the future. That would be a hard life. How long do you think he can live? Since you can't afford to offend him, you can only endure it, and see who lives longer. The aging speed of the sages has slowed down significantly. Levin is probably in his early 60s. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to live to over 120 years old. In addition, he is likely to touch the 6th ring of magic in the future and become a magic saint, so he can live to 200 years old. And if he studies life magic, then it is even more uncertain, he may even live to over 500 years old. The Duke's psychology was greatly unbalanced. With him, he is still a magic saint. If he really becomes a magic saint, he can not only suppress him for a lifetime, but when he dies of old age, that guy can continue to suppress his son, grandson, and even great-grandson. What's the point of being Duke of Whalon? The Duke was extremely unhappy, and even very jealous. Mage Andy sighed lightly. My Lord Duke, Levin is an extremely pure magician. Such a person is most likely to be promoted to the Holy Realm. Damn wanderer. Curse you to hell. The young and strong Duke cursed in a low voice. At the same time, Rosen grinned. I can't scare you to death, hee. In addition to being happy, he sighed softly. The power of mortals has its limits. Because of the unknown, the king's power is in awe of the cultivators. Because of the knowledge, the cultivators are also afraid of the king's power. So, the cultivators who hold the king's power are the happiest. Chapter 30. Late at night. The bedroom of a high-class guest room in the Blue Whale Mansion. The door and windows were shining with the dim light of the barrier, and the curtains around the cage-like wooden bed in the middle of the room were all hung down, dividing the inside of the bed into a very private space. There were also firefly-like light spots floating on the top of the wooden bed, flashing like stars in the sky. Selena's voice rang out in the darkness. Anna, I really envy you. What should I envy? Because you have a good brother who respects you. You can successfully marry your lover, and get your brother's support and blessing. If you only say this, my brother is really good. Mrs. Agnet sighed, but my brother also has his shortcomings, such as his love for beautiful women, which has led to illegitimate children everywhere, and made my sister-in-law very sad. Selena didn't care. Men all love beautiful women, my father likes it very much. But it's not all their fault. They have great power and wealth, and for many years. Young and beautiful women spend all their efforts to seduce them. As long as they indulge themselves a little, they will naturally have illegitimate children everywhere. But I think that as long as your brother can abide by the principles, always put his sister-in-law first, and don't have the crooked idea of passing the title to the illegitimate child, it will be fine. Mrs. Agnet laughed. Then my brother is not so outrageous. He also respects his wife very much at home. But she sighed immediately. It's okay to like beautiful women, but the biggest shortcoming is that he loves gambling. To put it more fashionable, he loves investing. In his early years, he was lucky, and made a lot of money because of investment. Then, he was obsessed with it, and invested the money everywhere, not only in Whalon Island, but also in the Wick continent. He will invest in new large factories, ocean exploration fleets, or just a good idea. Although there are no major problems at present, I am really worried that something will happen. After all, he is only the Earl of Whalon, and has no influence in the Wick continent. If he is not careful, he may be cheated or even robbed. It is really difficult for Selena to comment on this kind of thing. Because investment is a newly emerging business model, followed by a large number of new concepts such as stocks and futures, most of her mind is on learning magic, and she doesn't know much about this stuff. She thought about it, and could only comfort. The Earl has many smart ministers to give him advice, so there won't be any big problems, right? I hope so. Mrs. Agnet sighed. After a while of silence, Selena began to introduce the topic she really wanted to ask. Anna, do you still think of Alanda often now? Alanda is Anna's late husband, full name Alanda Agnet. Mrs. Agnet was a little surprised by this question, but she still answered truthfully. I used to think about it often, but recently no, I shouldn't think about it much in the past few years. He's been gone for too long. It's been 7 years. Selena asked again, do you still remember what happened between you and Alanda? I mean, what the couple did secretly in the bedroom. Mrs. Agnet laughed. Of course I remember. Once you've experienced this kind of thing, you never forget it for the rest of your life. Selena felt her cheeks getting hot, but there was no one else here, and she was also firmly protected by the god of darkness, so she continued to ask. Mrs. Shuya told me that it would be very painful the first time? Mrs. Shuya is the princess's foster wife, serving as a nanny and adult mentor. Mrs. Agnet certainly knows this. She couldn't help laughing. Mrs. Shuya is right, it really hurts. If a man is rude and impatient, it's simply a torture. This made Selena a little scared. She comforted herself without confidence. Rosen looks very gentle, so he shouldn't make me too painful, right? She has never had her oily skin broken since she was a child, and she can't imagine what torture feels like. Mrs. Agnet doesn't have much confidence in Rosen. That's not necessarily true. Some men are gentle and gentlemanly during the day, but they are as violent as beasts at night. Because the former comes from acquired moral education, while the latter is mostly a manifestation of nature. I don't understand my apprentice now, but judging from his fighting style, he should have a wild beast hidden in his heart. Selena became even more uneasy. When she thought about returning to the White Sturgeon Island alone with Rosen, without any relatives or friends around her, The anxiety in her heart almost turned into fear. Anna, what should we do? Selina's voice was trembling. Mrs. Agnet saw that Selina was so scared, and she comforted her. It's not that bad. You do need to be gentle the first time, but after getting used to it, you may prefer a wild style. But people's greatest fear comes from the unknown, and unless you experience it yourself, it is impossible to soothe it with just 1 or 2 words of comfort. Selina was still very uneasy. After thinking carefully, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Anna, how about I ask Rosen to come over, and you give us some advice? Mrs. Agnet was startled, but she was an experienced person after all, so she quickly regained her composure and even laughed out loud. As she laughed, she realized how difficult it was for her friend. When this noble princess was 10 years old, her mother died of illness, and when she was 20 years old, her father also passed away, leaving only an elder brother. On weekdays, she put most of her energy into learning magic, so she lacked a lot of common sense. Now such a thing happened, and she was almost exiled to a barren island. It was really a bad fate. Think about her apprentice, who came to her at the age of 10 to learn magic, and studied for 10 years. He also spent almost all his time on magic, and he must have lacked common sense in life. These two people, who were forced to live together by chance, would definitely have a mess at the beginning. One was a close friend, and the other was the first magic apprentice she accepted. There was no other elder to guide him, and she was also half an elder. Since she had experience, she should take the responsibility of guidance. In fact, in a noble family, this is a matter of course. After some deep thought, Mrs. Agnet nodded in agreement. Okay, I bring Rosen here quietly, and then I stand outside the bed curtain to instruct you. After that, she put on her dress and quickly walked out of the bedroom. Selina felt her heart pounding and her cheeks burning like fire. She curled up in the dark, waiting anxiously. Time passed by minute, and some low voices came from the living room. I don't know what Anna said to Rosen. Anyway, the bedroom door was pushed open, and after a while, the curtains beside the bed were also lifted, and a tall figure climbed onto the bed. Madam, the tutor asked me to come. I find it incredible. Is this really your wish? It was Rosen's voice, as gentle as ever. Selina felt much more at ease, and said softly, Yes, it is my wish. After all, we have never experienced it before. In order to avoid any mistakes, I would like to ask Anna for advice. Rosen understood and nodded in agreement. It sounds strange at first, but if you think about it carefully, it is a safe way. But he laughed in his heart. I have experienced everything in my previous life. Do I still need to be taught? The laughter of Mrs. Agnet came from outside the bed curtain. Rosen, this is probably the last lesson the tutor can teach you. Acting out the whole play, Rosen immediately straightened his back and said seriously, Teacher, I will study hard. It was exactly the same as the demeanor in the past class. This made both women laugh. Mrs. Agnet smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Okay, this is not a serious class. Don't be so serious. Selina also laughed. Anna, you are too strict. You have turned Rosen into an old-fashioned old man. Who made him learn slowly. Mrs. Agnet sighed, and then became serious. Rosen next. Rosen took a deep breath, did it immediately, and then said, Teacher, it's done. Just listen, don't report to me. Okay, teacher. Next is your own clothes. The cage bed rustled again, and just when Mrs. Agnet thought everything was normal, Selina's exclamation suddenly came, with great fear in her voice. Mrs. Agnet was startled, and subconsciously wanted to lift the bed curtain to check, but she held back. What's wrong, Selina? After several seconds, Selina responded, Anna, this is different from what Mrs. Shuya taught. This is too scary. Selina's voice was shaking uncontrollably, as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Mrs. Agnet finally couldn't help it, and opened the bed curtain. A soft light for lighting was lit inside the curtain. Under the slightly dim light, Mrs. Agnet finally saw the reason why Selina was afraid. She was also shocked. This Rosen, did you use the transfiguration? Rosen looked innocent. Teacher, how dare I use the transfiguration indiscriminately? In other words, this is a natural talent. Selina was terrified and shook her head repeatedly. Anna, this will definitely kill me. Mrs. Agnet was an experienced person after all, and she quickly calmed down. She lowered the bed curtains and whispered through the velvet curtains, Don't worry, nothing will happen. Go on, Rosen. No, don't go on. Selina's voice was filled with tears. This will definitely kill me. Anna, I have heard the story many times. I didn't understand why before, but now I know. No, Selina, things are not what you think. Don't persuade me, Anna. Forget it, Rosen. Let's just leave it at that. Although we are husband and wife, there is no need to do that kind of thing. You can find another woman to have children in the future. The rustling sound of dressing came from the bed. It seemed that Selina was really scared. Seeing things turn out like this, Mrs. Agnet was full of anxiety. After turning around in place, she gritted her teeth and shouted loudly. Selina, listen to me. The voice was loud and effective. I'm listening. Listen to me. I won't hurt you. After waiting for a while, Selina's slightly frightened voice finally came from behind the bed curtain. Okay, what should we do now? Rosen, listen to my instructions from now on. Do whatever I say. Don't make any extra movements. Do you understand? Mrs. Agnet's voice was very strict, just like when she taught on weekdays. Yes, Mentor. She immediately slowed down her tone. Selina, Rosen will strictly follow my words and will never hurt you. Do you believe me? I do. Very good. Close your eyes now. Don't look at anything, and don't think about it. Rosen, you go. Mrs. Agnet paused, a little speechless, but after hesitating for a few seconds, she finally said it. Next, she instructed her apprentice one sentence at a time, in detail. During this process, Mrs. Agnet felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Selina and I teased Rosen's marriage a few days ago. Now, one of us is his wife, and the other is teaching him how to do things. The god of fate really knows how to play tricks on people. After about 10 minutes, some familiar yet strange voices finally came from behind the bed curtains. After listening for a while, Mrs. Agnet felt her face blush, her heart beat fast, and her legs weakened. Knowing that it was done, she sighed secretly, full of emotion. Selina, my sister, you are much happier than me now. With a disappointed smile, she quietly left the bedroom. Chapter 31. The next morning, a noble carriage with a maple leaf flag slowly drove away from the Blue Whale Mansion. In the carriage, Rosen and Selina sat side by side on one side, and Mrs. Agnet sat alone on the other side. Rosen's expression was as calm as ever, but the two women's cheeks were a little red, and their eyes were a little flickering. The silence in the carriage continued, and there was a hint of embarrassment in the air. Mrs. Agnet coughed lightly, breaking the long silence. Since the Duke has banned trade between the White Sturgeon Island and the counties of Varon, the bank deposits of the Dawn Bank are of no use to you. Go to my place first. I will exchange all your deposits for cash and take them away. Rosen was thinking about this, and immediately said, Teacher, thank you very much for your help. It happens that I have money now, so I will settle your debts. Mrs. Agnet shook her head. No, you are in need of money. I am your elder, so this money is my betrothal gift. Tell others that I am generous to my apprentice as a mentor. Even if the Duke knows, he won't say much. After all, he needs my brother's support. Rosen did not refuse, and once again assured, Teacher, Selina, and I will do our best to develop the White Sturgeon Island. If you need our help in the future, just ask, we will do our best to help. Selina also nodded in agreement. That's right. Mrs. Agnet smiled, and shook her head. Rosen, don't brag. Selina doesn't know about the White Sturgeon Island, but I do. After all, there is only a shallow and narrow strait between the White Sturgeon Island and the Shire County. The total number of residents on the White Sturgeon Island is less than 30,000, and there are so many troubles. It is very difficult to live a good life. You don't need to set too high a goal for yourself. Rosen, don't refute me. It's not that I don't believe in your ability, but I don't want Selina to suffer with you. Do you understand? Rosen immediately assured, Teacher, I will never let your highness suffer. I believe this. Mrs. Agnet nodded with relief. Selina may be materially deprived if she follows you, but you are both mages, so you will never be lonely spiritually. Your body is also strong enough to make her a happy woman easily. When Selina heard this, her cheeks flushed with shame. She complained in a voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Anna, Rosen is too strong. I almost fainted last night. Mrs. Agnet heard it clearly and smiled. Just be content. Many girls want to faint, but don't have the chance. After a while, the carriage arrived at the noble district. At the Blue Manor, Mrs. Agnet exchanged more than 20,000 bank deposits into thousands of ordinary gold coins, plus dozens of gold coins for large settlements, just enough to fill a portable cash box. Immediately afterwards, the carriage carried the three people to the Grand Temple of St. Varon in the Temple District. In the temple, the High Priest Lively personally presided over the formal wedding for Rosen and Selina. It is worth mentioning that the High Priest was reluctant at first, because he did not want to offend the Duke, but Selina threatened to find out his little boy, forcing him to compromise. After the simple wedding, the carriage drove out of the north gate of the city. According to the route plan, Rosen and Selina will go north along the wide road between the county cities. On the way, we passed through Hongyuan County, arrived at Xiar County, and then went to Xiaolin City, the capital of Xiar County. Starting from Xiaolin Suijin Wharf, we took a boat across the Fengxi Strait and finally arrived at the White Sturgeon Island. The land route was about 500 kilometers, and the sea route was more than 60 kilometers. At normal speed, it took about half a month. The carriage drove in the suburbs for a while, and saw a hotel on the roadside in front. The hotel door plate was made in the shape of a cat. It was the Wildcat Hotel for travelers to rest. A very high-end four-wheeled travel carriage was parked in the open space in front of the hotel. The carriage was full of luggage, and 2 people sat on the left and right of the driver's seat. Rosen immediately said, "Teacher, the travel carriage in front is the one I bought on credit. The ones on the seat are my servants, you also know them. One is called Alia, and the other is called Stannard." Mrs. Agnet certainly knew them. In fact, she also watched the 2 servants grow up all the way. When they first met, they were all immature little kids like Rosen. At that time, she was only 18 years old, one of the youngest senior mages on the island of Varen. When she thought that the little kid had grown up, while she was already aging, Mrs. Agnet felt a little sad. But this sadness was soon replaced by a secret expectation. She quietly reached into her pocket and tightly grasped a worn sheepskin scroll. This was the practice guidance that the sage Levin quietly gave her. Last night, she tried it carefully and found that the magic power that had stagnated for a long time had increased again. It is said that the sage can see the secrets of the magic ring. Now it seems that it is true. I also hope that I can get the favor of Mother Nature and successfully break through to the realm of the 4th ring master before the age of 30. After breaking through to the master level, the power and status will increase greatly, and the aging rate of the body will be greatly reduced, resulting in a significant extension of natural lifespan, extending youth by at least 30 years. Of course, relying on fantasy is useless, and we must move forward step by step. Mrs. Agnet quickly came back to her senses and smiled. "This carriage doesn't look cheap. It seems you have prepared it. It is a temporary replacement. The original one is much smaller and worse than this one. Fortunately, I successfully became the victorious chess king." Mrs. Agnet nodded. "It seems that Serena will not be too short of material if she follows you, and I am completely relieved." After a pause, he said, "In a few months, it will be the Winter Veil Festival, and I will return to Shire County at that time. I will stop by to visit you. It only takes a few hours to take a boat from Broken Gold Wharf to Sturgeon Island." Serena was very happy. "Anna, I'm looking forward to it now." Before getting off the car, Mrs. Agnet gave Serena another hug, looked at Rosen again, hesitated, and finally gave him a hug as well. Rosen hugged back hard and whispered to thank him sincerely. "Teacher, I will always remember everything you did to rescue me." Last night, the more than 1,000 mages who stood up to support them did not appear in the garden square out of thin air. It was all Mrs. Agnet, who used her influence in the magic world to persuade them one by one. Mrs. Agnet's eyes moved, glanced at Rosen's profile, and whispered, "Rosen, I guess you are actually stronger than everyone thinks, right?" Without waiting for Rosen to answer, she continued to whisper, "You must be curious about how I know. Actually, I have no evidence. I just have a simple feeling. I don't believe that a young man who can suppress Sarath with only spellcasting skills, who is regarded as a close friend by the sage, is just a low-level mage. So I am very curious, how far have you practiced?" Rosen felt that the hug time was almost up, so he let go of the mentor. "Teacher, I really only have low-level mid-level mana. It is because my mana practice has not improved that I have to improve my combat ability through spellcasting skills. After all, my White Sturgeon Island is not peaceful." Selina heard this and immediately endorsed Rosen. "Anna, I once had the same doubt as you, but believe me, Rosen's mana cultivation is really low." Mrs. Agnet had a non-committal expression on her face. She tilted her head slightly, and her clear violet eyes looked at Rosen's eyes without blinking. Rosen felt a little uneasy when she looked at him, but fortunately, he was very determined and didn't worry about this level of temptation, so he looked at her calmly. A few seconds later, Mrs. Agnet smiled softly. "Okay, I believe it." Rosen knew she still didn't believe it, but she didn't have any evidence, so it didn't matter. Mrs. Agnet didn't continue to pester her. She got back on the carriage and gave her another serious instruction before leaving. "Don't forget to visit my brother when you pass through Shire County. Although we can't trade on the surface, I can always provide you with some help in secret." "I will, Mentor." After watching the Mentor's carriage leave, Rosen took Selena's arm and walked slowly towards the travel carriage. Alia and Stannard immediately came forward and called him master, madam. Rosen smiled and nodded in response, and then earnestly instructed, Stone, Alia, this is my wife, Princess Selena. From today on, you must respect madam as much as you respect me, and trust madam as much as you trust me. You must also follow madam's orders without hesitation. Hearing this, Stannard immediately asked seriously, Master, what if you and madam have a disagreement and issue completely opposite orders to us? Puff. Selena was amused, and then turned to look at Rosen to see how he would solve this problem. Rosen coughed lightly and said seriously, This situation does exist objectively, but I will try my best to avoid it. But if it really happens, then you should remain neutral, don't execute anyone's orders, and wait patiently for me and my wife to reach a consensus. Stannard immediately asked, What if we can't reach a consensus? He is worthy of being a mage taught by Rosen himself. His thinking is very rigorous, and he won't stop until he gets it clear. Rosen also answered rigorously, Then always remain neutral. I understand, sir. Selena is also a mage. She likes this clear attitude the most, rather than vague and roundabout. She is very satisfied with this result. Rosen talked about business again. The 3 talents we recruited are now in the hotel, right? Yes, sir, they are all waiting for you in the hotel. Rosen took Selena's arm and walked towards the hotel, and briefly explained the situation to her, with his heart whispering while walking. He finally said, I haven't been back to the White Sturgeon Island for 10 years. I was only a 10-year-old child when I left. Now my father died unexpectedly, so I know almost nothing about the latest situation of the White Sturgeon Island. In the past, his father would write him a letter every month, roughly introducing the situation of his family and territory, but now it has been more than 2 months. So, if we want to truly control the White Sturgeon Island, we must have a group of trustworthy and capable talents around us. I initially think these 3 are good, but I need madam to help me check the details. Selena was very happy and felt respected by her husband. In this regard, her brother was a complete bastard. So, she nodded and smiled. I have to take a good look. Chapter 32. It was sunny in the morning. It was also the quietest time of the day for the Wildcat Inn. There were a few idle people sitting in the restaurant on the first floor, and a group of them were sitting by the window. There were 3 people in this group, 2 men and 1 woman. One was the mercenary Kruber, and the other was the lame weapon refiner Alonso. The last one was the former court potion master Wei Good, who was on the run. She looked like an ordinary middle-aged woman, and she must have used transfiguration to disguise herself. Kruber took a sip of light beer and twisted his butt uncomfortably. I said, Were you 2 also recruited by that mysterious master? Alonso shrugged, and his cheek with several scars looked a little fierce. To be precise, I just came to take a look. Wei Ji's face was expressionless like a puppet. I am just like Alonso, just taking a look. After all, it is rare to be recruited by someone who comes to you on his own initiative. Kruber saw that the 2 had no intention of talking, so he didn't say much either, just drinking cheap light ale sip by sip. As he was drinking, the lobby of the hotel was suddenly pushed open, and then a tall man wearing a large hobo cloak walked into the lobby. The man was leaning on an ordinary wooden stick, with a wrinkled old face, gray hair, and a slightly hunched back. He looked like an ordinary old homeless man. Alonso and Wei Good didn't react much. After all, there are homeless people like this everywhere, and it's not rare at all. The mercenary Kruber didn't care much at first, and continued to drink by himself, but after drinking less than half a sip, he suddenly stopped and seemed to remember something. He immediately turned to look at the old man. Halfway through, he felt something was wrong, so he turned back and only observed with the corner of his eyes. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Later, his face even showed fear, and his hands even trembled slightly, so that a lot of beer in the glass spilled out. Alonso, who had been looking at the scenery outside the window, finally realized that something was wrong with him. Mercenary, are you having the fever? Kruber swallowed hard and pointed to the old man sitting in the corner on the other side of the hall. Do you know who that is? A down-and-out old man. Hush. Kruber quickly made a small gesture, his eyes as round as green beans. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the wandering sage Levin. As soon as these words came out, Alonso was also shocked. The light beer he had just drunk half of went directly into his trachea, so he coughed repeatedly, and his face turned red from coughing. After a while, he came back to normal. Are you sure? Kruber nodded slightly. Last night, a big thing happened outside the Blue Whale Mansion. You should have heard about it, right? Alonso and Wei Good both nodded. The story of the wandering sage leading countless people to repel the Aran warriors and successfully protecting Princess Waylon is simply a legendary epic. After a night of brewing, it has already spread throughout the Dawn City and quickly spread to the entire Waylon Giant Island and even the Natural Alliance. Now, this legendary wizard who possesses the power of terrifying magic appears in a simple country inn, drinking 3 coppers a cup of light ale, and eating coarse wheat bread mixed with sand and bran. It really makes people have to respect him. Because his simple life is definitely not because of poverty, but because of the noble and flawless moral sentiments, like a saint. Alonso sighed deeply. A sage is a sage, and his realm of thought is far beyond the reach of mortals like us. Wegu nodded in agreement, and she said seriously, "This is one of the most respectable mages in the Natural Alliance." Kruber laughed. "If I had such legendary power, I would definitely rob the vault of Dawn Bank." Wegu glanced at him with contempt. "If you keep thinking like this, you can only stop at a high-level warrior in this life." Kruber shrugged. "I'm just a mercenary, I don't have such a big pursuit." He himself did not have any confidence in breaking through the master level. In fact, as he got older, his strength not only did not improve, but also regressed a little. At this moment, the door was pushed open again, and Alia and Stannard walked in one after another, and then turned and walked towards them. Alia said, "3, my master is here." Kruber immediately stood up to greet them, while Alonso and Vigo sat still. But the 3 of them looked at the door of the restaurant. Footsteps were heard behind the door, and soon 2 people walked in. The man was tall and strong, and the woman was tall. The man had an ordinary face, but the woman was surprisingly beautiful. As soon as she walked into the hotel restaurant, she instantly attracted everyone's attention, as if a golden phoenix had landed on a grass nest, and the radiance emitted by itself turned the grass nest into a gorgeous palace. Hiss. Everyone in the hotel was stunned, and couldn't help but take a breath. Then, the man and woman walked towards Kruber, and the other side by side. When they got closer, the well-informed mercenary had already recognized the identities of the 2. He pointed at the 2 with a trembling finger, looking like he had seen a ghost. Princess Chinchinsi and Niao Niao Niao, Baron of White Sturgeon Island. He also went to the garden square last night, so he knew Baron of White Sturgeon Island. As for Princess Chinsi, that goes without saying. The princess often participates in the festival prayers organized by the temple, and once you have seen her face, you will never forget it in your life. Alonso bounced up like a spring, bowed and saluted, and addressed her as Her Royal Highness. As for Wegu, she stood up and saluted normally, and her face was still calm. In fact, except for the wandering sage Levin in the corner, everyone in the hall, including the innkeeper, saluted Princess Chinsi from a distance. Selena was used to such scenes. She smiled kindly and nodded in return, exuding her innate nobility and elegance. The Welland people who were returned the greeting were all honored, and they looked so excited that they seemed to be ready to kneel down and kiss the princess' shoes. Selena looked at Kruber and the other 2 and asked with a smile, "My husband said that he has recruited 3 rare talents and wants me to help him take a look. Are you 3? Kruber had guessed something a long time ago, and was the first to return to normal at this time. He straightened his chest and showed a true soldier's upright posture. "Yes, your highness, it's us." Alonso stammered, wanting to say that he hadn't agreed yet. But he couldn't say it because he was already very tempted. Being able to follow the Princess of Dawn and serve her is the highest life pursuit of most Dawn civilians. Even if he had to follow the princess to the desolate and barren Beluga Island, Alonso was willing. Even the noble princess could endure this hardship, so could Alonso. So he also straightened his chest. "Your highness, it is my supreme honor to serve you." But Wegu remained calm. First, because she was from Lavender and was a foreigner. Second, because she was once the chief apprentice of the court potion master, she had no unrealistic fantasies about people like princes and princesses, who were difficult for ordinary people to approach. In her eyes, these princes and princesses were also mortals. Of course, she had to admit that this Princess Chinsi was indeed extraordinary, and both her appearance and personality were much better than ordinary princes and princesses. But it had nothing to do with her, she only cared about how much benefit she could get. So she responded politely, "Your Highness, I have not yet agreed to serve you and the Baron. I admire your courage in pursuing happiness, and I envy your deep feelings for the Baron, but I heard that the Duke banned trade between the White Sturgeon Island and the counties of Varan, making the White Sturgeon Island completely an isolated island overseas. At the same time, your actions have also been hostile to the Kingdom of Aran. Although the Aran people no longer threaten your lives and safety because of the protection of Sage Levin, no one knows how long such protection can last. What if Sage Levin gets seriously ill or something unexpected happens? Then the White Sturgeon Island will be very dangerous. Selena listened carefully, and after listening, she whispered to Rosen, "This potion master is an extraordinary person, but her loyalty is also the most difficult to obtain." Rosen nodded in agreement, but he really wanted to get the other party's service. Because the essence of potion science is the chemistry of another world, or magic chemistry, it has great development potential and occupies an indispensable position in his island development plan. But for various reasons, he currently lacks knowledge of potion science. Therefore, Wei Ge, a talent with the most cutting-edge potion knowledge of the current era, is very useful. But he also knows that with himself and the princess, even if he talks a lot, he can't get her loyalty. Because this court potion master has a wide range of knowledge and a very clear mind, it is not easy to fool. So it is necessary to introduce outside forces. So he took a step forward and was about to persuade when a slightly old voice came from the corner of the hall. "Your Highness, Baron, we meet again. What a coincidence." The wandering sage Levin appeared. Rosen was shocked, as if he had just discovered the other party, and he immediately walked over with his wife Selena to salute. "So you are the sage. It is our honor to see you again so soon." Selena was also very grateful to the sage. Seeing each other again at this time, she was also full of joy and bowed sincerely. Master Levin sat in his seat and accepted the bows of the two people frankly. After learning his identity, everyone in the hotel thought it was very normal. After all, Levin was the savior of the couple. After the two bowed, Levin looked at Selena with a smile on his face. Most of the nobles in Whalon are spineless. Now it is rare to see a princess with a frank temperament and fearlessness of power. I am very happy and admire it. You have held the wedding in the temple, right? Yes, sage. Selena admitted frankly. Levin said, "Since Mother Nature has allowed us to meet again, I will give you another blessing on your wedding." Just when everyone was very curious, they saw a colorful light ball slowly condense from the tip of the wooden staff in Levin's hand, which was as condensed as crystal. At first, the light ball was only the size of a sesame seed, but gradually it grew to the size of an apple and emitted a soft colorful light, like an extremely exquisite gem. When the light ball appeared, all the mages present, including Wei Ge, were deeply moved. The five-ring magic power of the sage is the dream of every mage. Under the attention of everyone, the light ball broke away from the staff and slowly floated over Rosen and the princess, and finally turned into strands of light rain, falling on the two. Just when everyone was puzzled, the voice of the sage Levin sounded. "This is my original five-ring blessing spell, called Levin's Revenge. It is very powerful, and it consumed 90% of my magic power. Whether I am alive or dead, it will always be engraved on your soul and last for 100 years. When someone uses a fatal attack on you, this blessing will automatically block the attack for you and generate a very powerful mystical curse. As long as you silently recite the name of your enemy in your mind within the next 10 seconds, even if this person hides in Aaron's lion fortress, he will suffer endless misfortune." After a pause, he smiled and said, "I also believe that there is no wizard in the world who has the ability to remove my blessing." As soon as these words came out, Wei Ji's face became more and more awed. Obviously, she was intimidated by the sage's spell. Because the power of the five-ring sage is almost the pinnacle of magic, no one knows what kind of magic the sage has mastered except the sage himself. Even the sages are in a state of mutual awe. As for other people, they naturally believe in the words of the sage. Rosen looked at everyone's performance and laughed in his heart. Hee, the name of the sage is just a bluff. In fact, although this spell exists, the effect is far less than the description, but who dares to easily verify the sage's spell? He immediately took Selena to thank Levin. Levin smiled faintly. "Goodbye, young people." After saying this, his figure suddenly disappeared in the small inn, and on the table in front of him, there was still a small, half cup of light beer that had not been drunk. Everyone in the inn was still immersed in the legend of the world, and everyone's face was full of respect for the sage. But some people started from emotion and stopped at courtesy, while others took direct action. Click. Suddenly, the innkeeper stepped forward, grabbed the wine cup that the sage had drunk from, and shouted excitedly, "The Holy Grail! This is the Holy Grail that the sage had drunk from, and it contains the holy beer that the sage had not finished drinking." After saying that, he drank the beer in the cup in one gulp, and the other drinkers saw this, and slapped their thighs in jealousy. Some people reacted quickly, and directly picked up the stool that Levin had sat on and ran, shouting as they ran, "This is the holy stool, and from now on it will be my old Tom's heirloom." Immediately, some people started to grab plates, tables, and even pry the floor where the sage had stood. The lobby was in chaos, but it also showed the lofty reputation of the sage Levin among the people of Whalon from the side. Today's momentum is good, but we have to continue to build momentum in the future to make Levin a flawless saint of Whalon, and even the natural alliance, he. Rosen thought so in his heart, but his face was full of relief. Madam, it seems that Mother Nature is looking after us. Selena nodded gently in agreement. That's right. She then turned to look at Wei Gu. Master, are you still worried now? Wei Gu shook her head and knelt down. It's an honor to serve your highness. She could see clearly that the remote location of the White Sturgeon Island was just right for her to avoid the pursuit of the Lavender royal family. The Baron was also a hero. He married the princess and was strongly protected by the sage. Naturally, he would find a way to develop his territory. So, her future life should not be too bad. Chapter 33. A week later in the morning. The weather was fine, and the sky was clear. On a blue sea, a large turtle with a diameter of more than 5 meters was swimming swiftly and steadily on the sea. What was strange was that on the spacious and flat turtle's back, there were 2 ordinary-looking young men sitting cross-legged. One of them was Rosen, and the other was Rosen's number 1 puppet, Sage Levin. Of course, both of them used transfiguration to make careful disguises, and this large turtle was accidentally encountered while flying in the sky, so it became a temporary mount. The swimming speed of the alien giant turtle was much faster than that of the Earth turtle. With 2 people on board, the cruising speed was 50 kilometers per hour. Although the speed was only 1/4 of that of the flying technique, it was both labor-saving and safe, and it was a biological ocean-going ship with natural power. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the giant turtle brought the 2 people to a shallow sea with dense reefs and small islands, which was the middle sea area between the 3 islands of Saint Anne, Hank, and Saint Anne. Stop. Rosen used a mental hint to the giant turtle under him. Feed freely around here, but don't go too far. Hash. The turtle exhaled from its nose and disappeared into the sea. Rosen and the puppet Levin flew to a black island reef next to it that was exposed above the sea. Finding a flat place to sit on the reef, Rosen reached out to Levin in front of him, filled his body with magic power, and then silently chanted in his heart. Reifu, connect to the control core of number 1. Connected. Rosen felt a slight light in front of his eyes, and suddenly there was an extra window of vision, which was the world in the eyes of the sage Levin. With a slight movement of his mind, this extra vision became Rosen's main vision, and Rosen's own vision retreated behind the scenes, showing the words alert. Rosen's mind moved slightly, thinking about standing up. His body did not move, but the body of Sage Levin stood up with his will, completely becoming Rosen's substitute. This feeling is very similar to playing VR games on Earth, but the difference is that Levin's perspective is 360 degrees without blind spots. The reason is that Rosen also installed a pair of insight eyes on the back of Levin's head. After controlling the puppet, Rosen first used a 3-ring air-based flying spell Eagle Wings. In a faint blue light, a strong airflow pushed Sage Levin into the sky. The so-called air system refers to a series of spells that efficiently control airflow. The disadvantage of this system of spells is that there will be blue light when using it, and it is very noisy. The advantage is that the threshold for obtaining spells is low, the casting is simple, it saves mana when flying, and the speed is acceptable. In short, this is far from the best flying spell, but Rosen has to use it, because he has mastered a total of 3 flying spells, and this flying spell is most suitable for the current situation. With the air current pushing him, Sage Levin quickly rushed up to the sky, looking down at the sea below from a height of nearly 1,000 meters. The color of the seawater is blue-green, and even yellow-green in many places, indicating that the seawater is very shallow, and the phytoplankton in the sea is very rich, which is a natural fishing ground. He used the arcane levitation to maintain his altitude at high altitude, and used the light spell Eagle Eye to observe the details of the sea surface. You can vaguely see a lot of seaweed, cold water corals, swimming fish, and strange algae balls floating on the sea's surface one by one in the east, and one by one in the west. These algae balls are generally round, with an average size of 30 to 100 meters, and one can be seen every few kilometers of sea area. On the algae balls, you can see many strange creatures that look like human-shaped toads. The World Museum says, the skin is tough and slippery, the belly is white and the back is black, the hands and feet are webbed, they breathe with lungs, but the ribs have auxiliary gills, they can hold their breath for a short time in the sea, they are shaped like giant frogs, they are sea fish people. Rosen had only seen simple illustrations in books before, and now he saw the real thing for the first time. There is both the surprise of Earthlings, who have never seen the world, and the troubles of being a lord. This shallow sea is more than 200 kilometers in radius. It should be an extension of the continental shelf of the giant island of Whalon. Judging from the color, it is indeed quite rich, but it has an owner. The World Museum also says, the sea fish people have low intelligence, brutal temperament, strong territorial awareness, and especially like to attack passing ships. They are the biggest threat to navigation. When his father was alive, he often wrote to him to introduce the situation of the White Sturgeon Island. The letter also said that it was basically impossible to go fishing around the White Sturgeon Island, and the coastal areas were often harassed by sea fishermen. Therefore, although it was an island, it was basically isolated from seafood, and the only freshwater fish on the table were those caught inland from the island. Judging from the situation and distribution density of the algae nests, it is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of sea fishermen living in this sea area. Well, I'm going to be busy now. After controlling the Sage Levin to look around nearby, Rosen directly used the flying technique to check the 2 islands that the princess brought as a dowry. The flying technique can fly very high, and the eagle eye technique can also see very far. The combination of the two can greatly reduce the flying distance, and naturally save mana. Otherwise, with the vastness of this sea area, Rosen would run out of mana and fall before he reached the end of the land. After a while, Rosen also had a general understanding of the 2 uninhabited desert islands of Saint and Island and Hank Island. Saint and Island is located in the northernmost part of the Triangle Sea. It is in a regular circle, with a radius of about 10 kilometers. It is the 3rd largest island in this sea area. This is a volcanic island. The island is pitch black, with no grass growing on it, and there are billowing black smoke in several places. Come and explore the mines when you have time, maybe you will get something. Hank Island is located in the southeast of the Triangle Sea. It looks like a curled caterpillar. Its diameter is about 20 kilometers. The terrain on the island is flat, all plains, and there is a fairly deep sheltered bay. The good news is that Hank Island is full of vitality, and covered by a dense forest. About 1,000 kilometers southeast of Hank Island should be the Kingdom of Lavender on the Wick continent. If it can be developed, it can be used as a midway supply island for the trade route from the White Pelican Island to the Kingdom of Lavender. The bad news is that the sheltered bay, which is obviously a good harbor, is the nest of the sea fish people. The fish people in it are even denser than sardines. It seems that I am in conflict with the sea fish people. Full of emotion, he rode on the turtle's back again, and asked live food to meditate to recover the consumed mana while rushing to the largest and closest to the giant island of Whalon among the 3 islands in the territory. After arriving near the White Sturgeon Island, Rosen used the same trick again, hiding in a safe place himself, and controlling the Sage Levin to fly high in the sky to investigate the situation on the island. The White Sturgeon Island is very large, and there may be unknown strongmen lurking on the island. In order to avoid accidents, Rosen asked Levin to fly to an altitude of 5,000 meters, and the speed was as slow as possible to reduce the noise of the flight. His father had shown him the map of the White Sturgeon Island, which was recorded in Lai Fu's database. So, while Rosen was flying in the sky, he verified everything with the map in his mind. First of all, the Sturgeon Island is indeed quite large. It is generally elliptical in shape, running from north to south, more than 80 kilometers long from north to south, and more than 50 kilometers from east to west. It is a continental island formed by mountains that extend from the continental shelf and rise above the sea. Because of this, the main body of the Sturgeon Island is a mountain range running from north to south, called the Crescent Mountains. The highest peak of the mountain range is called Longnian Snow Peak, and a row of white snow can be seen on the top of the mountain. Rosen estimated that the mountain is about 3,000 meters high. There are only snow and rocks on the top of the mountain, and there is no sign of life. After thinking about it, he landed at a place with a wide view on the top of the mountain, which not only saves mana, but also overlooks the entire island. Everything was normal, but the moment the Sage Levin's body touched the ground, Rosen felt something strange on the soles of his feet. Hey, this stone is weird. At first glance, it was just ordinary weathered sandstone, but the texture was very hard to touch, and there was a faint sense of metal. Rosen immediately became very interested and immediately pressed his hands on the ground, using transfiguration alchemy to analyze carefully. Stones, no, it should be the entire land, which contains a strange magic energy. This magic energy has a very strange effect. It can metallize objects. It may be emitted by some metal magic weapon, but where is this magic weapon hidden? The energy is too thin, and the mountain is too wide, so it is impossible to figure it out for a while. The only thing that can be confirmed is that the Crescent Mountains, especially the Dragon Sleeping Snow Peak, should hide some secrets. Wait until I take over the White Sturgeon Island, and then I will search it carefully. No, that's not right. Since there are unknown secrets hidden here, I have to be more cautious. As for now, of course, we will continue to explore the situation of the White Sturgeon Island. Standing on the highest peak of the island, with the help of eagle eye technique, we can see that the entire mountain range is like a scimitar, splitting the entire island into two parts, east and west. The good news is that the crescent of the Crescent Mountains arches eastward, so the east is mountainous, while the west is obviously much flatter and more spacious. The bad news is that the island is still dominated by mountains, accounting for 2/3 of the island's area. Although there are plains, they are cut into pieces by the mountains, and communication between them is very difficult. There are 6 largest plains, the largest of which is called the Crescent Valley, which is the main body of the Saxon barony. After looking around, Rosen sighed softly. No wonder my father gave 5 knights to such a small place. It turns out that he had to give them knights. The mountains between one plain and another are very difficult to walk, and they are natural fortresses. On the way, they have to face the threat of forest spirits in the mountains. Using traditional means of rule, each plain can only be divided and governed. In other words, although the entire Sturgeon Island belongs to the Saxon family in name, the actual territory controlled by the Saxon family is only the Crescent River Valley, which is less than 1/10 of the area of the entire island. After looking down at the entire island and roughly understanding the terrain distribution, Rosen took off again and headed straight for the Crescent River Valley. As the largest plain area on the island, it has the largest population, and farmland and houses can be seen everywhere on the ground. As he watched, Rosen found something wrong. Hey, why are they fighting again? There were 2 groups of ragged guys fighting in the fields. Most of the participants were farmers, and a few were warriors wearing leather armor and riding skinny horses. The fight was quite intense, and the winter wheat planted in the field was trampled into pieces. Rosen immediately used an invisibility spell, and went down to observe. About half an hour later, he understood the general situation and couldn't help sighing again. Hey, these knights are actually causing civil strife. Why civil strife? The 5 knights on the island were actually divided into 2 factions, fighting for the position of the Supreme Lord of the White Sturgeon Island. Rosen felt that 2 skinny wild dogs were fighting for a piece of meatless bone. As soon as this metaphor came out, he immediately felt something was wrong, and hurriedly slapped his mouth lightly. Slap your mouth, slap your mouth? How can I call myself a wild dog? Since there was a war on the island, Rosen was more cautious. Giving up flying, he used the ground acceleration force spell Wild Wolf Rush, which took care of both speed and stealth, but the disadvantage was that it consumed energy. He went straight to the only city on the White Sturgeon Island, Crescent City. Although it is called a city, it is actually not as big as a small town in Dawn territory. It looks like a slum from a distance. The Baron said in the letter that there are no formal wizards on the White Sturgeon Island, only some wandering wizards, who are not up to standard. Their magic power is only at the intermediate level at most, and their spells are even worse. So, after Rosen used the invisibility spell, he swaggered into the city. First, he asked someone in the city about the latest situation on the island. After getting a general idea, he sneaked into the Baron's Crescent Castle and looked at the relatives of this body. There are 2 relatives left in this body. One is the mother, and the other is the 12-year-old sister. Rosen has no personal feelings for these 2 people, but since he occupies the body of his son, he naturally has the responsibility to take care of them. After a quiet observation, he found that the castle had been occupied by a group of rebels, and the leader of the rebels was Rosen's uncle. The 2 women were driven to the prayer house in the backyard. Well, my mother's letter did not mention this. This should have happened after the letter was written. After a closer observation, he found that there was no worry about food and drink, and there were old housekeepers and several servants to take care of their daily lives, so there was no danger. Come to think of it, after all, no one would care about 2 helpless mothers and widows, especially these 2 women have a son who is studying magic in Dawn City. It is not convenient for him to take the 2 women away now, so in order to avoid accidents, he used Levin as a spell relay, cast a spell himself, and quietly released a super high-ring lucky blessing to the 2 women. This is a wonderful, very secret, but extremely powerful mysterious fate spell. The blessing effect is similar to cause and effect, or words follow the law. The spell is my mother, my sister. I wish you can avoid all bad luck and wait for my return intact. It seems like an ordinary sentence, but each sentence consumes 20% of Rosen's magic power. But this alone is not enough to be completely safe, because the essence of all spells is power, and magic skills can have the effect of increasing power, but this increase is not infinite. This blessing can only interfere with the present world 30 times, and it will be useless if it takes effect more times. The leader of the rebels is the uncle of the flesh, and as long as he is cautious, the consumption of blessing power can be greatly reduced. So Levin left the castle and came to the Crescent City, quietly spreading the news that the eldest son of the Baron is about to return strongly. Considering that he would stay outside for at most 2 weeks, this powerful blessing plus the shock of this news should be absolutely safe. After doing all this, the investigation of the territory was almost over. Rosen did not leave directly because he had run out of mana. He first found a safe place to meditate for more than 2 hours, and after recovering about 60% of his mana, he set off again and flew back to the Shire County on the other side of the sea. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he returned to the fields in the south of Shire County. After all this tossing, he still had about half of his mana in his body, but Levin simply exhausted his strength. Rosen sighed secretly. Flying is really energy-consuming. In addition, the 40-kilometer remote-controlled distance of the Sage Levin was barely enough in Dawn City, but it was shorter in the new territory, so he had to find a way to improve it. He found a secluded place in the woods beside the road and sat down, letting Laifu practice in the background to recover his mana while waiting. About an hour later, he gave all his restored mana to Levin, leaving only 10% for himself in case of emergency. At this time, a high-end travel carriage drove over from a distance. There was a rider outside the carriage, who was the mercenary Kruber. In the front of the carriage sat 2 trusted servants, Alia and Stannard, who were also responsible for driving the carriage. In the servant seats behind the carriage sat 2 mages, Alonso and Vigo. In the carriage, Rosen's number 2 puppet substitute was curled up in a corner pretending to sleep, while Selena was carefully flipping through a spell book. Rosen followed quietly, found an opportunity to stop and rest, exchanged positions with number 2 puppet, pretended to sleep for a while, and then woke up. Sure too, are we almost at Xiaolin? Xiaolin is the county capital of Xiar County. Master, I heard from the farmers on the roadside that it will take at most an hour to get there. Oh, that's good, then let's rest in Xiaolin City tonight. Chapter 34. 7 o'clock in the evening. Southeast of Xiaolin City, Broken Gold Wharf, Golden Sturgeon Hotel. This is an ordinary hotel. The entire 3rd floor was booked by Rosen for a small private dinner. At the head of the long table, he and Selena sat side by side, with 2 trusted attendants sitting on the left and 3 newly recruited followers on the right. Before the banquet began, Rosen picked up the wine glass and smiled. May Mother Nature bless the White Sturgeon Island. Cheers. After saying that, he drank the maple wine in the glass in one gulp. Everyone followed suit and drank it all. Rosen continued, we have been busy traveling these days, and it can be seen that everyone is tired and hungry. So, forget the damn table manners, open your stomach and enjoy the food. As he said that, he picked up the table knife and cut off a large piece of roasted lamb, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. Everyone was indeed starving, and the food on the table was all unique to the north of Whalon, freshly cooked and emitting a rich aroma. Since Lord Rosen had taken the lead, everyone naturally followed suit and ate heartily. For a moment, no one cared to talk, and the table was filled with the sound of chewing and swallowing. After a while, when everyone was about 60% full, they regained their elegant demeanor and began to exchange their views on northern cuisine. Selena forked a piece of maple honey sturgeon fillet, as tender as crystal, took a bite, and commented seriously. The aroma of maple honey perfectly melts the fishy smell of sturgeon, and greatly stimulates the freshness of the sturgeon fillet. It is much more delicious than the same dishes I have tasted in Dawn City. Rosen smiled and said, sturgeon is a specialty of the northern Whalon Sea. Of course, the dishes born from sturgeon are the most authentic ones made by chefs in the north of Whalon. But speaking of it, although the taste of this sturgeon fillet is good, it is not the best, because the sturgeon used is not the best. Selena was curious, is there a saying about sturgeon? Rosen then said, there are many types of sturgeons, freshwater species and seawater species. We usually eat seawater species. But the real delicacy is the freshwater species, and it is a rare species called moonlight white sturgeon. Speaking of this, Rosen showed a trace of pride on his face. Moonlight white sturgeons are distributed in the rivers of the Shire and Winter counties, but the number is not large. The most distributed place is our White Sturgeon Island, which is named after the white sturgeon. Selena's mouth was full of saliva when she heard it. Oh, I can't wait to go to the White Sturgeon Island. Rosen naturally nodded in agreement, but his face immediately became serious. Of course we have to go to the White Sturgeon Island, and it's quick if we really want to go. We can rent a boat from the dock and take the favorable route, and it will take at most 3 hours to get there. But we can't go there empty-handed, we have to be fully prepared. At this point, he looked around at everyone. Because of the Duke's ban, we could only do smuggling business with Waylon. Seeing that everyone was paying attention to him, Rosen continued to talk about the plan. But if there is no support from the local lord, even if it is smuggling, the risk is very high. So my idea is that next, we will act separately, keep a low profile, and hide our identities as much as possible. My wife and I will visit the Earl to seek secret support. Stone, Kruber, you are a group, and there are 2 main tasks. First, inquire about the information from the White Sturgeon Island at the dock. This is mainly the responsibility of you, Stone. Second, disguise yourself as an ordinary businessman and buy a batch of daily necessities, such as clothes, bedding, furniture, and food. Especially food, don't pursue quality, as long as it can be eaten, the more the better. This matter is mainly handled by Kruber. Don't be busy recording, just listen to it. I will give you the relevant purchase list and money tomorrow morning. Shertu and Kruber nodded in agreement. Rosen looked at Alonso again. Master, when you recruited, you stated your conditions for following. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, I will still meet you. But you can see the current situation. White Sturgeon Island is a barbaric place. There is no magic laboratory on the island. So, my idea is that I will find a way to buy a batch of magic equipment and materials in Shire County, and bring them back to White Sturgeon Island for you to use and study. Do you think this is okay? Alonso agreed very straightforwardly. This little difficulty is not a problem at all. Rosen nodded and smiled, and then said, Thank you very much for your understanding. In return, I will provide you with a brand new alchemy knowledge for your research. Alonso was stunned. Brand new alchemy knowledge? Is it high-energy alchemy? Or life alchemy? Or the recently emerging lightning alchemy? Rosen shook his head. None, it's the more niche transformation alchemy. Crates transfiguration and alchemy. Oh, this is really a niche, but as long as it is useful, I don't mind learning it. Selena smiled and said, It's very useful, I promise. Alonso immediately said, Since His Highness has promised so, I must study it carefully. Rosen looked at Wei-Gu again. Madam, I only know a little bit about potion science. Wei-Gu had already taken off the disguise of transfiguration and revealed her true appearance. She was about 28 or 29 years old, with a very cold temperament, tall and mature figure, but with a lovely baby face and a pair of dark blue eyes with long eyelashes. In response to Rosen's words, she said with the usual disdainful tone of an insider to an outsider, knowing the basics is good enough. Many young wizards like the Baron can't even tell the difference between potion science and witchcraft. Selena was not very happy, and felt that Wei-Gu was too arrogant. Madam, my husband is not a half-baked wandering wizard. He is a formal wizard, who was meticulously taught by the academic tutor. Wei-Gu shrugged. Then I have to add another comment that may displease your highness. The level of potion science in Waylon's magic world is at least 30 years behind the mainland. After this, all the Waylon wizards except Rosen were angry, but they wanted to refute, but they didn't have enough confidence, so they could only keep a gloomy face and keep silent. During this journey, Rosen and Wei-Gu had also talked several times, and he had a deep understanding of her personality. He knew that this woman was a hedgehog scholar personality, very difficult to get along with, but she did have real talent and knowledge. For ordinary people, getting along with such people is simply suffering, but for the Lord, such people are great treasures. Because the Lord hates to see his subordinates forming cliques, and such people with outstanding professional abilities, but messy interpersonal relationships are simply the best cows, the best subjects. He immediately tried to smooth things over. Since Ms. Wei-Gu can become the royal alchemist of the Lavender royal family, her ability is naturally unquestionable. Wei-Land's alchemy is indeed far behind the mainland, which is an objective fact. But through my superficial understanding, I deeply feel the importance of alchemy, so I plan to greatly support Ms. Wei-Ji's alchemy research. This made Wei-Ji's tense facial features soften a lot. The Lord can say this, and his understanding of alchemy has exceeded at least half of the alchemists. Rosen continued, Everyone should know how much money I have on hand. But I will find a way to buy various alchemy equipment for alchemy in Shire County. The quality will be as good as possible, and the initial budget is set at 8,000 AUG. When this was said, everyone was surprised, and the equipment refiner Alonso was even a little jealous. Wei-Gu was also surprised, and her big dark blue eyes blinked several times in a row, and faintly, she seemed to be a little moved. Serena was puzzled because she knew her husband would never invest heavily in an uncertain goal. Rosen took everyone's eyes in his eyes, and then said, I heard that a new potion called Steel Potion appeared on the Wick continent. Wei-gu nodded as soon as he heard it. I know the formula of this potion and the method of refining, but forgive me for being frank, it is not a mature potion. It is true that it has a strange effect and can temporarily turn soft and loose limestone into a hard substance similar to steel. But this potion is very expensive. The effect can only last for 20 minutes, and it is only effective on limestone. Rosen smiled faintly. So, I hope the lady can research a strengthened steel potion. Wei-gu thought carefully. Lord, improvement is not difficult, but I need to know your expectations for improvement. The more types of raw materials that can be effective, the better. This is the first expectation. The second expectation is that the strength should be as high as possible. No other requirements are made, just do your best. Wei-gu was stunned. Don't you require the effective time? No requirements. It's a really strange requirement, but you are the Lord, you pay the money, so you have the final say. She carefully considered the technical details again and gave a definite answer. This is not a difficult task. At this point, the business is basically over. It's still early, everyone can eat and drink as they please. There is still a lot of food, so everyone continues to enjoy it. Because there is no business, the atmosphere is also much more relaxed. There are 7 people at the table, 5 of whom are mages. As they eat, they naturally discuss the problem of magic. With discussion, there are naturally differences. I think there are only 6 levels of magic rings, Stannard said. Only 6 layers have been discovered, kid. Alonso chuckled. I believe in the prophecy of Sage Ramo. There should be higher magic rings above the 6th layer. Selena also expressed her opinion. Wei-gu took a sip of wine and said, according to the news from the Glorious Empire, the magic ring must have a 7th layer, and it has been named the Miracle Ring. When she said this, everyone looked at her. Glorious Empire, who said that? The only legendary wizard in the continent, who publicly revealed his identity as a magic saint, the Imperial Master Duke Sistine. When these words came out, the Whalon wizards were stunned and couldn't speak. After a long pause, Selena turned to Rosen and asked, Dear, have you heard about it? Rosen nodded and began to explain again in a leisurely tone. The original words of Duke Sistine are, according to his improved Ramos Sun formula, he deduced that there should be at least one more stable magic ring above the 6 rings. For this achievement, Queen Juya praised the Duke for his miraculous wisdom, and this is also the source of the name Miracle Ring. However, the Duke himself did not say that there is only a 7th layer, nor did he directly name it. Wei-gu looked at Rosen in surprise. Lord, your knowledge far exceeds your age. Rosen nodded slightly. Thank you for the compliment. Wei-gu immediately asked, then how many layers do you think the magic ring has? Rosen habitually shook the wine glass and smiled. I don't know, but if I have to say one, I think it should be 11. Wei-gu was startled. Why? Rosen squinted and smiled. Because 11 is a beautiful prime number. The mages were startled, and then, they all thought that Rosen was talking nonsense. So everyone laughed, and the room was suddenly filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Rosen also smiled, and as he smiled, he raised his hand and took a sip of maple wine. As the clear and sweet wine flowed down his throat, the words of the Earth's ancestors emerged in his mind. The lower class heard the truth and laughed loudly. Chapter 35. The largest river in the north of Whalon is called the Broken Gold River, and Xiaolin City is located next to the estuary. The huge flow of the Broken Gold River is like a huge blood vessel, connecting the northern inland of Whalon with the ocean. It also makes Xiaolin the largest city in the north of Whalon. Therefore, to develop the White Sturgeon Island, the Earl is one of the most indispensable helpers. On the 3rd day of arriving in Xiaolin, Rosen and Selena took a travel carriage and drove briskly along the spacious Maple Avenue to the Maple Leaf Castle of Earl Robert. At this time, Shertu had already found out a lot of relevant information about the White Sturgeon Island. The two knew that there was a civil strife on the island, and that the Crescent City had been occupied by the rebels. Therefore, they not only had to visit the Earl this time, but also had to find a way to get as much support as possible from the Earl, and it would be best if they could borrow an army. On the way, Rosen looked at the maple trees with fiery red leaves on both sides of the road and suddenly chuckled. Come to think of it, Earl Robert is my distant uncle. Selena was combing her hair in front of the silver mirror, and she smiled and said, What's the big deal? To be honest, I'm still your cousin. This is true. According to the genealogy of world nobility, all the lords of Varen have the blood of Saint Varen. And Saint Varen is said to be the daughter of Mother Nature, so it is also called the blood of God or the blood of nature. The natural alliance attaches great importance to blood, and having the blood of nature is a hard standard for becoming a noble lord, called the divine right of kings. Otherwise, even if you are talented and become a sage, You can only get an honorary title that cannot be inherited and has no land. Back to Rosen. 6 generations back, Rosen's ancestor was a brother of Earl Robert's ancestor. About 2 generations back, his maternal ancestor was a sister of one of Selina's paternal ancestors. Back to the point. Rosen turned his head to look at Selina's increasingly dazzling face, and said with a smile, "Cousin, I suddenly feel a little worried about letting my uncle see you." Selina spitted, "I am still a princess, and I have the protection of the sage. Earl Robert dare not have any idea about me even if he is ridiculous." Rosen said seriously, "I am not worried about this. I am worried that he will be jealous of me, which will affect the cooperation. Jealousy between men is very subtle. If there is, there is, and if there is not, there is not. Reason can only suppress it, but not eliminate it." "Well, what you said is right." Selina had met Earl Robert several times at the competition in Dawn City, and once felt that he secretly observed her with strange eyes. She didn't understand before, she just thought Robert was weird, but now she has a husband. Thinking about it carefully, she suddenly understood the meaning of his eyes. She immediately said to Rosen, "Use a transformation spell on me, turn me into a person full of sorrow, tired, haggard, and even prematurely aged. Her beautiful face has brought her enough troubles. She doesn't want one more." Rosen was waiting for this sentence, and had already asked Lai Fu to prepare the corresponding face. He immediately raised his hand, and gently wiped Selina's face. Selina immediately took the water mirror to check, and couldn't help shrugging. "Well, it's really good to change, now even I hate myself." At this time, the travel carriage drove to the entrance of the Maple Leaf Castle suspension bridge. The carriage was very high-end, so the captain of the guard came to question him personally. "Please state your identity, visitor." Rosen opened the window and handed out a letter of introduction, with a gold coin secretly under the letter. "I am Baron Saxon, the magic apprentice of Lady Agnet, and I am here to visit the Earl. This is the letter of introduction given to me by my mentor. The magic seal on it can prove my words." The captain of the guard was a knight. After touching the gold coin, his expression eased a lot. When he heard the identity, he was surprised again. "Wait a moment, I will find someone to confirm it." He took the letter of introduction into the castle. About 10 minutes later, he came back and handed the letter of introduction back to Rosen, but his face was more jealous than before. "Good luck, Baron Saxon. Please come in. Mr. Abreu, the chief steward of internal affairs, will guide you to see the Earl." Rosen nodded. "Thank you very much." Alia, who was in charge of driving, continued to move forward. In the car, Rosen whispered to Selina, "Madam, look, a little knight is jealous of me." Another fact is that after more than a week of explosive spread, the news that Princess Dawn married the Baron of White Sturgeon Island has spread throughout the entire Whale Island. Jealous of what? Selina has always been slow to pay attention to details. Jealous that the humble Baron has been favored by Princess Dawn. Selina was startled, and worry appeared on her face. "Dear, will this bring us extra trouble?" Rosen shook his head. "There will be some, but they are all minor troubles. I will handle it properly. There are still some sequelae of marrying a princess, but they are controllable." After crossing the drawbridge, the carriage entered the dedicated parking lot outside the castle. As soon as the carriage stopped, a middle-aged man with gray hair and decent clothes came up with 2 young servants. One young servant took Alia to the servants' lounge, and the other untied the horse pulling the carriage and took it to the stable to feed and water. The middle-aged man came over and diligently opened the carriage door for Selina, and thoughtfully placed a small wooden step at the door, and said, "Respected princess." Rosen didn't get this treatment, and he opened the door and got out of the car by himself. After standing still, the middle-aged man saluted again. "Your Highness, Baron, I greet you." Then he introduced himself. "I am the Earl's housekeeper Abulu. The Earl is currently busy in the conference room. Please wait in my lounge?" The guest follows the host's wishes, so Rosen naturally has no objection. The two followed the housekeeper, walked through the spacious and bright arched corridor, entered the visitor area in the castle's atrium, and were finally arranged in a luxurious large guest room. "Your Highness, Baron, if you need anything else, please feel free to call the servants at the door. They are here 24 hours a day." The middle-aged man was very respectful, of course. This respect was mostly because of Princess Serena. If Rosen came alone, he would probably only get a lower-class guest room. So, after marrying the princess, his status was comprehensively improved. Rosen asked, "When can we see the Count?" "We can see him in the evening. The Count will invite you two to dinner." Dinner together, a treatment that Rosen never dared to think of before. After saying this, the middle-aged man bowed again, turned around and left in a hurry. Rosen flicked his finger on his clothes silently, then closed the door and stretched his body. The Earl is in trouble. Selina was looking at the room layout and asked curiously, "How did you know?" From Mr. Abreu's face, he was worried and anxious. As the Earl's attendant, most of his emotions come from his master, so the Earl must not be in a good mood. Selina thought about it carefully and found that it was true. She would be surprised before, but after getting along for half a month, she was used to her husband's keen observation, so she jumped directly to the next topic. "What do you think the trouble is?" Rosen saw several bottles of excellent maple wine in the wine cabinet next to him, so he opened a bottle, poured out a small half-cup, shook it gently, and used a special heating technique to sober up. After the aroma of the wine overflowed, he sniffed it gently, took another sip, and praised, "The smell is fresh and soft, the taste is soft and mellow, good wine." After using the same method to decanter a glass for Selina, he stood in front of the gorgeous floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the beautiful atrium garden, and said 2 words concisely: "Lack of money." Selina took a sip of the wine, and found that the taste was wonderful. The wine itself was only good, but it was decanted very well, with a strong aroma and rich taste layers, which made people have endless aftertaste. So she quickly took a second sip. "Rosen, I haven't heard that you like to drink." There are not many fine wines in the world that can make her unable to resist taking a second sip in a short period of time. Rosen smiled. "To be precise, I don't like to drink too much, but I often have a few sips. When I was bored, I studied it by the way." Fortunately, it was just a study by the way, otherwise Anna and I would be in danger of becoming alcoholics. Selina walked to Rosen and looked at the courtyard garden outside the window with him. The Earl is not short of money. The trade tax collected by Crescent City is as high as 500,000 ogs every year, second only to the Dawn Port. The flowers in the garden are not bad, but some flowers in some corners have withered and died, but they have not been replaced in time. There is also a damage on the wall of the garden. Although it is not big, it can be seen from the moss on the damaged surface that it has been broken for at least more than a month. Although the details are small, they certainly cannot escape Selina's eyes. Half a minute later, she changed her words. "Although I don't know the reason, Earl Robert has indeed encountered a financial crisis. My husband, what do you think about this?" Rosen gently shook the crystal wine glass in his hand, letting the amber wine flow on the wall of the glass like silk. "Madam, the living conditions on the White Sturgeon Island are very bad. Most of the islanders are descendants of exiled criminals, and they are constantly threatened by forest elves and fishmen. Therefore, the islanders are tough and extremely advocate the use of force, but they are also short-sighted and close-minded. If I guess correctly, the islanders have an almost instinctive worship of the power that can be felt directly, but they lack sufficient respect for the Duke, who is far away in the sky." These words are relevant to the question, but Selina can certainly hear the underlying meaning. "You mean, we must have an army?" Rosen nodded. "Yes, we must have an army, otherwise, let alone inheriting as the new lord, it will be a problem whether we can survive. Moreover, our target is not only the human rebels on the island, but also the 2 alien races of forest elves and fishmen. Since my ancestors landed on the White Sturgeon Island 200 years ago, the war with the alien race has never stopped. The 2 sides have formed a huge hatred, and they will definitely take advantage of the civil strife to recover the lost territory." Selina understood. "How many soldiers do you think we need to borrow?" Rosen nodded. "If we want to pacify the entire island, it is estimated that 3,000 regular troops will be needed. But to only seize the Crescent Valley, a 500-man army or a 100-man elite regiment is enough." Selina listened to Rosen's introduction to the situation on the White Sturgeon Island and agreed with his estimate, but she had new worries. Sending troops to aid is a big deal, and the military supplies consume a lot. We only have so much money on hand, which is far from enough. It is common for a lord to borrow troops from another lord to quell a rebellion. The default rule is that all expenses are borne by the borrower, and a considerable commission must be paid. Not to mention 3,000 regular troops, even if only 100 elite warriors go with them, the total cost is estimated to be more than 50,000 ogs. If the financial situation of Shire County is good, as long as you are thick-skinned enough, you can definitely borrow money, but now the Earl is so short of money, this account will definitely not be borrowed." Rosen snapped his fingers. "We can also exchange with territory resources, such as ore, wood, bird droppings, etc." Selina looked teasing. "Dear, I know there are a lot of bird droppings in the mountains and forests of the White Sturgeon Island, but there don't seem to be many or in wood. If we use it to pay off debts, we won't be able to use it ourselves." In response, Rosen smiled and said, "Madam's concerns are reasonable, But please rest assured, madam, I have already thought of a countermeasure." As he said, he changed to whispering in his heart and roughly explained his plan. Selina listened carefully, and her beautiful eyes turned around Rosen's face, half angry and half smiling. "Rosen, my husband? How can you be so mean? Besides, the Count is Anna's brother. We can't plot against him like this." Rosen spread his hands, helpless. "Madam, who made us short of money now? Besides, this is not a plot, it's just a decent loan. We will pay him back when we have money." Selina was immediately convinced. "Okay, then do as you say." Rosen raised his glass. "Madam, let's drink this glass and wish the plan a success." Cheers. Chapter 36. 6 o'clock in the evening. Maple Leaf Castle. The housekeeper Abreu appeared again and invited politely. "Your Highness, Baron, the Earl invites you two to dinner." Rosen took Selina's arm and followed Abreu. Bright magic lights were lit on both sides of the corridor, but because of the extremely spacious space, the corridor still seemed a little dim. After walking for a while, Rosen asked casually, "Mr. Abreu, has the Earl been busy recently?" Abreu nodded. "Yes, Baron." "Is the problem you encountered very troublesome?" "Not particularly troublesome, but a little difficult to decide." Mr. Abreu said a little vaguely. He didn't want Rosen to continue asking, because he couldn't reveal the host's secret, and refusing a guest was a very rude act. "Baron, when you get to the restaurant, you can ask the Earl yourself." "That's what I meant." On the way, Abreu remained silent. He led Rosen and the other man along the corridor in the atrium, and finally turned into the inner court. This is the most private living area of the Earl's family, and outsiders are never invited. Although Rosen is Mrs. Agnet's apprentice, he is an apprentice who is recognized as useless. Look at Serena again. Although she is a princess, she is also an exiled princess. Her princess status can make common people bow down to her, but it has little deterrent effect on a feudal minister like the Earl. According to common sense, in order to save the Duke's face, the Earl should avoid letting the princess enter the inner court to attend private family dinners. Now she is invited in, and the meaning is very interesting. Selina felt it, and whispered to Rosen in her heart, "The Earl really still has feelings for me. This is his territory after all, so we have to be careful." The nobles' private lives are quite chaotic. It is common for the great nobles to enjoy the wives of the lesser nobles. In fact, in many cases, some lesser nobles would offer their wives to the great nobles in order to get their care. Although she knew that Rosen liked her very much and was very talented, he was still a lesser noble lord. If the Earl offered to borrow troops in exchange, Selina was a little worried that he would waver. Rosen observed Selina's expression and roughly guessed what she was thinking. He patted the magic sword on his waist and said in a gentle but firm tone, "Madam, have you forgotten that I am still your guardian knight? As long as I am here, no one dares to force you to do anything." Selina's mind was immediately settled, and she chuckled. "It is obviously you, the guardian knight, who bullies me the most." Rosen also laughed. "Is that bullying? I am obviously serving the princess. Go to hell." While talking and laughing, the two entered the inner courtyard of the castle, walked along the maze-like corridor for about 5 or 6 minutes, and finally arrived at a spacious hall. The hall is rectangular, with a flying buttress structure supporting a very tall and very exquisite glass dome. Through this exquisite glass roof, you can vaguely see the bright moon and stars in the night sky. Under the dome hangs a row of crystal magic lights, like stars, illuminating the entire hall. Below is a long wooden dining table with dragon patterns. The walls around the dining table are painted with constant temperature seals, ensuring that the hall is warm like spring all year round. When Rosen and Selina arrived, many people were already sitting at the luxurious long dining table. At the head of the table was naturally Earl Robert, and opposite him was his wife, Lady Adelina, the sister of the Earl of Alpine County. On the right side of the table sat 5 boys and girls. The oldest was 15 or 16, and the youngest was 8 or 9 years old. They were all very pretty, and they should be the children of the Earl. When Selina entered the hall, Earl Robert looked over expectantly. But when he saw Princess Selina clearly, the light in his eyes dimmed. He said, "Oh, your highness, you look so haggard." As they spoke, Rosen and Selina sat in the guest seats under the guidance of Abreu. In fact, there were only 2 guests, so after they sat down, the servants began to serve the dishes one by one. Selina sighed, with a sad face, "My only relative is my brother. I respect him and love him, but he treated me as a pawn in a deal. I am very sad, and I have been traveling in the wilderness for nearly 2 weeks. I don't get enough rest every day, so I am indeed a little haggard." Earl Robert didn't want to criticize the Duke, because he understood the Duke, and he also felt that the princess was too willful. Seeing her so haggard again, the dazzling brilliance in the past almost completely disappeared, and the dark thoughts in his heart suddenly faded. So he spread his hands and perfunctorily replied, "The Duke is indeed a little too much." His wife, Lady Adelina, who sat opposite him, knew her husband's character best. Seeing her husband being defeated, she felt very happy. She comforted him softly. "Your Highness, men are like this. They only have power and wealth in their hearts, but always ignore their families. So don't expect too much from them, and don't be discouraged. After all, you are still young." After saying that, the Countess glanced at the Earl, her eyes revealing an unconcealable resentment. The latter felt it, and spread his hands slightly, with a helpless expression of "You are making trouble for no reason." "Thank you, madam." Selina nodded gratefully. It's strange that no one has talked to Rosen since he sat down, as if he is a non-existent transparent person. Rosen has long been accustomed to such ignoring, so he eats and drinks according to normal aristocratic etiquette. Count Robert finally remembered him and looked at Rosen. "Young man, are you Ted's son?" Ted is the name of the old Baron of Sturgeon Island. Rosen was cutting lamb chops. Hearing this, he immediately put down his knife, stood up and responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Earl. I have heard my sister mention you many times. She always said that you are a blockhead. But in this recent letter of introduction, she praised you greatly, saying that although you are a little dull in practicing magic power, you are proficient in magic and fighting skills, and are extremely talented in victory chess, and even defeated Sir Humphrey." Before the voice fell, there was an exclamation from the side. "Oh, you can actually beat my uncle in victory chess? This is incredible." Rosen looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that Countess Adelina was full of surprise, and began to look at herself seriously. Earl Robert smiled and said, "Madam, there is no doubt that this is true, because not only did my sister say it in the letter, I also heard many people mention it." The Countess was amazed. "My uncle is a real chess master. It is really not easy for you to beat him at such a young age." He added, "My eldest daughter Alice also likes victory chess and has a good talent. Since she got the guidance of my uncle, she has never met an opponent among her peers, and gradually became proud. I think this mentality is very bad. Baron, why don't you teach her a lesson?" As soon as the voice fell, a purple-haired girl of 15 or 16 years old sitting opposite Rosen immediately shouted in dissatisfaction, "Mom, I'm not proud. I really don't have any opponents." The Countess spread her hands. "Now there is a strong opponent. Aren't you interested?" "Of course I am interested." Alice looked at Rosen. "Baron, will you play a few games later?" Rosen would naturally not refuse. "As you wish, Princess." The Earl saw that Rosen had been standing and listening, so he pressed his hand down. "Young man, don't be so serious. Sit down, eat and talk." "Thank you, Lord Earl." Rosen sat down and replied, "I can achieve something in victory chess. In fact, I have to thank the many chess records bought by the tutor. My sister bought the chess records. Ha ha ha. I always thought she was wasting money. Now it seems that it is finally useful." Count Robert laughed heartily, and the clouds of sorrow that had been covering his face also dissipated a lot. But when he finished laughing, the clouds of sorrow that had just dissipated quickly gathered together again. Rosen had already set up a detection seal on Abulu, and by this time, he had already known a lot of information, so he naturally knew why the Count was worried. He did not beat around the bush. "My Lord Count, I feel like you seem to be in trouble. I wonder if you can share it with us. If it is a problem related to magic, my wife and I may be able to provide you with some advice." The Earl was startled. "How did you know that?" Rosen answered seriously, "My Lord Earl, don't forget that my mentor is your sister. I often hear information about you from her. The mentor said that you have always been a person who loves to laugh, but at such a relaxed family dinner tonight, you hardly laughed." The Earl looked at Rosen in surprise. "You have a good pair of eyes, young man." He took a sip of the fire dragon liquor and hissed softly. He sighed. "There is indeed something about opening a new bread factory." "New bread factory?" Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. "What does the Earl mean by using the food-making magic to create a new factory that can produce edible bread on a large scale?" Count Robert nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. It seems that you have really learned something from my sister. Here's the thing. A great wizard from Cal came to me with his disciples, and said that he had created a very powerful food-making magic. As long as I am willing to invest money in him, he can help me build a factory that produces 100 tons of bread every day." Rosen knew that this was unreliable as soon as he heard it, but it was extremely confusing. Because this is a very popular research topic in magic at present, its popularity is no less than the perpetual motion machine on Earth in modern times. But unlike the perpetual motion machine, it is not difficult to realize the large-scale food-making magic. The real difficulty is the manufacturing cost. At present, the manufacturing cost of all methods is dozens or even hundreds of times that of farmers farming. Although countless wizards are working hard to solve this problem, Rosen knows that the solution to this problem is a long way off, or even impossible to solve forever. Because there is probably an alien version of the laws of thermodynamics. But because of this, the bubble is huge, providing a lot of room for scammers to play. After thinking for a while, Rosen asked again, "The great wizard from Cal is a country of magic, with more than 200 masters, but I know the name of every one of them. Could you tell me the name of this great wizard, Lord Earl?" The Earl looked at Rosen in surprise again. "Young man, you have a good memory. His name is Loicado. I asked someone to check it out. He is indeed a famous great wizard. He was promoted 10 years ago. His level must be no problem." Rosen shook his head when he heard the name. "Lord Earl, let me say that I know this Loicado. His magic power has indeed been promoted to the level of a 4-ring master, but his magic achievement is not high, even not as good as many senior wizards. In addition, his specialized research field is not food making, but the longevity potion and alchemy. At this point, it is actually very clear." But Earl Robert thought Rosen was unreliable. He frowned and said, "Young man, are you a low-level wizard now?" "Yes, Lord Earl." "Since you are just a low-level wizard, don't judge the master's knowledge." Obviously, the Earl didn't believe in Rosen's ability at all. Selena wanted to persuade Rosen, but the knowledge of magic was extremely broad, and each wizard could only master a small part of the field. Although she was a high-level wizard and had learned many spells, she only learned existing knowledge and didn't know the latest developments in the current magic world. At this time, he naturally had no confidence to speak, and in order to avoid speaking out of fear, he could only remain silent. Rosen was not surprised at Count Robert's reaction, because judging the level of magic power is the most common cognitive error made by laymen. If the other party was just the Minter's brother, he would not bother to say more, but he was still the Earl of Shire County, who controlled huge resources. Therefore, this scam must be exposed. So he said, "My Lord Earl, I happen to specialize in food making, and I always pay attention to the development of food making around the world. How about, next time you negotiate with Master Loicado, give me a chance to sit in and let me ask them a few professional questions." The Earl was about to refuse without hesitation, because he was worried that Rosen would ask nonsense questions and annoy the great wizard Chow. But before he spoke, Countess Adelina spoke. "Grant, you can take Rosen with you. He is Anna's apprentice and Ted's son. Even if his level is limited, he will never hurt you, right?" "This is true." But Count Robert spread his hands. "But this will make the master feel that I am disrespectful to him. You know that wizards have strong self-esteem." The Countess was speechless. Princess Selena added, "Count, I think you have misunderstood a basic fact. The fact is that they need your investment now. It is you who have to take out the gold coins. They should be cautious, not you, Count." This made the Count startled. After hesitating for a few seconds, he still shook his head and refused. "Your Highness, the times have changed. In this era, the most important thing is knowledge, not money, and not just fighting force. I heard that your husband Rosen defeated Aaron Sarath, which is indeed impressive, but you need to be humble about academic matters. These call wizards have very precious, even unique knowledge, and there are many wealthy lords in this world. I must respect them." Seeing that Selena was still trying to persuade him, he waved his hand impatiently. "Okay, Your Highness, you have a lot of troubles of your own, so don't bother with my business." This is already a very clear rejection, and if she continues, she will turn against him. Rosen immediately winked at Selena, and then smiled and said, "The Earl knows the situation best, and your judgment must be correct. It's good that you know." The Earl nodded, and his attitude was obviously much colder. It is obvious that the Earl did not really take the two of them seriously at all. The noble status of the princess only allowed the two to obtain the qualification to understand the core affairs of the Earl, but it did not mean that they had the right to participate. Rosen immediately changed his target, ate a few bites of fried fish silently, and looked at the Earl's eldest daughter Alice. "Princess Alice, I have a suggestion about the victory chess." "Oh, tell me about it." Alice's girlish heart was immediately aroused. "I let you play 10 moves first. If you can beat me, I teach you a wonderful recipe for making food. In short, use maple trunks and soybeans to make delicious fish meat." Alice is also learning magic. Although she is only 15 years old, she has obtained the qualification of a formal wizard. When she heard Rosen's words, her violet eyes, which are 80% similar to her aunt, suddenly sparkled. First of all, No one can beat me with 10 moves. Second, no one can make fresh fish meat with the food-making technique. Rosen smiled lightly. Do you dare to try? Alice agreed without hesitation. What's there to be afraid of? Let's try. Chapter 37. After dinner. Because of Alice's victory chess bet, the Rosens were once again invited to the inner courtyard warm room for after-dinner entertainment. In response, the Count showed a perfunctory attitude, but the Countess was very enthusiastic. In the warm room, she held Serena's hand and chatted about family matters in a friendly manner, just like a pair of good sisters. Speaking of which, Count Robert is only 4 years older than Lady Agnes, so the Countess is not much older than Lady Agnes, just in her early 30s. It can also be seen that the Countess was actually a great beauty when she was young, but because of her mature dressing and depressed mood, most of her former charm has dissipated. Princess Alice is the younger version of the Countess. At this moment, she is sitting opposite Rosen, frowning and thinking hard at the victory chessboard in front of her. In addition to the 4 people, the Count and his other children also had fun in the warm room at the beginning. But after sitting for a while, the 4 children except Alice left one after another. Some were sleepy, some had evening classes, and some had to practice magic. Anyway, everyone had something to do. After a while, the Earl felt bored. He put down the county newspaper in his hand. Dear, it's too noisy here, I have to go to the study to read. The Countess snorted after hearing this. Grant, when did you become so studious? The Earl shrugged. I have always been studious. I hope you are reading a book written on paper, not on someone's back or belly. The Earl glared at her. Madam, watch your words, there are guests. The Countess fought back without giving in. There are guests, but they are not outsiders. But no matter what, you are the Count, so go to the study. The Count fled. As soon as he left, the Countess turned her back to her daughter and continued to chat with Selina. But from her slightly twitching shoulders and Selina's slightly embarrassed expression, it can be seen that this noble lady was crying to Selina. Princess Alice did not notice the abnormality of her parents, because all her thoughts were on the chessboard, and she would only return a move every 3 minutes. With such a slow speed, Rosen naturally felt bored. When she had nothing to do, she chatted with Selina in a whisper. There seems to be something wrong with the relationship between the Earl and his wife. Selina quickly answered, to be precise, it's very bad. Why? Because the Earl brought back several mistresses as personal maids, and he almost let the mistresses sit at the table to eat with him. Rosen grinned. Oh, this is really a bit too much. Who said it wasn't? But the Earl did it with confidence, and even told the Countess clearly that if she wanted, she could also go out and keep a few lovers, as long as she didn't bother him. Rosen laughed softly. Well, although this goes against the loyal teachings of Mother Nature, it is quite fair from a certain perspective. I also tried to persuade her so, because the nobles of the entire Natural Alliance did so. But the Countess didn't think so. She still loved the Earl and hoped that the Earl would only love her, just like when he was young. Selina winked at Rosen quietly at this point. The current situation is that the Earl has changed, but the lady has not changed. Rosen made a move on the chessboard, giving Alice 3 minutes of hard control time, and then asked, so why did the Count change? Madame said that the Count only likes young and beautiful girls, but she is old, her skin is rough, her body is not as elastic as before, and she even has many ugly wrinkles on her belly because of giving birth to many children. Rosen smiled secretly. So, the Count has not changed, his hobbies are the same as before. You can say that. Rosen smiled slightly. Then we can definitely help with this matter. Selina was stunned and didn't react. Rosen explained, Madam, my transformation can make Madam beautiful again, so that she can regain her attraction to the Count. Selina's eyes lit up slightly, but she was also a little hesitant. Rosen, I believe you have the ability, but will it be too weird or even against the balance of nature to make a woman in her 30s, who is also the mother of 5 children, young and beautiful? Rosen smiled lightly. Madam, you don't have to be young to be beautiful, you can also be beautiful when you are mature. Believe me, I am not only a master of transformation, but also a master of aesthetics. I can make everything very natural, without any weirdness or incongruity. And after all, it's just a transformation spell. If it's wrong, just cancel the spell. But if it's right, and helps the Earl regain family harmony, then the Earl's family will owe us a big favor, right? Oh, you make sense. I try to persuade the Countess. Selina began to persuade, while Rosen focused on playing chess. By the 140th move, he had successfully killed Alice as king. The young princess sighed, Alas, Baron, I am so far behind you, you are much better than my uncle. Rosen immediately comforted her in a gentle voice. Princess, It is very rare for you to reach this level at this age. You are much better than my Minna, your aunt. Alice laughed out loud. Good little Baron, when my aunt comes back from the Wintervale Festival, I will tell her this, and say that you made fun of her chess skills. Rosen quickly begged for mercy, which invisibly resolved most of the depression of the young princess who lost the game. But Alice's face was still full of regret. Can the food-making technique really make fresh fish? After a pause, she explained, my magic teacher told me that the food-making technique can only be used to make bread, not meat. She also said that if someone says that fresh meat can be made, they must be a liar. Rosen was waiting for her to say this, and smiled. Princess, in the field of magic, hearing people say it 1,000 times or 10,000 times is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Princess, why don't you ask the servants to bring some maple tree trunks and soybeans? Okay. Alice turned to the maid and said, Hannah, do what the Baron said immediately. The maid immediately hurried to find the raw materials. The conversation between the two also attracted the attention of Selina and the Countess. Selina is a senior wizard, so it goes without saying that she is interested in this. In fact, the Countess also learned magic, and was even a low-level wizard, but after marrying the Earl, she focused on having children and gradually abandoned magic. But she still knew the common sense of magic. She was also interested in Rosen's operation, which was obviously contrary to common sense. Soon, the maid brought a clean maple trunk and a cup of soybeans on a silver plate. Rosen put the ingredients on the table, and released the crushing spell on the trunk and soybeans respectively. He explained while operating. The material of fish meat is basically uniform, so before releasing the food-making spell, I must also mix the two ingredients evenly together. He mixed the crushed wood and soybean powder evenly. Give me some clean water. If you want the fish meat to have some flavor, you can also replace it with wine, liqueur, or maple wine. Finally, Rosen got a cup of fragrant liqueur. He poured the clear wine into the mixed powder, and then, like with flour, used the magician's hand to beat the powder into a uniform light yellow mass. Then, he placed his hand on the mass and his eyes slid across the faces of the three women one by one. Ladies, please witness my original food-making technique, wine-pickled sea-bass meat. As he spoke, a ball of misty white light lit up on his palm, completely covering the ball. After about 10 seconds, the light disappeared, and when he looked at the silver plate on the table, he saw a square, crystal clear, jelly-like thing on it. At the same time, a faint smell of fire wine, and the unique delicious smell of cooked fish meat floated in the air. In the shocked eyes of the three women, Rosen raised a finger, condensed the magician's hand into a knife, and gently cut the fish meat into thin slices. Then he picked up a piece, took a bite, and smiled. Well, it's much more delicious than I thought, probably because of the excellent raw materials. Alice picked up a piece with doubt, not in a hurry to taste it, but put it in front of her to observe carefully. The material was crystal clear, and the muscle lines were faintly visible. It bounced up and down with a slight shake, showing a texture similar to fish meat. She couldn't help but put it in her mouth and took a bite, and immediately felt a mixture of the fresh fragrance of fish meat and the mellow fragrance of fire wine, which was surprisingly wonderful. She ate the remaining piece very simply, and said in surprise, Mother, Your Highness, it's really fresh fish meat, and it tastes very delicious. Seeing this, the two women also tasted it. So they were all surprised. After eating 2 pieces of fish, Selina commented, the taste is about 80% similar to fresh sea bass, but the taste is more delicious, and there is almost no fishy smell. It has a very unforgettable taste. The Countess also nodded and praised. It is indeed an amazing food-making technique. If it were not for this unique delicacy, I would suspect that the Baron used an illusion to replace the real fish meat. Rosen smiled and said, Madame's suspicion is very reasonable, because there are indeed many scammers who do this. But my food-making technique is real. Although the difficulty of casting is a bit high, any magician can reproduce it as long as he is willing to work hard to learn. As he spoke, he took out a small scroll and handed it to Alice. Princess, I have a small gift for you. What is this? Some unique food-making recipes, not only for fresh fish, but also fresh lamb, fresh beef, or meat that has never appeared before. With your talent, you can master it in a month at most. Alice was surprised. How is this possible? Driven by curiosity, she quickly opened the scroll and began to read it carefully. The more she read, the more fascinated she became, exclaiming from time to time, Oh, it's amazing! So this is how it is. It's really interesting. It was just a low-level food-making technique, and there was not much content. After a quarter of an hour, Alice had roughly finished reading it, and she was excited and eager to try it. Mother, This is a low-level 11-star spell. Although it is a bit difficult, it is very interesting. The idea of the spell has given me great inspiration. Thank you very much, Baron Rosen, your gift is really wonderful, I like it very much. The girl was so happy that she took the initiative to give Rosen a warm hug, then took the scroll and trotted to the exit of the warm hall. Everyone, I can't wait to conduct the magic experiment, excuse me. When the last word came, the person had already run out of the warm hall. The Countess was in a much better mood. She looked at the child's back and smiled gently. What a reckless child. She turned her head and looked at Rosen, her face full of surprise. It seems that the Baron is really good at food making. Rosen was waiting for this sentence, and responded with a smile. Not only is he good at it, but he is very proficient in it. My wife can testify for me on this point. Selina immediately followed up. Rosen is right, he is more proficient in food making than any wizard I have ever seen. The Countess was a very smart woman. She heard the underlying meaning of the two people, and wanted to continue paying attention, but she lost motivation immediately. I understand what you mean, but I am very disappointed with Grant. Let him do whatever he wants. He will stop doing it if he spends all his money. After saying this, the Countess sighed deeply, looking bored. This mental state is not good. Rosen winked at Selina, who immediately replied, Madam, perhaps we can help you win back the Earl's heart. The Countess's expression changed. Tell me more. Chapter 38. Inner courtyard of Maple Castle, Warm Hall. It can be seen that Serena's words made the Countess feel a little moved. Rosen immediately seized the opportunity, and picked up a wooden victory chess piece from the chessboard. Madam, can we talk for a few words alone? I mean, it's just you and my husband and wife, no servants present. The Countess hesitated, but still nodded in agreement. Martha, Hannah, you go wait at the door. After the two maids left, Rosen glanced at the Countess's appearance, and then released the transformation spell on the 10-centimeter high victory chess piece in his hand. After the white light enveloped for about 10 seconds, the light dissipated, and the victory chess piece turned into a small human-shaped wooden sculpture. The wooden sculpture looked exactly like the Countess, but she was not wearing clothes. Of course, Rosen did not depict the private life, just a look similar to an underwear model. Madam, please forgive my presumption, but I can use magic to turn you into this. Look carefully, the details of your face are only slightly modified, so that when you are dressed, there is no change from before, except that your complexion is better, your skin is smoother, and your eyes are brighter. But when you take off your clothes, the flaws in your appearance will completely disappear. The Countess took the wood carving and looked at it carefully. The more she looked, the brighter her eyes became. Her face was full of yearning, but gradually some hesitation emerged. Rosen, your transformation skills are excellent, better than all the wizards I have seen. But Grant doesn't like magic. He said it goes against the laws of nature. He likes real, natural and beautiful things. After a pause, she sighed softly. To tell you the truth, I also asked wizards to use transformation before, but Grant always told me not to toss. Rosen smiled faintly. Madam, this is a man's nonsense. The real meaning behind it is that the transfiguration is not used well enough, so he noticed the flaw. But my transfiguration is different. I confidently say that I have a unique talent in transfiguration. The whole Whalon, or even the whole Wick continent, may not be able to find a second transfiguration master who is more talented than me. Selina can testify for me. Selina nodded. Yes, Lena, Rosen is indeed a rare transfiguration master, and he happens to be a trustworthy transfiguration master. He will help you keep all the secrets. The Countess was more and more moved, but still hesitant. But I heard that using transfiguration too much will damage your health. This time, without Rosen's explanation, Selina laughed first. Madam, transfiguration is a very mature spell. It is true that unprofessional transfiguration can damage health, because the uncontrolled transfiguration power penetrates into the body's vital organs. But a rigorous transfiguration wizard will never make such a low-level mistake. In fact, I, my brother, my parents, and many nobles I know often use transfiguration to modify their appearance, and I have never heard of anyone's health being damaged because of it. As a princess, Selina's words are very persuasive, and the Countess is not completely ignorant of the law, so her doubts were greatly dispelled. Seeing that the Countess was obviously wavering, Rosen immediately took over to persuade her. Madam, if the Count really can't accept transfiguration, we can change the statement. Let's say it's the effect of the secret youth potion brought by Selina, and this secret medicine is a secret formula of the Adrian family. Selina is so beautiful because of this secret medicine. I think the Count will be speechless after hearing this. The Countess nodded. This is indeed a good statement, but... She suddenly became hesitant, her cheeks flushed, as if she had something to hide. Rosen's heart moved, guessed some reasons, and immediately whispered the possible reasons to Selina, asking her to ask. At the same time, he stepped back a few steps, leaving some privacy for the two. After hearing what Rosen said, Selina's cheeks also flushed slightly. She asked obscurely, "Madam, it's not just because of the appearance, but also because of the internal deficiencies, right?" The Countess nodded with a blushing face. He said it was too spacious, just like Fenghua Avenue. Shyness immediately turned into anger. "I gave birth to 5 children for him, but in the end, he said such nonsense. What a heartless bastard." In the past, Selina didn't understand such words, but now, she understood them immediately, and a thought came to her mind. My room seems to be much more spacious than before. This strange thought flashed through her mind, but it burned Selina's cheeks like a flame, and it took a while to calm down. "Madam, although I am a senior wizard, my achievements in the field of transfiguration are far inferior to my husband. According to common sense, this should be impossible to change, but my husband has never been a wizard who follows common sense. He may have a way. If Madam agrees, I will ask him. Of course, if Madam thinks it is inappropriate, then forget it." The Countess was hesitant, because this was a private matter between women, and it was really not good to let a strange man know. Seeing this, Selina reminded softly, "My husband is Anna's apprentice, and he is deeply trusted by Anna. He knows very well what to say, and what not to say." The Countess pondered for several minutes, and then turned to look at Rosen, who was standing a few meters away, with his back to them. After weighing the pros and cons, she finally decided to give it a try. She really wanted to win back her husband's heart. "Then ask your husband." Her voice was very soft, only slightly louder than the buzzing of a bee. Rosen was summoned by Selina. Pretending to listen to his wife's description of the problem, his face maintained the indifference of a scholar, without any excitement and curiosity after inquiring into the privacy. This made the Countess, who had been observing secretly relieved and felt that her sister-in-law's apprentice was very professional. After Selina finished speaking, Rosen nodded and made a serious promise first. "Madam, thank you very much for your trust in me. Please believe that I will never let you down." Then he made an evaluation of the matter itself. The Count did go too far in this matter, but as a man, I could understand the Count a little. Of course, I am not trying to defend the Count. I just want to say that since it is an objective fact, it is better to find a way to change it instead of complaining. Rosen's words were without any emotional fluctuations, and he just talked about the matter. This attitude made the Countess very relaxed, and her shyness gradually eased, and her attention returned to the matter itself. Can this be changed? In fact, she secretly consulted other transfiguration wizards about similar issues, and all the consulting objects were female wizards, but no one dared to do this. Rosen looked solemn. "Madam, you should know that from the principle of magic, transfiguration can change the form of any object, but life has its own internal laws of operation. If it is changed at will, it is easy to cause problems." Yes, other transfiguration masters say so. The Countess was a little disappointed, because she felt that Rosen might not be able to do anything. Unexpectedly, Rosen changed the subject. The laws of life operation are very complicated, and the deeper you go into the body, the more complicated it is. The good news is that although the part that needs to be modified is not on the surface, it is not too deep in the body, and it is not so complicated that mortals cannot study it. Huh? The Countess was startled. A faint smile of confidence appeared on Rosen's face. "Madam, I have a strong curiosity about all unknown things, including women's bodies. There was a time when I was very short of money, but I was not a formal wizard, so I could only go through some underground channels to perform transfiguration for some women in need. Although this violates the laws of Dawn City, it also allows me to gain some unconventional knowledge." The Countess understood. "So, can you help me?" Rosen nodded and gave a clear answer. "Yes, I can. I know you can't be completely assured, but madam, my White Sturgeon Island is next to Shire County. If something goes wrong, I have nowhere to run. I can't and dare not joke with your health." These words convinced the Countess. "Then let's try it." Rosen nodded. "As you wish. By the way, my wife will be present throughout the process. Finally, she, a senior magician, will evaluate and stabilize the transformation effect." The Countess was completely relieved. "When will it be changed?" "Now?" She was a little impatient. Rosen smiled slightly. "Don't worry, madam. First, we need to choose a predetermined appearance for you." While speaking, he picked up the victory chess pieces and performed transformation on them one by one, transforming a total of 10 chess pieces. This time, He did not cover up anything, and used transformation to show all the details, and became extremely delicate. So, the 10 victory chess pieces became 10 human-shaped wooden sculptures that were almost like works of art. Madam, please choose one as the appearance. The Countess looked at the beautiful wooden sculptures with a surprised face. Oh, Rosen, you are indeed an amazing master of aesthetics. She looked at them one by one, and found that each one was extremely exquisite, and she liked each one very much, so it was difficult to choose. Selina was also watching. She now believed Rosen's words completely. She whispered in her heart and sighed. The Count is so lucky now. Rosen whispered, no, that's not enough. The Count is not short of beauties. What he lacks is noble and elegant beauties that he can look up to. Selina was startled. What do you mean? From the information I have collected, it is inferred that the Count likes beautiful women who are higher than him, and may have a slight masochistic tendency. Selina was startled again. Is your inference reliable? Rosen looked at the information sent by Detection Guard, which showed the image of a beautiful maid and some small props for fun, such as a small whip, queen costume, high heels, etc. He smiled and said, let the Countess try it, and you know whether it's reliable or not. After all, they are a couple, so it doesn't matter if they make mistakes. That's right. At this moment, the Countess finally made a decision. Rosen, can I change one every year? No problem, ma'am. Then I use the first one first. Okay, let's start right away, and it will be done in 10 minutes. Oh, do you need me to take off my clothes? For the accuracy of the spell power, it's best to take it off. The Countess did it without hesitation, and cooperated very well. It was obvious that she had been completely convinced by Rosen's superb transformation skills. Rosen did not delay, and immediately transformed it, and at the same time explained the previous inference to the Countess in detail. After a few words, the Countess nodded immediately. Oh, Rosen, you are right, Grant does have such a quirk. I have tried it before, but he said I don't look like a queen at all, but like a poorly acting prostitute. This is really sad. Rosen smiled. Madam, now your appearance looks like a queen, but your speech and behavior should also be appropriately changed. How to change? In this regard, my wife is more experienced than me. Let her teach you. Ah, I suddenly remembered that my husband admired the Duchess very much when he was young. I couldn't figure out why before, but now I understand. After saying this, she immediately apologized to Selina. Your Highness, I apologize to you for my husband's rudeness. Selina sighed softly. Forget it, it's all in the past. My mother left me for 13 years. While chatting, the transformation was released, and Rosen also considerately condensed a water mirror. The Countess stood up, and turned around in front of the water mirror to admire it, and she was even reluctant to put on her clothes. Oh, it's so beautiful, so perfect, even I like it. Rosen winked at Selina, meaning, the next step is up to you. Then he bowed to the Countess. Madam, my mission has been completed. It's not suitable for me to stay here any longer. I wait outside the door. The Countess was very satisfied with Rosen's thoughtfulness, and immediately returned the favor. If I can really win Grant's heart this time, he should be willing to listen to my advice. Rosen smiled slightly. May Madam become the Queen of the Countess. Chapter 39. Night. Maple Leaf Castle. Count Robert stayed alone in the study, feeling unhappy. He didn't read books, official documents, or have fun with the beautiful maids. He just lay on the thick chair and stared blankly at the spiral crystal lamp hanging on the ceiling. The Wintervale Festival was coming soon, but the trading company he invested in the Kingdom of Cal went bankrupt. The 17 giant ocean liners under the company were all auctioned at low prices, and the proceeds from the auction were snapped up by other investors. He was far away and got the news late, so he didn't get anything, and lost 430,000 OGs. All the initial investment was wasted, and the dividends that should have been received were also gone. This year's Wintervale Festival was trying to cut spending. Of course, there was still money on the books, and if he saved some money, he could still get by. After a while of worrying, the Count thought of Princess Selina again. Her beauty faded a lot, and now she has become the wife of a small baron. Although the sages swore to protect him, if he used some tricks, the young baron would definitely be willing to offer his wife to him. But then again, he had no interest in the current Princess Serena, because she was no longer the high, elegant and beautiful princess. He thought of his wife again. Kaylina. He had deep feelings for his wife. They were young couples who had been with each other for nearly 20 years, and raised 5 smart and beautiful children. But his emotional needs for his wife were companionship and understanding, while his wife wanted to monopolize him as always. If his wife had always been young and beautiful, he wouldn't mind, but the reality was that his wife, this flower, had withered greatly, and there was no fun at all. Now, they quarreled with each other at every turn, and the warmth of the family disappeared, which made him more and more annoyed and even a little hateful. If it weren't for the Earl of Gaushan County, I would forget it. The Earl of Gaushan County was his father-in-law, and he had to give him face. The children also needed a complete family, and his wife Kalina hadn't made any big mistakes, so there was really no need to tear each other apart. But this cold and depressing family life was really hard to live with. At this moment, the door was knocked, and the voice of the housekeeper Abra came from outside the door. "Master, the lady is here. Come in." Although he said so, a flash of annoyance flashed through the Earl's heart. The children were already asleep, and he had a premonition that the two would have another big fight. Click. The door opened and clicked again and locked. The Count lay motionless on the chair, covering his face with a book. "Lena, why did you lock the door?" "Because I want to talk to you about something." "Go ahead." The Count was ready for a quarrel. But he never waited for his wife's thorny words, but heard the footsteps approaching from the door to his side. The Count was a little strange, and reached out to take off the book covering his face, but his arm was held down by his wife, and a guilty voice came to his ears. "Grant, I want to apologize to you." "Apologize? Why apologize?" The Count did not insist on moving the book, so the couple talked through the book in this strange way. Catherine's voice was much gentler than before, just like when she was young. No, it was more maternal, and with a strange, superior tone. "I have always only cared about myself, but often ignored your true feelings. I am sorry." The Earl's tense heartstrings suddenly relaxed a lot. It was great that he didn't have to repeat those meaningless quarrels tonight. He was in a better mood and felt a little strange. "Lena, why do you say these words suddenly?" "Because I suddenly found that my guardian knight is no longer young. There are many fine lines on my forehead and the corners of my eyes." The Earl sighed. "Well, I am indeed a little older, but not old." "Well, why do you sit on me?" "Why, you only need those girls outside to sit on you, but I, your wife, can't?" The Earl smiled bitterly. "Of course you can." He was a little disappointed. He thought his wife had changed her mind, but it turned out to be the same as before, trying to relive the old dreams with him in different ways. But for him, these old dreams have long been no fun. But he didn't want to refuse, because once he refused, the storm that had just subsided would erupt instantly. Well, just treat it as a job. The Count sighed in his heart, and waited without passion. Amidst a rustling sound, he suddenly took a breath of cold air and looked surprised. "Lena, is that you? You are very different today." He reached out, and took away the book covering his face, and saw his wife sitting on his lap facing him, wearing only a fiery red silk cloak. Under the soft crystal light, the fiery red silk and snow-white skin complemented each other, and the thick hair and shining eyes complemented each other, outlining a breathtaking picture. The Count was stunned. "Lena, is that you?" She looked a bit like his wife when she was young, but she had a mature and charming charm that she didn't have when she was young. She was just like a queen who was high above. The Earl's heart was pounding. The last time someone moved his heart so much was in the Dawn Castle. Ahem, anyway, it was a noble lady of extremely noble status. Kalina saw her husband's eyes, and felt the changes in his body. She immediately knew that Rosen's transformation had taken effect, and she was very happy in her heart. She secretly said, "Anna, this apprentice, is really very capable." Not only did she use the transformation skill very skillfully, but she also grasped her husband's mind very accurately. Then, she is now a noble queen. She looked down at her husband, stretched out a hand, pinched the Earl's chin with a little force, gently lifted it up, and said a little savagely, "My knight, say, you will be mine alone in the future." The Earl felt humiliated, but somehow, this humiliation made him feel an indescribable pleasure, so he obeyed. "Yes, queen, I only serve you." "No, not service, but conquest. What I need is the conquest of the strong, not the obedience of the weak. If you don't have the ability to conquer, I will have to find another knight." The Count's blood boiled. "Your Majesty, I will let you taste my power now." After a storm of conquests, everything calmed down, and the Count came back to his senses from the frenzy. "Madam, what's wrong with your body?" "It looks like transfiguration, but there is no trace of transfiguration. It's very strange, but he can't let it go. It's a secret medicine, a secret youth medicine passed down by the Adrian family, which can restore one's appearance to that of a young person. The one Selena gave me has an extraordinary effect, doesn't it?" "Yes, it's very effective." The Earl nodded repeatedly, recalling the experience just now, and suddenly felt that the maids he had found were completely tasteless. The better maids were born in small noble families, and the worst ones were directly commoners. No matter how much they imitated, they could not compare with the wife of the princess of Gaoshan County. How long does the effect of this medicine last? Your Highness said that it lasts for a year at a time, and she will give me a new bottle after a year. Oh, so it can last forever? Yes. Oh, this is really great. I have to thank your Highness. The Earl's reaction made Kalina happy, but she couldn't help but think of Rosen's words again. Madam, this is a man's nonsense, and the real meaning behind it is that the transfiguration is not used well enough, so he noticed the flaw. She was full of emotion and admiration. Hey, this little wizard has completely seen through my husband. She thought of the food-making technique again, and a sense of urgency rose in her heart. This little wizard is obviously a powerful person, otherwise the princess would not have fallen in love with him. Since he thinks that Lucawato is a liar, then this Master Cow is probably problematic. This is a business worth hundreds of thousands of ogs, and I can't really be cheated by him. Thinking of this, Kalina immediately said, Of course I have to thank him. And Selena also told me that her barren husband may not have high magic power, but he is extremely knowledgeable. In the past 10 years, the Baron has spent almost all his time studying alchemy, and has made amazing achievements in alchemy. And food making is a branch of alchemy. He has also done very deep research in this field, and may not be worse than the master. The Count was half believing and half doubting. Is that so? The Countess said seriously, My husband, think about it carefully. If the Baron is really a mediocre person with nothing to offer, why would the princess like him? Why is the wise Levin willing to bless their marriage? Moreover, he is a veritable master of victory chess, which is enough to show that he has an extremely outstanding mind. He is Anna's apprentice. Isn't he more trustworthy than a group of strange wizards from Kao? This is of course reasonable. But the Count is a very stubborn person. Once he decides on something, he hopes to follow the plan, and goes smoothly without any changes in the middle. That's the case now. Even though he knows that what his wife said is right, he is very resistant to change in his heart. Madam, things are more complicated than you think. Anyway, don't worry about it, I will take care of it. The Earl waved his hand vigorously, not wanting to hear any unpleasant noise. Kalina frowned. She now admired Rosen's methods very much. Seeing that her husband did not listen to her advice at all, she became angry. She grabbed her husband's weak spot with her hand, and glared at him fiercely. Knight Grant, I order you to give Rosen a seat in the meeting, do you hear me? The Earl's vitals were controlled, and he was nervous all over, begging for mercy. Madam, be gentle, don't pinch it. Kalina not only did not be gentle, but also slightly increased the strength. Knight, if you don't listen to me this time, then we will play separately in the future. You find your beautiful maid, and I will go outside to find my handsome young man. If it were in the past, this would not be a threat at all. The Earl would like his wife to do this so that he can find a beautiful girl with peace of mind. But now is different from the past. When he thought that his beautiful and noble wife, like a queen, would be violently conquered by a strange knight, his heart was in great pain. No, I must not let this happen. Never, so he gave in. No, madam, no, queen, your majesty, I will arrange it. Isn't it okay for me to arrange it? That's more like it. Kalina nodded with satisfaction, but she was secretly happy in her heart. Haha, this new body is really useful. But if it was just this one, she would still feel guilty, because after a long time, her husband would definitely get bored. But Rosen had given her 10 beautiful bodies before. She can keep changing. So, I decided secretly in my heart, it seems that I have to maintain a good relationship with this little wizard. Chapter 40. Late at night, in the luxurious guest room in the atrium of Maple Leaf Castle, Selena is practicing her mana. Rosen was practicing on the surface, but he was actually paying close attention to his wife's condition. She has been stuck at the peak of the advanced level for a long time, and her mana fully meets the basic conditions for leaping to the magic ring. The reason why she has been stuck is that the leap of the magic ring is like jumping stairs, either jumping up at once or standing still. In other words, as long as the mana added by a single practice does not meet the minimum requirements for leaping, you will never be able to touch a higher magic ring. The height difference between the 4th magic ring and the 3rd magic ring is particularly large, so countless mages are stuck for a lifetime. In Rosen's perception, Selena has fully adapted to the improved practice method, and her jump height has reached 96% of the step height. It is a full 0.5% higher than before. But the last 0.5% gap is stuck at the limit of her ability, and it is difficult to break through even a little bit. It's still not enough. I have to help. If his wife can achieve the master level, it will be of great help to his next plan. With a slight movement of his mind, Rosen quietly launched an extremely secret spell, pressing down the height of the fourth magic ring in the area where Selena was located by 0.5%. Although it was only 0.5%, and it was only a very small area, it would consume 20% of his magic power every second. Snap. The next second, Selena jumped up, and then she fell asleep directly because of extreme fatigue. The height of the magic ring around her immediately returned to normal. Rosen exhaled secretly. At present, I can only press down the height of the fourth magic ring. Maybe when I break through the last ring, I can press down the height of the fifth magic ring. In terms of the number of magic rings, he has now jumped very high, but the actual effect is far from as mysterious as everyone spreads. From the 6th to the 7th, the mana strength increases by 30%, which is the largest jump, and each ring below only increases by 10%. And even if it is upgraded to the top ring 11, if a sword pierces the heart, it will still die. In short, there is no true god in the mortal world, and the power of an individual is always limited. Returning to his thoughts, Rosen is also ready to rest. But people rest, things must continue. Lai Fu, activate number 1, secretly search for information about Master Cao in Xiaolin City. The order has been received, and the secret search mode has been entered. Start backstage practice, the duration is 8 hours. The order has been received, and the practice has begun. When I closed my eyes and opened them, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. When Rosen woke up from his sleep, Lai Fu used the fragmentary information he collected to piece together the general outline of the incident for him. After taking a look, he couldn't help grinning. I was saying it, how come no one in such a big city like Xiaolin saw through the deception of Master Cao? It turned out to be a conspiracy of collusion between the inside and the outside. Intelligence said that there were 4 forces in the upper class of Xiaolin City. The biggest force in the open was the Earl. He controlled the army, and was the nominal master of Xiaolin City. In addition, there were 3 other forces. They were the Servants of God, the Temple of Nature, the Knowledge Manager, the Mage Guild, and the Ministry of Government Affairs serving the Duke of Dawn. It seemed like 4 forces, but in fact, you were in me and I was in you. No one had absolute control, and everyone wanted to gain more power. At present, the power of the Mage Guild is rising at a very fast speed. The essence of this Cao fraud was a secret seizure of power by the Mage Guild of Xiaolin City after its power increased. But Levin has not yet found out who led this fraud, and he dare not investigate further. He is afraid of alerting the enemy and exposing himself. But this is enough. Rosen put his hands behind his head and squinted his eyes to think about the ins and outs of the matter. If the Mage Cao succeeds in the fraud, the Earl will suffer a huge loss and will have to borrow money to survive the financial crisis. The Mage Guild will take action to fill the hole and use the money to exchange some power from the Earl, such as the right to collect taxes on the bridge, partial management of the port, etc. In this way, the Earl can be marginalized from the real power of the city lord to a high-ranking mascot. Then what should I do? Rosen opened his eyes and looked at the morning light coming in through the cross-shaped window, and the thoughts in his mind became clear. The growth of the mage class is as unstoppable as the rising sun. But the current Mage Guild only represents the interests of the upper-level formal mages, and formal mages are only a small part of the mage class. So, if the Earl is willing to listen to my advice, he can still be saved. Save him? Rosen thought about the geographical location of the White Sturgeon Island and the Shire County, and came up with an idea in his mind. As the lord of the island, we should avoid the emergence of powerful forces on the mainland, and let multiple forces check and balance each other in order to profit from it. Now the Earl is in a clear disadvantage, so no matter from the perspective of affection or interests, I have to help him and don't let him fall into despair. Finally, since I have caught the Mage Guild with such a handle, I have to make these rich guys bleed hard, While he was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked, and the voice of the butler Abra came from outside. Your Highness, Baron, the Earl invites you to have breakfast. We will be there soon. Don't worry too much. The Earl said that we can be there in half an hour. Okay. Rosen stretched on the big bed and turned to Selena beside him and said, It seems that the Countess's persuasion went smoothly. Selena had also woken up, but did not get up. She was looking at Rosen with crystal clear emerald eyes. Her eyes were a little dazed. Dear, I successfully touched the 4th ring. Rosen looked surprised and immediately gave his wife a big hug. Oh, thank Mother Nature, thank Sage Levin, this is really a great thing. It's like a dream. Selena was still in a trance. She got up in a daze, washed in a daze, and was led by Rosen to the Earl's dining room in a daze. In the dining room, The Earl, the Countess and several children were all there. The Earl and his wife looked very good, and they talked and laughed, without any resentment from yesterday. Obviously, the communication between the two last night was very smooth, and Rosen knew it very well, because the detection guard quietly engraved on the Countess had already recorded everything. Seeing the two, Earl Robert immediately put down the county newspaper in his hand and greeted them with a smile. "Good morning, two young men." Seeing that Rosen was about to formally salute again, he laughed. "It's not necessary to be so formal for an ordinary family dinner. You should sit down and talk, otherwise everyone will be tired. Rosen, after all, I am still your distant uncle, you can just call me uncle." Since that was the case, Rosen felt more relaxed and started to address him as uncle. Selina naturally followed suit. The atmosphere at breakfast was much better than the dinner party yesterday, with everyone chatting and laughing. Especially Alice, who asked Rosen about the details of the fresh meat cooking technique many times during the meal, and Rosen naturally answered her patiently and carefully. They looked like a family. After a short rest after the meal, the Earl said, "Let's go, both of you. I will take you to meet the magic master from Cal." Rosen was waiting for this, and immediately said, "Uncle, I went back and thought about it carefully yesterday, and I think your concerns are reasonable. It is indeed very rude for a low-level magician like me to ask." The Earl was stunned. "So what?" "So, I sorted out the relevant questions, and asked my wife to ask on my behalf. She is the Princess of Dawn, and she has touched the 4th magic ring last night, and achieved the realm of Magic Master. Her identity and magic skills are enough to be equal to the great magician Cal, so those Cal people naturally have nothing to say." Rosen's tone was calm, but Earl Robert was greatly shocked. "Your Highness has actually been promoted to the master level? The life of aristocratic families is comfortable, but the path of cultivation is difficult, so generally the great nobles will not stick to the master level, and practicing to the advanced level is enough. But if a noble really reaches the master level, he will gain great prestige, not only among the common people, but also among the noble class." For a moment, the look in Count Robert's eyes when he looked at Selina changed, revealing a kind of respect from the heart. Selina finally came back to her senses from her trance, and she smiled reservedly. "I am blessed by Mother Nature, and I also have to thank the wise Levin for his guidance, which made me succeed by chance." Earl Robert originally looked down on the couple, thinking that the man was mediocre and the woman was willful. But now, he has changed his mind and thinks that both of them are very extraordinary, and will probably achieve great success in the future. Originally, he was reluctant to let them sit in on the class, but now, he really takes it seriously. "Then later, Your Highness, please help me take a good look." "Of course." Selina nodded confidently. Last night, Rosen and she had already discussed the details. Soon, the group arrived at the door of the conference room. Rosen immediately moved to Selina's side, and Selina followed behind the Earl, and acted as his temporary magic consultant. The three of them entered the conference room one after another. 2 groups of people have already arrived in the conference room. One group is the Earl's magic consultants. There are as many as 30 of them. The strongest one is a white-haired wizard with a Mediterranean hairstyle. The blue arcane emblem on his chest indicates that he is a 4-ring 24-star magic master. Rosen knew that this guy was the vice president of the Mage Guild, Sir Nord, who was born in the ancient Nord family. He had countless apprentices and old friends, and was a real big shot in Shire County. In addition, the weakest one was also a high-level mage, and his lowest achievement was 15 stars in the 3rd ring. It can be said that this was the most prestigious group of mages in the entire Shire County. The person who planned the scam must be among them. The other wave was the magic master Lucavato, whose hair was all white, and he had an impressive magic achievement of 30 stars in the early stage of the 4th ring. Behind him were 3 high-level mages, each of whom had a spellcasting ability of more than 18 stars. Behind them were all mid-level mages, and their spellcasting abilities were also more than 12 stars. Comparing the two sides, the Earl's magic consultant was stronger in terms of mana cultivation, but the magician from Cal was much stronger in terms of spellcasting ability. It can also be clearly felt that although the number of Shire County mages is large, their momentum is obviously weaker than that of Cal mages, and they even seem a little timid. Cal mages are bossy and picky, as if they are not here to discuss cooperation, but to give alms. When the Earl arrived, the magic consultants of Shire County all stood up to greet him, while the Cal mages sat in their original positions without moving, just nodding and greeting. Everything was very natural, and the Earl did not notice anything unusual. Because Cal is a powerful country in magic, mages from Cal should be arrogant. Rosen sighed in his heart. The world is developing rapidly these days, and magic knowledge is changing with each passing day. It's not easy to be a great lord. If you are a little dazzled, you will be defrauded by others. Chapter 41. The meeting room of Finglu Castle. The Earl walked to his main seat and sat down. At the same time, he arranged two very inconspicuous seats for Selina and Rosen in the corner. Before the two of them sat down, Rosen felt many inquiring eyes. Some came from the Earl's magic advisory group, revealing doubts and confusion. The other part came from the Cow magic group, with strong vigilance. At the same time, a large number of very low-intensity mana fluctuations appeared in the two magic groups. This is the mages whispering in secret. Mages are very sensitive to mana fluctuations. Powerful mages can predict the upcoming spells through fluctuations, which is also one of the most important skills in magic confrontation. But no mage can infer the specific content of the mind whisper through fluctuations, because the movement of the mind whisper is too weak. Just like a person can see the action of others whispering, but can't hear the content of the whisper. But Rosen is an exception. He is immortal, but his super high level of mana gives him extremely sharp perception, and he can even clearly distinguish the specific waveform of each mana fluctuation. But this alone is not enough, because the reaction speed and processing speed of the mortal brain have limits, and this limit cannot meet the requirements of real-time analysis, so he still can't understand. But he has Lai Fu, and he has trained him to have the ability of mind whisper detection and translation. So, when the mages present communicated quietly, Lai Fu automatically translated and recorded their conversations for Rosen. Rosen listened to all the secrets, but his face remained calm. Not long after he and Selina sat down, Rosen already knew the details of the scam. He smiled at his heart, so that's what happened. At this time, the Cow Mage group also discussed a preliminary countermeasure. The leader, the 4-ring 30-star Grand Mage Lucawato, started a fight. Mr. Earl, who are these two? The Earl smiled and introduced, Master, this is Mage Rosen and his newlywed wife, Master Adrian, who came to see the style of the Cow Masters. Master Adrian? As soon as this word came out, the mages present suddenly became agitated, looking at Selina frequently, and at the same time, there was a large wave of mental whispers. Master Lucawato's two long white eyebrows trembled slightly. Mr. Earl, this violates the confidentiality agreement between us. We have explained to you many times that the magic knowledge we brought is very valuable. In addition to the two parties to the transaction, no third party should be present to avoid knowledge leakage. So, if the Earl insists on letting these two guests listen in, then we can only leave. When saying this, Master Lucawato had an expression that left no room for negotiation, and his tone was even more unquestionable, as if they would leave if Rosen didn't leave. The other cow wizards also immediately began to pack up the documents and scrolls on the table, ready to leave at any time. The Earl was a little panicked, laughed dryly, and hurriedly explained. Master Rosen is not an outsider, but my nephew, so it is not a violation of the confidentiality agreement. After saying this, he was afraid that Lucawato would be dissatisfied, so he added, I promise that they will only listen in and won't say a word. Master Arawato had no room for negotiation, and his face was serious. Mr. Earl, a contract is a contract. If it can be changed at will, it is not a contract, but a piece of waste paper. So, I insist on executing the contract, otherwise we will leave immediately. At this moment, the magic consultants in Shire County were also anxious. Master Nord turned his head to look at the Earl and whispered in his heart, Lord, things have come to this point. There is no need to be unhappy because of a small matter. Although the Earl was the Lord, he did not have much say in the face of profound magic knowledge, and he felt a huge pressure at this time. A pair of eyes involuntarily looked at Rosen, and gestured to the door with his eyes. The meaning was very clear. Let's go, forget about listening. Obviously, this group of call fraud wizards were very vigilant, and did not give Rosen the opportunity to expose the scam at all. Fortunately, Rosen was well prepared. First, he whispered to his wife Selina, Madam, it's your turn. The two had discussed the countermeasures in detail last night. At this moment, Selina immediately stood up and introduced herself as planned. I am a master of magic with 4 rings and 18 stars, and the wife of Mage Rosen, but at the same time, I am Selina Adrian, the Dawn Princess of Whalon. Speaking of this, she glared at the somewhat stunned Ruvicardo with cold eyes. Without waiting for the other party to react, she immediately fired the cannonballs that had been prepared long ago. Master Ruvicardo, you have committed a serious crime of treason. What? Ruvicardo was stunned by the cannonball, and couldn't speak. Selina seized the opportunity, and pursued the victory. In today's Wick continent, Large-scale food making has become a strategic magic field that all major kingdoms focus on, and every mage who studies related topics is under secret supervision by the kingdom. Similarly, any breakthrough in this field is a major achievement related to the kingdom's strategy, and will be highly valued by the kingdom. Now, the master has made a huge breakthrough in large-scale food making, but he left Cal safely with such a strategic achievement. If this is not treason, what else can it be? Luokato was greatly shocked and speechless. He just wanted to cheat some money. How dare he commit treason? Selina turned to look at the Earl. Earl, once the bread factory is officially put into production in Shire County, the news will leak out, and these cow mages will definitely face the pursuit of cow assassins. Cow's assassins may not target you, but they will definitely destroy your bread factory, and make all your investment go to waste. These words are really horrifying. The Earl was shocked when he heard it, and subconsciously looked at his chief magic consultant, Master Nord. Is that so? Master Nord was shocked and confused. Lord, I have never heard of this. Selina smiled coldly. Master Nord has never heard of it very much. Normal, because this information is top secret of the kingdom's top leaders, and it is also a secret decree issued in the last 6 months. Master Luokato finally recovered and shouted, Since it is a secret decree, how did the princess know it? Selina smiled coldly. Master, do you think our Dawn City blackguards are just decorations? If you still don't believe it, I might as well tell you. Aaron's secret decree is called the 37 Articles of Lionheart. Cal's secret decree is called the Black Rose Covenant, and Levender also issued the King's secret order 3 months ago. Even the file name is out, and it comes from Princess Selina's mouth, which makes people have to believe it. The Earl immediately believed it, and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, if this is the case, why didn't you tell me earlier? Selina shrugged. Before I met Master Chow, I couldn't make a final judgment. And now, I can tell the Earl responsibly that these Master Chows are either liars or traitors. The Earl immediately turned his head to look at Master Chow. Master Luokato, I need your explanation. The Earl's voice was very stern, and his eyes flashed with cold light. Luokato is a master of magic after all, and his mind is very tough. Even at this point, he still has a sense of proportion. He showed a frost on his face, and said coldly, It seems that the Earl has no sincerity to cooperate at all. It's a waste of time to stay any longer. Let's go! The group of Master Chow got up, and were about to leave. At this point, even a fool would know that these guys are liars. The Earl gritted his teeth and sneered, Master Luokato, do you think that my Shire County is your backyard, where you can come and go as you please? Guards, take them down. The Earl had an overwhelming force advantage over this group of scholar mages, who did not carry any magic weapons. But before he finished speaking, Luokato laughed, and his body melted and deformed like a candle, and voices kept coming out of the deformed body. Ha ha, country bumpkins, sorry to disappoint you, we have been prepared for this, hee. As he spoke, the bodies of this group of Call mages all began to melt like candles, and they laughed triumphantly as they melted. The Earl was furious and roared like a lion, Master Nord, track him. Master Nord immediately began to cast tracking spells. He was also amazing, changing 10 tracking spells in 5 seconds. Master Luokato's half-melted body let out a hoarse laugh with a changed tone. Nord, don't waste your energy, all the spells you use are outdated. Sure enough, Master Nord's tracking spell had no effect. He was shocked and helpless. Lord, I tried my best. The Earl was so angry that his face turned blue. He wanted to scold the waste, but he was concerned about the identity of the other master. The two angers were blocked together, and his face was deformed. When Master Chow was about to leave completely, Selina suddenly raised the Sleeping Beauty wand and pointed at the candles, and a series of dark blue seals flew over. The seals were printed on the melting human body one after another, and then the princess's cold voice sounded. I have marked their souls, Master. Use soul divination quickly. Master Nord was ashamed, and was stunned when he heard the words, showing a trace of hesitation. Hurry up! The Count urged loudly. Nord hurriedly tried, and there was indeed a response. It's in the residential area next to Finglu Castle, 1 kilometer away. Their souls haven't completely retreated yet. I will give them a heavy punishment now. The master with white hair shouted loudly, and was about to cast a spell. But before he started to move, a crimson lightning ball appeared first. The lightning ball quickly turned into an electric net, and covered the heads of more than a dozen melting cow wizard substitutes. Advanced mind spell, mind electric shock, ah. The cow wizards trembled like boiling oil. They trembled and screamed, as if they were dancing a weird witch dance. Selina's voice sounded immediately. I have severely damaged their souls. They can't escape. The Count showed a happy face. "Guards, go and catch them alive." A group of guards rushed out immediately. Master Nord also shouted, "These liars are really hateful, but they are also very complicated. I will lead the team myself." While speaking, he rushed to the door of the conference hall first, and his skills were as agile as those of a young man. When he passed Selena, he turned his head quickly and glanced at her. This glance was very complicated. At first glance, it seemed to be admiration, but it contained a trace of inexplicable light. But what he didn't realize was that a small low-level wizard was hiding in the crowd, and took everything in. "Hey, this old guy still wants to silence me, no way." Obviously, the continuous unexpected situations made Nord panic, so that he was at a loss. Rosen immediately whispered to the Earl, "Uncle, Master Nord is old, why not send a strong man to protect him?" The Earl agreed with it, and immediately turned his head to look at the corner of the conference room, where a guard with a very low presence stood. "Asen, go and protect the Master quickly, don't let the Master get hurt." This confidant guard is a four-ring warrior master, who was cultivated by the Robert family at a huge cost since childhood. He is particularly good at fighting, and very loyal. His role to the Earl is like that of Alia to Rosen. Asen nodded and accepted the order. With a flash of his footsteps, his fighting spirit burst out, and he followed Master Nord all the way like a ghost. Chapter 42. About an hour later, all 15 Cow Mages were captured alive. In the Judgment Hall of Maple Leaf Castle, the Cow Mages, led by Master Loicato, knelt in the middle of the hall with a depressed look. Each of their souls had suffered a great trauma. They were stripped down to their underwear, their necks and hands were firmly fixed on the magic-breaking board shaped like a yoke, and they were fed with a confinement potion. At this time, the Cow Mages were worse than ordinary people. On both sides of the Judgment Hall, there stood a row of fully armed senior warriors. They stared at these Cow Mages closely, and once they found any unusual movement, they would pounce on them and kill them. At the top of the hall, the Earl sat behind a special magic forbidden judgment table, with guard knights standing in front of him, and many mages sitting on both sides. Among them was the vice president of the Mage Guild, Master Aldrin Nord. He looked very silent, not saying a word, his eyes were fixed on the kneeling Cow Mage on the ground, and no one knew what he was thinking. Princess Selena naturally got a seat, and Rosen, as the princess' husband and assistant, got an inconspicuous audience seat. The Earl looked at the kneeling cow liar in the hall with mixed feelings. There was anger and disappointment. The anger was naturally because these guys dared to play tricks on him, and the disappointment was that the good method that he thought could save the financial difficulties was instantly shattered. At the same time, he was also a little scared. Because if this group of liars succeeded, he would lose at least 300,000 ogs, and his future life would be difficult. In a myriad of thoughts, the Earl looked at the head of the Master Loicato, and said coldly, "Master, you are also a decent person, why do you do such a shameless thing without honor?" At this time, Loicato had lost all his previous arrogance. His eyes were dull, and his white hair was curled here and there, like a drowned dog that had just climbed out of the water. "Count, because I need money to maintain a decent life. Although the family left me some property, I am not good at running it. For many years, I have been in a state of not making ends meet, so I owe a lot of debts. The creditors are forcing me every day, I really have no choice but to lose face, and take the risky road of cheating." The Count was puzzled. "As a magic master, you are short of money?" In Whalon Island, once a wizard breaks through the fourth ring and becomes a magic master, lords from all over the country will compete to extend olive branches, hire him as a magic consultant, and give him generous treatment. Cow is a great magic power, and a powerful country in the Natural Alliance. How come the magic master is short of money? The Count thought this was incredible, and even thought the other party was lying. Just as he was wondering, he heard Rosen's whisper in his mind, "Uncle, this should be true." Without waiting for the Earl to ask, Rosen began to explain in detail. "It is true that the Kingdom of Cow is a powerful country in magic, but its population is 5 times that of our Whalon, with more than 3 million official mages, and more than 200 magic masters, which is 5 times that of our Whalon. But the territory of the Kingdom of Cow is not wide, only more than 3 times that of our Whalon. Therefore, the competition among mages is increasingly fierce, and in recent years it has reached an incredible level. If a mage only touches the 4th ring of magic, but does not have the spells and knowledge to match the magic power, especially if he does not have his own original magic achievements, it will be difficult to earn a good income. Master Loicato has never produced any pioneering achievements. He is a master who is not valued." The Earl was shocked. These are new situations that have only appeared in recent years. He occasionally hears some strange stories, but they are far less detailed and specific than what Rosen knows. At this time, he was surprised at first, but then he felt terrible. An idea popped up in his mind. With so many wizards, if we form a wizard army, won't we be able to sweep the world? As soon as this idea came up, the Earl no longer wanted to entangle with these scammers. He raised his hand and waved, according to the Shire County Ordinance, send all these scammers to the gallows. Originally, he wanted to let the families of these scammers spend money to redeem them, but since these scammers have no money, he was too lazy to bother. Anyway, his Shire County is thousands of kilometers away from the Kingdom of Cow. Even if the cow people are dissatisfied, they can only shout a few times. As soon as the order came out, all the cow wizards turned pale. Being in a foreign country, but trying to defraud the local lord of a huge amount of money, it would be a waste of death. Loakato immediately turned his head and cast his eyes on Master Nord, who was standing beside him. Master Nord's eyes twitched slightly when he saw him, and finally said, "My Lord Earl, I have a different opinion." "Tell me about it." The Earl's voice was very calm, and no emotion could be heard. The white-haired vice president of the Mage Guild said slowly, "My Lord Earl, although these Call mages are insidious and cunning, they do have good magic power and magic skills. There must be many magic spells unique to Calls among them. It's a pity to hang them like this. It's better to let them write down the magic knowledge they have mastered to offset their crimes." The Earl actually didn't care about the life and death of these fraudulent wizards. He cared about money the most now, and he knew that magic knowledge could be converted into money. For example, if he sold the new spells of the Cow Wizards to the Wizard Guild of Shire County, those guys would definitely spend a lot of money to buy them. Maybe a new spell could bring him several thousand OGs of income. So, Master Nord's words immediately touched him. "Master's suggestion is very good, then do as you say." "Leave it to." The Earl looked around the crowd, but was not satisfied with any of them. As he looked, he saw Rosen, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Leave it to Baron Rosen. Make sure to dig out all their new knowledge for me." The Earl was worried about handing it over to other Shire County wizards. First, he was worried about their knowledge. Second, he was worried about their loyalty. Master Nord immediately objected. "Count, the Baron is just a low-level wizard. He may not be able to interrogate the Master of Magic." The Count snorted coldly. "I don't know if he has the ability, but you definitely don't, otherwise you wouldn't be unable to see through the tricks of these Call wizards." Seeing that Nord wanted to say more, he waved his hand vigorously. "Okay, no more talk. I have decided on this matter." Nord frowned, but the Count's words were right, and he couldn't find a strong reason to object for a while. Rosen could clearly feel Master Nord's anxious mentality, and he smiled in his heart. "This time, I have to make a lot of money from you." He is short of money now, and if he doesn't make a lot of money, it would be a shame for such a good opportunity. So, he immediately stood up and responded loudly, "Uncle, thank you very much for your trust. I will definitely turn out the brains of these Call wizards, and look through them carefully." The Earl was very satisfied with Rosen's clean and neat attitude. "Very good." He picked up the judgment hammer and knocked it gently. "Come here, lock these liars in the castle dungeon, but do not beat or abuse them. No other wizards except Rosen are allowed to contact them. Let these poor liars live well first." A team of elite guards composed of high-level warriors came up and escorted the liar wizards away. The Earl stood up and left the table, and at the same time waved to Rosen and his wife. "Your Highness, Baron, let's go to the study and have a good chat." Princess Selena shook her head. "You two can chat. I would rather read a book." If she hadn't discussed it in advance, she felt that she couldn't keep up with Rosen's thinking and was afraid that his plan would be ruined. The Earl didn't force it. "Okay." He walked straight to the study, and Rosen quickly followed him, whispering to Selena, "Madam, I tell you in detail tonight." Soon, the two arrived at the Earl's study. After closing the door, the Earl didn't even have time to sit down, and said directly, "Rosen, my nephew, I think there is something wrong with Nord. Either he is too incompetent, or he has bad intentions. Or both." This reaction is very normal, because Nord's previous poor performance was almost like saying that he was a traitor. Rosen nodded in agreement, and he jumped directly to the next step. "Uncle, now Master Cow is in our hands, and we will know everything after a trial. The question is, how do you want to deal with Master Nord?" The Earl was silent for a while, and then spoke. "Nord is not only a master of magic, but also comes from an ancient noble family in Shire County. His status and reputation in Shire County are very high, and it is not easy to deal with him. For example, Nord has a brother who is a four-ring knight and holds an important position in the Shire County army. If his brother is dealt with, his brother will be useless. And there are quite a lot of relationships like this, so the Earl has to be cautious. Rosen smiled. Uncle, what do you mean? Let Master Nord pay for his crime with money. The Earl's eyes lit up. Yes, pay for the crime with money, the more the better. Rosen understood. Uncle, leave this matter to me, I will never let you down. The Earl was very happy, and admired Rosen more and more. After a pause, he said, Rosen, you have broadened your horizons in Dawn City over the years. I can see that you have extraordinary insights. Tell me about the situation in the Wick continent. The more detailed the better. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that no matter how much the world would change, how much could it change, but this experience of being almost cheated sounded the alarm for him, making him feel that the world is becoming more and more unfamiliar, and even a little scary. Rosen was also worried that the Earl would be deceived again. After all, he was going to be deceived badly. For the sake of his mentor, he had to help him. Seeing that he was willing to open his eyes and understand the world, he naturally told him everything he knew. It also happened to bring out his own needs. He slowly walked to the cross-shaped round window unique to Whale on Northland, looking at the inner courtyard garden that seemed to be withering. The first sentence he said was a king bomb. Uncle, I think that the world today is like a pot of boiling water that is about to boil. It seems calm now, but it may boil in the next moment. The Earl was really shocked. Boiling? How does it boil? Rosen turned around and stared at the Earl with a look of horror. The Earl was also staring at Rosen. He suddenly discovered that this little baron had a pair of very bright and clear pure black eyes. At this moment, these black eyes reflected the golden sunlight from the window, showing a breathtaking depth. He had never seen such a look in other people's eyes. For a moment, the Earl had an illusion that the baron in front of him was not a mortal, but a god who controlled wisdom. When he was shocked, he heard the other party say. The old order collapsed rapidly, looting and killing were everywhere, blood flowed wantonly, and the fire of destruction burned everywhere. Surrounded by blood and fire, a brand new world that no one had ever seen slowly came. The voice was gentle and calm, like a prophet's prediction of fate. Chapter 43. For a moment, Earl Robert was greatly shocked. But he was not an ordinary person after all. He was a high-level warrior, and a great lord with more than 1 million people in a county. His state of mind loss lasted less than a minute. He admitted that Rosen, this young man, was a man of extraordinary knowledge, but this did not mean that he was omniscient and omnipotent. Even gods would not dare to easily draw conclusions about such a grand narrative about the future situation of the world. So, as soon as the Earl came to his senses, he immediately asked, Why do you say that? Rosen was naturally prepared. Based on 2 pieces of information. He raised 2 fingers and pressed down one first. First, the number of formal mages in the Alliance countries. As far as I know, among the 3 kingdoms, Erin has the most, 3.3 million, followed by Cow, 3 million, and Levender is about 2.8 million. Among the 6 duchies, Whalon has the least, only 500,000, while the 5 duchies on the continent each have more than 800,000. What is the most convincing thing in the world? If the first is the truth, then the second must be detailed numbers. So, when Rosen listed the facts with detailed data, Earl Robert subconsciously believed him. But what about that? Rosen pressed down his second finger. Second, the pass rate of formal mages. In Whalon's Dawn City, it's 20 to 1. That is to say, out of 20 children learning magic, only 1 will eventually become a formal mage. Of the other 19, 15 will give up the path of magic due to lack of talent, but the other 4 will not be able to graduate for a long time due to reasons such as family background, money, luck, etc. They became so-called informal mages, or white-haired apprentices, black mages, wandering mages, and so on. This ratio in Dawn City is actually quite high, and it is much lower in the 25 counties of Whalon. In your uncle's Shire County, the pass rate should be 25 to 1, right? This Earl Robert knew, and he nodded thoughtfully. It's about this number. Rosen continued. In the Wick continent, the pass rate is about the same as Dawn City. Whether it is the Alliance or the Glorious Empire, it's about this number. So, in the Kingdom of Cal, there are 3 million formal mages, and there are 12 million informal mages, and 45 million ordinary people with basic magic knowledge, which already accounts for 1/3 of the total population of the kingdom. And 50 years ago, this ratio was only 1/10. Speaking of this, Rosen sighed in his heart. He personally went to the Wick continent to investigate, and deeply felt the sharp contradictions within the continent's countries, as well as the surging energy hidden behind the contradictions. The torrent of the changing times is about to erupt, the world is entering a chaotic era, and the fate of every mortal is caught in an unknown chaos. Rosen also doesn't know where his future will go. Retracting his slightly scattered thoughts, he stared at Earl Robert and continued the previous topic in a low tone. Uncle, this means that a brand new group has emerged in various countries. This group has knowledge, power, and such a large number, but it is far from getting the status and wealth that matches its knowledge and power. This is obviously very unreasonable, right? Count Robert wanted to deny Rosen's statement, but he opened his mouth several times and couldn't say anything, because he knew in his heart that this was indeed unreasonable. As a lord, he was still qualified. He knew very well that the wizard did have the wisdom and power to change the world. If the situation was really as Rosen said, then they would indeed be enough to become the source of turmoil in the world. Rosen, how did you know these numbers? The Count had just been deceived once, and now he was very vigilant, and subconsciously felt that Rosen might also deceive him. Even if not, he must have exaggerated some details. Rosen smiled, raised his hand, and tapped the windowsill a few times, and 2 light balls of different colors and sizes immediately appeared on the windowsill. Uncle, look, there are a lot of big red balls and small blue balls here. At first glance, there should be thousands of them, right? Yes. Then we have 2 ways to know the exact number. One is to count them one by one, right? Yes. The other is to scatter them and mix them evenly, and then divide them into 10 or 20 parts. As long as you count one part clearly and increase them tenfold, that is roughly the total number of big and small balls, right? Well, it seems so. The Count knew that this was a mathematical logic technique. He also learned it when he was young, but he hadn't used it for a long time. He vaguely felt that it should be the case. Rosen said, I estimated it in this way. It is definitely not accurate, but it will not be too far off to affect the correctness of the conclusion. Raising his hand to slap the light ball on the windowsill, he continued, Uncle, the facts actually reflect my point of view. Although Irowato is a master of magic, he has to give up his dignity and do such shameless things as fraud. There must be countless low-level and middle-level mages, wandering mages, living a very difficult life. If they are ignorant farmers, they will naturally endure it, but if they are knowledgeable mages, they will definitely find ways to improve their lives. If normal ways cannot improve it, then cheat, rob, and kill until a great mage leader appears to lead them to rebuild the world order. Count Robert's palms felt cold, and his feet felt weak. He subconsciously supported the desk with his hands to maintain his balance. Rosen, you are also a baron and a lord. What would you do? Rosen smiled. Uncle, our Whalon is not crowded yet, so don't worry for the time being. The ones who should worry are the kings and dukes on the continent, because they are under the greatest pressure and will definitely be the first to change. Just like a pot of boiling water, bubbles always appear first where the fire is the hottest. Sigh. Earl Robert let out a long breath, raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and the whole person relaxed a lot. Well, this is really good news. But Rosen changed his tone immediately. But the world is one, and boiling will always spread throughout the pot, so we must also prepare early to calmly deal with the changes in the world. Earl Robert nodded repeatedly. You are right, so what do you think I should do now? At this time, he subconsciously regarded Rosen as his counselor. And the reason why he did this was because Rosen helped him see through the scam and showed extraordinary insight in it. Second, he came to a similar conclusion as Rosen based on his daily experience. Of course, the conclusion he came to was vague and inaccurate, which only made him feel a sense of crisis, but he didn't know how to solve it. But Rosen explained the problem very thoroughly, which made him feel very convinced. This is exactly what Rosen hopes to achieve, and he really intends to guide the Earl to prevent him from being completely sidelined by the Mage Guild. He said seriously, Uncle, in Shire County, 5 out of every 6 accomplished mages are informal mages. If you can find a decent way out for these 5 people, then they will definitely respect you, support you, and even protect you. Rosen was not worried that his guidance would make Shire County his future competitor. Because the Earl was destined to be a reformist, and in a great era, the reformists could not go far. The Earl certainly didn't know this. He felt that Rosen was really thinking about him, and the method he proposed was indeed a good cure. It's just a little difficult. After thinking for a long time, he said, This can be done, but it requires a lot of money, and I'm short of money now. Rosen was waiting for this. He smiled and said, Uncle, I have a business that is sure to make money. Do you want to listen to it? Hearing this, the Count raised his eyebrows and laughed. I knew you were plotting against me. Tell me about it. Rosen became serious. Uncle, the situation is like this. One of the main reasons why my father was assassinated by the forest spirit this time was because a black iron mine was found deep in the mountains and forests. My father said in the letter that this black iron mine is directly distributed on the surface of more than 1 mile in radius, and the iron content is also high. 1 ton of ore can produce a full 500 kilograms of iron. The Earl's eyes lit up when he heard this. 50% iron yield, the quality of this iron ore is quite good. Rosen nodded. It is indeed very good, but there are 2 problems at present. First, the location is very vague. Because time was too tight, my father was assassinated by the forest spirits before he had time to accurately map it, so we only know a rough location. Second, the threat of the forest spirits. These forest spirits hide in the mountains and forests and never fight you head-on. They are very difficult to deal with. With the power of our White Sturgeon Island, we can only barely protect ourselves, and it is difficult to obtain this iron ore. At this point, the Earl has understood. What do you mean now? Let me send troops to help you eliminate the forest spirits. Rosen nodded, yes. The Earl also became serious. Then how to divide this iron ore? Seeing that the fish began to bite the hook, Rosen immediately sprinkled more bait. If Uncle is willing to send a corps to help me secure my position as the Baron of the island, I am willing to completely give up the mining rights of the iron ore. That is to say, this iron ore belongs entirely to you, Uncle. Earl Robert's eyes lit up. Rosen, my dear nephew, you didn't lie to me, did you? He was a little worried that the black iron ore was fake news, and that he would have worked in vain. Rosen looked serious. Uncle, how dare I lie to you about such a big thing? Of course, it is too rash to send a large army based on just one piece of news. After all, my source of information is also vague. My suggestion is that Uncle can first send a small-scale advance investigation team to go back to the White Sturgeon Island with me to conduct a field investigation. Uncle can use the name of seizing iron or to circumvent the Duke's ban on supporting the White Sturgeon Island. And I will also use the money on hand to buy a batch of supplies in the Shire County market, and transport them to the White Sturgeon Island in the name of military supplies for the investigation team. Of course, I will write a letter to the Duke to protest later, but the Duke will definitely not help me. There are only 30,000 people on my island. Even if I really regret it in the future, I will not be able to take back the iron ore, so Uncle can just focus on mining. Earl Robert was very tempted, because this is really a business that is sure to make money. Iron ore, a rich iron ore with a 50% iron yield, can make hundreds of thousands of ogs a year. That is no problem at all. Rosen's proposal is also very safe. Sending a vanguard group to conduct an on-site investigation will not cost much money, and it will completely eliminate the possibility of being cheated. However, he is really short of money now. Sending an army, even if it is just to send the investigation team first, will require a lot of military expenses, and this military expense is definitely not easy for Rosen to pay. After all, he has already donated the iron ore. And he also knows that Rosen has no money. For a while, he was a little worried. Rosen immediately offered a pillow. Uncle, the corresponding expenses can be borne by the Mage Guild. This time, Master Nord is malicious, and the Mage Guild is incompetent. They must be severely punished, right? Earl Robert understood as soon as he heard it, and slapped the table hard. Yes, they must be severely punished. Rosen knew that the matter of borrowing troops was mostly done. He added at the right time, Uncle, the islanders are fierce, and there are forest elves and fishmen making trouble. It is best for this investigation team to have some combat effectiveness. The Earl knew the situation of the White Sturgeon Island very well. He smiled and said, If you really help me get a large sum of money from the guild, I will send a flame regiment to help you. Rosen was delighted. The Flame Regiment was the most capable elite regiment in Shire County, and the Earl's trump card. Although a regiment has only 100 people, it is enough to fight against an ordinary regular army of 1,000 people. A flame corps would be enough for him to gain a firm foothold on the White Sturgeon Island. He immediately said, Uncle, I will interrogate the liar of Cal and produce irrefutable evidence. The Earl nodded repeatedly, and was a little worried. The Wizard Guild is the most cunning, are you okay? He was worried that Rosen was inexperienced and messed up. In addition, out of the Lord's instinct, he just got cheated and didn't completely trust Rosen. Rosen subconsciously wanted to say leave everything to me, but the words turned into, Uncle, I think I have some achievements in magic, but it's my first time to interrogate a prisoner. Otherwise, can you find me another reliable helper? The Earl was very satisfied with his attitude. Then let Aeson help you. Chapter 44. There is a saying among the people of Shire County that the money bag of the Mage Guild is the lair of the dragon. Therefore, it is not easy to make the Mage Guild pay money. It is necessary to produce solid evidence. And the key to this evidence is Mage Cow. Therefore, after agreeing on a plan with the Earl, Rosen took Aeson and rushed to the dungeon of Maple Leaf Castle without stopping. This dungeon is dedicated to the castle, and is used to detain the Earl's important prisoners. From the warden to the jailer, they are all the Earl's confidants, so there is no need to worry about infiltration. It is built more than 20 meters underground, with only a narrow and low passage connecting to the ground. After entering it, it is depressing, dark, and damp, just like entering an underground tomb. Under the guidance of the warden, Rosen and Aeson followed a maze-like passage and found the cell where Mage Cow was imprisoned. The cell was quite spacious, more than enough for 15 people, but it was very dirty. There was some half-rotten hay on one corner as a floor mat, and a wooden barrel on the other corner to collect feces and urine. Because people had come, the warden lit an oil lamp on the wall. The flickering yellow light made the faces of each Call Wizard flicker, as if they were a group of evil spirits living in hell. Rosen pointed at the wall and released a bright light spell, making the cell much brighter. Seeing the movement, the Call Wizards turned their heads to look at Rosen. Their eyes were very complicated, with both fear and hatred. Rosen took out a handkerchief sprinkled with perfume, covered his mouth and nose to resist the stench of the dungeon, and spoke only with one ring of the group mind voice. "Warden, take your people away, and let us stay alone with these prisoners for a while." The warden knew that Rosen was now a favorite of the Earl, and that he had the most loyal Master Aeson by his side, so he immediately did as he was told. After everyone left, Rosen looked at Aeson. "Mr. Aeson, are you going to do it or am I going to do it?" Aeson was a taciturn battle master, but he had a pair of very sharp eyes. He leaned against the wall with his arms around his chest. "You interrogate, I watch." In this case, Rosen started the interrogation. He looked around at Master Cow and smiled faintly. "Gentlemen, do you know who is the person who most wants you to shut up forever?" Luokato was a master of magic after all, with the toughest soul, so his mental state was the best. He turned his eyes and looked at Rosen. "Young man, don't bother, we won't say anything." Rosen seemed not to hear, and said to himself, "Obviously, you all know in your heart that in this confrontation, you are just swords in the hands of the big man. And the current situation is that if you keep silent, the Count will kill you without hesitation. But if you are willing to tell the truth, reveal the messenger behind the scenes, and are willing to testify in person, then you still have a chance to survive." Luokato sneered. "Do you think we are fools? If we tell the truth, the Count may not kill us, but the anger on the other side will tear us to pieces. Anyway, we will die anyway. It is better to die in the hands of the Count. At least we can die more happily." Rosen grinned. "Everyone, do you really think it will be happy to die in the hands of the Count? Or have you forgotten that I am also a wizard?" As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Cow Wizard suddenly showed fear. Only mages know how terrible mages are. Once mages use their imagination to torture people, they can definitely create a living hell in the world. But in the end, Luokato still shook his head. "You are just a low-level mage. What powerful means can you have?" Hearing this, Rosen hadn't spoken yet, and Aeson on the side smiled coldly. "Swindlers, it's not only mages who master torture. When the iron pestle with barbs and dipped in salt water is poked into the anus, it tastes bad." Luokato sneered. "Your pain is just physical pain, which can be overcome by a simple mental barrier. Maybe the barrier can't block all the pain, but compared with the severe pain of the soul, it's just a tickle." Aeson opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Luokato sighed again, his face full of helplessness. "It's not that we don't want to cooperate, it's because we signed a very powerful loyalty contract. Once betrayed, the powerful contract power will destroy our souls, and will follow the path of blood resonance, bringing misfortune to all our relatives. So we have no choice." Aeson frowned when he heard this. He is a battle master, and killing enemies on the battlefield is his strong point. It is not difficult to kill a magic master at close range. But he is at a loss for the magic master's secret methods. Finally, he spread his hands to Rosen. "It's up to you, Baron." Although he didn't think Rosen could succeed, he was definitely more hopeful than him. Rosen nodded. "I have done in-depth research on the loyalty contract, and maybe I can solve it, but it will take some time." In response, Aeson shrugged his shoulders, very pessimistic. He didn't think that a low-level magician could solve the loyalty contract that trapped the magic master. Master Luokato didn't show any contempt, he just talked about the difficulty. The power of this loyalty contract itself is not very strong, but it uses the Refibo-style heart key, which is a famous unsolvable key. Rosen didn't say anything. He used his feet to scratch a clean surface on the ground, and then took out a handful of silver coins from his pocket, used transfiguration to turn them into special operators for the contract, and then squatted on the ground and started fiddling with them. After fiddling with it for a while, He would look up and ask Luokato some questions about the contract, or directly release a test spell on it. As he fiddled with it, the number of magic tool operators on the ground increased, and the arrangement became more and more complicated. Time passed by minute, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were more than 1,000 silver operators on the ground, and the silver was shaking, which made people dizzy. Asen was already impatient. "Baron, how long will it take?" "I don't know, maybe another hour, maybe 10 minutes, I'm not sure." Asen endured and waited for another half an hour, and finally lost his patience completely. "I'm going to the ground to get some fresh air. It's too stuffy here." "Okay, I call you when I figure it out." Asen didn't stay for a moment, and turned around and left. This is the Earl's territory, and the Baron has something to ask of the Earl. He believes that with the Baron's wisdom, he will not do anything that will harm the Earl's interests. Not long after Asen left, Rosen suddenly smiled, and then used a wizard's hand to collect all the silver coins and symbols on the ground. He said, "I've solved it. The Refibo Soul Key is essentially a math problem, not difficult, but it requires constant calculation. With the calculation power of mortals, it would take 100 years. Therefore, Rosen did not solve it by using the operator, it was just a trick. He solved it by Lai Fu using computing power." Luokato was completely stunned. "Did you really solve it?" "I don't believe it." Rosen smiled. "The world is developing, Master. Just because there was no solution before doesn't mean there is no solution now." After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at the other person's forehead, and heard a sound of ding similar to the sound of glass cracking. Luokato's eyes were stunned for a moment, and then they became clear again, revealing a strong sense of disbelief. "Ah, it was really solved by you, a little wizard." Rosen cast spells on other wizards one after another, and they all solved the magic contract one by one. The cow wizards were shocked by Rosen's move, and they were all speechless. Rosen smiled and said, "I will summon Asen again in 10 minutes, because I want to hear your story first, the whole story." When things got to this point, the Call wizards looked at each other, and finally focused their attention on Luokato. Master Luokato sighed softly. "You can unlock the spell, and you can definitely perform torture that we can't imagine. So, we don't want to taste the spell torture, so we have no choice." After a pause, he said, "The beginning of the matter was 2 months ago. At that time, the Count had a huge investment in a Call ocean-going trading company called Vale, and we locals all know that this trading company is actually a trap specifically for foreign investors." Rosen raised his eyebrows and understood. After Vale Trading Company attracted a large amount of real money investment, it went bankrupt under the pretext of a shipwreck? "That's right." Master Luokato nodded. "We heard that the Earl lost all his money, and we couldn't help but think that this Earl must be not very smart, but he is not a fool after all. After this incident, he will definitely be very cautious about foreign investment." "So you plan to cheat?" Luokato shook his head again and again. "No, it's not a scam, at least not at the beginning. We really want to get some investment from the Earl, and do some business. We are all short of money, and we are all crazy about poverty, so we gathered the last bit of travel expenses, and wanted to try our luck in Shire County. But this is not that simple. We have been wandering around for half a month, and didn't even see the Earl. The Earl is high and mighty, and we are humble as dust, and we are foreigners. No one introduces us. We have been wandering around in Xiaolin for half a month, and didn't even have the opportunity to talk to him." Rosen believed this, and he himself had a deep understanding of it. Just when we were full of frustration, a local mage came to us on his own initiative. Then, the scam began. You probably have guessed a lot of the details. Rosen nodded to show his understanding, and asked, "Master just said that he really planned to do something at the beginning. What was he going to do?" "Develop a new weapon. We call it the Arcane Torrent Crossbow." The answer came from a senior mage next to Luokato, who was about 30 years old and had bright brown eyes. Rosen immediately became interested. "New weapon? What's your name?" "Gatlin, a senior mid-level mage, a civilian, proficient in arcane missiles." Rosen became more and more interested. "Arcane missiles proficient?" Gatlin smiled confidently. "Ordinary arcane missiles can only fly 150 meters and lock on 80 meters. My improved arcane missiles can fly 300 meters and lock on 200 meters without changing their power, and the flight speed is tripled." Rosen praised repeatedly. "Good spell. But what does this have to do with arcane torrents and crossbows?" "Because missiles are only one part of it, we also need to add the arcane lattice array I studied." The one who answered Rosen was another senior mage. Without Rosen asking, he introduced himself. "My name is Markley, and I am proficient in the research of low-level arcane lattices. I can reduce the manufacturing cost of low-level arcane lattices to 1/10 of the current cost, while doubling the performance. At the same time, the stability of these arcane lattices is greatly increased, and they can be controlled to burst at very close distances without affecting each other, thereby forming a safe lattice array. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the last senior mage sounded. And I, the inscriptionist Grunk, am proficient in 18 ways of engraving arcane missile inscriptions, 5 of which are my own creations. Hearing this, Rosen had roughly understood the fighting style of this arcane torrent crossbow, and he felt like he had found a treasure. But he remained calm on the surface. It sounds good, but only Mother Nature knows whether you are lying or not. Now, write down the crimes of the Mage Guild. Rubicado shook his head. We won't do it unless we are guaranteed to stay alive. At this time, Rosen had summoned Asen. Asen came over and said, I promise that you will not die, but will only be expelled from the Shire County by the Earl. I will ask the Earl to send you safely to the border of the Shire County, and give each of you a basic staff. Whether you can escape the revenge of the Mage Guild depends on your own ability. At this point, Rubicado had nothing to say. He sighed, okay, we did it. Chapter 45. Finally, the Earl and the Wizard Guild of Shire County reached some secret agreements. As the Baron of the White Sturgeon Island, Rosen had no subordinate relationship with the Earl. He was at most a helper, and was not invited to participate in the secret talks. Naturally, he had no way of knowing the specific content of the agreement. At least on the surface, he didn't know. After the agreement was reached, the Earl was very happy. He added 10 magic consultant seats in the Earl's mansion, reserved for civilian mages with outstanding contributions. This accounted for 20% of all consultant seats. He also opened a civilian magic school in Xiaolin City, and set up a total of 200 magic teaching positions. The above estimated cost is 30,000 AUG per year. Then, the Earl spent another 30,000 AUG to hold a gorgeous ball in the Starlight Hall of the Maple Leaf Castle's outer courtyard, inviting celebrities from all over the city to participate. At this moment, Rosen was at the ball. He was also very happy because his trip was not in vain. The Count not only covered all the military expenses of the Flame Corps, but also generously gave him 20,000 AUGs as a reward for this incident. This shows how generous the compensation of the Mage Guild was. The dance was lively, with countless people dancing in the pool. But Rosen had no interest in dancing, so he sat in the corner and drank alone. He thought his wife Selena would like this lively atmosphere very much, but she found it noisy. After showing up on the dance floor for a while and dancing with Rosen, he went to the inner hall with the Countess to chat with a group of noble ladies. He thought he would spend a boring night, but he didn't expect to see a maid walking towards him after less than half an hour. Rosen recognized the other party as Martha, the Countess's personal maid. Baron, the lady asked you to go to the inner hall to discuss something important. Rosen was startled. Now? It's not convenient, right? The inner hall is a gathering place for noble ladies. It would be a bad influence for a man like him to go in. Martha whispered, It's indeed not convenient, so the lady hopes that you can change your appearance, such as becoming my appearance, and let me become your appearance and stay in the hall instead of you. Rosen's heart moved slightly, and he quickly checked the sporadic information sent back by the detection guard, and he guessed the Countess's intention. He nodded in agreement. No problem, just do as the lady said. The two came to a corner where no one noticed. After waiting for a while, Rosen borrowed Martha's appearance and walked to the inner hall. The inner hall is on the second floor of the Starlight Hall. After walking up the stairs covered with dark red velvet carpets, he soon came to a small door dedicated to servants. Pushing the door in, it is a semi-open spacious warm hall. The warm room has a semicircular outer wall on one side and faces the dance floor on the other side, similar to a viewing box. At this moment, the curtain in the direction of the dance floor was lowered, and a layer of arcane barrier was set up in front of the curtain, completely blocking the view and noise in the direction of the dance floor. Rosen quickly looked around the warm room and found that there were 16 noble ladies sitting in the hall, ranging in age from early 20s to early 40s. Judging from the quality of their clothes, jewelry, and personal defense magic tools, each of them came from a wealthy family. Considering that this was a bureau organized by the Countess, this was probably a gathering of the top noble ladies in the entire Xiaolin City. Moreover, their husbands should all belong to the Earl faction. When the Countess saw Rosen and Martha's appearance, she smiled and asked, Baron, is that you? Rosen put on a full show, curtsied, and answered with a female voice transformed by magic, It's me, ma'am. The Countess pointed at Rosen and said to the noble ladies present, sisters who have suffered from the neglect of their husbands, the magical wizard who will save you is here." After the lady said this, all the noble ladies present looked at Rosen with curious and eager eyes. After watching for a while, this group of married ladies started talking at once. "Madam, is it really that good? Will it affect your health? Baron, here is a piece of wood. Why don't you try to change it into my appearance?" "Yes, yes, change it and see, if it turns out good, I will change it." As the noble lady spoke, Selina's inner whisper came into her ears. The Countess specially invited them here. They envy her new appearance and hope to have a beautiful body. "It's not in vain," the lady said. She agreed to start at 300 og. This price is already 5 times the average price of transformation in Shire County. "But the specific price depends on our own ability," Rosen exclaimed. "There is such a good thing. We are short of money. We must make a lot of money tonight." Although the Countess just gave 20,000, who would think it's too much money? Selina chuckled. "Then it depends on your ability." So, Rosen stepped forward, took the wood, and aimed at the ugliest and fat lady, and said to himself, "Lifu, optimize the image and optimize 10 samples." A few minutes later, Lifu finished his work. Rosen chose one and applied it to the wood. "Madam, how do you think this is?" This ugly lady has always been inferior to her appearance, especially her overly large mouth and small eyes. She was once secretly called the Big Turtle in the Wind, breathing straight by the servants. But at this moment, after Rosen's modification, although the overall facial features did not change, they became very coordinated, revealing a wild and cold beauty. She was conquered at once and applauded repeatedly. "Well modified. Really good. I want it like this." Rosen smiled slightly, and with an idea, he output 3 samples in a row, each sample lasting 10 seconds. "Are you sure, madam?" The ugly lady hesitated for a moment. "Because each appearance is very beautiful, and the best thing is that they are all just small and clever modifications. She is still her, but she is more perfect." While she was hesitating, Rosen turned his head and looked at each lady. "Ladies, first of all, I guarantee that my transfiguration is absolutely safe, because I have done countless related magic experiments to ensure that there are no problems. Secondly, I can provide many different transformation samples for you to choose freely. As for the price, as the Countess said, it is 300 og to simply change the face. To change the body, add another 300 og. If you want to modify everything, including the inside, because this is my unique ability, it will be more expensive, and an additional 500 og will be added. Finally, if you need advanced permanence, you can ask my wife for help. I know the market price of advanced permanence is 300 og, but my wife is a master of magic and a princess of dawn, so the permanence she casts is stable, long-lasting, and noble, and the price starts at 600 og. After that, he patiently waited for the ladies to make a decision. Within 3 seconds, the ugly nobleman said, "I want to change everything. I've had enough of this body." The lady was very generous, and directly gave Rosen 30 gold coins worth 100 og. "Baron, I want the best." After that, she turned and walked towards the dressing room in the warm hall. Rosen was afraid of gossip, so he immediately said, "Madam, please bring your maid, I need her to be my assistant." "No problem." So the 3 of them went into the dressing room together. About 10 minutes later, a charming, wild, and plump beauty walked out of the dressing room. As she walked, she covered her face with her hands, her face full of disbelief. "Oh, sisters, look at me, have I become more beautiful?" The women looked over and subconsciously forgot to speak, but their eyes could not hide the sense of surprise, and there was also a hint of jealousy. It is the jealousy that women feel when they see a more beautiful woman. When the ugly lady saw everyone's performance, she knew that she was absolutely beautiful now, and her heart was immediately filled with joy. "Ha ha ha, this Baron's transformation is really powerful, and the money spent is really worth it." She immediately walked towards Selina and said respectfully, "Your Highness, please give me a constant spell." Selina smiled, glad to serve. With such a person taking the lead, the other ladies were immediately moved. Next, each lady began to request services in turn. Some only changed their faces, some changed their whole bodies, and some boldly wanted perfection. Rosen also used all his skills to let Lifu optimize many versions and let customers choose freely. He was familiar with the comparison psychology of the ladies, and he took advantage of this implicitly. After all the operations, each of these top ladies in Shire County spent at least 1,000 ogs. Rosen also earned more than 20,000 ogs. Adding the 20,000 ogs given by the Earl, and the more than 4,000 ogs that were not spent on the victory chess game, he had nearly 50,000 ogs in cash. He secretly sighed, women's money is so easy to make, Moreover, this will definitely not be the last sum of money, but a beginning. It seems that I have to study human body deformation more to improve my business ability. I thought today's good things would end here. Unexpectedly, when it was late at night, the ball was disbanded, and the ladies left. The Countess took out a wooden box and handed it to Rosen. "Baron, I lend you a good thing." After saying that, he added a little embarrassedly, "According to etiquette, I should give it to you directly, but this thing is too precious and I can't decide, so I can only lend it to you for use, and you must return it when it expires." Rosen was stunned. "What is it?" "Open it and you know." Rosen did as he was told. When he opened the wooden box, he saw an irregular gem as big as an orange lying inside, red and transparent, with many dazzling golden threads inside, and a layer of fire condensed-like substance around the gem. Rosen was shocked. Mind gem. When Selina heard this, she also looked over. "Hey, it's really a mind gem." Mind gem is a rare gem formed naturally. Because of its extreme rarity and powerful effects, it cannot be bought on the market, and is basically collected by the nobles as heirlooms. Its effect is to greatly improve the efficiency of mana cultivation within the ring, which can be increased by as much as 50%. Meaning, originally, it may take 3 years to practice from the initial stage to the peak, but with the help of this thing, it only takes 2 years. Unfortunately, this thing can only improve the efficiency within the ring, but it is not very helpful for breaking through the number of rings. But even so, with its help, the mage can achieve high-level magic power at a very young age. The Countess said, "Baron, the White Sturgeon Island is not peaceful, you need strength to protect yourself, but your magic power is too low, so this should be very helpful to you. But when you reach the high-level peak, you have to return it to me." Rosen also felt that low-level magic power was not very convenient to do things. Now that he has this soul gem, he can naturally be promoted. But this is just a small detail. What really makes him happy is that he has actually been looking for the soul gem. He wants to study its composition and working principle, and then find a way to refine it with alchemy. But because it is too rare, he has never found it. Now he finally got the finished product, which is really the biggest gain of this trip to Shire County. So, he made a sacred oath directly to the Countess. "Madam, I will definitely return it on time." The Countess covered her mouth and chuckled. "There is no need to be so punctual. After all, my family has more than one spiritual gem, and it is not urgent." Rosen was moved by this. The foundation of the great nobles is profound. In any case, he had to express his gratitude, so he said, "Madam, if you need transformation in the future, send someone to the White Sturgeon Island to summon me, and I will rush to serve you as soon as possible." The Countess nodded with satisfaction. "I've been waiting for you to say this. You are about to leave for the White Sturgeon Island. I wish you and His Highness to stabilize the White Sturgeon Island as soon as possible and live a happy and peaceful life." Chapter 46. 3 days later in the morning, Rosen and Selina left Maple Leaf Castle in a travel carriage. According to the plan, they will go to Broken Gold Wharf to make final preparations before departure. In the carriage, Selina asked, "How much money do we have now?" Rosen was looking at the report sent by Kruber, and replied, "I urgently purchased 10,000 ogs of supplies, so I currently have about 40,000 ogs in cash." Selina was stunned. "Since you bought it, why don't you buy more?" "Because there is really nothing good to buy in Shire County, and we have bought enough basic supplies. Besides, keeping some money on hand can also be used to deal with unexpected situations." Okay dear, you convinced me." Selina counted on her fingers. "So, we now have various supplies worth about 30,000 ogs on our cargo ship." "Yes, there are also 15 Kaofa." Selina was startled. "Weren't those 15 swindlers driven out of the Shire by the Earl?" Rosen smiled. "Those who were driven out were a group of magic illusions, and the real cow wizard was hiding on our ship. Because I whispered to them that Master Nord hated them to the core and would definitely kill them, and they agreed with me, so they boarded our ship. They plan to hide on our island for a while, and also serve us for a while." Selina looked worried. "Can these swindlers be trusted?" "Not for the time being." Rosen shook his head. "They are even very dissatisfied with us and very wary. Because they think that all the lords in the world are not good people. They still think that we have disrupted their plans and secretly helped them, and maybe we are plotting against them." Seeing that Selina was getting more and more worried, and her brows were about to frown, he smiled and comforted her. "My dear lady, don't worry too much about them. Cal has very strict management of combat spells. Except for nobles and military combat mages, civilians are strictly prohibited from learning. So, they are not combat mages, but research mages. All they want is a decent and stable life. Unless they are forced into a desperate situation, they will only protest with their mouths instead of resisting with spells. Well, if that's the case, then it's okay. Selina was relieved, but soon she had new worries. My dear, we have offended the Mage Guild of Shire County this time. Will there be trouble? Rosen grinned. Of course there will be some trouble, but can it be more difficult than the Euron Night Guard? Besides, Shire County belongs to the Earl, not the Mage Guild. The guild has just been suppressed by the Earl. Even if they want to retaliate against us, they don't have the strength to do so. And when they recover, we will also control the White Sturgeon Island and become the lord of the island, right? After a few words, Selina put aside her worries. That's right. The carriage drove all the way, and soon arrived at the Golden Sturgeon Inn at Broken Gold Wharf. Kruber was already waiting at the door. After Rosen and Selina got off the car, they returned to the guest room on the 3rd floor. When they arrived in the living room, he immediately asked, "What's the current situation?" Kruber reported respectfully, "There are 3 things. First, Stannard Mage has already gone to the White Sturgeon Island to investigate the situation in advance. When we return to the island tomorrow, we should be able to meet him. The second thing is that there are indeed many black markets at the Broken Gold Wharf, but because the Earl has cracked down on smuggling, the scale is generally small. Even according to the most conservative estimate, the total transaction volume of the entire dock black market in a year will probably not exceed 30,000 OG. This was expected by Rosen, because Earl Robert still has some governance methods. But when he really learned about it, he was still a little disappointed. After all, such a small trade volume could not support his development plan. Although he could go to the Earl and ask him to loosen up, the Government Affairs Department of Xiaolin City is the Duke's lackey, and they are not blind. It's okay to take advantage of the military supplies this time, but if they keep taking advantage of the loopholes, it would be a provocation to the Duke's Majesty. At that time, the Earl will also be in trouble. So, for the time being, we can't have too much hope for the black market smuggling in Xiaolin City." He continued to ask, "What about the third thing? A businessman from Lavender came to you specifically, saying that he is your acquaintance and hopes to reach some business cooperation with you." "Acquaintance? What's his name?" "He didn't say his name, but he said you must know him, and he is currently staying on the 2nd floor of the hotel. If you are willing to meet him, I will call him up." "Then meet him." After a while, Krupp brought in a shrewd middle-aged man. At a glance, Rosen recognized the man's identity. He laughed and said, "Murati from Lavender, I didn't expect that we would meet here again." At the Blue Whale Mansion, he played a victory game with this businessman, and the other party recognized him as a Faxer Helic, but wisely did not interfere. Murati also smiled. He took off his hat and saluted Rosen and Selina respectively. "Baron, you can't guess why I came here." Rosen thought for a while, and had a guess in his mind. "There is nothing worth your attention on my White Sturgeon Island, so the thing that attracts you should be on me. And when we met, the only thing you saw was my transfiguration. So I guess you came for my transfiguration." Murati was amazed. No wonder the Baron can play Aaron Night Guard around. He really has an extraordinary mind. Rosen knew that this was a businessman's flattery, but who doesn't like to be flattered, so he was in a good mood. "I guess, you want to cooperate with me to open a brothel?" Murati was startled, showing surprise. The Baron really has insight into people's hearts. No wonder he can see through blood flame Syrahs thoroughly. Rosen was also startled. He just guessed casually, but he didn't expect to guess it right. Murati no longer concealed it. "Some time ago, I happened to hear someone say that a strange thing happened in Dawn Harbor, saying that a master of transformation opened a brothel with sheep. At that time, I thought this idea was surprisingly good, so I visited many transformation wizards, hoping to find a partner, but no one could do it. Until I met the Baron, witnessed the Baron's flawless transformation, and briefly learned about your past, I suddenly realized that this sheep brothel should be opened by you, the Baron, because you should be the most powerful master of transformation in Dawn City." I wonder if I guessed right. With Rosen's current status, he is no longer worried about this little moral flaw, so he frankly admitted, "Yes, I opened it to raise money." Murati's face immediately lit up. "Baron, I am actually a brothel owner. I have opened several brothels in my hometown of Lavender. So, I admire the Baron's transformation skills very much." Rosen wanted to laugh. "Admire me?" "Yes, although I have opened many brothels and the business is pretty good, I have encountered a bottleneck in development. The main reason is that there are too few beautiful girls. But you know, young girls are easy to find these days. But there are really not many young and beautiful girls, and even fewer circulating in the market. After all, men are not blind. When they meet a really beautiful girl, they want to marry her and keep her company for 24 hours. So I thought, since there is no real one, it is better to use a fake one. It is just a shell anyway. As long as it looks good, the clients will not care about the authenticity. Kruber nodded in agreement. Not only do they not care about the authenticity, the really hungry clients can even choose to have fun with the swamp lizard men. Selena couldn't listen anymore and felt that the topics of these men were too rough. You guys chat, I'm going to my room to rest first. Marathi apologized hurriedly. Excuse me, Your Highness. After Selena left, he lowered his voice and said, Baron, I know you will definitely not be trapped on a barren island, and you will definitely find a way to develop your island, and all this requires money and materials. But the Duke has issued such a ruthless ban, so I think we have a solid foundation for cooperation. Rosen also thought so, he whispered. Tell me your conditions? I will hire a boat to send the girls to be transformed to your island. You are responsible for the transformation according to my requirements, and you don't have to worry about anything else. Rosen blinked. Are the girls human or sheep? Lavender chuckled. Both. Rosen nodded to show that he understood. Go on. Similarly, you provide a list of supplies, and I will help you purchase in Lavender. Of course, you can send your confidants to supervise. We can build a secret trade route between Lavender and Sturgeon Island. Rosen laughed. There is no secret route between Lavender and Sturgeon Island. Any trade between us will be discovered by those who are interested. Although the island and Lavender are separated by only the ocean, ships these days dare not cross the ocean in a straight line. They will get lost, encounter deep-sea monsters, and encounter many mysterious deep-sea aliens. For safety, cargo ships usually go along the coastline. So, the real route is from Lavender to the west to the Liuguang Strait in the north of Aran, and then go north to Whalon City. At this time, they usually need to replenish supplies. Then go north along the coastline to Sui Jean Wharf, and finally cross the Fengshi Strait to the Sturgeon Island. It is equivalent to going around a huge circle, from about 1,500 kilometers to more than 6,000 kilometers. Not to mention the long time, you may be intercepted at any time along the way. Marathi smiled softly. It didn't exist before, but now it exists, because an unlucky captain was blown all the way by the storm and accidentally found a safe channel in the ocean. This new channel goes along an underwater mountain range, and there are several supply islands along the way. Not only can it shorten the journey by half, but it can also bypass the Dawn City and trade directly with the north of Whalon. Rosen was secretly surprised because the emergence of this new route is very important. It will not only change Whalon's business landscape, but also Whalon and even the political landscape of the Natural Alliance. But he didn't show his emotion, and even looked happy. It sounds good, then you can send the girl here. As for the price? Marathi said first. 400 ogs each. I know you must be short of money, so I will pay a deposit of 20,000 ogs in advance, on the condition that you only cooperate with me. Rosen was amazed. Good guy. This guy still wants to monopolize. Anyway, this money is free, and the price given by the other party is not bad, so it can be done. But the situation will change in the future, so it can't be said to be dead. So, Rosen smiled and said, your price is good, but I can only guarantee that in the next 3 years, you will be the only partner in Lavender. Marathi hesitated for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Okay, sign the contract. Soon, the two signed the contract. But the matter is not over yet. Rosen doesn't want to miss such a good trade opportunity. Mr. Marathi, I'm planning to buy some supplies from Lavender. Unexpectedly, Marathi chuckled. I know you're short of supplies, especially the various magic tools that Whalon doesn't have. So, I got a shipload of goods from my friend, all of which are high-quality goods. The price will be more expensive than the normal way. If you buy a lot and don't have enough money, I will also accept credit, or exchange it with a license for opening a brothel on the White Sturgeon Island. Rosen suddenly felt that this guy was really amazing. No wonder he could become the boss of a brothel. Chapter 47. 6 o'clock in the morning. Swish, swish. The waves hit the shore, the west wind whistled, and white seagulls circled freely in the blue sky. Dang dang dang, hoist the sails, weigh the anchor. Woo! Amid the desolate sound of conch shells, 3 medium-sized flat-bottomed cargo ships loaded with cargo slowly sailed away from the broken gold wharf of Whalon City. There was no crowd to see him off, no flowers to pay tribute to him, and not even many people paid attention to him. In the busy broken gold wharf, this was just an ordinary voyage. Even if he married a princess, he was still just a small baron, with just over 30,000 people under his rule, and his territory was still a well-known barren island. Not to mention the Natural Alliance with a population of hundreds of millions, even facing the giant island of Varan with a population of 30 million, or even the Shire County with a population of 1 million, it seemed insignificant. It was just a small flea attached to a giant beast, and even with a spotlight, it would not catch the eye of the giant beast. When the 3 cargo ships completely left the dock, the small waves caused by the pebble falling into the pond also subsided immediately. Broken Gold Wharf was as busy as ever. Everyone was busy making a living, and no one would pay too much attention to things that were irrelevant to them. But in the world, not everyone is focused on the food in front of them. There are always people who look up and look into the distance. In the second-floor guest room of the Golden Sturgeon Inn, Murati, the brothel owner from Lavender, stood in front of the window and watched the fleet go away. There were 2 people standing beside him. One was a young wizard, and the other was a warrior guard, both of whom were his trusted assistants. The young wizard was a little confused. "My lord, I admit that this baron is very good at transfiguration, but just because of this, is it too risky to sell 30,000 ogs of goods on credit?" Murati smiled faintly. Now he is just a little baron, and the future is uncertain. The young wizard was stunned. In the future? Can the princess return to the top of Whalon? Murati retracted his distant gaze, turned his head to look at the assistant beside him, and said seriously, "The phoenix has broken its wings, and she can't fly back by herself, but I bet the baron will lift her up, and he will definitely do so." "Sure?" The young wizard was stunned again, and then said, "Master, does he have this ability?" "I think he does." The guard next to him laughed and said, "Master, you are betting a little too much this time. What gave you such great confidence?" Murati gently knocked on a victory chess piece placed casually on the windowsill. "Probably that wonderful victory chess game." "Ah?" Both assistants didn't quite understand. Murati smiled slightly. "No more talking, come on, who will play a game of chess with me?" On the other side, with the help of the howling sea breeze, the fleet quickly sailed towards the White Sturgeon Island. It was a good day today, with bright sunshine, clear skies, and extremely high visibility. Looking to the east, you can vaguely see the outline of the mountains in the sky. After all, the Windrest Strait is less than 60 kilometers wide, and the highest peak of the White Sturgeon Island, Longnian Snow Peak, is nearly 3,000 meters above sea level. At the current speed of the fleet, it will take less than 3 hours to cross the strait and reach the Sturgeon Pier of the White Sturgeon Island before noon. It was just a short voyage, and everyone in the fleet was relaxed. But not Rosen. In the cabin of the head ship, he was talking to 15 cow mages. The cow mages had been hiding on the ship for several days. The soul wounds were not completely healed, and they stayed in the dungeon for a while. They were also worried on the ship, eating and sleeping poorly, so they were all in low spirits. They had a complicated attitude towards Rosen. They admired him as a fellow wizard, but they also distrusted the Lord as civilians, and they were resentful that he had ruined their good deeds. Rosen introduced himself first. "I am Baron Rosen Saxon, and I am also the Lord of the destination, Sturgeon Island. I believe you all know me. My wife is Princess Selena Adrian, from Dawn City, and she is also a newly promoted magic master. Our deeds are spread everywhere among the people of Whalon, so I won't introduce them in detail." After a few simple introductions, he looked at the cow wizards. "Now, tell me what you think." The cow wizards all had dark faces and didn't speak. Rosen looked at Livicado. "Master, what are your plans for the future?" Livicado glared at Rosen like a resentful woman, and said in a resentful tone, "Since we have already boarded the Baron's ship, do our personal ideas for the future matter?" Rosen looked at the other cow mages again, and each of them had a similar sad expression. Of course, it wouldn't work. He still expected them to serve him. So he had to persuade them. "Master, if you succeed in this scam, how much money can you get? What does this have to do with you?" "Of course, it has something to do with you, because it's related to the amount of compensation I will give you." "Compensation amount?" All the cow mages were stunned. Livicado was also stunned. "What do you mean?" Rosen smiled. "I ruined your good things, you hate me and don't trust me, this is reasonable. But if I compensate you with this amount, then there should be no feud between us, right?" Livicado was a little confused, and the other cow mages looked at each other, not knowing the intention of the Baron in front of them. After a whisper of communication, Livicado said cautiously, "That bastard Nord promised that as long as the plan succeeds, he would give us 50,000 ogs in the end." Rosen smiled calmly. 50,000 ogs is not a small amount. "Do you think, with Nord's character, you can really take this money and leave Shire County?" Livicado was silent. He knew that Nord would definitely kill him, because it would not cost money and would guarantee absolute safety. Big men like to do this. In their eyes, civilians are tools that can be discarded at will. At this time, the senior mage who was proficient in arcane missiles and had a pair of bright brown eyes. Rosen remembered that his name was Gatland. The man took a step forward and snorted coldly. Baron, we certainly know that Nord is not a good guy, but we also have our means of escape. Rosen nodded in agreement. That's right, I personally think that after some effort, you can at least take away 5,000 ogre's money. Is this inference correct? The Count mages looked at each other, and finally nodded in agreement. Mark Lay, a senior mage who is proficient in low-level arcane crystal lattice creation, nodded, about the same. I didn't see it clearly in the dungeon at that time, but at this time Rosen discovered that this guy actually had 6 fingers on both hands. Either the 6 fingers were deformed, or the 6 fingers were normal and coordinated in appearance. Very interesting. Of course, this detail does not affect the negotiation. Rosen continued, my idea is this. When we get to the island, I will provide you with enough tools, materials, and refining rooms, and you will help me build the lightning torrent crossbow. If it is really built, I will give you a one-time bounty of 10,000 og, plus a compensation of 5,000 og, a total of 15,000 og. How? As soon as these words came out, the Call mages looked at each other again. But it was obvious that the resentment on their faces had dissipated by most, and there was a lot more excitement and expectation. Obviously, for them who were born as civilians, the income of 15,000 og is quite generous. But there is also confusion. Because Rosen asked for the lightning torrent, not the arcane torrent they studied. Although it is only a difference of one word, it is not the same thing at all. A very handsome senior mage with a strong scholarly temperament came out, and it was the inscription mage Grank. He pointed out, Baron, we specialize in arcane, not lightning. Rosen handed over a spell book directly, titled Analysis of the Similarities and Differences Between Arcane and Lightning. The book was handwritten and exuded a strong scent of ink. Obviously it was just written. I am familiar with lightning and arcane. I hope to use lightning missiles instead of arcane missiles. The 3 senior mages immediately came up to read the book. The book was not thick, only 20 pages, and it was full of technical data related to practice. The 3 were indeed talented. After a quick read, they understood it. After a low discussion, the inscription mage Grant made a summary speech. If the contents of the spell book are true, then we can make a lightning torrent crossbow. But the accuracy of the crossbow will decrease. The range will be shortened, and the maximum may be only 200 meters. The advantage is that the power will increase. After all, lightning is much more explosive than arcane. Rosen was very happy and asked again, then, what are my conditions just now? Let's discuss it. As he said this, Rosen clearly felt the mana fluctuation stimulated by the whispers of the mind burst out from the crowd. He listened to their whispers expressionlessly. About a quarter of an hour later, Master Luicato spoke. We can serve the Baron, but we don't believe in the Baron's credibility. What if we succeed, but the Baron doesn't pay us, and directly drives us away, or even kills us? Rosen smiled faintly. Gentlemen, first of all, I want to make it clear that I don't like killing, especially the lives of fellow mages. Mother Nature said that it only takes a moment to cut off a head full of wisdom, but it takes decades to put wisdom into this head. I deeply agree with this. Luicato's expression softened a lot, but he didn't believe it completely. Humph, noble lords are the best at lying. They say one thing, and do another behind the scenes. Rosen said again, so, I will make a sacred oath in the name of Mother Nature to prove my sincerity. How about it? As soon as this was said, the expressions of the Cow mages showed a very obvious relaxation. After whispering and discussing, Luicato began to put forward conditions. We can work for you, but you are not allowed to mistreat us. You must give us enough respect and a decent life. Rosen nodded. All of these will be specified in the contract. Luicato had no objection. Then let's sign the contract. Rosen had already drafted the terms of the contract, and now he took it out and handed it to Luicato. Luicato read it carefully, revised a few clauses slightly, and then printed his spell mark, and other Cow mages followed suit. Finally, Rosen and the Cow mages also swore a sacred oath to ensure the validity of the contract as much as possible. After swearing the oath, the Cow mages all breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Master Luicato was a little curious. Baron, why do you believe that we can create the arcane torrent crossbow? Aren't you afraid that we will deceive you again? Gronk, the inscription mage, said, yes. When we recommended ourselves to the Mage Guild in Shire County, they all thought our idea was ridiculous. That's right, those bastards directly said we were dreaming. Rosen did not answer immediately. He asked Alia to open a few bottles of fine maple wine, and pour a glass for each of the Call mages, with a fine crystal glass. He took a sip first and smiled. I am also a mage. I always pay attention to the latest developments in magic. So, I knew as soon as I heard it that your idea is very feasible. Six-Fingered Markley laughed. Baron, you are different from ordinary Whalon mages. Rosen also laughed. Of course not. Other Whalon mages did not marry the Princess of Dawn. This immediately attracted a burst of laughter, but as they laughed, the Call mages gradually fell silent. They gradually came to their senses, gradually realized the difficulty of a small baron competing with King Aaron for the princess, and gradually realized the terrifying ability of the baron in front of them. It felt like this young baron had an unfathomable aura, deeper than the ocean under the cargo ship. Ruakato held the wine glass and asked carefully, Baron, what do you plan to do with us after we build a torrent crossbow for you? Then you will be free, go wherever you want. It's all up to you. Ah? Everyone looked at each other, not believing that the other party would be so easy to talk to, and the long-standing distrust of the noble lords came out again. The look in Rosen's eyes began to be wrong again. Rosen saw through their psychology. He gently shook the clear amber wine, looked at the faces of the Call wizards seriously, and said in a gentle tone, I can see that you all have the wildness of adventurers hidden in your hearts. You are eagles that like to soar in the sky, not hens that hide in the chicken coop to lay eggs. But the lack of money has bound your nature, and when this constraint disappears, what you want to do most is to spread your wings and fly high. If I restrain you at this time, I will only gain hatred, which is not good for both of us. On the contrary, if I let you go free at this time, we will be friends. If we can cooperate once, we may not be able to cooperate for the second or third time. This is good for both of us, isn't it? After these words, the Call wizards were silent, and none of them spoke, just drinking quietly. After a while, Master Luakato suddenly raised his hand and wiped his eyes, sighing, no wonder the Baron was able to marry the princess. It turns out that he has a pair of eyes that can see through people's hearts. We will definitely help you make this lightning torrent crossbow as soon as possible. Other Count mages also nodded, expressing similar ideas. Rosen raised his glass. Come, let's forget the troubles of the world, forget the differences in status, and toast to the simple friendship between mages. Cheers to friendship. For a moment, the atmosphere in the cabin became very harmonious, as if old friends, who had not seen each other for many years, were reunited. Chapter 48. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the mountain ahead gradually became clear, becoming a snow-covered mountain towering into the clouds. Naturally, it was getting closer and closer to the White Sturgeon Island. That is Longmian Snow Peak, the highest peak in the Crescent Mountains, and the sacred mountain of the White Sturgeon Island. Every warrior regards climbing to the top of the Snow Peak as the highest honor. On the deck of the cargo ship, Rosen softly introduced the situation of the White Sturgeon Island to Selena. When talking about the Snow Peak, he immediately remembered the strange power he had felt on the peak, and couldn't help but look up and stare at the Snow Peak in the distance. I couldn't help but think, what is hidden in this small island? This thought flashed through his mind, and he continued to introduce the situation to his wife. To the southwest of the mountain range, that is, the area facing the Crescent, is the largest plain on the entire White Sturgeon Island, known as the Crescent River Valley, and it is also where our territory is. Except for the river valley, most of the area is full of undulating hills and mountains, and even towering mountains that cannot be set foot on. Selena looked at the towering snow-capped mountains in front of her. How big is the Crescent Valley? It is a plain about 15 kilometers deep into the White Sturgeon Island, narrow outside and wide inside, like a pocket, with a total area of about 200 square kilometers, and a clear and transparent Hanswee River running through it. Selena felt that it was much better than she had imagined. It sounds good, the scenery should be beautiful. As soon as the voice fell, a teasing laugh came from the side. Your Highness, although the Baron did not lie to you, he did not tell you all the information. The speaker was the leader of the Flame Regiment, the Battle Master, Lord Hammer Yop. He was about 37 or 38 years old, very strong, with eyes as sharp as a hawk, but with a square face, looking both tough and honest. The warrior master came forward, holding the eaves of the boat with both hands, looking at the snow-capped mountains in front with undisguised disgust. In fact, most of the land in the Crescent Valley is salty and bitter, and the closer to the coast, the worse it is. Bitter wheat is the only crop that can grow, but the wheat it produces is not even eaten by horses. Because of this, in the beginning, the White Sturgeon Island was used as a deserted island for exiling criminals. Later, as more criminals were exiled, a territory was opened and a baron was appointed. But the descendants of criminals are still criminals, so this land is always full of violence, betrayal, and greed. It is a veritable island of sin. When saying this, the battle master's tone was very disgusted. He looked at the Baron Rosen with contempt, and when he looked at Princess Selena, he was full of sympathy. In fact, it was not only him, but almost all the warriors of the Flame War Corps had this attitude, and this was the general concept of the people of Shire County about the White Sturgeon Island. It's just that Lord Hammer's status is high enough and his power is strong enough. He seems to have a huge resentment in his heart, so he actually expressed his thoughts in front of Lord Rosen. But this move is very offensive, and is a complete challenge to the dignity of the Lord. As Rosen's trusted guard, Alia immediately stepped forward and blocked Rosen behind her. Her eyes widened and she shouted, "Watch your words, Captain." Yop didn't care at all. "Little girl, don't fight with me. After all, when I was fighting with a hammer, you were still in your mother's arms." Clang. Alia was about to draw her sword, but Rosen held the hilt with his hand just as she drew it out a little. Rosen knew the source of Yop's negative emotions. The Flame Regiment was the most powerful legion in Shire County, and even the Earl had to respect them, so everyone was arrogant, and the commander's character was even more arrogant. He also knew that the Lord Hammer was actually very reluctant to take this investigation mission. In fact, none of the 10 Flame Regiments in Shire County wanted to take this investigation mission. Because the White Sturgeon Island was poor and backward, not only could they not make money, but they could also easily lose their lives. The reason why Yop came here in the end was that among all the leaders of the Flame Regiment, he was the only one who rose from a civilian, with the lowest background and the worst connections. Everyone used connections to avoid this mission, and he couldn't run faster than others, so of course he was pushed out to take the blame. But no matter how bad his mood was, Rosen had to fight back firmly. Otherwise, the other party would think that he was weak and could be bullied, and he would definitely become more and more arrogant and more difficult to control. So, he stepped forward and said with a faint smile, "Captain Yop, is it the task assigned to you by the Count to ridicule the White Sturgeon Island?" Yop was startled. "Of course not, this is my own idea." "Then what is your task?" "Of course, it is to investigate the details of the iron ore deep in the mountains and forests." "Then do you think that without the cooperation of me and the residents of the White Sturgeon Island, you can successfully complete this task?" Yop suddenly lost his confidence, but still said, "We are the strongest warriors in Shire County. Of course we can complete the task." Rosen grinned. "Yes, of course you can, but many people will die and it will delay a lot of time. But which soldier in the regiment is not born and raised by his parents? And which soldier does not carry the expectations of his parents, wife and children?" Speaking of this, Rosen suddenly raised his voice, and looked around at the members of the Flame Regiment on the deck. After making sure that every soldier noticed the situation here, he took advantage of his height advantage of being half a head taller than Yop, and stared down at the other's eyes. Just because of the unnecessary contemptuous attitude of the regiment commander, these young people with great prospects have to die in vain in a desolate forest somewhere on the White Sturgeon Island. Is it worth it? Yop stammered and wanted to be tough, but he also felt the gazes of the soldiers and felt a heavy pressure from these gazes. The Flame Regiment is the most elite regiment in Shire County. Every soldier is from a good family, and has undergone very rigorous training. Losing one is a huge loss. These brothers followed him, and entrusted their lives to him, not to let him be willful. So Yop said nothing, but it was obvious that he was still unconvinced. Rosen smiled coldly and added a threat. "Captain, put away your arrogance as soon as possible. After all, we, the people of the White Sturgeon Island, are the most likely to betray, and are the best at conspiracy. We can help you succeed, or we can make you gain nothing from this trip. When the time comes, I see how you will explain to the Earl." When he said the last sentence, Rosen glared at Yop coldly. This look contained the power borrowed from the warriors of the regiment and the Earl. Yop is a master of battle, but he is tightly bound by various networks of relationships in the world. Therefore, there is no need to confront him directly, just pull the network around him to force him to bow his head. Sure enough, Yop couldn't resist and subconsciously shrank his head. When he came to his senses, he was immediately annoyed by his cowardice, and slapped the edge of the boat hard. He was a battle master, but he was actually frightened by a low-level wizard. It was really embarrassing. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson and get back his face, but he didn't dare, because the other party had the blessing of the sage, and was highly valued by the Earl. Verbal provocation was the limit of what he could do. In the end, he could only turn around and vent his anger on his own team members. "What are you looking at? We're almost there. Get ready to land." Rosen successfully counterattacked Yop, but there was no smug look on his face, and even his heart was not much. As a lord, the most important task is to allocate various resources to achieve his goals. He fought back not because of personal anger, but to suppress Yop's arrogance, so that his power could be better allocated for him. For the same reason, the emotions of the princess's wife, Selina, should also be carefully taken care of. So, he turned to Selina and whispered, "Madam, what Captain Yop said is right, so I bought a lot of coarse grains this time." Selina attached great importance to the food problem and immediately asked, "Relying on imports is not a good thing. Do you have a solution?" Rosen smiled faintly. "Of course, after all, I have been thinking about this for the past 10 years, and I have a reliable solution." After that, he changed to whispering in his heart and emphasized, "No matter what the situation, the food supply of the island must not be handed over to outsiders, even the Earl of Shire County. It must be firmly in our own hands." Selina listened, and her beautiful eyes flowed on Rosen's face. Her eyes were soft and moist. "What if someone insists on stopping it? Then destroy him." Rosen answered without hesitation. Selina sighed. "You and Ryder are really different." As soon as the voice fell, the sailors' shouting suddenly came from the observation platform on the mast. "It's not good. There is a battle on the coast." Chapter 49. The sailors' shout attracted the attention of everyone on the ship, and everyone on the ship tensed up. The first mate immediately asked loudly, "Report the details." The sailor shouted immediately, "Malki! There are many Malki on the shore. There are also many in the water, more than 1,000. They are attacking the Sturgeon Wharf on the shore." As these words came out, everyone on the deck looked toward the coast. The captain and the first mate used glass telescopes, while the mages used eagle eye. Rosen did the same. In a mirror in front of him, the situation on the coast 2 kilometers away was clearly shown. I saw groups of Malki rushing onto the shore, densely packed, and the number was frightening. Most of them were warriors, and their weapons were mostly harpoons made of fish bones, and they were charging towards the earthen wall of the dock fearlessly. About 1/10 of them were Malki spellcasters. Some of them sprayed water arrows similar to high-pressure water flow at the dock, some summoned pure water puppets more than 1 person tall, and some released pure water defense barriers for the fishmen warriors. Although the performance of these spells was very weak, after cooperating with the warriors, they caused great trouble to the defenders of the dock. Let's look at the direction of the dock. The entire dock is built with a circle of earth and stone retaining walls more than 5 meters high. The outside of the retaining wall is tattered, with many old traces of battle on it, and some unclean fishmen remains can be seen underneath, which shows that it is often attacked by fishmen. There are many ragged defenders standing on the retaining wall. There are also many defenders, estimated to be more than 600. There are men, women, young and old, and everyone is a soldier. The weapons of the defenders are also varied, mainly iron harpoons, but there are also simple weapons such as hammers, hoes, and wooden sticks, and even many stones. In short, use whatever you have. There are also some mages among the defenders, about a dozen in number. They cast very common low-level spells, such as throwing arcane missiles, fireballs, etc. The spells are weak and the mana is meager, so most of the time these mages would rather throw stones. Rosen looked around and found that the strongest mage was about 40 years old, with mana reaching the early intermediate level, but he only knew one move, arcane missiles. He specifically released arcane missiles at the Murloc mage in the back, causing good damage to it. Unfortunately, there were too many Murloc mages, and his mana quickly ran out, so he had to pick up a wooden stick to play a cameo as a warrior. But nature has its own perfect matching mechanism. Although the defenders fought ugly, the Murlocs were also average, so the two sides fought back and forth, and the defenders even had a slight advantage. But the number of sea Murlocs continued to increase, and even approached 2,000, and the dock defenders began to gradually fall into a disadvantage. The flagship of the 3-ship fleet where Rosen was, seeing the fierce battle at the dock, the captain of the flagship walked quickly to Rosen's side. "Baron, the only dock of the White Sturgeon Island is ahead, but we can't land like this." The first mate shouted anxiously, "Captain, let alone landing, we must leave quickly, otherwise we will be affected by the battle at any time." "Can we leave now? If we leave, the White Sturgeon dock will be destroyed by the fishmen, and the defenders in the dock will definitely be slaughtered by the fishmen. As the lord of the White Sturgeon Island, Rosen must not watch the tragedy happen." He sighed in his heart. "The island's welcome ceremony for me is really wild." He immediately pulled the captain over. "I will increase the freight by 100 og, and I will be responsible for the subsequent damage to the cargo ship and the compensation for the casualties. Keep going." The captain was speechless and shouted loudly, "Keep going! All sailors, prepare for battle." The sailors on the mast immediately signaled the ship behind. These days, Sailors engaged in maritime trade often deal with various dangers, such as pirates, sea fishmen, sea sirens, etc., so they all have rich combat experience. Since Rosen, the employer, is willing to pay, they are naturally willing to temporarily play the role of mercenaries. But the sailors of the 3 ships added up to only more than 200 people, while the number of sea fishmen has exceeded 2,000, which is not easy to fight. So strong warriors are needed. The captain's strongest warrior is the 100-man Flame War Corps led by Lord Hammer Yope. Rosen walked over quickly. "Captain, you need to take action next." Yope was upset because of the previous incident. Seeing the other party coming to him, he sneered in his heart. Hee, little baron, you still have to rely on me for the war. This time I must make you surrender." Thinking of this, he pulled a gloating smile on his face. "Baron, our Flame War Corps will certainly take action, but brothers. 500 odd commission." Rosen didn't say a word of nonsense. He is not short of money now. He already has 40,000, and Muradi sent him another 20,000, which immediately reached 60,000. 500 og is an insignificant expense for him. Yope's subsequent words were choked in his throat. Most of the members of their Flame War Corps are from civilian backgrounds, and some are poor little nobles. Compared with ordinary people, their lives are naturally more decent, but because they often deal with important people and have seen the world, their daily expenses are much higher than those of ordinary civilians. But there has not been a large-scale war in Shire County for many years, so their income depends only on military pay and the daily rewards of the Earl. But the Earl has no money recently. Although the military pay has not changed, the rewards have obviously decreased. Therefore, every member of the group obviously feels tight on money. Even the leader Yop has a hard time taking out 50 ogres of spare money. Now Rosen is giving 500 ogres in one go, and he is still dealing with a group of sea fishmen who are not up to the standard. It is simply giving them money. Just when Yop was struggling to take the opportunity to raise the price, he heard Rosen say, "Do you want to fight? If you don't fight, I will do it myself." They are just a group of stupid sea fishmen. We, a group of mages, will curse their leaders, and the remaining fishmen will naturally disperse. Yop agreed with this statement. A group of stupid sea fishmen, the highest magic power is only intermediate, and the magic master can definitely easily snipe their leaders, not to mention that the other side has 2 magic masters. If he hesitated any longer, 500 og would be gone. He nodded immediately. "Yes. Of course. But pay first." Rosen nodded to Alia, who opened her cash box and took out 5 odd coins. Ding dong. The coins collided with each other, making a soul-stirring sound. Odd coins, 100 og each, exactly 5. The dark blue odd coins shone with a soul-stirring brilliance in the sun. Yop felt his heart beating. Any mortal who had seen the prosperity of the world could not resist the great charm of these little cuties. The leader Yop was born a commoner, but he had seen countless prosperity of the upper class, so he felt the attraction was particularly great. He took the Arcanite coins and stuffed them into his chest purse carefully. "Baron, rest assured, we will lead these sea fishmen to our flame core." He turned and shouted to the soldiers, "Guys, cheer up and get to work." The members of the corps, who were originally a little lazy, straightened their bodies the moment they heard the order, and their spirits instantly tightened like a bow, like a tiger awakened by its prey. This is the unique spirit of the elite team. Rosen knew that things were stable, and his evaluation of Yop also increased. A money grubber, who is deeply bound by social rules. Abiding by the rules and loving money, that will be easy in the future. He turned to Selena and whispered, "Madam, cast a mind echo for me, I will cheer up the dock guards." "No problem." Soon, the 3-ring mind spell mind echo was added, and at this time, the cargo ship was less than 1 kilometer away from the dock. Both the defenders on the dock and the fishmen in the sea have seen 3 cargo ships approaching quickly. The highest commander on the dock wall is the senior knight Tato, and he has 2 lieutenants who are intermediate knights. The 3 of them, with a group of militiamen, are struggling to deal with the fishmen who are pouring in like a tide. I thought I would die today, but I didn't expect that 3 large cargo ships would come when I was most helpless. Although I don't know the other party's intention, they are all human beings, so a lot of hope suddenly emerged in my desperate heart. He didn't care who the other party was. He used a harpoon to stab the fishman warrior who climbed up the wall to death, while shouting loudly, "Brothers, hold on, we are coming to reinforce." Not long after the voice fell, a huge sound was heard from the cargo ship on the sea. "I am Baron Rosen Saxon, the eldest son of the late Baron Ted, and I have returned from Dawn City. My people, I have seen your bravery and your plight. There is no need to be afraid, let alone despair. The powerful warriors I brought will destroy the dirty and smelly sea fishmen. Night Tato was stunned. The eldest son of the Baron? The new Baron? In fact, he was not the only one who was surprised. All the men, women and children in the entire Sturgeon Pier were shocked. The same doubt flowed among the crowd. The useless eldest son of the Baron is finally back? Chapter 50. The eldest son of the Baron left the island at the age of 10, and has not returned for 10 years. Everyone said that the eldest son of the Baron was a waste. Only the Baron wore patched leather armor, and rode a skinny old horse. Year after year, he sent his meager income to Dawn City to pay the high tuition fees. Now the Baron was stabbed to death. This waste eldest son, who was criticized by almost all the islanders, and everyone thought would stay in the prosperous Dawn City forever, actually came back. Not only did he come back, but he also brought back 3 large and magnificent ships, and threatened to protect them. For a while, the islanders at Sturgeon Wharf felt like they were dreaming. Agala Walla Gala. The sea fishmen also discovered the approaching fleet. Amid the shrill roars, some of the fishmen turned and rushed into the sea, swimming quickly towards the cargo ship. They have rich experience in dealing with cargo ships. As long as they approached from the bottom of the water, and used fishbone weapons to drill a few large holes in the bottom of the ship, they could watch these behemoths sink quickly into the sea. By then, all the human race on the ship would become their prey. Just as a large number of sea fishmen swam towards the cargo ship, the Flame Corps also began to officially enter combat status. Captain Yope loudly issued tactical orders to his 3 deputy captains. Harry, make the seawater around the hull boil. Deputy Captain Harry is a senior combat wizard, responsible for commanding 20 combat wizards in the regiment. And this group of combat wizards, each team of 5 people, a total of 4 teams. The team members are intermediate wizards, and the captains are all senior wizards. Harry immediately issued specific tactics. Team 1 and Team 2 are on standby. Team 3 on the left side of the bow, Team 4 on the right side. Joint resonance cast, Boiling Water. The low-level spell Boiling Water is the most effective way to deal with the underwater sneak attacks of the sea murlocs. The so-called joint resonance casting is a special casting mode of the army, which requires the consumption of resonance runes. Although it does not change the strength of the spell, it can greatly increase the scale of the spell. The joint casting of 10 middle and high-level mages is enough to cover the bottom of the ship with boiling water. At the same time, Yope looked at the captain again, moved forward in a line, and let the boiling water cover the bottom of the entire fleet. The captain immediately asked the crew to notify the rear ship with flags. Yope immediately issued the 3rd order. Ned, electrocute the murlocs on the shore into charcoal. Deputy Captain Ned led 50 elite crossbowmen. The cross-steel crossbows they used were very heavy, with an effective range of up to 400 meters, and were equipped with rune crossbows with various special functions. He immediately ordered his men, Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, target the sea murlocs on the shore, thunderstorm arrows, 3 rounds of coverage shooting. Yope's orders continued. Ned, snipe the sea merfolk above the intermediate level. Harry, search for the leader of the sea merfolk, and curse him to death once found. According to his order, a series of scorching fire lines suddenly rose from the flagship cargo ship, and after drawing beautiful arcs in the air, they landed precisely on the mudflats outside the retaining wall. As soon as these fire lines landed, they violently exploded into a circular electric net, covering a diameter of 10 meters and lasting for 5 seconds. The sea merfolk struck by lightning would be crippled if not dead. What's more poisonous is that the thunderstorm arrows often fall in the places where the sea merfolk are most densely populated. So one arrow killed at least 5 to 10 sea merfolk. Each round of arrow rain had 30 arrows. After 3 rounds, the number of sea fishmen on the beach had suddenly decreased by 60%, and almost all the remaining sea fishmen were injured. At the same time, there were also vicious cold arrows interspersed among them, constantly harvesting the lives of the fishmen. And those sea fishmen who swam from the bottom of the sea to the large cargo ship were even more unlucky. Many sea fishmen went directly into the boiling water and became boiled frogs. They were at the bottom of the sea and could not figure out the situation, so they rushed forward. When they found something wrong, it was too late to retreat. So many fishmen were boiled to death by the boiling water. Wherever the cargo ship passed, white steam rose, and the sea fishmen turned up their bellies on the sea. The fisherman army, which was just full of vigor, was stunned by this fierce and precise attack, and the battle situation was instantly reversed 180 degrees by the Flame Corps. "Ha ha, I found you." Deputy Captain Harry suddenly shouted, "Team 1, locate my seal, Broken Heart Curse." A team of 5 mages had already formed a pentagram formation on the deck. Each of them lowered their heads, tightly grasped the standard combat staff in their hands, and connected their magic power with the Bridge of Soul. After 3 seconds, the captain suddenly raised the staff, and the gem at the tip of the staff suddenly lit up a circle of deep purple light. Mind curse, broken heart. As he said this, the purple light on the gem spread outward, and after spreading half a meter in the air, it dissipated in the air. Almost at the same time, a group of obvious mana fluctuations appeared in the sea water about 180 meters away from the cargo ship. Half a second later, the fluctuation went out like a lamp, and after a while, a sea fish man with lavender skin floated up on the sea. Obviously, this sea fishman was the commander of this attack. Judging from the fluctuation of mana just now, he should have the mana of the intermediate peak. Unfortunately, facing the curse attack of a team of mid to high level combat mages, he was killed instantly. The commander was killed, and the casualties were so tragic in an instant, the morale of the sea fishman collapsed immediately. In a burst of meaningless screams, he spread his webbed feet and escaped into the sea. In a blink of an eye, there were only fishmen corpses on the beach. Such an efficient and terrifying fighting method only stunned the defenders of the White Sturgeon dock. The crew members and sailors from the Shire County all looked respectful, looking at the warriors of the Flame War Corps with the eyes of looking at the gods of war. Serena watched this scene and whispered to Rosen in her heart, "The fighting power of the Flame Corps is pretty good." Rosen nodded slightly in agreement. It is the strongest corps in the north of Whalon, and it is also the biggest reliance of Earl Robert. But it is only in the north of Whalon. Looking at the whole of Whalon, there are several powerful corps that can compete with the Flame Corps, and the Morning Light Crusaders of Dawn City are even more powerful, and all of them are high-level professionals. There are stronger ones in the Wick Continent. Aaron's Lionheart Corps, Cal's Flame Knights, and Levander's Royal Mage Corps are all elite among the elites, and they are simply like nuclear weapons from another world. On the battlefield, unless they encounter a corps of the same level, they are the incarnation of the god of war in the world. After a while, 3 cargo ships entered the White Sturgeon Wharf one after another. Clang, the gate of the wharf wall opened. A bearded man wearing worn leather armor and holding a rusty iron harpoon came out first. Behind him followed 2 lieutenants with worn-out armor. Behind them was a group of villagers holding harpoons, all with confused and odd expressions on their faces. They couldn't believe that the legendary good-for-nothing eldest son could be so powerful. Rosen had walked to the bow, looking down at the bearded man in the front. "Tato, when I left, you were still an apprentice knight holding my father's horse. Do you still recognize me now?" Tato looked up and looked at Rosen carefully. All the White Sturgeon Islanders were doing this. In the sun, the young man had thick black curly hair, pure black eyes, and the same rugged facial features and tall and strong body as the old Baron. He was simply a young replica of the old Baron. Tato immediately determined that this was definitely the old Baron's biological son, otherwise he wouldn't look so similar. As everyone knows, the old Baron is a very dedicated man who only loves one woman, so he has only one son. Therefore, the young man in front of him must be the eldest son of the Baron. So Tato shouted, "Master, you are finally back." Alia immediately corrected, "Not master, but lord." Rosen also frowned. "What are you hesitating about? Why don't you swear allegiance to me?" Tato quickly looked at the 3 large cargo ships full of cargo, and the warriors in shining armor on the deck, swallowed his saliva, and then half knelt on the mud. He leaned on the harpoon in his hands and shouted, "I, the defender of Sturgeon Wharf, Senior Knight Tato, swear allegiance to you in the name of Mother Nature." Rosen nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, Knight Tato, I accept your allegiance." Then he looked at the 2 sturdy men behind Tato. "My father told me that there are 3 knights stationed at Sturgeon Wharf. You should be Tato's adjutants, right?" The 2 knights were already shocked by Rosen's display, and they nodded repeatedly. "Why don't you pledge allegiance to me?" Plop, plop. The 2 knights' adjutants also swore allegiance immediately. Rosen nodded with satisfaction. "Now, organize the villagers to help unload the boat." While speaking, he threw 10 gold coins with the hand of a wizard. "This is a reward for your bravery in fighting. Take it and divide it among yourselves." Tato took it, and held the gold coins tightly in his hand, and his heart suddenly became hot. The new Baron is so generous. This is the biggest reward he has ever received in his life. Although the old Baron also received rewards, it was either a chicken or a leather gauntlet, which was just a consolation. He also brought back so many supplies, and such a powerful warrior. It seems that he has done a great cause in Dawn City. His hesitation disappeared, and he decided to serve the new Baron well, so he immediately turned around and yelled at the villagers, "Why are you still standing there? Why don't you help the Lord unload the boat?" The villagers woke up as if from a dream, and came up to help unload the boat. Rosen also led everyone off the boat. Just a few steps away, a young man dressed as an ordinary fisherman strode over from the crowd. It was Shertu who came to the White Sturgeon Island to investigate the situation in advance. He looked a little serious, as if he had found out some bad news. Rosen waved his hand to let Kruber go to command the unloading of supplies, and he and Selina went to meet him and waited for him to report the situation. Stannard looked worried. Lord, the situation on the island is not good, and there is a very serious civil unrest. Rosen shrugged. This is really bad news. What is the specific situation? In short, your uncle Sir Alay and your uncle Sir Thad both claim that they have the right to inherit the Baron title. There are 3 other knights, 2 of whom support your uncle. 1 supports your uncle. Every day, they bring their knights and farmers from various towns to fight in the fields. Shertu wanted to say that they were fighting, but the scale was too small and there was no equipment. Both sides were in ragged clothes. There was basically no tactics when fighting, and they relied on blood and courage. So, it is too flattering to say that they were fighting. It is more appropriate to say that they were fighting. Princess Selina laughed out loud. Rosen, I really feel like I have been exiled now. The poor environment, the bad reputation, and the internal fighting that cannot be put on the table are truly a barbaric and backward place on the edge of civilization. Rosen already knew about these situations, and he just said them through Stannard's mouth. He smiled and assured his wife, Don't worry, we can rest in Crescent Castle tonight. Stannard immediately shook his head. Master, it's not that simple. Sir Alay, your uncle, has the upper hand in the fight and occupied Crescent Castle half a month ago. I also heard that more than 60 Crescent Knights, who were originally loyal to the Master, have all turned their allegiance to Sir Alay. So, Sir Alay has currently obtained the loyalty of hundreds of knights, plus their knights and followers. There are more than 400 regular warriors. Most of these warriors are currently in Crescent City. Selina blinked. Oh, this is really bad news. Rosen shrugged. It's a bit bad, but fortunately we are prepared. Stone, is there anything else? Yes. Stannard's face became more and more solemn, and he lowered his voice and said, I found that the knights may have secretly cooperated with the forest elves. Master, it is very likely that he was not killed by the forest elves alone. Rosen raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, this is quite interesting. This shows that there are some new situations hidden in the mountains and forests of the White Sturgeon Island that he doesn't know about. After thinking for a while, he said, I know about this, you can return to the team. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, Lai Fu, I want to defeat Sir Alay as quickly as possible. Based on the current information, what is the most suitable tactic? Lai Fu's Heart of the God of War has a branch ability called War Simulation, which was trained by Rosen using various war records on the Wick continent. There are both big strategies and small tactics. At this time, the ability was activated, and the deduction began immediately. 1 second later, the answer was given. Use elite troops to blitz Crescent City. Just as Rosen thought. This kind of small-scale war deduction with less than 1,000 people is not difficult for the human brain, so the ability of war deduction is dispensable. The real advantage of the war deduction ability is the deduction of large-scale military operations with tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions of troops. Rosen didn't know whether he could use this ability in his lifetime. Of course, this is all for the future. Elite troops are most needed at present. So, he turned and walked towards the Flame Regiment that was being reorganized. Captain Yope, we have to have a good talk. Yope's ears are very good. He heard the news of Stannard a long time ago. Seeing Rosen coming, he naturally knew his purpose. He smiled in his heart. Now there is money to be made again. I must empty this Baron's pocket. Rosen saw his expression and roughly guessed his thoughts, and laughed in his heart. You came to my island, and you still want to make money from me. Spend it wherever you earn it. Chapter 51. Beluga Island, Sturgeon Wharf. Sir Jop pulled out a gloating smile on his face. Baron, are you in trouble again? Rosen nodded. You should have known the situation. I think professional work should be left to professionals. Jop chuckled. That's right. But we are only loyal to the Earl, and the Earl's order to us is to investigate the black iron ore. Rosen looked around at the soldiers of the Flame Regiment, and found that each soldier was gloating. Obviously, they liked to see themselves being humiliated. Seeing this, Rosen was very happy in his heart. Hee, laugh, laugh, you are done laughing now, you have to fight for me well. These soldiers gloated mainly because they wanted to make more money from him. And for Rosen, who had a huge sum of 60,000 ogs in his hand, money was not a big deal. So, This is really a good thing. So he smiled and said, Captain Yop, the Count must have ordered you to help me stabilize the situation on the White Sturgeon Island, right? Yop did not deny it. Yes, the Count said so, but he just said it, and did not issue a clear order document. Now my soldiers and I have been on the boat for half a day, and we have fought a battle before we got off the boat. We are tired and hungry. We must rest for a few days before we have the energy to continue fighting. After that, Yop shouted to the team members, Isn't it, brothers? Yes, Captain. The team members responded in unison. Rosen immediately stepped forward, moved closer to Yop, and lowered his voice. Captain, I won't say nonsense. I want to stay in Crescent Castle tonight. You name a price. This was like saying to Yop, come and pick my pocket. Yop's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously wanted to ask for a high price, but he pulled back his words. Because the Baron had a tough personality and was hard to handle, and he was also a favorite of the Count, he was afraid that if he asked too high a price, the other party would turn against the Count and complain. When the Count gave an order, the brothers would not only not make a penny, but also have to fight for the Baron for free. So he said cautiously, I have to discuss it with the members of the regiment. Rosen nodded. Go, but don't stay too long, because the opportunity is very precious. Yop also understood this, and immediately turned around and whispered with the deputy leaders. How much do you think we should ask? Yop whispered. Ned, the deputy leader of the crossbow team, whispered, he is just a small baron. He won some money from the chess game. At most, the princess gave him some dowry. He also bought so many supplies. I estimate that he has at most 10,000 ogs in his pocket. Harry, the deputy leader of the mage team, said, How about 3,000? After all, this mission is a little difficult. Alex, the deputy leader of the shield guard team, said, You are too greedy. If you ask me, 1,500 is enough. After all, there is civil unrest on the island, and there are many combat missions. It doesn't matter if there is a little bit of this. That's right. After 2 minutes of discussion, Yop decided the final price. He turned back to Rosen. 2,000 ogs. Rosen nodded without hesitation. Okay. He turned to Alia and said, Give me the money, 25 coins. Alia took out 25 gold coins from the cash box, and handed them over without saying a word. Yop had never seen such a generous gift before, and was stunned for a moment. Baron, you gave me 5 more. Rosen nodded. I know, because I have additional requests. He raised 2 fingers and pressed one down first. First, change your words, and put down the flag. After you go to the island, the islanders will definitely be curious about your identity. If someone asks, don't talk about the Flame Regiment. Just say that you are loyal warriors following Her Royal Highness the Princess. In order to ensure that the news is not leaked, any emblems related to the Flame Regiment must be put away. Yop immediately looked embarrassed. We are loyal to Earl Robert, this cannot be vague. Alia, give me another 5 gold coins. Yes, master. Looking at the dark blue gold coins handed over, Yop's head was a little dizzy, and his personality seemed to be divided into 2. His conscience shouted, Hey, Yop, this is a matter of principle, you can't change it. But his hands seemed to have become slaves to money, and he took the money uncontrollably. Then, he saw himself saying in a respectful tone, No problem, Baron, we will change it immediately. After saying that, the little man of conscience in Yop's heart vomited blood and died, and the heavy gold coins in his hand made him feel at ease. These are 30 gold coins. Even if he has to give most of them to his brothers, he can at least keep 5. That is 500 ogs, which is equivalent to his military salary for 1.5 years. Earning a year and a half of money in one day is like a dream. Another voice came out in his heart. The Earl also asked us to cooperate with the Baron, so I am actually following the Earl's orders now. Besides, we are still following the noble Princess of Dawn, and we have not humiliated the glory of the Flame Legion at all. The honor of a warrior is his face. If he follows the White Sturgeon Baron, the members of the regiment will never accept it, because it will be too embarrassing to spread it. But following the princess is a matter of face. Thinking of this, Yop felt that the gold coins in his hand were not hot at all. Rosen saw everything, and he pressed down another finger. Second, the members must abide by the laws of the White Sturgeon Island. In addition to daily food and accommodation, the purchase of additional services and items must be paid in coins or equivalent items at market prices. I never want to see my people being humiliated, raped, or even killed. Yop wanted to shake his head and refuse, not because he disagreed, but because he wanted the other party to pay more money. But his conscience finally corrected his greedy crime, because the other party's request was very legitimate. So he nodded in agreement. I will restrain my men, but we reserve the right to self-defense and the right to defend our dignity from being insulted. I agree with this. Rosen clapped his hands. Then that's it for now. You should reorganize the team now, as quickly as possible. After that, we will set off to Crescent City immediately, and fight a beautiful surprise attack before the opponent reacts. When it comes to fighting, Joop is an expert. He agrees with Rosen's idea and pats his chest hard. Baron, give me 10 minutes to prepare. Rosen immediately frowned. You are the princess's follower, I am the princess's husband, you should call me Lord now. Well, okay, we will change it. Joop felt something was wrong, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that there was no problem. The war was imminent, so he simply stopped thinking about it, and decided to win first. The Knight Tato on the side had been watching Rosen from a distance. Seeing that Joop had begun to organize his troops, he vaguely guessed something and hurried over to remind him. Lord, the situation in Crescent City is a bit chaotic. It may not be suitable to go there now. Rosen smiled and asked back, Then when do you think it is suitable to go there? Wait for my uncle to leave Crescent City by himself. Before leaving, can he help me clean the stables and toilets in the castle? Tato was speechless, but he immediately told a new situation. Sir Ale is very concerned about the Lord. Not only did he order me to report your news to him at any time, but he also arranged some secret spies near the dock that I didn't know about. Maybe at this time, someone has reported the news of the Lord's return to Ale, so you must pay attention. This matter is indeed very important, but Tato can think of it, and Rosen is naturally prepared. Before he landed, the number 1 puppet sage Levin had quietly landed and waited. At this time, the spies hidden near the dock had already been quietly removed. He was not worried that the sage Levin would be exposed. Because there are few people on the White Sturgeon Island, there are few eyes, and the information flow is not smooth, or even blocked. In a prosperous place like Dawn City, where there are nearly 1 million people and magic flourishes, any slight movement will spread throughout the city. But in a civilized borderland like the White Sturgeon Island, Levin is much less restricted. There are pros and cons. On the island, the detection guard seal is not very useful, and the efficiency of collecting information is extremely low. But from the perspective of ordinary people, Tato's reminder is crucial. So, he nodded seriously. I will pay attention. He asked again. I ask you, have the forest elves been involved? Tato looked embarrassed. Lord, since the island started to get in trouble, the sea fishmen have also come to make trouble. I have been guarding the dock, and don't know much about the inland things. But I heard that for some reason, the forest elves seem to be better than before. They no longer sneak attack villages or destroy farmland. They don't attack us like the fishmen. Well, it's really interesting. This confirms the news from Stannard. In other words, after he occupied Crescent City, the other 4 knights might not surrender easily. They may join forces with the forest elves and fight to the death. Although it is only a possibility, he must be prepared in advance. As for Tato in front of him, since he took the initiative to explain the spy, it means that he is determined to follow him, and can be used well. Seeing that he and his 2 lieutenants were there, Rosen turned to Alia and said, Go to Kruber and get 3 new sets of iron-studded thick leather armor, plus 3 steel spears. Yes, Lord. Soon, the armor and weapons were brought over, shining brightly. In comparison, the equipment on the 3 knights at the dock looked like rags. Rosen said to Tato, 1 set for each of you, put it on. The 3 knights' eyes lit up, and they stared at the armor, just like seeing a beautiful naked girl. They quickly changed into new equipment, and their mental state was refreshed. Rosen's face also became serious, and he called the names of the 3 knights. Tato. Lohan. Oberyn. Here. The 3 knights responded in unison, with high spirits. I order you to lead the villagers and cargo ship sailors to do your best to protect the safety of the supplies, and the people left behind. Is there a problem? Tato took the lead and shouted, Lord, swear to complete the mission. Very good. Now go to organize the defense. Rosen turned back to the cabin. After a while, Rosen reappeared, and he had changed his appearance. He was wearing a pure black refined crocodile dragon leather armor, a high-level induced defense amulet on his chest, a sharp knight's sword on his waist, and a brand new rune dagger on the side of his leg, looking capable and strong. Rosen walked quickly to his wife Selena. Madam, wait for me at the dock, Alia will protect your safety. Selena was slightly surprised. What about you? Rosen grinned. I will join the Flame War Band and participate in the raid on Crescent City. I go with you. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Rosen's wave. Madam, I believe in your courage, but you are not a battle mage. It is safest to stay behind. My magic power has also improved a lot these days, and I also have advanced induced defense magic tools and various potions to assist, so there will be no danger. Madam, you also have a mission. Our supplies are very important. If the sea fish people attack again, you will need to take charge of the situation. Selena understood. Okay, leave it to me here. Rosen strode towards the flame warband. At this moment, the warband has basically assembled. Yop glanced at Rosen with some surprise in his eyes. Male Lord, I suggest you wait for news at the dock instead of going to the battlefield yourself. Rosen patted the Night Guardian's sword on his waist and smiled faintly. There is no lord who retreats on the White Sturgeon Island. You are not familiar with the terrain, so you need a guide, right? Seeing Rosen's determination, Yop shrugged and turned to Alex, the deputy leader of the shield guard, and said, arrange 2 warriors to protect the Lord's safety. He did not doubt the Baron's personal combat power. After all, the other party had defeated Blood Flame Sarath in a single duel. He was just worried that he could not distinguish the difference between the battlefield and the personal duel, and was eager to show his personal bravery, and was targeted by many people, and died on the battlefield. Rosen would naturally not refuse to have a special person to protect him. After all, this number 2 puppet was also carefully built, and it would be a pity to lose it. Looking up at the sky, it was just after 10 in the morning, almost lunchtime. Crescent City is about 10 miles away from the dock, and it is flat all the way. How long do you think it will take for the captain to get there? Half an hour. Can the Lord keep up? The Flame War Corps are at least intermediate professionals, and the attack speed is very fast. Yop is worried that Rosen will not be able to keep up. Rosen smiled slightly and whispered to his wife Selena, give me a high-level strong power. Selena pointed her staff at him, and a light red light enveloped Rosen's body. Using the Master's magic power to drive advanced spells, the power is more than twice that of ordinary advanced spells, and the effect can last for at least 2 hours. Rosen's number 2 puppet is extremely powerful. After blessing this powerful auxiliary spell, in terms of physical strength alone, he is almost catching up with the advanced warriors. It's okay now. Let's go! Chapter 52. Hua, 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 hua. On a mountain road leading to the Crescent River Valley, a series of strange noises suddenly sounded. It was like many people wearing boots running in unison, but strangely, only the sound could be heard, and no one could be seen. But if you look closely at the road surface, you can still see some unusual details. For example, the unusually rising dust, many broken grass stems, and vaguely visible footprints. But these details are too subtle to be discovered until you get close. Once you are a little further away, you can't find anything. Suddenly, the orderly footsteps stopped, and a young man's voice sounded on the road. Turning the bend ahead is a narrow valley. There is a checkpoint at the entrance of the valley. It is the only checkpoint leading to the Crescent City, called the Sea Breeze Outpost. There are currently 3 senior knights and more than 50 ordinary soldiers stationed there. They are all confidants of Sir Alay. Just kill them all. It was Rosen who spoke. These information were nominally obtained by Stannard, and they were very accurate, and almost exactly the same as what the sage Levin saw in the dark. At this moment, he and the Flame Corps were hiding in an invisible curtain held up by a team of battle mages, and this invisible curtain was a necessary spell for a daytime raid. At least, that was the case for Waylon at the moment. Inside the curtain, Yop immediately asked for specific details. How high is the valley? Is the sentry wall made of wood or stone? What shape is it? Rosen drew out the Night Guardian sword, pointed at the ground in front of him, and released a transfiguration. The soil on the ground suddenly rose rapidly, revealing the fine shape of the Sea Breeze sentry. It looks like this, and the material of the wall is compacted clay. Yop looked at the 3-dimensional sentry map formed by the mud, and was secretly surprised at the Baron's delicate transformation. With this thing, he can easily formulate the most reliable battle plan. Is it authentic? Of course it is authentic. My father showed me the drawings of every fortification in Crescent Valley, and I have lived on the island for 10 years after all. In this case, Yop was relieved. He and the 3 deputy captains gathered around the mud map on the ground and began to discuss the tactics of the raid on the Sea Breeze post. Rosen added another detail. There should be a few informal mages at the post. Although they have not received formal training, they may have outstanding performance in some aspects. Ned, the deputy captain of the crossbow, smiled and turned to the next captain. Team 3, install spell-breaking arrows to shoot mages. Understood. A few minutes later, the Battle Mage Corps took action first. A team of battle mages took out the resonance crystal and began to resonate and cast a spell together. The spell they cast was the intermediate spell Giant's Roar. A few seconds later, A twisted air ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter and emitting a faint white light appeared in the team. Under the control of the battle mage captain, the air ball quickly floated up, followed the instructions of the map provided by Rosen, bypassed the mountain wall, flew over the sentry post, and then exploded. Roar. A strange muffled sound came from behind the mountain wall. The sound was muffled and didn't sound loud, even less harsh than a dog's barking. But Rosen knew that this was because the spell limited the killing range. It was to prevent accidental injuries and avoid alerting the enemy. They didn't feel anything. Inside the sentry post within the killing range, the sound was estimated to be more than 10 times louder than thunder, which could directly make ordinary people's ears bleed. As soon as the spell was cast, 3 teams of shield guards rushed out from their hiding positions and strode towards the gate of the sentry post made of thick logs. The shield guards held arc-shaped rune steel shields with a diameter of nearly 1 meter in their hands. At first, they were jogging. After approaching the gate, the 3 high-level shield guard captains burst out their fighting spirit violently, and the speed of the charge increased sharply, and nearly half of the fighting spirit was gathered on the surface of the steel shield. The 3 captains lined up in a line and hit the same position of the log gate one after another with the momentum of a wild bull charging. Bang, crack, bang, crack. Bang, clatter. The log gate was hit by the rune steel shield, and a big hole was knocked out. The 3 shield guard captains immediately stepped aside, and the team members behind them rushed into the sentry post through the gap with their shields. After a few seconds, the sound of blades piercing flesh could be heard from the sentry post, mixed with the muffled groans of soldiers being killed. Crackling. The wooden door was completely opened. The remaining 2 teams of shield guards followed closely, followed by the crossbow army and the battle mage. And the hammer yope, the 2 shield guards, and Rosen were still waiting for news in the back. About a quarter of an hour later, the sea breeze post was completely cleared. Alex strode back and said, "Captain, they are all dead, not a single one is left alive." Yope was not surprised at all, and asked, "Are the brothers injured?" Alex shook his head. "No, it just took some effort. Fortunately, I brought enough strength potions, and I have almost recovered now." Yope was very satisfied. "Repair here for a quarter of an hour, and then move on." A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and the battle mage opened the invisible curtain again, and the team moved forward in an orderly manner again. After passing through the narrow valley, the terrain gradually opened up. After walking a few more steps, the vision suddenly opened up, and a wide and flat plain appeared. It felt like entering a paradise. It was this good place that made Rosen think of escaping from the world, but he changed his mind after accidentally marrying a princess. As he moved forward with the army, he observed the plain ahead. The plain was covered with farmland, and a fairly wide river extended all the way from the distant Lungnian snow peak. After crossing the plain, it flowed into the mountains and flowed into the sea along a steep valley. In the middle of the plain, there was a slightly raised, round mountain similar to a steamed bun. The locals on the island called it Nizey Mountain. This name is obviously too vulgar. The official name is the Crescent Hill. There is a small city on the hill, which is the Crescent City. You can see that the lower edge of the hill is surrounded by a circle of earth walls, which is about 4 meters high, and the hillside behind the wall is the city area of the Crescent City. The city area extends all the way along the hillside to the top of the mountain, and then you reach the Lord's Castle area. That is the Crescent Castle of the White Sturgeon Baron. You can see that it is a large area of earth and stone mixed buildings. The outer wall is about 10 meters high, which is much taller and stronger than the city wall. Under the protection of the invisible curtain, the Flame Corps approached the Crescent City slowly while discussing tactics. Yope looked at the castle area on the top of the mountain from a distance, frowning slightly. This castle looks very solid. If the rebels really want to shrink inside and can't come out, it will be a bit troublesome. With such a complex structure, the effect of the Giant's Roar spell will be greatly reduced, and once the opponent is prepared and makes targeted defenses, they can only attack head-on. Lord, how many official knights are there in the castle? Nearly 100, and there are probably 15 senior knights. Yope frowned even more. With such a defensive force, they should be able to force their way in, but there will definitely be casualties. And he really doesn't want the Flame Corps to be damaged. Harry, the deputy head of the magic group, then asked, "Lord, are there any powerful magicians in the castle?" Rosen nodded. "There is a black magician with intermediate peak magic power, named Makana, who is a confidant of Sir Olay. He has 5 apprentices, all of whom have low-level magic power. My confidant told me that this guy is not good at fighting, but he has mastered some predictive mind magic." Harry was shocked. In other words, Our sneak attack may be discovered by his magic? Rosen smiled slightly. Don't worry, I asked my men to set up some interference arrays in Crescent City, and he won't find any abnormalities in the past few days. After that, he turned to Yop and said, Captain, I know your concerns, and I personally don't want too much damage in this raid. Yop was puzzled. Does the Lord have any good ideas? Rosen nodded. I know the internal structure of Crescent Castle very well, and I also know some secret passages. Later, I will sneak into the castle quietly, instigate some castle knights from the inside, and open the castle gate. You can also see that the outer wall at the bottom of the mountain is easy to break through, so you find a place to hide outside the city, and once the castle gate is opened, you will rush into the city to help me. Crescent City is very small. With the speed of the Flame Core, it only takes 5 minutes to rush from the bottom of the hill to the top. Yop was shocked. Lord, this job is too dangerous. It's just playing with your life. And this Baron can't die. Once he dies, there will be countless troubles. He immediately said, Tell us the location of the secret passage, and I let the soldiers do it for you. Rosen refused very straightforwardly. I have to do this, not only because this is my castle, but also because my mother and sister are trapped in the castle. Don't worry, Captain, if it doesn't work, I will surrender to Sir Alish, and then you can ask my wife to pay the ransom. Yop was still worried. It's still too dangerous. Because the knights on the island don't follow the rules at all. If it was the Varan continent, the Baron would have no problem doing this, because the Varan nobles were relatives hundreds of years ago, and everyone would not easily tear their faces apart, and they all tacitly agreed to use money to redeem their lives. But it's different on the island. These knights are more like bandit leaders than lords. Rosen grinned. Where is the battlefield not dangerous? What's more, I want to seize my Saxon family castle. If I don't fight hard, who will? Captain Yop was shocked when he heard this, and subconsciously looked at Rosen seriously. Originally, he looked down on this island baron, and thought he was just a lucky little lord, but now after hearing this, he felt that this guy was very responsible, much better than those pretentious and hypocritical nobles in Shire County. He got excited and said, Well, I will sneak in with you. At least 2 people can take care of each other. Rosen refused again. No, I am the nephew of Sir Allay. If I fail, there will always be some face. But you can't do that. Bringing someone means an extra pair of eyes, and a pair of knowledgeable eyes. How can he let puppet number 1 help in secret? Yop was just excited, and soon came to his senses. The other party fought for his family, and what was he doing for? Join the fun. Seeing that Rosen was very determined, he no longer blocked it. Okay, then we will wait for good news from the Lord. Chapter 53. At noon, in the prayer house, in the corner of the backyard of Crescent Castle. In the dimly lit narrow house, there is a square table covered with black oil stains and mottled paint. A corner of the square table used to worship gods in the past was temporarily used as a dining table. A candlestick for lighting was lit on the table. On the candlestick, the low-quality candle made by the native method burned restlessly. The blue-green candlelight kept jumping and emitting a pungent smell. The blue-green light vaguely illuminated the faces of 2 women. One woman was probably in her early 40s, her face was pale, her eye sockets and cheeks were sunken because of her thinness, and when illuminated by the strange color of the candlelight, she looked like a witch in a fairy tale. The other woman was very young, or more accurately, a girl. She was only 11 or 12 years old, her face was pale, and she was thin, but the strong vitality of young people gave the girl smooth and elastic skin and bright eyes. This made them look less scary. The 2 were the old Baron's widow, Mrs. Saxon, and his daughter, Evelyn. They ate lunch in silence. The lunch had meat and bread, which didn't taste very good, but was enough to fill their stomachs. Suddenly Mrs. Saxon scolded in a low voice. Evelyn, I've told you so many times. Fish eyes can also be eaten, and they can make your eyes brighter. Don't always feed them to your greedy cat. But Mom, I don't like to eat fish eyes. Then give them to me. Mom, but you obviously don't like it either. Evelyn retorted cautiously. Mrs. Saxon paused, her eyes turned around her daughter's face, and suddenly she lost her temper. You ignorant girl, the tree that sheltered us from the storm has fallen. The good days are gone forever. It will be hard days from now on. When your uncle becomes the new Baron, we will be driven out of the castle, reduced to the streets, and become laundry women. But we can't wash clothes as fast or as well as others. We will definitely starve to death on the streets. No one will sympathize with us. The people on the White Sturgeon Island are all ruthless and cold-blooded criminals. The weak will only be bullied. At night, those men will lie on us like male dogs and let us have children one after another, until death. The girl whispered back, "Uncle won't be so ruthless, he treats me very well." Mrs. Saxon smiled bitterly. "Your uncle is a complete rogue, he treats you well, he is greedy for your body. Then there is your uncle. Your uncle is even more of a villain, he tortured your aunt to death. If he becomes the new baron, we will not only be tortured by him, but also by his knights. In less than half a year, we will all be tortured to death." The naive girl was frightened by her mother's words. After a long silence, Evelyn timidly said, "But my brother wrote back, he said he would be back soon." "That's the rumor in the city. People also say that my brother has become a big shot outside." Hearing this, Mrs. Saxon showed a hint of hope on her face, but more of it was pain. She smiled sadly, with a self-deprecating look on her face. "Yes, I almost forgot that I have a son." Her husband, Baron Ted, had been a guard for the Lord of Shire County for 10 years, and was much more knowledgeable than ordinary White Sturgeon Islanders. Influenced by her husband for many years, she knows more and sees farther than other women. She knows very well that her eldest son is a mediocre person. At least before the age of 10, she, as a mother, can't see any extraordinary qualities in her son. Her husband found a magic tutor for him because of his relationship with the Earl, but he couldn't graduate after 10 years of study, and this has become a laughing stock for the whole island. The islanders say that people are useless, and their catchphrases are "Look, this is another baron's eldest son." But after all, he is a son, and Mrs. Saxon still has some expectations in her heart. She doesn't want her eldest son to succeed as the new baron, but only hopes that he can return to the White Sturgeon Island as soon as possible and take them away from this devil's cave. In the future, they will settle down in the Shire County or somewhere else as ordinary people and live an ordinary, safe and secure life without fear. But 14 days have passed since I received the reply, and there are less than 6 days left before the 20-day deadline promised by my son. As the days passed, Mrs. Saxon's hope faded. But this was her last hope, just like the only light in the dark night, and the only reason for her to live. So, after saying this, she stopped making sarcastic remarks. "Okay, let's wait, but don't have too high expectations. After all, your brother is not having an easy time in Dawn City." She lowered her head and scooped a spoonful of the slightly stale wild vegetable soup with a wooden spoon, drinking it in small sips to calm the bitterness in her heart. But before she finished drinking a spoonful of soup, the old butler Ah Fu came running in and reported, "Madam, Sir Allay is here." Mrs. Saxon was startled and almost dropped the spoon in her hand. "Why is he here again?" Allay is her younger brother. He was fine at first, but he has become more diligent in recent days, almost every 2 days. Although he was forced to retreat by her every time, she became more and more guilty as the number of times increased. She didn't know how long her good luck would last. Mother Nature can't always protect me, right? She thought so. Just then, a hoarse laugh came from the door. "Sister, I'm here to visit you." With these words, a short and strong man with a goatee appeared at the door. He was so strong that he looked like a door panel from the front. With him blocking the way, the light in the house became dimmer. The man didn't come in, but stood at the door, the spur of his right foot gently knocking on the moldy threshold, a pair of hands meaninglessly playing with the whip in his hand, and his kind eyes lingered on his niece. "My patience is running out. It's time to give me a clear answer, sister." Mrs. Saxon felt her heart thumping and thumping, as if it was about to jump out of her throat, but she tried to keep herself calm, at least on the surface. The other party was her brother, but not her biological brother. He was her stepmother's child. He had bullied her since she was a child. When she grew up, she had her husband's support, so he didn't dare to bully her, but the relationship between the two sides became very bad. So, the superficial family relationship did not give her any psychological comfort. She took another sip of the already somewhat cold vegetable soup to ease her tension. "Allay, you are too anxious. It's only been 10 days. Allay grinned. "Sister, I know what you are looking forward to, but I want to tell you that it is meaningless. Even if he comes back, he can't make any changes. If he dares to object, my uncle will tie him up with a rope and drag him for a few miles in the field with a warhorse, and he will definitely not dare to speak. If he still dares to object, I will strip him naked and drag him for a few miles, then even if he objects, he will not be able to say anything, haha." Mrs. Saxon found that her hands were shaking, and she couldn't control it. The Crescent Knights who were loyal to the Saxon family had all left, and only the loyal old butler Ah Fu was still guarding by his side, but he was just an ordinary person. His guarding was meaningless. The former Baroness's only support in her heart was her son, who had not returned from a long journey. Then, she heard herself saying in a pleading tone, "Allay, my brother, For the sake of our common father, don't force me like this, okay? She hadn't used this tone for more than 20 years. The last time she used it was before she married Ted. Ale seemed to get some kind of satisfaction, and he laughed. Sister, I want to remind you that our common father has been dead for 5 years. That old guy is not a good guy either. He died on a woman's belly, ha ha. When he died, the toy was still hard and couldn't be taken off. It scared the poor woman enough. Guess what I did? I don't know. I don't want to know. Mrs. Saxon felt that she was about to collapse, because she knew that the other party was going to show off the shameful past again. Ah ha ha ha. Ale laughed triumphantly. But I have to tell you. I killed that woman with a sword, then chopped her into 2 pieces, and buried her lower body with my father. In this way, even if our good father goes to hell, he can always enjoy himself. But the upper body was fed to the dogs, to appease the jealousy of our father's legitimate wives. Sister, don't you think I did a great job? Mrs. Saxon listened to these bastard words, and looked at her brother's smug face. She seemed to see a demon escaping into the mortal world. She couldn't help but pray silently in her heart. Merciful Mother Nature, please help me, at least help my daughter get rid of this hell on earth. I was born in a sinful family, with original sin, and I deserve to suffer, but my daughter is innocent, she is still so young and so kind, she shouldn't suffer such suffering. But Mother Nature didn't seem to hear her prayers at all, or maybe she heard them, but didn't want to pay attention to them for the time being. The demon blocking the door kicked the wall of the altar with his spurs, knocking off a large piece of wall dust, and making a loud thump. Sister, tonight, I want to have a good time with my niece. He seemed to be issuing an ultimatum. This touched the bottom line in Mrs. Saxon's heart. So, she roared back without hesitation. If you dare to do this, when Evelyn's brother comes back, he will tear you to pieces. She knew that this statement was not very deterrent, because she herself did not have the confidence. But she had to do it. At this moment, she was like a mother wolf desperately protecting her cubs. And the strange thing is that every time she did this, her shameless brother would always give in. This time was no exception. As expected, Ale softened his attitude. He shrugged his shoulders and said, Sister, don't get excited. I'm just kidding you. Uh-huh. How about the day after tomorrow? I'd be intimate with my niece the day after tomorrow? Get out of here. Sister, I keep my word. When my good nephew comes back, I, as his uncle, will definitely teach him a lesson. Get out of here. Ale finally left. Although my brother is shameless, he is not stupid. He must be very afraid of my son. Rosen, my child, you won't really become a big shot, right? Without an answer and not much confidence, she could only try her best to calm down and prepare to continue lunch. But at this moment, Mrs. Saxon suddenly heard the voice of a young man in her heart. Mother, it seems that I'm back at the right time. The voice was unfamiliar, but the tone was gentle, and the address was strange, calling her mother. Mrs. Saxon paused slightly, turned around, and found that there was no figure in the room. She sighed in her heart. Did I hear it wrong? Chapter 54. The Dark Prayer House. Soon, Mrs. Saxon heard the young man's voice again. Mother, it's me, Rosen. I'm speaking in your heart. The voice was very clear, gentle, and precise, without the vague earthy smell of the island natives, and very similar to the tone of speech of the Shire County nobles. Mrs. Saxon felt her heart light up, like a sudden glow in the night. She tried to respond in her heart. Child, my child, is it really you? The voice did not respond to her, but spoke to itself. Mother, take your sister back to the inner room of the prayer house now, and say you have a headache and want to rest, then you can see me. Mrs. Saxon did it without hesitation. She raised her hand to cover her forehead and said to the old butler, who was watching over her, Affu, I have a headache and I need to rest. You go to the door and guard it. Don't let anyone in. If anyone wants to come in, just cough a few times. The loyal old butler did as he was told. Mrs. Saxon said to her daughter again, Evelyn, help me down. Okay, Mom. Evelyn did so. The two slowly left the table, lifted the thick curtain covering the door, and walked into the small room inside the altar that was as dark as a tomb. The only light in the small room came from the small door. When the curtain was lifted, Mrs. Saxon quickly looked around the room, hoping to see her son. She was disappointed. Except for a small wooden bed in the corner, and a statue of Mother Nature embedded in the wall, she saw nothing. Where are you, child? Mrs. Saxon asked carefully in her heart. She was a very cautious woman. She believed that even if her son learned magic, his achievements would not be very high. This trip would definitely be a huge risk. So, she was trying to reduce the risk of exposure as much as possible. Puff. The curtain suddenly fell down by itself, and the small room became darker and darker. At this moment, Mrs. Saxon saw a tall figure standing by the wall. As tall as her husband? No, it should be taller than her husband. Ah! Evelyn was startled by the figure and screamed subconsciously, but Mrs. Saxon covered her mouth with her mouth after she screamed only halfway. "Don't scream, that's your brother," Mrs. Saxon whispered in her daughter's ear. Evelyn's tense body relaxed immediately, and she looked at the tall figure in front of her curiously with a pair of dark eyes. When her brother left the island, she was only 2 years old and had no memory at all, so she only knew that she had a brother, but had never seen him, so she was very curious and looked at him very carefully. At this time, the tall figure stepped back, and a small dark door appeared out of thin air on the wall behind him. Mrs. Saxon heard her son's voice again in her mind. "Mother, come in, I take you away from here." Mrs. Saxon did it immediately. She took her daughter's hand and walked into the small door with a slightly staggering step. The moment they walked into the small door, there was a clicking sound behind them. Looking back, she saw her son standing by the small door, one hand on the wall, and the wall closed quickly. After a while, the surroundings fell into absolute darkness, but the darkness lasted less than half a second before it was dispelled by a soft ball of light emitting white light. Mrs. Saxon found herself standing in a narrow passage less than 1 meter wide. Behind her was a tall young man wearing black leather armor, and in front of her was a black hole leading deep underground. She did not rush forward, but looked at the young man carefully. With just one look, she was sure that this was her son. Although he was much taller and stronger than he was 10 years ago, and his face had changed a lot, his childhood outline was still there. But there were also many changes that made her feel unfamiliar. When she was 10 years old, her son was taciturn, his eyes were dim, and his body was weak. He felt like a light feather that could fly away at any time. But the young man in front of her exuded a majestic sense of solemnity, like a towering mountain. The last time someone gave her a similar feeling was the late old Duke, who she had a glimpse of in Dawn City. In comparison, her husband Ted was like a stubborn and stupid old farmer in the countryside. Because he had seen the wisdom of the mages in the big city, he wanted to train his son to be a mage. He set his goal, and then he didn't care whether it was realistic or not. He just worked hard like a bull, and kept moving forward for 10 years. Mrs. Saxon always thought that her husband was stubborn and almost stupid, but the moment she saw her son, she felt that the efforts of the past 10 years were worth it. Her son really became a wise mage, even better than her husband expected. Much better. Her dead husband should be at peace. She couldn't help but reach out to touch her son's face, her voice trembling. "Oh, Rosen, it's a pity that your father didn't see you." Rosen respected the old baron very much. Although this alien man was not the father of his soul, his support did help him get through the most difficult time at the beginning of his journey. But it must be said that the old baron was very stubborn, just like a cow, and it was very difficult to get along with him. Even in letters, the two would often quarrel. This was also a major reason why Rosen did not return to the White Sturgeon Island. He really didn't want to quarrel with the old baron every day. But he finally occupied the body of the other son. Now that the old baron is gone, he will take good care of the old baron's widow and daughter. He grabbed the woman's hand in front of him, and said seriously, "Mother, father will definitely see all this in the kingdom of God," he urged, "but it's not safe here yet, keep going forward." "Okay." Mrs. Saxon responded obediently. With such a son, who felt very powerful at first glance by her side, she felt very calm in her heart, and there was no fear at all. On the other side, Rosen felt the obvious emotional changes of the other party after seeing him, and he was secretly pleased with himself. The leadership skills I trained with a large number of samples are really effective. The so-called leadership skills are not spells strictly speaking, because they basically do not use magic power. It uses a series of external details that ordinary people can directly feel, such as body language, appearance, language style, etc., to construct a mental suggestion of power, wisdom, and superiority, which has achieved the effect of conquering without fighting. In other words, it is also called the kingly aura. If ordinary people want to have this kind of aura, they must undergo strict training since childhood, but Rosen does not need it. He only needs to activate the corresponding ability to achieve near perfection. But then again, leadership is just a small path, and it must be used carefully in accordance with identity, status, and occasion, otherwise it may have the opposite effect. Commonly known as if you act too cool, you will be struck by lightning. Back to the topic. The three of them walked down the narrow passage, and Rosen used transformation to close the passage behind him. After walking for more than 20 meters, the three of them came to a narrow underground secret room. Mother, this is the secret room I dug out with magic. It is about 15 meters below the sacrificial house. No one will find it here. Mother, you can now tell me what happened in the castle in the past month. Mrs. Saxon was startled. Shouldn't we leave immediately? She thought Rosen would quietly take them away from the White Sturgeon Island and live on the Varen Island. Rosen smiled slightly. Of course not. I plan to take back the Crescent Castle. Take it back? Mrs. Saxon shook her head repeatedly. No, you can't do it alone. There are hundreds of knights in Crescent Castle, and your uncle Sir Allay is also there. You? Before he finished speaking, Rosen waved his hand to stop him. Mother, I know all this, and I am not alone. My warriors will support me at any time. I want to know why the Crescent Knights pledged allegiance to Uncle Allay instead of patiently waiting for my return. He had already written a reply, and stated in the letter that he would return within a month. There are more than 70 Crescent Knights in Crescent City, plus their knight attendants and ordinary warriors, a total of more than 1,400 regular troops. This group of people could have defended Crescent City, and waited for him to return to take over the position of Baron, but they didn't. Instead, they pledged allegiance to Sir Allay early. Although his reputation on the island is definitely not very good, and the islanders also worship the strong, but old Baron Ted is also a qualified lord. It is not possible that there is not even one loyal person, right? So, the speed at which the Crescent Knights defected was a bit weird. And these insider information that happened in the past is difficult to find out through detection guard in a short time. The best way is to ask the insider. Mrs. Saxon felt that she could not resist Rosen's inadvertent majesty, even if the other party was her son. So, she immediately told what happened in the castle. That night, the news that your father was assassinated by the forest elves came back. The whole Crescent City was panicked. We were all scared. The Crescent Knights also had internal strife. You know, there are 3 major guard knights in Crescent City, and their attitudes are also very divided. Codlin insisted on burning the forest to avenge your father. But Hansky said that once the forest fire spreads, it will destroy the White Sturgeon Island. The most important thing to do now is to stabilize the situation and prevent the forest elves from attacking Crescent City in the chaos. Goodman also believes that for the sake of safety, the defense line should be contracted. A new lord should be selected first, and then avenge the forest elves. Just when the dispute was unresolved, your uncle Sir Allay came to support with his mountain knights. That night, they discussed in the castle hall for a whole night. I don't know what happened that night. They didn't let me listen at all. The next morning, Codlin was arrested and thrown into the castle dungeon, and Hansky and Goodman both began to support Allay. Hansky came to me and said that he had no choice but to do this, because only in this way, Sir Allay would let me and your sister go. Goodman also came to me. He said that you are a waste and not worthy of reliance. He also said that Sir Allay is a powerful leader who will lead the warriors to avenge your father and protect the safety of Crescent City. Other knights also have no confidence in you. Seeing that the 2 knights support Allay, they also swear allegiance to Allay. Mrs. Saxon talked a lot, a little cumbersome, but the logic was clear. After listening all the way, Rosen had a general idea of the situation. He slapped the wall a little harder, and came to a preliminary conclusion. Father's death is very strange. I'm afraid it has something to do with Allay. On the other side, Mrs. Saxon was surprised. How could it be? Allay is not so outrageous, right? Rosen did not distinguish. He asked back, Mother, if I kill Allay, will you object? He has now learned a lot about the current situation of Crescent Castle through Levin and Detection Guard, and there are countless ways to kill Allay. Of course, he would choose a method with the least trouble and the greatest benefit. On the other side, Mrs. Saxon shook her head without hesitation. No, he is a complete devil. I would rather he die early. In this case, Rosen had no worries at all. He asked again, Is Knight Codrin still alive? Mrs. Saxon nodded repeatedly. He is still alive. Knight Codrin has been practicing the 7 virtues of knights for many years, and his reputation among the Crescent Knights is very high. They dare not kill him easily. But I am afraid that they have been torturing him, and he may be seriously injured now. This news was enough. Rosen was very happy, because from his mother's description and his father's letter, it can be seen that this Knight Codrin was a truly loyal and righteous man. Now that this man is still alive, not only will the difficulty of retaking Crescent Castle by normal means be greatly reduced, but he will also have a powerful left and right arm in the future. As for being tortured, this is not a problem at all. As long as the person is not dead, he can be rescued. What does Codrin look like? He is probably in his early 30s, very tall, almost as tall as your father, which is rare on the island. Rosen nodded to show that he understood, and then reached out and gently touched his sister's face. The little girl had been hiding behind her mother like a kitten, carefully watching her brother. At this time, she wanted to hide timidly, but Rosen suddenly turned his hand over, and there was an exquisite small paper box in his palm. It was the popular Milk Crisp soft candy in the aristocratic circle of Shire County. The little girl was immediately shocked by Rosen's trick, her eyes full of disbelief, but soon her attention was drawn to the aroma of the candy. She couldn't help eating one, and a sweet smile of intoxication suddenly appeared on her little face, and the strangeness of this big brother quickly faded. "Mother, sister, you wait here, I will start now." Without waiting for the two girls to answer, he thought and activated the transformation again. From underground, squeezed towards the castle dungeon little by little. Chapter 55. If the dungeon of Maple Leaf Castle is like an underground tomb, then the dungeon of Crescent Castle is simply hell on earth. The air is full of rotten and stinking smells, rotten debris, dried blood, and maggots crawling everywhere. There are also many big, slick black rats. These rats have red eyes and black and yellow teeth. When they see people, they don't run away, but squeak excitedly. Obviously, they have long been accustomed to eating human flesh. With such a hellhole under my feet, I can't sleep well at night. Rosen decided that after dealing with Sir Allais, he would completely close the dungeon. This underground space is not small, and can be completely recycled. Back to the topic. He used a floating spell on himself, and his eyes passed through the cells that looked like graves, looking for the imprisoned knights. He saw many prisoners dying. There might be some real villains, who could be locked up in the castle dungeon at this moment, but there must be many loyal followers of the old baron. There was no time to rescue them for the time being, so Rosen cast a low-level healing spell and water condensation spell on everyone to keep them alive first, so as not to let them die. Soon, he saw the target of this trip. It was a man in his early 30s, with a square face, a tall figure, long arms and legs, and he looked very honest. At this moment, his eyes were closed, his lips were chapped, his face was as pale as a corpse, and he was wearing a prison uniform stained with blood. The exposed skin was blue and swollen from the cold, and his wrists were drooping and his legs were twisted and deformed. Looking carefully, Rosen found that the man's tendons were cut and his thigh bones were broken. If it weren't for the faint breathing, it would be no different from a corpse. Hey, I dare not kill him on the spot, so I tortured him to death little by little afterwards. After he died, those Crescent Knights would have almost adapted to the new order. Who would really stand up for a stubborn knight who died? If it were on Earth, Codron would naturally be completely useless. But this world has magical healing spells. As a wizard with an extremely cautious personality, how could Rosen not study healing spells? In the Natural Alliance, the healing spells of the natural system are the most diverse and the most effective, especially for external injuries. As long as the person is not dead, they can be pulled back by force. But the natural system is the specialty of the Temple of Nature, and it is not passed on without formal teaching. With the attitude of respecting ghosts and gods and keeping a distance, Rosen did not study natural spells. He chose the slightly less effective life system and pure water system, and combined the strengths of the two systems to create several very effective healing spells. Although Codron's injury was serious, he could use the powerful 5-ring healing spell Levin's Light to treat it. As the name of the spell suggests, this is exclusive to Puppet number 1, and Puppet number 2 cannot do it. The good news is that number 1 Levin has been nearby to escort him. After a while, Levin arrived at the dungeon. After he silently cast the spell for about 10 seconds, he gently tapped Codron's mouth with the staff, and poured a large ball of fiery red crystal light liquid into it. Then it floated away. Look at Codron again. I saw this ball of strange light liquid go all the way down from his mouth into his body, and then quickly turned into countless fiery red rays of light, rushing to his limbs and bones. Immediately afterwards, his thin body became fuller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his deformed hands and feet also returned to their original state with the help of the deformation force. About 10 minutes later, Codron exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. At first, his eyes were a little hazy, and his eyeballs turned around blankly, and then he saw Rosen, and his expression suddenly froze. Lord? He woke up suddenly, stood up straight, and stared at Rosen with the faint light of the light spell. After looking for 3 seconds, he recognized Rosen's identity. Master, is it you? His face was full of excitement, and his eyes looking at Rosen were full of deep disbelief and a hint of awe. Obviously, he was also deeply affected by Rosen's leadership skills. Rosen also looked relieved. It's me. The old baron said in the letter that Codron was the son of a farmer, but he aspired to become a knight since he was a child. He taught himself martial arts during the slack season and achieved some success. So he was promoted to a personal guard. When he was in a good mood, he would occasionally give him some pointers, but he didn't expect that this man would make rapid progress with his outstanding efforts and good talent. When he was 25 years old, he became one of the 3 knights of Crescent City. With his outstanding talent and tough and simple character, he was the most trusted subordinate of the old baron. Now it seems that he has not lived up to the trust of the old baron. And at this moment, he is the sword left by the old baron to Rosen. Codron discovered the changes in his body. After a quick check, his face showed confusion. My body, my hands, my legs. Rosen explained, I brought healing potions to heal your injuries. After hearing this, Codron fell to his knees. Thank you for saving my life. But you shouldn't have risked coming back, and you shouldn't have wasted such a precious potion on me. Rosen didn't argue with him, and said directly, Codron, I need you to help me take back Crescent Castle. Codron was stunned. Master, just us? Rosen shook his head. No, there is a group of powerful warriors lurking outside the castle, but the castle is strong and it is difficult to attack. We must find a way to open the gate and cause internal strife in the castle. Codron immediately understood the current situation, and he said in a serious voice, Master. Rosen corrected, in Dawn City, I have been canonized as a new baron by the Duke. Codron was not surprised at all. He was already impressed by Rosen's image as a leader. He immediately changed his words. Lord, Hansky and Goodman are traitors of Crescent City, and at least 10 Crescent Knights follow them. He skipped the question of do it or not, and went straight to discussing how to do it. Rosen immediately asked, why did they betray? Did my father treat them badly? Codron shook his head. No, Hansky should have been held hostage, and Goodman was instigated. Who instigated it? Alesh? Codron shook his head again. No, it was a powerful forest elf in the mountains. I don't know who this forest elf is, whether he is a man or a woman, or which forest elf tribe he belongs to. The information I know now is all revealed by Alesh. He said that this forest elf is very powerful and very scary. He is a terrible master of witchcraft. The end of fighting him is death. Rosen's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. Interesting. He almost immediately remembered the strange metal power he felt on Longnian Snow Peak. Witchcraft is the name of many ancient spells, referring to some mysterious primitive spells with vague principles. At present, most primitive witchcraft has been cracked by modern wizards. If it weren't for the abnormal power of Longnian Snow Peak, Rosen would never take this witchcraft master to heart. But now, he has to be more cautious. After thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, is there any other information about this witchcraft master? Codron nodded. This master provides a potion called Dragon's Blessing. After drinking it, not only will you have infinite strength, your body will be as strong as steel, and your skin will be as tough as the legendary dragon skin. That night, I used my battle axe to chop with all my strength, but I could only leave a shallow blood mark on Alay's neck. Codron is at the peak of the advanced level, and he can only barely break the defense with all his strength. This potion is really effective. Rosen immediately asked, besides Alay, do other knights have this potion? Yes. Goodman and Hansky also have it. But I have been locked up for too long, so I don't know about other people. This information is very critical. Rosen immediately ordered Lifu. Let number 1 steal a bottle of Dragon's Blessing and try to dispel the effect. If the effect can be dispelled, give up stealing. If it can't be dispelled, steal all the potions. The order was received. At the same time, Rosen gave Codron a vague explanation. I didn't sneak in alone, there are several powerful spies. I have passed the news of the potion to the spies. Let's wait for the news first. Codron had no idea about the principles of magic, and nodded in awe. About 10 minutes later, Rosen received a new message from Lifu. The principle of the potion is unknown, and it cannot be dispelled. All finished products have been stolen, 20 in number. Rosen secretly explained, this witchcraft master really has a unique skill. Fortunately, he came to rescue Codron first, otherwise 20 invulnerable and powerful barbaric warriors would appear in the process of seizing the castle. Even if he won the final victory, he would definitely suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, he brought Levin with him and disarmed the opponent in advance. He turned to Codron and said, okay, the spies stole all the potions. How are you doing? Codron patted his chest hard. Lord, I am fine now. Just give me the order. Rosen was very happy. Very good. First, we need to call for a group of loyal Crescent Knights. Do you have any candidates? Yes, but how can we find them quietly? I know the invisibility spell. That's no problem. Codron immediately stood up. Lord, let's go and gather the warriors. He went first. Walking towards the dungeon exit, he said, Allah is a rogue, and many brothers do not respect him in their hearts. But because there is really no hope, they have to choose to surrender. Now that you are back, you don't look as mediocre as the legend says. Ahem, Lord, I don't mean to belittle you, it's because you didn't have a good reputation on the island before. I understand that it took me a long time to learn magic, but this is because I am too knowledgeable in the field of magic. Codron's face showed a strong curiosity. Deeply? Does the Lord read a lot of books? Yes. A lot of books. He asked, are there as many as 20? On the island, books are rare. Codron has only seen 3 books since he was a child. For him, 20 books is already a very large number. Rosen couldn't help laughing. It's far more than 20 books, but 561 books, totaling 16.92 million words. This is the number that he personally read carefully. If you count the one scanned and recorded by Lai Fu into the database, it's a terrifying number. Codron's mouth was almost open, and the awe in his eyes was overflowing. As they talked, the two came to the exit of the dungeon, which was the warden's room. The door was half open, and there were 4 people in it, a warden, 2 jailers, and a trembling young maid. The only thing seen on the 4 people was a skirt, and it was worn by the maid. Who is this guy? He is Allah's confidant. We don't need to be alarmed. Before he finished speaking, the dagger on Rosen's leg flew into the room automatically, and there were only a few pu sounds of sharp blades entering the flesh. When Codron followed in, 3 of the 4 were dead, each with a knife in the back of the head, and the maid fainted on the ground. Knight, put on the warden's equipment quickly. Codron was secretly shocked by the young lord's methods, but he moved quickly and put on the warden's equipment quickly. Among them was a pair of pig leather boots, which were the same pair he wore before. Soon, Codron got a rusty iron sword, a thick leather shield, and a worn leather armor, which increased his confidence a lot. Lord, even if the truly loyal brothers have surrendered, they will not be reused. Now they are either patrolling or standing guard. We have to go to the edge of the castle to find them. Rosen was naturally not as familiar with the interpersonal relationships between island knights as Codron, so he naturally followed the expert's advice. You lead the way, we will go in stealth. So Codron took Rosen and quietly gathered allies in the Crescent Castle. Just as they were quietly moving, Alish suddenly felt a little flustered. He immediately found his magic expert. Makana, I feel something is wrong. Let's do a fortune-telling. Makana shrugged. Lord, I have done it early this morning, and everything is normal today. Alish became more and more irritated. I will tell you to tell. Hurry up. Okay, as you wish. Makana took out the divination tortoise back and dice, and after a long divination, he threw the dice into the tortoise back. Lord, look, 3 6s, today is a rare good day. I don't believe it, come again. Makana had to come again, still 3 6s. Alish was getting more and more panicked. He turned around like a trapped beast and suddenly shouted to his confidant, Go, bring my sister and niece to me. Yes, Lord. The confidant went over immediately. About a quarter of an hour later, he hurried back. Lord, it's bad, I can't find the person. Alish stood up in shock. What do you mean? How could I not find it when everything was fine? The confidant was also confused. I just can't find it. I searched every corner, but I couldn't find it. It was as if it was eaten by a dragon. Alish was angry and shocked, and a light suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that the eldest son of the Baron has returned? And sneaked into the castle? Thinking of this, he decisively ran into the room to get the potion. As a result, he found that the medicine he relied on the most was missing. He shuddered with fear and almost peed his pants on the spot. When he turned around, he immediately shouted loudly. Enemy attack. Chapter 56. It was 11 o'clock in the morning, lunchtime. The smoke from cooking over the Moon Hill had not yet dissipated, but 20 Crescent Knights had gathered in the hay storage room on the south side of Crescent Castle. They were all young and strong, with an average age of less than 30 years old. A group of people formed a semicircle, surrounding 2 people in the middle. One was Rosen, and the other was Knight Commander Codron. Codron lowered his voice and said, The forest elves in the mountains are the eternal enemies of our human race, but Allah betrayed us and became an accomplice of the forest elves. He helped the forest elves assassinate the old lord, and tried to help those foreign races enslave us. He is the most shameful traitor. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, the faces of the Crescent Knights showed a look of common hatred against the enemy. Allah did not have a good reputation on the island. He is indeed a high-level warrior with good strength, But he is cruel to the weak and cowardly to the strong. He is an out-and-out rogue. They were already dissatisfied with Alish occupying the Crescent Castle, and now the eldest son of the Baron is back. He is as tall and strong as the old Baron, and has a noble temperament that the old Baron does not have. He even sneaked into the castle and rescued Codrin. This courage and ability impressed every Crescent Knight present. Rosen also took a step forward and said in a concentrated voice, "Crescent City not only belongs to my Saxon family, but also to every Crescent Knight, and even more to our human race. Now, the alien race has put the knife on our necks. We have no way back, and can only fight to the death." The Crescent Knights listened carefully, and their faces showed tragic and heroic expressions, and they were mentally prepared to die in battle. But then, the young lord changed the subject. "But remember, we are not fighting alone. When I was in Dawn City, I was favored by the Mother of Nature and the Princess of Dawn. Now, the princess's loyal warriors are waiting outside the city. As long as we open the castle gate, they can rush in and fight side by side with us." This made the Crescent Knights present, including Codrin, a little confused. Codrin subconsciously asked, "Lord, what does the princess favor mean? Did the princess take care of you?" The other Crescent Knights also looked at the new lord in confusion. Rosen shook his head. "No, the princess married me." The Crescent Knights looked at each other, feeling like they were dreaming. Rosen did not explain much, because the following facts would explain it for him. He continued, "Next, we have to rush out, seize control of the castle gate from Alish's confidants, and then lower the gate drawbridge. This is very dangerous, and someone may lose his life at any time, but I swear in the name of Mother Nature that I will fight with you until the last moment. Now, for Crescent City." The Crescent Knights all clenched their weapons tightly, and responded in a low voice. "For Crescent City. Let's go!" Rosen walked out of the hay warehouse first. He had just taken a few steps when Knight Codlin caught up with him, 2 steps ahead of him, and used his body to protect the right side of Rosen's body. Following, several more Crescent Knights rushed up and protected him firmly in the crowd. In the simple belief of the island warriors, knights can die in battle, but lords cannot. The death of a knight in battle is the best proof of courage and loyalty, and his family will be taken care of by the lord. But if the lord is dead, the knight's struggle will be meaningless. A group of people gathered together, and after coming out of the hay warehouse, many knight attendants followed them, each following the knight they served. On average, each knight would bring 3 attendants, so the team of 15 people suddenly expanded to 60 people, and it also became very eye-catching. But no one found them for the time being, because Rosen opened a low-level mist barrier. The effect of this spell is to create a white mist around the crowd, covering people inside, and can block the vision 5 meters away. Its invisibility effect is not as good as the intermediate invisible curtain. When blocking the enemy's vision, it will also block your own vision. But every Crescent Knight present is very familiar with the route of the Crescent Castle, and they are not worried about getting lost at all. Under the cover of the white mist, they quickly crossed the narrow open space and came to the gate of the castle. The gate is the key point of every castle, so it is naturally guarded by trusted people. At this moment, the gate is guarded by the so-called Mountain Knights, who are called Mountain Knights because Sir Alay's fiefdom is Mountain Town. A Crescent Knight quietly introduced Rosen. The commander of the gate is a senior knight named Savati, who is armed with an iron spear and has very advanced martial arts skills. He is a powerful man. He is out, and the red-haired one is him. Savati walked out of the barracks next to the gate with an iron spear, cursing and shouting, "It's noon! How can there be such a thick fog?" Before he finished speaking, the Knight Guardian sword in Rosen's hand flew out like lightning, cutting Savati's unprotected neck. Dang! Savati waved his iron spear and blocked the magic sword at the critical moment. After all, he was a senior knight with a very sharp combat instinct. But that was all. Puff! A rune dagger followed the magic sword and pierced Savati's heart, sending the red-haired knight to hell. The cold light flashed again, and the magic sword and dagger quickly returned to Rosen's hands. Feeling the shocked eyes of the Crescent Knights, this was exactly the effect Rosen wanted, because the island knights admired the strong the most. He immediately shouted in a low voice, "Half of the people go to open the door, and the other half will fight with me." "Yes, Lord." The response of the Crescent Knights was obviously much more powerful than before. At the same time, the movement of the gate finally alarmed the defenders in the castle. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Woo! The deep sound of the conch was blown. Ka-la, ka-da, ka-da. Amid the sound of the wooden hinge, the heavy and huge iron suspension bridge fell down bit by bit. It must be lowered slowly, bit by bit. If it falls all at once, the suspension bridge will probably be broken into 2 pieces by its own weight. Not only will it be a waste of time now, but it will also be very troublesome to repair it in the future. The sound of the door opening alarmed all the castle guards. Here, here, someone is opening the door. It's so foggy, I can't see anything. Hurry up and shoot arrows at the gate, shoot everyone to death. Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from behind. Sir Olay is here. This guy has no potion, but he still has some tricks. He actually plans to shoot Rosen to death with arrows while the situation is unclear. There are indeed many archers who are unaware of the situation and start shooting arrows at the fog. But because the situation was sudden, not many archers gathered, so the rain of arrows was sparse, with only a dozen arrows, the most powerful of which was only medium, and the target was not clear. What was even more strange was that a very secret strong airflow appeared above the white fog, which swept all the arrows away. It was Levin who was hiding in the dark, who quietly made a move. At the same time, Rosen dispersed the white fog barrier and showed his figure. He shouted, "Crescent warriors, your lord is back." At the same time, he raised the knight's magic sword and shot 3 consecutive flashes into the sky. This was the action signal agreed upon by him and the Flame War Corps. Less than 3 seconds after the signal was sent, a huge thunder was heard coming from the bottom of the hillside, which was Yop's response to him. These unexpected movements immediately stagnated the archers' offensive. Many archers who originally belonged to Crescent City stopped shooting arrows immediately. The archers from Gaoshan town wanted to shoot again, but most of them were stopped by the Crescent archers on the side. As a result, the rain of arrows became very sparse and was still decreasing rapidly. As the white mist quickly dissipated, the situation at the castle gate became clear. A large number of warriors rushed in from all directions in the castle, estimated to be more than 700. These warriors filled the narrow space behind the gate. There were 60 warriors on their side, more than 20 of them were still busy opening the door, and the other 40 or so were using the simple shields they found temporarily, or simply wooden boards, to surround Rosen in the middle. Knight Codron stood on the right side of Rosen's body, holding a large round shield wrapped in thick cowhide in his hand, which he found in Knight Savati's room. He roared to the soldiers who were rushing in, "Warriors of Crescent City, the real lord is standing behind me, Rosen, the eldest son of Baron Ted. Are you going to point your swords at your lord?" With this roar, at least half of the soldiers in the crowd showed hesitation. The archers also stopped completely. And anyone with eyes can see at a glance that the young man behind Codlin is the eldest son of the old baron. Because the two look so much alike. They are lying, shoot them quickly, shoot them to death. Alesh stood behind the defenders and urged loudly. The Crescent warriors did not listen to him, but the Alpine warriors were incited again to attack Rosen. Seeing this, Rosen directly controlled puppet number 2 to take a few steps, and stood on a high place, exposing himself completely to everyone's vision. He roared loudly, "Warriors of the White Sturgeon Island, are you going to attack the Supreme Lord?" This time, all the defenders saw his appearance clearly. Full face, tall and strong body, exquisite and brand new armor and magic tools, weapons shining with cold light, condensed a majestic temperament. This appearance is really outstanding, giving people the feeling that he is a natural lord. In comparison, Sir Olay, who is wearing worn-out leather armor, is simply a down-and-out country vagrant. The Crescent warriors didn't like Olay from Gaoshan town very much, and felt very ashamed in their hearts. Now that the legitimate heir has returned, he still looks so majestic, and they are immediately impressed. After a momentary pause, at least half of the Crescent warriors turned their sides on the spot, and turned their weapons to aim at Sir Olay. The remaining half of the Crescent warriors also lost their will to fight. Sir Olay's confidants, the mountain warriors, also stopped attacking, with many confused expressions on their faces. After all, the opponent was a genuine Baron Lord. If he was a waste, it would be fine, but now it has greatly shaken their confidence. So, the strength of Rosen and Sir Olay changed from 60 to 700 to more than 200 to more than 500 in a blink of an eye. Olay seemed to have some advantages, but not absolute advantages, and even had a huge disadvantage in morale. The two sides confronted each other in the open space in front of the gate, and the drawbridge of the castle gate was halfway down. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more favorable for Rosen, suddenly, there was a loud bang from the defenders, and an iron arrow drew a light red battle spirit in the air, and shot directly into Rosen's heart. It was a deadly cold arrow. When another loud bang appeared, Rosen stood there without dodging, and used the magic sword in his hand to deflect the cold arrow with one hand. Everyone subconsciously exclaimed. Using a melee weapon to block the cold arrow head-on, is the most dazzling and dangerous operation on the battlefield. And this new lord not only succeeded, but also did it calmly, which made people have to admire it. If such a lord is still a waste, then everyone present is a waste. Therefore, this eldest son of the Baron should be the supreme lord of the White Sturgeon Island. Rosen felt the subtle change in the attitude of the island warriors, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. He looked at the crowd of defenders, among whom there was a white-haired knight who had not had time to put down the iron bow in his hand. His face was full of shock. Knight Codron immediately rushed up, protected Rosen behind him, and roared at the white-haired knight. "Goodman, you despicable traitor!" That man was Goodman, one of the 3 Crescent Knights. And this despicable cold arrow, and Rosen's powerful move of blocking the arrow with a sword, immediately made 80% to 90% of the Crescent warriors stand on Rosen's side. The number of both sides became 400 to 400. There were only nearly 300 mountain warriors, 2 betrayed Crescent Knights, and their few diehards still standing beside Sir Allay. The strength of both sides was almost a draw. But this was not a good thing. Because the venue was very narrow, if the 2 sides really fought, it would easily become a tragic meat grinder battle. Rosen didn't want the Crescent warriors loyal to him to be lost in vain. Because the real enemy was the forest spirits in the mountains. So, he looked at the short and strong man behind the castle garrison again and asked loudly, "Uncle, what are you doing to fight your lord?" Sir Allay looked at Rosen with complicated eyes. He wanted to say that you were a waste, but this reason was bankrupt. So, he actually had no legitimate reason to fight Rosen. Originally, he could threaten the other party's mother and sister, but they were nowhere to be found. Or he could take the blessing of the dragon and forcibly kill Rosen, but this powerful potion was also gone. So, he knew that he had failed. But he also knew very well that with what he did, there was no room for retreat. Once he put down his weapons, it meant that he was completely finished. As his thoughts turned, he also saw Rosen's concerns and grinned. "My good nephew, since you are back and have learned a lot of skills, I am completely relieved. You are the new lord. I will take my warriors back to Gaoshan town immediately." As he spoke, he held his weapon tightly, and looked ready to fight. If Rosen really returned alone, unless Levin attacked secretly, the way to minimize the loss would be to let Allay go. But Levin is Rosen's biggest trump card at the moment, and he will never show it to the public unless it is absolutely necessary. But he did not come back alone, and he had already written the ending for this cheap uncle. With a rumble, the iron drawbridge of the castle gate was completely lowered, and the gate slowly opened. Outside the gate was the flame war corps that had already lined up in an orderly manner. Chapter 57. Voila, voila. With the sound of uniform footsteps, for teams of 40 shield guards formed a square formation, rushed across the drawbridge, and entered the Crescent Castle. Even though they were extremely fast, their movements were uniform, and the heavy rune anti-magic shields remained motionless in front of them, without revealing any defensive flaws. At first glance, it looked like flowing steel. When the island warriors in the castle saw such a battle, they all looked shocked and retreated involuntarily. They clearly felt the dangerous aura of these shield warriors. But this is not over yet. Battlemaster Yope followed closely behind the shield guards, and he roared loudly. "The princess's guards are here to protect her, and those who stand in the way will die." He roared with a 4-ring battle spirit, and the sound was surprisingly loud, like rolling into the castle like thunder. The content of his words was also shocking. Princess guards? Which princess? Protecting the emperor. What emperor are they protecting? Just as everyone was stunned, the iron-like shield guards had already rushed to Rosen's side. A part of the shield guards surrounded him, and the fact showed that they were protecting the emperor of Lord White Sturgeon. The other part of the shield guards continued to move forward 10 meters, then stopped, and quickly built a solid temporary protective wall with the heavy shields in their hands. At the same time, 4 teams of crossbow warriors followed closely behind the shield formation, aiming the shining crossbows at the mountain warriors on the opposite side. If it was just a shield formation and a crossbow formation, Sir Allay would still be a bit of a leader. If nearly 300 warriors tried their best, they could also fight a bloody battle. The problem is, there is also a battle mage team. A group of 5 battle mages stood at the back. They formed 4 magic circles, and each wizard staff shone with the cold light of magic, ready to cast spells. Once the fight started, the wizards would immediately throw powerful spells into the enemy's crowd, making them completely lose their combat effectiveness. These changes happened too quickly, like a horse-drawn show. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the situation changed completely. Rosen looked at Sir Allay, and saw that his face turned green and white, and he looked at the flame war corps with a shocked look. Soldiers who have been on the battlefield for a long time have keen combat intuition. I believe this guy has clearly felt the power of the Flame War Core. Looking at the warriors around him, each of them was full of panic on their faces, and they were only a few straws away from morale collapse. What Rosen wanted was for the other party to surrender voluntarily, because he had seen that even the warriors in Gaoshan town were only corrupted by the forest spirits at the top and a few middle levels. Most of the middle and lower level Gaoshan warriors simply followed the Lord to fight. This group of middle and lower level mountain warriors are all allies that can be won over. So, he continued to press the straw. The mind whispered to Yope, "Start planning the second step." This was all discussed in advance. Yope took a step forward and came to Rosen's body, then looked around and finally fell on Sir Alish opposite. He shouted, "This noble young man next to me is not only the lord of the White Sturgeon Island, but also the husband of Princess Whale on Chincy. You resist him, you are resisting the princess. As the princess's personal guard, we will defend the princess's dignity to the death." As soon as these words came out, the island warriors were stunned. Princess Whale on Chincy, isn't this the goddess in the epic legend? How could such a goddess marry a small lord of a small island like theirs? Although the islanders didn't have much knowledge, they also felt that this matter was really far from the truth. They wanted to question it, but the equipment in front of them was so good, the aura was so strong that they didn't want to talk, and there was a terrible battle group led by a terrible battle master. They couldn't help but believe it. For a moment, the Crescent Knights subconsciously raised their chests and their morale soared. The mountain warriors and the betrayed Crescent Knights had expressions of doubt about life on their faces, and each of them was like a dog that had lost its home. Sir Alish was also in a bad situation. He was sweating all over his forehead and kept swallowing saliva. Rosen knew that the general situation was set. He spoke at this time and took over what Alish had said before. "Uncle, are you thinking too simply? Your previous actions were betrayal. As a betrayer, you actually want to pretend that nothing happened and return to Gaoshan town safely? If I let you leave, how can I explain to those heroes who are loyal to Crescent City until death?" Rosen's voice became louder and louder, and at the end, he was already roaring. The Crescent warriors immediately felt a common hatred of the enemy, and shouted in response, "Kill the traitor! Kill the traitor! Kill the traitor!" At first, they shouted in a scattered manner, and then in unison. All the Crescent warriors glared at the Gaoshan warriors opposite them, as well as about a dozen Crescent warriors who had always followed Sir Alay. Under tremendous psychological pressure, these people were pale and lost. Morale had dropped to freezing point. Sir Alay's face turned pale, and he was shaking all over. He gritted his teeth and held on to avoid collapse. "Rosen, I am your uncle, my father is your grandfather, my sister is your mother, we have the same blood, you can't kill me." He was begging for mercy. Rosen was waiting for this sentence. He could also feel that the angry Crescent warriors were also waiting for his response. His next response was very important and crucial. This response would be the starting point of everything, and would determine the path he would take on the road to becoming the lord of this other world, and would also determine the height he could eventually reach in this world. He took a deep breath, and using his height advantage, he looked down slightly at Sir Alay standing 50 meters away. "In terms of personal affection, you are indeed my uncle. On a personal level, I am willing to forgive your mistakes. I will not vent my anger on you, nor will I take my anger out on your family." Yes, 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 well said, you are really my good nephew, uncle is wrong, please forgive me?" Alish felt that this was a bit wrong, but he had no time to think about it, and subconsciously used this as a life-saving straw. Rosen was still very calm, his expression and eyes were always calm, and his voice was as clear as ever, trying to make every soldier present hear clearly. He continued, "But the Lord of the White Sturgeon Island is not an ordinary person, and you can't just talk about the private affairs of ordinary people." This was very heavy, as deafening as thunder. All the soldiers present also listened attentively. Rosen stared at Sir Alish, with a face full of pain and determination. The Lord of the White Sturgeon Island is the guardian of all human beings on the island. The defender of justice. The executor of justice in the world. Uncle, you colluded with the mortal enemy of the human race, and usurped the position of Lord. You betrayed the Lord and all the human race. You ignored the wishes of most of the Crescent warriors, and killed or trampled on the heroes and righteous men who were loyal to the Crescent City. This is a violation of justice. You have committed a great sin in both duty and justice. Anyone, whether he is a noble or a commoner, even my future self, must be punished by justice once he commits such a terrible crime." After saying this, the entire Crescent Castle fell into silence, like the tranquility after thunder. But the shock caused by this thunder was not fear, but a sense of identity from the deepest part of the heart. Life on the island is hard, and everyone has to be self-reliant to survive, so everyone has a strong character and only obeys the stronger. But it does not mean that they do not have a simple sense of right and wrong in their hearts. Now Rosen, the new lord, expressed this simple concept in clear and understandable words, which was so moving that it immediately aroused strong emotional resonance among everyone. The morale of the soldiers in Gaoshan town had already dropped to zero, and now it has even dropped below freezing. They almost turned against each other. The newly appointed lord of the White Sturgeon Island is so great and noble that he makes the knight they follow look as ugly as a clown. No one with a normal mind would follow a clown to fight against a hero. Even the members of the Flame Corps were greatly shocked. Most of them came from good civilian families, and although they had strong personal abilities, they did not receive the respect and treatment corresponding to their abilities. Although he saw the incompetence of many nobles, he had to bow to them. And now, Rosen, the lord of the White Sturgeon Island who he had looked down upon, was so brave, so capable, and so fair and just that it was really hard not to be impressed. Rosen felt that the time was almost right, and turned to look at the soldiers of Gaoshan town. Facing the strong, the weak will inevitably be deceived and coerced by them, and even forced to commit many crimes. So, I will only execute the 20 most evil sinners, and I will pardon the death penalty for the rest of the soldiers. He stole a total of 20 bottles of Dragon's Blessing potion, so these 20 people were the loyalists selected by Lin Jing, and they must be eradicated. Now, I need to know, in addition to my Uncle Ale, who are the most evil 19 people. As soon as these words came out, Ale was immediately panicked. He looked around at his men and roared angrily. Who of you dares to judge me? Then he threatened again. Your family and children are all in Gaoshan town. Once I die, the forest spirits will destroy Gaoshan town immediately, he said as he stepped back, looking around, and began to doubt everyone around him. This action confirmed his name as a traitor. Rosen immediately shouted, "It is the duty of the Crescent Lord to fight against the forest spirits and protect the people. After the chief culprit is tried, I will immediately send troops to support Gaoshan town." As soon as these words came out, the middle and lower level Gaoshan town warriors, who had not been corrupted suddenly had no worries. Suddenly, a knight next to Goodman shouted, "I expose Goodman's crimes, I expose his collusion with the forest spirits." His shout immediately started a new beginning. The 2 corrupted Crescent Knights and some high-level knights in Gaoshan town were all isolated. Including Alish, there were exactly 20 people, no more and no less. It happened to be the 20 people with the potion. These people were pale, and wanted to escape, but they were surrounded by the soldiers, and had nowhere to escape. So, they could only stand back to back, holding their weapons tightly in their hands, fighting desperately. But the current situation is 800 to 20. An absolute crushing advantage. As long as Rosen gives an order, these 20 people will be crushed to death in an instant. Alish didn't expect things to turn out like this, and he didn't expect that he would be defeated so badly. Just now, the opponent had only 60 people, and there were more than 700 people standing next to him. How come in a blink of an eye, there were enemies all around? He looked at Rosen, who was surrounded by the shield array in despair, and all the courage in his heart was drained away. He heard him pleading, "Lord, I was wrong, I plead guilty. Please spare my life for the sake of blood relationship." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of plop, plop, ding dong coming from the side. He turned around and saw that the 19 people around him had also thrown their weapons to the ground, kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy from the Lord. "Merciful Lord, I beg for your forgiveness. Great Lord of the White Sturgeon, as long as you forgive me, you can let me do anything." These guys are obviously more open than Alish. Unfortunately, all this is in vain. Alish heard his nephew speak in his calm, clear, and even somewhat pleasant aristocratic tone. "Now, in front of all the warriors, with the sacred power given to me by Mother Nature, I declare that these sinners will be deprived of their lives. Knight Codlin, I order you to take a group of Crescent Knights and take them to the market of Crescent City. In front of everyone, read out their crimes of betrayal and chop off their heads. Public crime should be punished by public execution. There are almost no disadvantages to doing this, but there are countless advantages." "Yes, Lord." Knight Codlin shouted with all his strength, feeling that his chest was filled with an extremely high passion. A gratifying thought turned in his mind. "Lord Ted, look, this is the eldest son you have cultivated with all your strength, and he did not disappoint you. He is back and has brought true justice to our barbaric and backward place." Chapter 58. From a distance, the Crescent Castle has a fairy tale beauty. But a closer look will reveal that the castle is shabby and simple. The castle covers a large area of more than 200 acres. There are 3 types of building materials, namely rammed earth, wood, and white stone. Rammed earth forms the main body of the outermost wall. Wood is used to build various auxiliary buildings, such as guard towers, anti-climbing spikes, warehouses, barracks, servants' houses, etc. The most precious white stone was used to build the only stone building in the castle. It is a single-story long house with stone walls and wooden roof. This is the Lord's residence, and it is probably the only stone building on the entire Sturgeon Island. When Rosen was surrounded by soldiers and walked towards the Lord's long house, he found that the ground was particularly dirty. There were many rotten vegetable leaves, livestock and human feces, and many inexplicable household garbage on the black mud. In many areas, there are still semi-free-range livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, and dogs. When they are driven, they quack and run around, leaving many hot little gifts. The air is naturally filled with a strange smell composed of sweat and mud. But at this time, Rosen has no time to care about these irrelevant details. The threat of the forest spirits has reached a very urgent situation, and the White Sturgeon Island is only a small island with a radius of 60 to 70 kilometers, with basically no strategic buffer space. Therefore, the current situation is still very dangerous. He must be fast and race against time. Before the forest spirits react, complete the next step of the arrangement. He strode into the Lord's longhouse, which is a stepped hall. It is divided into 3 levels. The bottom level is the most open and the lowest, where civilians stand during daily audiences. There are 2 vertical long tables on the left and right sides of the second step against the wall, with a warming fire pit in the middle, which is the seat for knights and guests. The third step is the highest, and there is a high back chair covered with black bear fur at the top, which is naturally the seat for the Lord. There are many steps on the left and right of the Lord's seat, where the Lord's confidants and guards stand. In short, this is the layout of more than 200 years ago. If the scholars of Dawn City saw it, they would probably describe it as a strong retro style. But at this time, we could only make do with it. Surrounded by the flame core warriors such as Yop, he sat down on the Lord's seat. Smelling the faint sweat odor emanating from the bear's skin under his body, he secretly decided in his heart, before the princess comes, clean up the castle quickly. Below the flame core, there are more than 50 spirited Crescent Knights. Below the Crescent Knights, there are a group of shameless betrayal knights. These people are the surrendered middle and lower level mountain knights, and some Crescent Knights, who followed the 2 knight commanders to betray. There are more than 30 people in total, and their fighting spirit levels are all in the middle and low levels. Just now, Rosen only said that the death penalty would be pardoned, but he did not say that their crimes would not be judged. After everyone stood still, Rosen looked at the group of rebellious knights. I fulfill my promise and pardon your death penalty, but the crime is the crime, and the corresponding punishment must be given, which is the execution of justice. The sinners listened in silence, their faces full of fear, without any thoughts of resistance. Through the previous performance, Rosen has deeply imprinted the spiritual imprint of unresistible in the hearts of every island knight. Rosen continued, before, Alish said that the forest elves would destroy the mountain town. It's hard to tell whether this is true or not, but since I'm the supreme lord of the White Sturgeon Island, I absolutely cannot take risks with the lives of the people of Gaoshan Town. So, I'm going to give you a chance to atone for your sins. The traitorous knights immediately perked up, fearing that they would miss every word Rosen said. Rosen's voice became slightly heavier, and his expression became more serious. The Lord of Gaoshan Town rebelled, and most of the warriors are gone. It is currently in an extremely dangerous state without protection. I now order you to take all the warriors from Gaoshan Town and rush back to Gaoshan Town immediately. Before the forest spirits get the news, quickly move the 3,500 residents of Gaoshan Town back to the Crescent River Valley. As soon as this order came out, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, and even the Crescent Knights looked puzzled. A rebellious mountain knight asked cautiously, Lord, you just said to move back? Instead of organizing defense on the spot? Rosen nodded to confirm, yes, it is to move back. The knight looked puzzled, but Lord, the mountain town itself has a good defense. If there are enough warriors, it should be enough to resist the invasion of the forest elves. Rosen smiled faintly and asked back, the forest elves assassinated my father, but the territories of the 5 great knights are deep in the mountains, but they are all alive and well. Why? When these words came out, the knights were all horrified. Rosen knew they had all thought of it. Because these knights may have all become traitors to our human race. Except for Ale. Sir Eddard of Howling Valley, Sir Sad of Creekwood Town, Sir Corleone of Blue Flower Slope, and Sir Lafinga of Blackstone Town are most likely secretly colluding with the Forest Elves. Let me ask you, if these traitors and the Forest Elves form an alliance, how can Gaoshan Town resist? When this was said, all the island knights looked solemn. Rosen said again, the Forest Elves are very good at fighting in the mountains and forests. If Gaoshan Town is besieged by the rebels, as the supreme lord of the entire island, I must send troops to support it, and I will have to cross the mountains and forests on the way, and I will definitely step into the death trap set by the Forest Elves. What should we do then? Should we rush in knowing the danger? Or should we watch Gaoshan Town fall? This convinced everyone. In this dangerous situation, shrinking the defense line is the wisest approach. But there is still a Crescent Knight who has additional concerns. He stood up and said, Lord, I am the senior knight Crescent. More than 3,000 people moved back to the valley, and I am afraid that there will be a shortage of food. Rosen waved his hand and smiled faintly. Don't worry about the food problem. I brought back enough food this time. In this case, Crescent will have no problem. Lord is wise. Rosen looked at the rebellious knights again. Go immediately, move at full speed, and move the townspeople back as soon as possible. If anyone tries to stop us, kill them on the spot. If you do this, I will pardon your treason and accept you as Crescent Knights again. Yes, Lord. More than 30 knights obeyed the order loudly, turned around and strode out of the Lord's longhouse, taking their entourage and the Gaoshan Town militia, and meticulously carried out Rosen's orders. No one had any extra thoughts, because this new lord was not only powerful, but also married the Princess of Dawn. With the support of the princess, it was only a matter of time before the new lord defeated the Forest Elves. Only those with broken brains would betray. Rosen was not idle either, and immediately issued the second important task. There are a large number of supplies at Sturgeon Wharf, totaling 1,700 tons, including a large amount of food, which needs to be transported back to Crescent City as soon as possible. This task is very important, and concerns the future fate of our human race on the White Sturgeon Island. Whether we can survive the coming cold winter safely or suffer from hunger and cold depends entirely on this batch of supplies, so there must be no mistakes. Now, I need all Crescent Knights to take action and strive to transport all the supplies back before dark. Everyone knows the importance of supplies, especially the poor island residents. The Crescent Knights' eyes lit up when they heard it, and they all stood up to receive the order. Rosen said, Dear warriors, I am still unfamiliar with you. So, everyone has 20 seconds to report your name, strength and specialty. Knight Crescent, you first. Crescent is the senior knight who just spoke. It can be seen that he has a good reputation among the Crescent Knights. He immediately stood up to introduce himself. After he finished speaking, the second knight quickly followed. Everyone tried to say a few more words to leave a good impression in front of the new lord. Yop watched from the side and laughed in his heart. This lord is still young. At this time, he should catch the big ones and let the small ones go. How can he remember them all? He felt that Rosen was wasting time. About 10 minutes later, the last Crescent Knight reported his basic situation. Rosen also asked Lai Fu to enter the information of these loyal subordinates into the archive. He immediately said, in addition to Knight Commander Caudron, I now need to urgently appoint 2 acting Knight Commanders. These 2 are Crescent and Orsa. The 2 senior knights immediately showed joy on their faces and stood up to receive the order. Afterwards, Rosen quickly made some appointments and reorganized the somewhat loose Crescent Knights. What was amazing was that he immediately looked at the corresponding knights when he read out a name, without a single mistake. Obviously, in just a short while, he had memorized every knight firmly in his mind. The Crescent Knights were surprised, but Yop was shocked. It took him half a month to memorize the names of each member. He thought to himself, this lord is really smart. No wonder he can become a favorite of the Earl. Soon, more than 50 Crescent Knights were assigned tasks. Some recruited people, some were responsible for exploring the way, and some were full-time guards. Led by these knights, the entire Crescent City also started to move quickly. At least 6,000 people were recruited to transport supplies to Sturgeon Wharf. Finally, Rosen arranged a group of messengers to the 4 major knight territories to inform them to come to the Crescent Valley to participate in the Glory Conference. It didn't matter whether they participated or not, the main purpose was to test the attitudes of the knights. After these tasks were arranged, only Rosen and the Flame War Corps were left in the hall. Rosen's tense face relaxed, and he said to Yop standing beside him, Captain, thank you very much today. Yop was a little embarrassed because he basically didn't do anything today. The most difficult and dangerous work was all done by Rosen himself. He felt that it was not fair to take this money. So he whispered, Lord, I will return you half of the commission. After all, we didn't do much. He was about to take the money. When he did this, Rosen found that the deputy leaders behind him clearly disagreed, especially Harry, the deputy leader of the wizard, who was almost about to speak out against it. No one was willing to take out the gold coins that had been put into the bag again. It also shows that this was Yop's personal decision, and he had not discussed it with the team members. Looking at Yop with a loyal face, Rosen sighed in his heart. This guy is too moral. No wonder he was squeezed to my island. But in this world, there are few people who are moral, and many people who are greedy. The instinct of the human heart always tends to be more aggressive. For example, this Flame War group. Now they are the top combat power of the whole island, and no one can restrain them. After a while, it is easy to get carried away, and even get ahead of themselves. So, although this knife is sharp, you still have to find a scabbard to hold the edge of this sharp blade. Otherwise, there will definitely be trouble that cannot be resolved in the future. He thought secretly in his heart, but his face remained calm. He smiled and said, "Captain, I am a lord of credibility. There is no reason to take back the money I have given. Not only that, the defense of Crescent Castle will rely on your help in the future. I won't let the soldiers work in vain. The commission is 50 OG a day, and the war is another matter. How about it?" Now, Yop admired the young lord very much and subconsciously refused. The Earl originally ordered us to help the lord stabilize the situation, so he wanted to say that he didn't want extra commission. But before he finished speaking, the deputy Captain Harry interrupted. "Captain, the lord is sincere. How can we refuse?" He looked at Rosen again and promised loudly, "Lord, don't worry. The defense of the castle will be handed over to us." Yop stammered, but finally didn't object. He knew that the brothers all wanted to make this money, and he was really a little confused just now. On the other side, Rosen saw everything, but he remained calm and just acted as a silent observer. Chapter 59. Noon. Sturgeon Wharf, the dark bottom of the cargo ship. When the number 2 puppet seized the Crescent Castle in front, Rosen stayed in the back and directed remotely. At this time, he sat cross-legged on a pile of hay mats, holding a simple small pottery jar in his hand. This is the Dragon's Blessing potion stolen from Sir Allais. The overall situation of the Crescent Castle is determined, and Levin delivered this thing to him as soon as possible. This potion is the trump card of the Forest Spirit Witchcraft Master, just like the trump card in the Victory Chess, which has the function of directly determining the outcome of a game of chess. Imagine a scene. Hundreds of Forest Spirit Warriors or rebellious human knights drink this thing, turning into invulnerable giant warriors, and quietly approaching the Crescent City at midnight, climbing into the city from the outer wall less than 4 meters high, and killing civilians wantonly. It can definitely cause extremely horrific casualties. If this really happened, the good start he had just created would be completely ruined. Therefore, an effective countermeasure must be quickly thought of. First, a concealment array was set up, the main function of which was to shield the fluctuations of mana from people outside the ship, especially Selena, to detect the movement in the cabin. Then, a few mice were caught from the cabin with the magician's hand, and they were put into a wooden cage made temporarily by transfiguration, and each mouse was fed some dragon's blessing. This potion was dark red, and exuded a faint smell of rust. After feeding it into the mice's stomachs, the surface of these mice's bodies suddenly showed a metallic luster, and their tempers became very irritable, and they began to hit the wooden cage continuously. Bang, bang, snap, snap. A few hits caused cracks in the 1 centimeter thick wooden board. Well, this strength increase is huge. Mice are small, so the increase is naturally much greater than that of humans, but if they are put on humans, it is estimated that they can increase their strength by 1 or 2 times. If the strength is doubled on the basis of high-level warriors, then the physical strength will directly surpass the battle master. I don't know if the spell resistance has been improved. Spell resistance, to be precise, is the ability to resist spell energy. There are many types of spell energy, so specific problems must be analyzed specifically. Rosen first tried the basic mental spell psychic suggestion on the mouse. It was quickly concluded that the mental resistance was also greatly increased, and the difficulty of suggestion increased several times. This is bad news. The will of high-level warriors is already quite tough. After the outbreak of fighting spirit, the mental resistance will also be greatly increased. If it is amplified by potions, it will almost be immune to mental spells. Of course, if he used a super high-level mind spell, he would definitely be able to forcefully break the opponent's mind defense, but in this case, he would take a huge risk, and his carefully maintained image as a low-level wizard would also be ruined. Rosen continued to test other types of spell resistance. He tested common spell types such as arcane, force, lightning, fire, ice, etc. one by one. As a result, it was found that all spell resistances were greatly improved. With the warrior's fighting spirit, it can completely ignore the attacks of ordinary spells. Hey, not only is it invulnerable to swords and guns, but it is also invulnerable to water and fire. This potion is ridiculously strong. The potion is called Dragon's Blessing, and the color is deep red. Rosen couldn't help but suspect that this thing is a dragon blood product, and it is very likely the blood of a purebred dragon. Because the dragons from other worlds are real, ordinary people can often see mixed blood dragons. Rosen once saw a terrain dragon in a circus, which was about the same size as an African elephant. Although he had never seen a purebred dragon, in many records, a purebred dragon is just such a hexagonal warrior. The situation became more and more difficult. What should I do? After thinking for a while, he tried to use various dispel spells. Levin's dispel had failed before, but Levin was a puppet after all, with limited performance, and the types of dispel spells he could cast were less than 1/3 of the original body. At this time, Rosen changed 15 kinds of dispel spells in succession, from 1 ring to 5 rings of strength, and tried them one by one, but none of them worked. Oh my god, do I have to use a dispel spell above 5 rings? After thinking for a while, he decided to use a 6-ring finger of forbidden law on the mouse. This kind of high-level dispelling spell was figured out by himself. There are 5 of them at present, and this is the lowest level one. Although it is the lowest level, it is always effective and has never failed to dispel. He raised his finger, made a strange handprint, and pointed at the mouse. Band? There was no extra light or sound, but the spell had already taken effect. I saw a blood-red glow suddenly appear on the mouse's body. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the light disappeared and the effect of the potion disappeared. TSK, you actually want me to use the 6th level dispelling spell? If it can be dispelled, Rosen's heart will be relieved, but the 6th level dispelling spell is too advanced and consumes a lot of mana, so it is better not to use it if you can. It would be better to use a more ordinary way to deal with it. What on earth is this potion made of? Dragon blood was just Rosen's guess, and it can't be taken as accurate. But he is not proficient in potion science. Fortunately, he has a wizard who is proficient in potion science. When we get to Crescent Castle, I will show this potion to Wei Gu. Maybe she has a trick to dispel it. But as a lord, the most taboo is to bet everything on one place. If you win the bet, it's fine. If you lose the bet, you will lose a lot of wealth at the least, or even lose a lot of lives of the people. So you must make 2, 3 or 4 preparations for everything, and try to ensure it is as safe as possible. What if Wei Gu can't do anything? How should he deal with this powerful potion jar warrior? Soon, Rosen had a new idea. Since it's not easy to deal with it with magic, I'd better go back to the traditional way and let the warriors cut it with knives. If ordinary swords can't cut it, you can change to magic weapons to cut it. But first, we have to understand how tough this powerful dragon warrior is. Thinking of this, Rosen took out a pure steel dagger and tried to cut the mouse's body with a little effort. Squeak, squeak. A slightly harsh sound came out. Looking at the mouse again, a lot of its hair was broken, but there was only a line of inconspicuous white marks on its skin, and even its body was not flattened by the force of the dagger. It was like a small piece of iron in the shape of a mouse. Rosen didn't believe it. I want to see how hard your body can be. He didn't believe that there was a shield in the world that could not be pierced by a spear. Codron said that he used all his strength to strike with an axe, but could only leave a shallow blood mark on Ale. Although the blood mark was shallow, it meant that the defense could be broken. The weapons of the island knights are very ordinary, and the battle axe is made of cast iron. If such an iron axe can cut blood marks, what about the arrow made of high carbon steel? He used the transformation technique to turn the steel dagger in his hand into a sharp needle, and poke the mouse skin with a little force. It really went in. But he could also feel that he encountered a lot of resistance. It felt soft and tough, and it was many times harder to poke than cowhide. In a head-on battle, such a huge resistance is very disadvantageous. Even if it is poked in, it is difficult to cause fatal injuries. So, ordinary carbon steel is still not good enough. If you want the arrow to poke hard, the material must be hard. What is hard and cheap? An answer jumped out directly. Diamond. Ordinary diamonds are not good. Although they are hard enough, they are too brittle. But I can process them with magic, and they should be usable. Diamonds are hard enough, and are made of carbon. The raw materials are everywhere. Using the transformation alchemy of the 5th ring strength, Rosen can synthesize artificial diamonds. Just do it when you think of it. Rosen cut a piece of wood from the hull, and then used the transfiguration alchemy to remove impurities. After a while, he got a diamond spike. He then released the fourth ring strength of the solidification spell on the diamond spike. Under the effect of the spell, the dazzling diamond suddenly showed a strange metallic luster. Finally, he used the advanced permanence spell on it to stabilize the spell effect. After the processing was completed, Rosen picked up the extremely sharp diamond spike and nailed it on the pure steel dagger with a little force. With a ding sound, the pure steel dagger was pierced, as easy as using a steel needle to pierce human skin. He used this thing to poke the enhanced mouse, and with a pu sound, the mouse was pierced through. This method is very effective. Considering that this potion warrior also has great strength, it is very difficult to fight it head-on, and there will definitely be heavy casualties, so the best way is to shoot with arrows. Find a few archers, use diamond arrows, and snipe these potion warriors specifically, which is safe and effective. Moreover, there is no need for pure diamond arrowhead sleeves, just a few, and put them on the surface of the arrowheads of existing ordinary iron arrows, which can achieve the same killing effect. Among the materials shipped this time, there are about 20,000 iron arrows. Rosen quietly went to the dock warehouse to get more than a dozen bundles, about 300 iron arrows, and began to modify them quickly. While modifying, he grinned, "Hee, you have dragon warriors, and I have dragon-slaying arrows." He also thought of the origin of the arrows. To the outside world, he said it was the princess's dowry, and to the princess, he said it was the killer given to him by Murati. Diamonds are not particularly rare, and no one will spend a lot of money to track their origins. After the transformation of the 300 diamond dragon-slaying arrows was completed, Rosen also made a few additional diamond daggers for self-defense. After such a busy period, his mana was consumed by about 50%, which was quite easy. Only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After waiting for a while, there was a lot of noise from the direction of the dock. It was the Crescent Knight who came to pick them up. Using the mind's eye, he quietly observed and saw that the dock had become very lively. After a while, Selena was protected by Alia and boarded the high-end travel carriage that was transported by the ship. She was protected by a group of Crescent Knights in the middle and rushed to Crescent City. In front and behind the carriage, there was a long queue. They were the people recruited from Crescent City to help transport supplies. At the same time, Levin patrolled the nearby mountains and forests to ensure that the team would not be attacked by the forest elves. Everything was running according to Rosen's predetermined plan. Rosen watched the high-end travel carriage go away, and an idea emerged in his mind. The dragon's blessing potion is no longer a concern, but the forest spirit witchcraft master in the forest has not figured out the situation yet. Not understanding means unknown power, and the unknown means danger. After thinking for a while, Rosen had a preliminary countermeasure. I am the Lord, and I have many subordinates. There is no need to take the risk to deal with this witchcraft master personally. Also, let Levin investigate it carefully. It can also be guessed that the witchcraft master on the other side is likely to have the same idea. So, this is another victory chess game. It depends on who is the better one. Chapter 60. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A team of Crescent Knights escorted a high-end travel carriage on the dirt road in the fields of Crescent River Valley. In front and behind the carriage, there was a transport team that was almost endless. There were about 15,000 people in Crescent River Valley. Anyone who could move was urgently recruited, and all the horses, cows, donkeys, and wooden carts that could transport things were also transferred to the dock to transport supplies. At least half of the people participated in the transportation. They were like ants moving, quickly transporting supplies from the dock to Crescent City in a primitive, but quite effective way. Everyone was very active. Because the Lord said that anyone who participated in the transportation could get at least 20 kilograms of potatoes. If a family of 5 went to move, they could earn 100 kilograms of potatoes, enough to make up for the food gap caused by the civil unrest this year. In the travel carriage, Selena looked at the beautiful river valley plains, felt the autumn wind in the valley, which was obviously warmer than outside, and was in a very good mood. Because everything in front of her was much better than the worst case she imagined. She looked at the low castle on the distant hill, recalled the brief description of the castle capture process given to her by the Crescent Knights, and looked at the Crescent Knights beside the carriage with worn armor but high spirits, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. I really married an extraordinary husband. As the Princess of Dawn, she has seen countless outstanding people. But these people are actually just better than ordinary people, and they all have their own helplessness. But her husband seems different. At first glance, he seemed very ordinary, even like everyone else, but the longer he spent with her, the more amazing he felt, as if there was nothing he couldn't do in this world. Because of this, even though she saw a lot of rural atmosphere on the island, she didn't take it to heart. because she believed that her husband would change everything in a short time. I wonder what the future of the White Sturgeon Island will look like. Wheels, wheels. Crackling. Princess Selena's thoughts gradually flew away amid the sound of wheels and horse hooves. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the travel carriage entered Crescent City. At this moment, the news that the Baron married Princess Dawn had spread throughout the Crescent River Valley. In Crescent City, the old, weak, sick, and disabled who were unable to carry supplies had been waiting on both sides of the road early, waiting for the princess to arrive. When the travel carriage with the golden sun flag of Dawn City appeared near Crescent City, it immediately caused an uproar. Wherever the carriage drove to, the onlookers on the roadside knelt on the ground without hesitation, completely ignoring the dirt on the ground. Various exclamations spread among the crowd. "Ah, I saw Princess Dawn. She was smiling at me. Ah, the princess was smiling at me. I saw it too. She was really beautiful, but it seemed that she didn't have more breasts than my daughter. This horse is really strong. Not only is it big, but its toys are also bigger than my horse. Aha, this pile of horse shit is so sticky and smells a bit fragrant. I don't know what kind of horse feed it is fed with. Let me try it. Tisk, it's soybeans. It's worthy of being the princess's horse. It actually eats soybeans." Selena was angry and amused when she heard these vulgar words. It's really a barbaric place on the edge of civilization. Fortunately, the city is not big. Less than 20 minutes later, the carriage drove to the top of the mountain and arrived at the entrance of the castle. There were people waiting at the entrance. Rosen, wearing black armor, stood upright at the entrance, followed by a tall, thin middle-aged woman and a short, thin girl. The shield guards of the Flame Corps stood in 2 rows on the roadside, with a long red carpet on the ground, and the battle mages were shooting balls of magic fireworks into the sky. There was also a bagpiper who came from nowhere, playing a melodious but slightly off-tune happy song. When the carriage stopped, Alia, who was in charge of driving, shouted loudly, "Princess Dawn is here." Bang, bang. The mages of the Corps fired fireworks into the sky more and more diligently. Woo! The desolate horn sounded, and the flame shield guards on the roadside also put their heavy shields on the ground. This welcoming ceremony was naturally far less than that of Dawn City, but in this small Crescent City, it was unprecedentedly grand. All the islanders watching the ceremony looked at this scene with awe. Rosen walked up quickly, opened the door, helped Serena out of the carriage, and whispered in his heart, "Madam, I tried my best to clean it up, but the castle is still a little messy. You have to be prepared." Serena smiled slightly, her face as dazzling as the sun reflecting on the snow. "It's much better than I thought." Next, Alia led the way, scattering fresh rose petals brought from the Shire County along the way. Rosen and Serena followed behind and walked into the castle side by side. All the spectators' eyes were on the two, especially the princess. If there were still people who suspected that Rosen was lying before, then the moment Princess Dawn appeared in front of the public, this last doubt was completely dissipated. The people of the White Sturgeon Islands were not well educated, and did not know the literary compliments such as elegant as a white swan, as bright as the morning light. But everyone's eyes were not blind. Anyone who saw Serena's dazzling appearance knew that this was definitely the princess herself. So, the Crescent Knight felt honored, his posture became straighter, and his chin was raised high, wishing to raise it to the sky. The warriors of the Flame Regiment also felt very glorious on their faces, and performed more vigorously. It was not until the two walked into the castle, and entered the Lord's Longhouse, that the islanders, who watched the ceremony from afar reluctantly dispersed. But this scene remained in the hearts of the islanders forever, and it would never be erased in this life. Equally indelible, or unshakable, was Rosen's status as the White Sturgeon Lord. After this performance, Rosen's lordship was as stable as the dragon sleeping on the snowy peak. Because if you want to question Rosen's status, it means you have to question the status of Duke Waylon. In the hearts of the islanders, Duke Waylon is a legendary figure like a god, an existence that mortals can never fight against. Therefore, on the first day of his return, Rosen took advantage of the princess's power to completely secure his position as the Lord of the White Sturgeon. "Rosen, there is actually no need to be so formal. It's so troublesome," Selena whispered. Rosen naturally explained the reason seriously in his whisper. After the explanation, Selena understood, but still a little disapproving. "Even without my help, you can easily control the entire island." Rosen smiled softly. "Maybe, but it will cause a lot of unexpected troubles and waste a lot of time. Besides, some plans cannot be implemented." "Plan? What plan?" Rosen smiled slightly. "Sit firmly in Crescent Valley, develop the territory with peace of mind, and wait for the opponent to collapse on its own. Selina was stunned. I don't understand. At this time, Rosen had brought Selina to the highest level of the meeting hall. Originally, there was only one bench here, but now two were placed side by side, each covered with newly bought snow bear skins. Sitting side by side with his wife on the new lord chair, he looked down at the busy people in the hall, and explained in a whisper, "There are two ways to defeat the enemy. One is to conquer with the army. The other is to make yourself strong enough to make the enemy despair, or even yearn for you, so that they give up on their own. The former is time-consuming and labor-intensive. It is only worthwhile to do it unless the other party has great wealth. Unfortunately, the forest elves are all poor." Selina understood. "So, we are only developing the Crescent River Valley at present?" "Yes, but to be more precise, there is only Crescent City for the time being. Because with our current strength, we can only guarantee the absolute safety of Crescent City. The River Valley Plain outside the city is temporarily a buffer zone between us and the forest elves. Where safety cannot be guaranteed, there is no way to develop. Strictly speaking, the current Crescent City district is not safe. The only truly safe place is Crescent Castle." Selina was a little worried. How long will this situation last? Maybe a month at most. Hearing this, Selina raised her eyebrows. "Have you thought of all the countermeasures?" "Of course, I tell you briefly." Just as Rosen was about to speak, Kruber came over to report the situation. "Your Highness, Lord, all important materials have been transported to the castle, and 1/3 of the grain has been transported in, and has filled the castle's granary. The remaining 2/3 are also being loaded into the temporary granary, and it is estimated that it will be completed before sunset." Rosen was very satisfied, and his slightly hanging heart was completely relieved. He thought for a while, and said, "You go find someone to notify Knight Tato at Sturgeon Wharf, and ask him to take all the villagers, and return to Crescent City before dark." Kruber was slightly startled, and then understood Rosen's intention. "Lord, is it to prevent the revenge of the forest elves?" "Yes, at the same time, notify Knight Commander Caudron and ask him to strengthen the night patrols in Crescent City, and be careful of night attacks. There are many people in Crescent City, and there is also the Flame War Corps. When the forest elves react, they may not dare to cause trouble, and the Sturgeon Wharf more than 10 miles away may become their target for venting their anger. Although this may not really happen, he naturally cannot take the lives of nearly 1,000 residents at the wharf." Kruber immediately said, "I arrange it right away." Rosen changed to whispering in his heart, and secretly told Kruber, "Tell Knight Caudron to arrange the batch of sharp arrows well." Kruber already knew about the existence of the diamond sharp arrows, and nodded slightly to show that he understood. After he left, his mother, Mrs. Saxon, came over. She glanced at Selina a little stiffly and whispered, "Lord, the inner room has been decorated, but there are too many types of utensils, and the styles are very delicate. No one knows how to play with them, and they are afraid of damaging the good things." Selina smiled and said, "I'm good at these. Let's go, Mother. Let's decorate the room together." She took Mrs. Saxon's hand and went to the inner room, whispering to Rosen, "Dear, you are busy. I will get to know my mother and sister well." Rosen was indeed very busy. He responded and asked Alia to help Selina, and then found the family's loyal old butler, Alfu. "Old sir, let the chefs from Shire County start preparing for the dinner. Tell them that I will be receiving about 300 guests with big appetites, but not very picky tastes tonight, and let them prepare more food, especially meat." The old butler had been dazzled by the sight, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, Lord, I go right away." Rosen called Stonard again. "Come on, Stone, come with me to meet the recruited mages. These mages are all his treasures, and they are the biggest reason why he dares to say that he will quickly master the White Sturgeon Island. It must be carefully arranged.